Chapter 1. Serendipity Strikes. Author's Note. To all the Wu Yin Zhu, Chow Yun Fat, and Andy Lau enthusiasts, this narrative defies logic first and foremost. Relinquish your precious intellect. Ah, what a stroke of fortune. In America, specifically Brooklyn, New York, the streets are awash with graffiti and vibrant musical gatherings. Along every corner, one can encounter hooded figures peddling small pills, infused with both technology and peril. It is safe to assert that decadence and vice walk hand in hand. Curse it, curse it, curse it. While Liang had previously boasted online about his newfound luck, challenging anyone to a duel on the highway, he never anticipated such a twist of fate. Who would have thought that while strolling upon the pedestrian walkway, fortune would not seek to collide with the hydrogen-powered vehicle ahead, but instead veer wildly to strike? This unfortunate and helpless, delicate university student. Such an unforeseen outcome left Liang astounded. Alas, the whims of fate. Upon entering this world, Liang found himself unexpectedly fortunate. He had transitioned from the identity of a mere laborer in his past life to the proud owner of an automotive repair shop. His fluency in the New York accent was a stark contrast to his previous struggles in passing the English Level 4 exam. Now he could easily serve as a top-tier translator. Not to mention his appearance, though he may not rival Wu Yinzu, he certainly could be deemed handsome. However, as Liang instinctively unlocked his phone, he nearly choked in disbelief. The headline that greeted him was none other than Tony Stark Maxim Girl Slayer. Could it be that he had landed in the Marvel Universe? Who knows? Perhaps one day, a Hulk-clad, only in shorts would flash him a devilish grin before effortlessly obliterating him. And what are the likes of Chitauri, Ultron, Dormammu, and Thanos? It seemed that a mere sneeze could spell his demise. Ding. System loading. Though belated. System, introduce yourself. You nearly frightened me to death. I thought I'd been forsaken by some cosmic consciousness. This system is the Morality and Law V version 1.0. Main functions: vehicle and weapon manufacturing and modification, online asset trading platform, player qualification. Granting. Currently available functions: basic weapon and vehicle manufacturing, primary access to Rockstar trading platform. Upgrade requirement: platform trading volume. Reaches 100 billion, with each increment of 10 billion yielding a mysterious gift package. Oh, how do I initiate this process? Activation condition. Morality and Law V online trading volume surpasses 100 billion, with each 10 billion granting a mysterious gift package. Wait a moment, 100 billion? Liang gasped in astonishment. Tony Stark's liquid assets are only 12.4 billion. Are you suggesting I raid the Federal Reserve? Ah, well, let us take one step at a time. I refuse to believe that in the Marvel America, the principles of morality and law are unnecessary. Under the bright lights, Leon sat at his workstation, fiddling with the newly emerged R-Star platform on his phone. Whether it was the prices of firearms, various vehicles, or an array of assets including submarines and fighter jets, everything mirrored the virtual world of morality and law he had previously engaged with, save for a few exceptionally destructive items. However, this R-Star platform featured an additional monetary system known as Star Coins. To acquire them, one could either complete tasks or make deposits regardless of the amount. A 5% transaction fee would be deducted by the platform. Moreover, Star Coins could be converted to dollars, although this too incurred a fee. Naturally, the question of where the fees disappeared to was evident. They lined Leon's pockets. Quite impressive. Indeed, a splendid platform. For every $100 someone deposits, I stand to gain 5. Let's see. The cheapest handgun costs 200 Star Coins, which means I could net a profit of $10 from just one firearm. Yet, Leon soon pondered a pressing concern. The Shield Agency, now more aptly termed the Serpent Shield Agency, should he endeavor to promote the R-Star platform, it would undoubtedly draw their attention. Not to mention, among the vehicles for sale, many were armed with missiles. I need to contemplate this further. As he ruminated, a particular figure surfaced in his mind. Kingpin, the illustrious villain from the Marvel Universe, whose real name was Wilson Fisk. System, can you install the R-Star platform on Kingpin's phone? Given that this is the host's first usage, the system will generously provide a 100,000 Star Coin invitation code and data package free of charge. Additionally, a beginner's gift pack will be presented. Please check it. His phone vibrated, and Leon eagerly opened the gift pack. In the next instant, it felt as if an entire library had been crammed into his mind. Principles of weapon manufacturing, vehicle modification techniques, materials engineering. A deluge of knowledge surged forth. Leon pressed against his throbbing temples, and as the dizziness subsided, he astonishingly realized he could sketch a complete missile design blueprint with his eyes closed. Even more exhilarating were the tangible rewards within the gift pack. An armored skeletal horse-drawn carriage valued at 525,000 Star Coins, a fully modified armor-piercing handgun, and a freshly minted, mute individual bearing the identity of an IRS high agent. This individual was akin to Leon's former avatar in the gaming realm, starting at level 1000. It is worth noting that a renowned American politician once stated that there are two inevitabilities in life: death and taxes. Thus, the worth of an IRS high agent becomes apparent. Most importantly, in an instant, he acquired the knowledge of weapon and vehicle manufacturing and modification techniques. Leon felt no qualms in deeming himself a master of weaponry at this moment. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan, Gene Bing concluded his day at the office. As he grasped his phone and beheld the radiant smile of his wife, Vanessa, on the screensaver, the weariness of a long day's work seemed to dissipate. However, as he scrolled through the pages, preparing to call his beloved, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a star-shaped icon pulsating with a yellow glow. What is this? Chapter 2. Gold and orders. The air in the basement was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the dampness of mildew. Under the dim light, a maid hung suspended by iron chains, her bare back marred by cruel lash marks, droplets of blood falling onto the floor with a faint patter. She bit her lip tightly, suppressing any cries of agony. For she knew the man before her, Wilson Fisk, the emperor of New York's underworld, known as Kingpin. A name forged in the shadows of the criminal realm. Fisk's deep voice reverberated through the silence of the basement. You know, today, you are the only one who has entered my office. He slowly raised his phone, its screen flashing a strange star-shaped icon. So tell me, what is this? Feeney trembled, shaking her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Mr. Kingpin, I truly do not know. I only went in to prepare your coffee. Kingpin narrowed his eyes and rose to his full imposing stature. The light above cast a shadow so large it seemed to engulf Feeney like a demon's embrace. Feeney, you know I prefer not to get my hands dirty, he said, flexing his wrist with a series of ominous cracks. But if you do not speak the truth. Feeney's pupils dilated in terror, her entire body trembling, succumbing to panic. Drip, drip. Kingpin frowned, a flicker of disgust crossing his features. Just then, his phone vibrated, and a notification appeared on the screen. Welcome to the R-Star platform, your serial number, 03. Oh. Kingpin's interest peaked, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. He glanced at the limp maid and waved his hand dismissively. Take her away, lock her up. Two henchmen immediately stepped forward, dragging Feeney away. While Kingpin strode purposefully toward his office, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Magia organization? The hands? Or perhaps some reckless hacker? He sneered, regardless of who it was. Anyone daring enough to invade my phone would pay the price. Settling into his leather sofa, Kingpin swiped the screen, perusing the inventory on the R-Star platform. Submachine guns, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, tanks, fighter jets, submarines, even laser weaponry and flying motorcycles. Huh. Kingpin scoffed. A submarine for $175 million? That is childish play. He harbored little belief that these weapons were genuine, but what if they were? As the ruler of New York's underworld, Kingpin never overlooked any chance to augment his power. Let us place an order and see. He casually selected several models of the latest combat rifles, recharging a black market card with 100,000. After converting it to star coins, he finalized the order. Let me see who is orchestrating this little game. Brooklyn. Noah's auto repair. Leon's phone chimed, and a notification sprang onto the screen. User 03 has placed an order. 3 combat rifles. Payment of 100,000 star coins completed. Oh, Kingpin placed an order so swiftly? Yang broke into a grin, living up to his reputation as the underground emperor with his remarkable efficiency. He clicked to accept the order and subsequently retrieved 3 brand new submachine guns from the system's repository, stowing them into a black travel bag. Little mute, he called out. An expressionless Asian man emerged from the shadows, a penetrating handgun holstered at his waist. The delivery address was Hell's Kitchen, the territory of Gene Bing. Yang tossed the travel bag to him. Considering that he had already squandered 100,000, he might as well deliver a box of ammunition to Gene Bing as well. To prevent any future rumors of R-Star platform swindling him. Be cautious. Don't let the gang intercept you. The little mute nodded, grasped the bag, and turned towards the armored skeletal horse parked outside. Liang watched his retreating figure, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The little mute was a gifted worker bestowed by the system, possessing formidable combat prowess, and even if he perished, he could resurrect within 12 hours, truly the perfect courier. Once Gene Bing received the goods, he would undoubtedly become more intrigued by the R-Star platform. Liang stroked his chin, ambition flickering in his eyes at that moment. It seemed that the entire underground arms market of New York might soon be his, just as Liang was lost in this grand vision of the future. His phone suddenly rang. Hello? Who is it? He answered nonchalantly. A male voice on the other end, filled with schadenfreude, exclaimed, Liang, you're doomed. The teacher wants to know why you didn't attend class today. Liang, damn it. It was only then that he remembered he was still a high school student. Moreover, it appeared his benefactor had already caught wind of his truancy. Motherfer. Liang frantically raked his fingers through his hair, realizing this was far more complicated than dealing with Thanos. Chapter 3. The silent worker Liang sat upon the dilapidated sofa of the auto repair shop. His eyes closed as he sifted through the fragmented memories of his former self. Regarding school and the teacher Roger Harrington, within the standards of America, this educator could be deemed strict. However, in the context of the Celestial Empire, such severity would merely qualify as mild admonition. After all, a teacher who refrains from wielding a ruler to strike the palm or compelling students to transcribe text 100 times cannot truly be considered stringent. Yet, what truly occupied Liang's thoughts was the enigmatic benefactor. The memories of this patron were nearly devoid of detail. He only knew that the individual covered his tuition, living expenses, medical fees, and even insurance costs, yet had never shown their face. Such unreserved generosity resembled an act of charity. Perhaps the benefactor was a billionaire performing a random act of kindness, or perhaps there was an ulterior motive. Surely, one does not give without expecting something in return. Liang stroked his chin. However, since he owed a debt of gratitude, he resolved to repay it once he achieved success in the future. He temporarily set this matter aside, for there were more pressing concerns, as the silent worker was en route for deliveries. The streets of Hell's Kitchen were grimy and dilapidated, the air thick with the acrid stench of marijuana and refuse. The armored vehicle of the Skull Horse glimmered faintly under the dim streetlights, attracting numerous curious gazes. Hey, I haven't seen that car before. Should we go ask about it? A few street thugs stirred restlessly, only to be quickly restrained by their companions. Fool, do you think you can handle that? The window of the Skull Horse slowly descended, revealing the expressionless silent worker who brandished an IRS special agent badge. Instantly, the street fell silent. The thugs recoiled as though confronted by a plague, and even the corner drug dealer instinctively concealed his wares. According to the survival code of American gangs, the first rule is better to provoke the FBI than to cross the IRS. Two patrol officers, who had been reaching for their sidearms, immediately saluted. Good day, sir. The silent worker, too disinterested to spare them a glance, pressed the accelerator and sped away. Damn, what is the IRS doing in this wretched place? Are they here to audit taxes? Alert the boss. In the surveillance room of the Gene Bing building, dozens of screens simultaneously tracked the Skull Horse. Downstairs for delivery, came the succinct message from the silent worker. A cold smirk crept across Gene Bing's lips as he replied, throw the goods out. The silent worker decisively tossed the weapons bag into the middle of the street, then leaned against the car door to start the timer. This action immediately attracted the attention of a few hyenas, street thugs who had just robbed a convenience store, eyeing the bulging bag. Hey, what is that? Who cares? Let us grab it. As their hands reached for their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 bodies fell, blood erupting from their foreheads. The silent worker's armor-piercing handgun had not even fired a 4th round. Gene Bing, watching through the monitor, narrowed his pupils. He clearly observed the Asian man draw his weapon, aim, and shoot within 0.5 seconds, his movements fluid and natural, like the act of breathing. Confirming the delivery. Gene Bing pressed a button while speaking into the communicator. Target I. Go retrieve the goods. The target, clutching a weapon bag, strode into the office. His face adorned with a morbid excitement. All fresh supplies, the gun oil is of excellent quality. Gene examined the combat rifles, then suddenly let out a chilling laugh. Do you know what is most intriguing? These firearms do not appear on any arms dealer's roster. He pulled up data on his computer, the screen illuminating the active weaponry statistics of various nations, yet none matched the models delivered by the mute courier. They could either be new acquisitions from the black market, or, Gene squinted, it could be the organization testing new technologies. The target licked his lips. Shall we eliminate him? No. Gene tossed a dossier onto the table, scrutinizing the courier's identity. The dossier prominently featured the mute's IRS identification photo, accompanied by the notation, Senior Auditor, Clearance Level A. A government secret project? The target raised an eyebrow. Regardless of who was orchestrating this platform, Gene lit a cigar. Reasoning that if they dare to sell, I shall dare to buy. Provide a budget of 10 million, clear their inventory. The target revealed a bloodthirsty grin. Just what I need. New toys to deal with that band of ninjas from the Hand Union. Chapter 4. Sheriff George in July's sweltering New York. The sun blazed down upon the asphalt of Midtown High School, rendering even the morning air stifling. The campus was sparsely populated, with only a handful of football players tirelessly training on the field. Meanwhile, in the office of the academic building, Leon Noah, reclined comfortably in his chair, relishing the cool breeze of the air conditioning. He stretched his body, seemingly indifferent to the impending conversation. Mr. Roger Harrington adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the student before him. Previously, Leon had always kept his head bowed, speaking in hushed tones, but today, he was audaciously crossing his legs, exuding an air of nonchalance. Leon, Harrington cleared his throat. Do you have any explanation for your unexcused absence yesterday? Leon blinked, instantly adopting a dramatically sorrowful expression. Mr. Harrington, I must sincerely apologize. Skipping class is an egregious offense, not only a waste of my education, but also a grave disrespect to school regulations. I have deeply reflected on my error and solemnly vow. His tone grew increasingly fervent, his gaze resolute as if on the verge of making a solemn oath. All right, all right. Harrington quickly waved his hand, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The sudden political awakening of this Asian student was somewhat overwhelming. I accept your apology. But he gestured towards the corner of the office. Your benefactor, Mr. Stacy, wishes to speak with you. Leon followed his gaze and noticed a middle-aged man in uniform seated in the corner. The man was scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What the? Leon almost bit his tongue. On the rooftop, Sheriff George Stacy leaned against the railing, contemplatively observing the young man he had sponsored for many years. The sunlight illuminated the side of Leon's face, casting a gentle contour. Curious, George mused. This child possesses a contradictory aura. His eyes exude the steadiness of an adult, yet his demeanor betrays the unmistakable naivety of youth. Leon, may I call you that? George spoke, his voice gentle. Of course, Mr. Stacy, Leon replied obediently, frantically rummaging through his memory for information about the sheriff. Old Noah truly has an eye for talent. George remarked suddenly, gesturing to indicate height. When he took you in, you were this small. Leon blinked, confusion etched on his face. Old Noah was once my shooting coach. George explained, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. He was a man worthy of respect. Now it all made sense. Leon realized. No wonder the original owner received sponsorship. The sheriff was repaying a debt of gratitude to his mentor. Leon, George shifted the conversation. Gwen informed me that you have been diligent in your studies. What happened yesterday? Did you encounter any difficulties? Liang's mind raced as he displayed a look of perplexity. In truth, he fabricated a tale. Naturally, this narrative underwent an artistic transformation, turning the mute little agent into a valiant IRS officer, while he himself feigned absence from class out of concern for the shop's safety. A revelation dawned upon George, his eyes gleaming with newfound insight. This was indeed a significant clue. Brooklyn certainly required a thorough cleansing. Wait, what? Liang wore a bewildered expression. He merely concocted a flimsy excuse. Yet it seemed on the verge of inciting a crackdown on crime. Suddenly, George reached out and ruffled Liang's hair, a warm smile gracing his face. From now on, call me Uncle George. With old Noah gone, I shall look after you. On their way back to the classroom, George animatedly discussed arrangements. I've spoken with Helen. From now on, you'll come to our house for dinner on weekends. During the week at school, I'll have Gwen supervise your diet. Liang felt a shiver run down his spine. Was the sheriff overly enthusiastic? Wait, who did he just say would oversee him? Gwen. Yes, my daughter. George replied, as if it were the most natural thing. You're in the same grade. It's perfect for mutual support. As they turned the corner of the hallway, they stumbled upon a breathtaking scene. Gwen Stacy, with her golden short hair, stood atop a desk, swaying wildly to the music in her headphones, shouting rhythmically, boom, shakalaka, Gwen. George barked sharply. With a start, Gwen froze as if jolted by electricity, hastily removing her headphones and nearly toppling from the desk. Dad, what are you doing here? She exclaimed, her face reddening as she clambered down. I came to see Liang. George gestured towards Liang, then furrowed his brow at his daughter. Is this what you call studying in the library? Gwen stuck out her tongue and turned her gaze to Liang. Hey, Liang Noah, right? I'm Gwen. She extended her hand, her smile radiant. Liang grasped her soft little hand, the sensation causing his heart to skip a beat. Hello, I'm Liang. My Chinese name is. And my English name is Liang Noah. Double names? Cool. Gwen blinked her striking blue eyes. George glanced at his watch. I must return to the precinct. You two be sure to get along. He emphasized, Gwen, learn a lot from Liang. I'm in the top 3 of my class. Gwen protested defiantly. Not just in academics, George replied meaningfully, but in maturity and interpersonal skills. After watching her father depart, Gwen let out a sigh of relief, turning to Liang with excitement as she grabbed his arm. Hey, do you know Thompson from our class? That guy's nickname is Lightning, and yesterday he. Chapter 5, The Slopes Enigma. Within the confines of the repair shop, the blue glow of the welding torch pierced through the dimly lit workshop like a beacon. Lion, adorned with protective goggles, felt beads of sweat trickle down his cheeks, the scent of molten metal mingling with the aroma of machine oil, permeating the air. Suddenly, the shrill ring of the telephone disrupted the atmosphere. Good day, engineer, a deep voice emanated from the receiver, grating against the eardrum like sandpaper. Why must I complete preliminary tasks for the vehicle I ordered? Lion halted the welding torch, exhaling a weary sigh. Even if the voice belonged to the kingpin of New York's underworld, his tone remained languid. Mr. Jean, I am merely an intermediary. The platform rules are not dictated by me. Task procedures? Who can say? Perhaps the system believes your funds have not been sufficiently allocated? A silence lingered on the other end for several seconds. I understand. Jin's voice revealed no emotion, yet Lion could vividly envision the shadowy visage behind it. The line went dead, replaced by the sound of a busy tone. Lion whistled softly and tossed aside his phone. He was acutely aware of why Jin was compelled to undertake the preliminary tasks. An armored skeletal steed, should he delegate everything to the system, would yield him a mere 10 commission. However, if the client procured the materials, transport, and tools independently, the profit would soar to an astonishing 25. For a vehicle priced at 525,000, he stood to pocket a tidy sum of 130,000. Sky-high profits? It was akin to highway robbery. Yet, it was evident that Jin had no intention of canceling the order. A figure of his stature valued reputation over wealth. Time to get to work, Lion mumbled, adjusting his goggles once more. Truth be told, he loathed labor. But glancing at the mute assistant beside him, laboring mechanically to clean an armor-piercing handgun, Lion sighed in resignation. Relying on this fellow for intricate tasks was as futile as expecting Jin to become a philanthropist. System, when will you grant me a proper engineer? He lamented as he welded the final section of the vehicle's frame. Here I am, toiling away alone, and before I reach a trading volume of 10 billion, I shall be reduced to a mere husk. Host requirements detected. Available professions for purchase. Engineer, 10 million. Mechanic, 8 million. Weapons master, 12 million. 10 million. Lion nearly jabbed himself with the welding torch in disbelief. You might as well rob me outright. Regrettably, one needed capital to engage in thievery. For the time being, he could only dutifully complete this slope's enigma. This was a custom order for the Target Eye, a specialized vehicle capable of barreling through a road laden with obstacles. Lion had already endured 2 sleepless nights for this contraption. With a sudden clatter, the roll-up door was flung open. Target Eye strolled in leisurely, hands tucked in his pockets. He glanced at the mute assistant, then turned his gaze to Lion, finally leaning against the wall like a serpent poised to strike. As the welding torch was extinguished, Lion removed his goggles and took a swig of soda, lazily greeting his guest. Apologies for the wait. He casually tossed a bottle of soda toward him, quipping, "Care to wet your throat before inspection?" Target Eye caught the soda, tilted his head back to finish it, and the bottle soared into the trash can with precision. He approached the slope's enigma, rapping his knuckles against the armored panel. Completed in 3 days? I still have classes during the day. Lion retrieved the keys from the drawer and tossed them over. I nearly worked myself to death burning the midnight oil. With a raised eyebrow, the sharpshooter settled into the driver's seat. As the engine roared to life, he grinned and remarked, "Mr. Noah, you are far more intriguing than the rumors suggest." "Just making a living," Lion shrugged. "Remember to confirm receipt within 24 hours. After all, dealing with the IRS is far more troublesome than confronting the Golden Brigade." The sharpshooter cast a glance at the mute loading ammunition and chuckled lightly. Indeed, paying taxes is a civic duty. The notification of a transfer chimed, indicating the arrival of $200,000. Lion watched as the slanted magical treasure was loaded onto the truck, contemplating that the era of exorbitant profits was nearing its end. Once the factory commenced operations, wholesale prices would prevail, slashing profits in half. "Hey, mute," he suddenly called out. "Would you like some fried chicken?" The mute nodded obediently. Lion grinned widely, pulled out his phone, and feverishly ordered takeout. Sweet chili sauce, cheese sauce, honey mustard. Wait, is that Lao Gan Ma? Outside, the neon lights of New York continued to flicker. Inside the repair shop, the aroma of fried chicken gradually overpowered the scent of motor oil. Chapter 6. The Jewel Store Heist. The jewel stores along Fifth Avenue in New York are perpetually resplendent. Sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating diamonds, gold, and platinum as they glimmer enticingly under meticulously designed lighting. Elon stands at the counter, his fingertips gently tapping the glass, his gaze lingering on a string of pearl necklaces, simple, elegant, devoid of superfluous embellishments, much like the impression left by Gwen's mother. Helen Stacy, gentle yet undeniably graceful. "I'll take this one," he informs the sales associate, his hand reaching into his pocket to retrieve his card for payment. "Ladies and gentlemen, attention." A gruff voice suddenly booms, akin to someone bellowing through a loudspeaker. "Do not make me ruin the masterpiece your plastic surgeon has crafted on your faces." Elon's movements freeze momentarily as he slowly turns his head. 3 masked robbers burst into the store, with a burly man leading the charge, who kicks over a display stand at the entrance, sending crystal display signs crashing to the floor. Elon's lips twitch. He had merely intended to purchase a small gift today, and instead, he finds himself in a real-life version of Grand Theft Auto. Everyone down. Now. The instinct for survival among the American populace manifests vividly at this moment, as customers promptly drop to the ground, their movements so practiced it is almost painful to witness. Elon sighs, obediently lying on the floor, cursing internally. His mute friend had to report to the IRS today. What dreadful luck. The robbers are evidently well trained. One stands guard with a firearm while the other 2 proficiently smash the glass cases with their gunstocks, expertly sweeping up the jewelry as though they have rehearsed this countless times. Elon squints. Remarkably, the alarm has not gone off. Either there is an insider aiding them, or they have preemptively disabled the system. Regardless of the scenario, this is clearly not a spur-of-the-moment robbery. I visited the priest this morning. One robber mutters while shoving diamonds into a bag. He said it was not a day for bloodshed. What a coincidence, his accomplice chimes in. I dreamt last night that God told me I was the reincarnation of Jesus. Elon presses his forehead against the floor, struggling to suppress an eye roll. Are robbers genuinely this devout nowadays? Okay, let's withdraw. The leader suddenly commands, and the trio rushes towards the exit like a whirlwind. One swinging a gunstock to incapacitate a security guard attempting to intervene. An accomplice waits on a motorcycle, urging, "Take him out. He wants to stop us. Calm down." The leader interjects, mounting the motorcycle and shouting to the security guard, "Brother, people forget thousands of things daily. Why not forget this too?" With engines roaring, the robbers make their escape. Elon rises, watching the taillights of the motorcycle fade around the corner, internally lamenting, "What was that? A low-budget version of 3 men and a dog?" The sound of sirens arrives belatedly. When Sheriff George Stacy storms in, Elon is brushing the dust off his trousers. "Wow, Elon," George exclaims, eyes widening. "What are you doing here?" "Uncle George," Elon scratches his head sheepishly. "Wasn't today the day to have dinner at your house? I wanted to buy Annie a necklace." He gestures to the chaos surrounding him, and then I encountered this. George patted him on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. "There's no need for a gift. Your heartfelt gesture is more than sufficient." He lowered his voice, reassuringly adding, "Rest assured, Helen will appreciate you." At that moment, an officer hurriedly approached with a report. "Chief, the robbers have fled into the underground network. Tracking them is proving difficult." George's brow furrowed in concern. Lyon understood the intricacies of New York's subterranean pipes. These well-prepared criminals had likely vanished without a trace. "Officer Chaz," George suddenly called out. "Take this child to my home, then return to the precinct for the handover." "Yes, sir." Lyon obediently waved, saying, "See you tonight, Uncle George." As the police car departed, he glimpsed George shouting into the intercom. The sunlight gleamed on the sheriff's shoulder insignia, the metallic badge shimmering brightly. One can only say that in the Marvel universe, law enforcement officers like Sheriff George are indeed a rare find. Chapter 7. Gwen's home. Llewyn stood before the apartment door, taking a deep breath. The doorbell chimed a bright, clear note beneath his fingertips. It was merely a visit to a classmate's parents, he reassured himself. If he could handle a military arms order for Jean Bing, what was a simple family dinner? At last, the moment the door swung open, Llewyn's breath caught ever so slightly. Helen Stacy, Gwen's mother, beamed at him with warmth. Time appeared to have been particularly kind to this lady, in her 30s. She radiated a charm that was both mature and intellectual. Her chestnut curls cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and the gentle laugh lines at the corners of her eyes added an extra touch of softness. "You must be Llewyn." Helen's voice flowed like honeyed tea. "Don't just stand there, come in." With an effortless motion, she ushered him into the house, as though he were a regular visitor. "Hello, Auntie," Llewyn greeted, slipping into his slippers. His gaze wandered casually over the neatly arranged frames in the foyer, all filled with photographs of Gwen from childhood to the present. "You're much younger than I imagined. I thought it was Gwen's sister who answered the door." Helen chuckled softly. Gwen certainly wasn't mistaken. "You do have a way with words." "Mom." Gwen bounded from her room, her golden ponytail swaying with her movements. She winked at Llewyn. "I didn't misrepresent you." This guy's sweet talk could make the girls at Midtown High blush collectively. "That is genuine," Llewyn corrected with mock seriousness. "And I only express such sentiments to those I truly admire." "All right, children," Helen interrupted with a smile, glancing at the wall clock. "George should be home soon. I need to prepare dinner. Gwen, why don't you take Llewyn into your room to play?" Gwen's room resembled a miniature scientific laboratory. The pale blue walls were adorned with a periodic table and several NASA posters, while the shelves overflowed with dense tomes such as Introduction to Quantum Physics and Electromagnetic Field Theory. The air was suffused with the fragrance of roses, and at the bedside, 2 plush toys, a bespectacled octopus and a little bear clad in a lab coat, served as the few remnants of the owner's high school age. "I didn't realize you had an affinity for these subjects," Llewyn remarked, picking up a copy of Applications of Pulsed Electromagnetic Fields and casually flipping through its pages. The densely annotated edges of the paper revealed a profound dedication to her studies. Gwen crossed her arms. "What? You think girls should only like dolls and fashion magazines?" "Not at all," Llewyn laughed, evading her mock strike. "I simply didn't expect you to have delved this deeply into your research." He pointed to a passage concerning the weaponization of EMP technology. "This material might not even be covered in university. The high school curriculum is far too simplistic," Gwen sighed, slumping into her swivel chair, her fingers absent-mindedly twirling a lock of hair. "I want to apply for a university program, but Dad insists I should act like a normal high school student." She suddenly lifted her gaze, her gray-blue eyes sparkling with intensity. "Llewyn, can you understand that feeling? Of being treated like a child?" Lyon's fingertips lingered on a passage in the book. the theories within it effortlessly transforming in his mind into blueprints for an atomic energy weapon. This sensation was all too familiar. Of course, he understood. It's akin to being capable of constructing a rocket, yet being relegated to playing with building blocks, he murmured. Never mind that. She deftly shifted the conversation. Pressing the play button, let's watch a movie. This one has recently topped the critics' charts. As they gathered for dinner, Sheriff George's furrowed brow betrayed the reality of the robber's escape, yet he endeavored to maintain a light-hearted atmosphere. Tonight's dinner was splendid. Lion expressed sincerely as he prepared to depart. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt, for your hospitality. I'll drive you, George offered, taking up his car keys. That's unnecessary, Uncle. Lion replied, gesturing downstairs. I've called a taxi. You must be quite tired today. Gwen accompanied him to the door. See you at school tomorrow. Until tomorrow, he replied. Chapter 8. The newcomer Harry, having spent several weeks at Midtown High, Leon has discerned the intricacies of this academic ecosystem. Gwen Stacy reigns as the goddess of scholars. Peter Parker frequents the lab, and Harry Osborn embodies the quintessential wealthy scion, accompanied by Ned Leeds, Mary Jane, and others who form various social circles. Recently, Leon's remarkable transformation has become the talk of the campus, soaring from the middle ranks to the pinnacle, even surpassing the perennial top student, Gwen. Even more astonishing is this formerly reticent transfer student who has suddenly become quite the social butterfly, effortlessly mingling with every group. However, not everyone welcomes this change. Hey, bookworm. Lightning Thompson from the neighboring class once confronted Leon in the hallway, his imposing physique reminiscent of a wall. I hear you excel in exams? Care for a test of strength? Leon merely smiled and shrugged, replying, I'm not particularly adept at fighting. Later that day, Lightning encountered an unexpected turn of events in an alley. A mute individual silently appeared beside him, pressing a handgun to his forehead. From the following day onward, this campus bully would take a wide berth around Leon, as if a mouse had stumbled upon a cat. Seriously, how did you manage that? During lunchtime, Harry Osborn draped an arm over Leon's shoulder, inquiring about his meteoric rise to the top. Were you concealing your talents all this time? Sunlight streamed through the glass windows onto the dining table as Leon leisurely swallowed his sandwich. Read more, Harry. We Asians have an old saying, the path through the mountain of books is paved by diligence. Oh please, Harry exaggeratedly waved his hand. I know plenty of Asian classmates. And none of them suddenly leveled up like you. Leon feigned mystery, lowering his voice. Perhaps it's because I hail from a province renowned for its rigorous college entrance examinations? You know, where even elementary students are learning calculus. Harry's eyes widened, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Just as he was about to press for more details, Leon shifted the conversation. I heard you got a new car? Been taking girls out for joyrides lately? Ahem, purely academic exchanges. Harry straightened up immediately. The latest Porsche 911. Would you like to borrow it for a test drive? Exchange on the bed, Leon quipped, suddenly reminded of Harry's status. Recently, the user growth on the R-Star platform had hit a plateau, and this Osborn heir seemed the perfect promotional ambassador. Actually, Leon pulled out his phone and tapped on an app featuring the R-Star icon. I have an exhilarating recommendation, the Los Santos Car Club. Harry frowned. There's a luxury car club in New York that I'm not aware of? A niche circle. Leon replied with a mysterious wink. You need an invitation code to join. As the app loaded, a stunning video began to play automatically. On an underground racing circuit, a car resembling a shovel barreled through countless obstacles in its path, the video culminating in a dramatic close-up of the victorious vehicle atop a slope. Is this special effects? Harry's voice trembled slightly. Leon chuckled lightly. Click to purchase, and you too shall possess it. Harry's fingers trembled as he clicked on the link. And upon seeing the address of Noah's auto repair shop, he abruptly looked up. Wait, is that underground street racing video real? Are you the one? Sure. Leon gestured for silence. Especially don't let Gwen find out. Her father's identity, you understand. Harry took a deep breath and suddenly enveloped Leon in a bear hug. This is so cool. It's the most incredible secret I've ever encountered. Remember, Leon patted his back. This platform has the power to alter destinies. If you introduce it to trustworthy friends. He paused meaningfully. There's also additional commission. Observing the gleam of excitement in Harry's eyes, Leon inwardly chuckled, recognizing that the rebellious phase of American teenagers is indeed the most fruitful avenue for marketing breakthroughs. Chapter 9. The surge of underground forces in the dimly lit chamber. Murky smoke swirled through the air. The Italian Mafia Don, the leader of the dog gang, and the head of the Hand Association, along with a cadre of underworld tyrants, were gathered around a long table, each face shadowed by a palpable gloom. Where on earth did that madman Jean Bing procure such weaponry? The dog gang leader extinguished his cigar with a fierce twist, his knuckles whitening. Just last week, he wiped out 2 of my venues, employing nothing short of military-grade equipment. The Mafia Don exhaled a plume of smoke, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Your losses are but trifles. My baby formula market has been compressed by 40% due to his interference. At this rate, We shall all be left to gnaw on the wind. And that lunatic, the bullseye. A burly gang chief slammed his fist onto the table. He swindled me out of $2 million during an underground street race. His modified vehicle is downright unscientific. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the soft crackling of the burning cigar. At that moment, the door to the chamber was silently pushed open. The head of the Hand Association, Murakami, sauntered in, idly toying with a mobile phone, seemingly oblivious to the tension thickening in the air. Murakami, the dog gang leader, shot to his feet, slamming his palm upon the table. What on earth is so urgent that you can still play with your phone at a time like this? Without lifting his gaze, Murakami retorted, when did the street vendors become so bold as to shout in such esteemed company? You dare to. The dog gang leader reached for his gun. But in a flash of silver, a bloodied line appeared across his face. A shokin had embedded itself deeply into the wall behind him, vibrating ominously. The Mafia Don slowly exhaled another cloud of smoke, his eyes fixed on the stunned dog gang leader. Any news? Murakami smirked coldly. The price for information is 200,000. Each of you shall pay that amount. His icy gaze lingered on the dog gang leader, adding, as for you, it will cost 400,000. Minutes later, when the attendees beheld the glimmering R-Star logo on the app displayed on the phone screen, an eerie silence fell over the chamber. This cannot be. A gang leader stammered, his voice quaking. Does it even include Apache helicopters? And submarines? Could it be a phishing scam? Someone questioned, yet the tremor in their fingers betrayed their shock. Murakami clapped his hands, and two ninjas dragged in a bloodied, battered figure. As they drew closer, gasps of horror echoed through the room. There stood AUX, Jean Bing's right-hand man, known as the Iron Wall. I expended considerable effort to obtain this information, Murakami remarked, giving a kick to the barely conscious AUX. Whether it is true or false, we shall soon find out. All eyes turned toward the dog gang leader. Why me? He exclaimed, his face draining of color. Because you are the weakest, the Mafia Don replied coldly. You may either place your order or face immediate demise. Meanwhile, atop Fisk Tower, Jean Bing stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down upon the myriad lights of New York. His thick fingers creaked against the solid wood railing. Have you located AUX? His voice was like a dull knife scraping against bone. Bullseye toyed with a throwing knife, grinning widely. That was the work of the Hand Association S. Furman. What complicates matters further is the glimmer of danger that flashed in his eyes. They held a social gathering today, seemingly to forge an alliance. Jean slowly turned, his silhouette in the shadows resembling an impending volcanic eruption. Were they aware of our star? That fellow ox won't last much longer. Target, I licked the blade of his throwing knife. I surmise they have already placed their orders. Excellent. Jean suddenly laughed, a grin that sent chills down Target Eye's spine. Let them proceed with the purchase. Once the transaction is complete, he made a gesture across his throat. Target Eye trembled with excitement. Smuggling and murder, my favorite pastimes. The streets of New York remained illuminated in the night. Yet no one was aware that a tempest of bloodshed was brewing in the shadows of the city. Chapter 10. Armed Kingdom and the King of Sheet Metal. With a sense of exhilaration and trepidation, Leon lay sprawled on his bed, observing the incessantly fluctuating order numbers on the R-Star platform. Recently, business had surged to extraordinary heights. The order amounts skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, with the little mute worker busily scurrying about like an unceasing automaton. To avert the risk of another self succumbing to overwork, Leon decided to adjust the business hours, opening his shop at night and allowing customers to pick up their orders independently. In the stillness of the night, however, a current of tension flowed outside the repair shop. Is this all you're purchasing? Sneered a burly man with a face like a slab of meat. Is your gang so impoverished that you can barely make ends meet? Huh. EX, need I remind you of the taste of the whip from our last encounter? Your wails were quite the melody. Perfect for my ring own, came the retort. Fuck you. AUX's eyes reddened, his hand hovering over his holstered pistol. Yet, upon catching sight of the flickering R-Star sign above the shop, his movements abruptly froze. Remember, he growled, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Today, I'll spare your life, but only because of R-Star's reputation. Meanwhile, within the confines of his bedroom, Leon was blissfully unaware that a gunfight almost erupted at his shop's doorstep. The recent windfall of profits had finally allowed him to amass sufficient capital. It was time to expand his commercial empire. Ding. Asset acquisition successful. Armed Kingdom, weapon store, King of Sheet Metal, high-end modifications. The system's notification chimed, ushering in an invisible force that subtly altered the entire perception of America. On the streets of New York, two brand-new establishments appeared as if conjured from thin air. Yet they seemed to have always existed. Passers-by conversed casually about the venerable arms dealer, Armed Kingdom, and the elite modification shop, King of Sheet Metal, with no one finding it peculiar. The R-Star platform cleverly announced, new store launch, Armed Kingdom, King of Sheet Metal officially online. Service update. Noah's repair shop has paused taking orders. Finally liberated. Leon exhaled deeply. His mind racing at the thought of the mountain of orders for the skeletal horses that had piled up. The system only offered discounts on the initial order, and subsequent full-price purchases were simply a financial drain. Now that he had professional modification shops, he could finally adopt a more hands-off approach. Unbeknownst to Leon, at the very moment the system's power rewrote reality, within the hidden enclave of Kamar Taj in the Himalayas, the Ancient One's teacup suddenly stilled in her hand. Master? Wang inquired anxiously, what has happened? Interesting, the Ancient One remarked with a slight smile, her eyes shimmering with the light of time and space. A playful child is toying with fire. With a gentle wave of her hand, a newspaper emblazoned with Tony Stark's headline floated through the air, seemingly of its own accord. Destined for a young girl on a bustling street. Let me see how you handle this surprise, Mr. Leon Noah. The following morning, as Leon savored his breakfast, Sheriff George arrived at his doorstep with Gwen in tow. Not bad, kid, George remarked, taking in the newly renovated shop with raised eyebrows. I never expected you to manage old Noah's store so successfully. Gwen, like an inquisitive feline, explored every nook and cranny of the space. As she pushed open the door to Leon's bedroom, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. The disorder she had envisioned was absent, replaced instead by an arrangement that was stark to the point of seeming emotionally frigid. How peculiar, Gwen murmured softly. Could it be that he was not quite right? George had just received an urgent call and departed, leaving Norman Osborn's luxury vehicle parked outside the shop. Chapter 11. A first encounter with Norman Osborn. You must be the voice of Leon Noah. Norman Osborn, whose tone is both gentle and powerful as he extends his hand, revealing exquisitely crafted platinum cufflinks. Harry has frequently mentioned you, and indeed, you are an impressive young man. Leon grasped the offered hand, feeling the perfect firmness of the other's palm. The business magnate before him was impeccably attired, his gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses wise and serene, showing no indication of the green menace he would eventually become. Mr. Osborn, it is an honor to finally meet you, Leon said with a slight bow. Surprised by the personal visit, Gwen flitted over like a delicate butterfly, greeting, hello, Mr. Osborn. I am Gwen Stacy. She performed a graceful curtsy, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Miss Stacy, Norman replied with a nod and a smile. Harry tells me you are the brightest star at Midtown High. It seems he was not exaggerating. Leon glanced at the empty back seat, inquiring, is Harry not accompanying you? That boy insisted on driving his Porsche here. Norman replied with a weary shake of his head. The subtle gleam of his watch reflected the sun's rays as he added. He claimed he wanted to support a classmate's business, though that car is having some engine trouble. Before he could finish, the distant sound of an engine gasping for breath approached. A silver Porsche 911 staggered into view, resembling an asthmatic individual, as Harry poked his head out of the window, shouting, Leon, help! This wretched car has broken down again. As the three of them struggled to push the vehicle into the workshop, Norman took stock of the newly refurbished garage. The polished floor mirrored the professional-grade lift, and the tools on the wall were meticulously organized by color, featuring German-imported equipment. Even the air filtration system was state-of-the-art. It seemed that Harry's old car had a chance at salvation. Norman lightly tapped the workbench, producing a dull echo against the solid steel surface. Such a setup could easily be mistaken for an F1 team's technical garage. Just as Leon was about to express his modesty, Norman presented him with an embossed business card. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. The card bore a personal hotline, and this warmth instilled in Leon a sense of goodwill. After bidding farewell to Norman, Harry dramatically collapsed onto the leather sofa in the customer lounge, exclaiming, my dad actually praised you. The last time he complimented someone was when he met the CEO of Stark Industries. So, this is your minor issue? Leon remarked as he lifted the engine hood, the strong scent of motor oil hitting him. The piston rings were worn, the turbo lagged, and the transmission slipped. Leon counted 7 faults on his fingers. Harry, do you usually drive this car like a tank? Curious, Gwen leaned closer, but Leon instinctively handed her a pair of gloves, a protective gesture that brought her a flicker of joy. Can it be repaired? Harry asked anxiously. Leon had already picked up a tablet to begin modeling. First, we'll reflash the ECU to enhance torque response, install twin-scroll turbos, and the entire drivetrain will need reinforcement. His swiftly drawn 3D modification schematics left both wealthy youngsters wide-eyed. Wait, Harry suddenly pointed to the design. Are you planning to replace the engine outright? Intelligent deduction, Leon replied. Lion snapped his fingers, revealing that this engine not only enhances air intake efficiency by 15 but also. Gwen rested her chin on her hand, her gaze drifting between the blueprints and Lion. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting a play of light and shadow across his focused profile. In that fleeting moment, she suddenly realized that this boy, with his rolled-up sleeves and fingers smeared with oil, shone brighter than any of the boys in her school adorned in designer labels. Don't you think? Gwen spoke softly. Lion looks like a conductor leading a symphony when he works on the car. Harry was about to tease her when he caught sight of the spark of light in Gwen's eyes. He wisely held his tongue and turned his attention to the photos of modified vehicles affixed to the wall, some of which showcased armored vehicles that made his pupils constrict. As Lion crawled beneath the car to adjust the suspension, Gwen discreetly captured a photograph of him diligently at work. She recalled George mentioning that on the first Christmas after old Noah's passing, someone had seen the boy collapsed on the street inebriated. All set. Lion emerged from beneath the car, his oil-smeared smile radiating brightness. This vehicle could easily outrun a police helicopter, of course, depending on the driver's skill. Harry eagerly ignited the engine, the roar akin to that of a beast awakening. Yet, Gwen noticed Lion subtly rubbing his waist. How many untold stories did this perpetually smiling boy carry alone? Chapter 12. The vehicle of Jean Bing as dusk descended. The neon sign of the repair shop blurred into a hazy crimson glow amidst the rain. Leon gazed at the taillights of Gwen and Harry's departing vehicle. Releasing a deep sigh, the hesitant look in Gwen's eyes as she left sent a shiver down his spine. What was that tender gaze all about? Damn it. He rubbed his temples and took out his phone to check his balance. Harry's repair fee amounted to a staggering 5 figures, rendering the prior promise of complimentary service particularly ludicrous. The corrosive nature of money, indeed. Leon chuckled to himself, his fingertips gliding over the delightful digits on the screen. Ding. A special notification chimed, and a secure message from Jean Bing emerged. Mr. Noah, may I inquire about the progress of my Night Shark and anti-air trailer? Leon squinted. In the underground garage, that extensively modified anti-air trailer was already prepared, but the custom-designed Night Shark armored vehicle awaited its final adjustments. He quickly replied. Delivery is scheduled for midnight tomorrow. I suggest you send a reliable person to collect it. The moment the message was marked as read, a new reply instantly appeared. I will be present in person. Recently, adversaries have been plotting against my family. May I ask if they have procured weapons from you as well? Leon raised an eyebrow. This underground emperor of New York had surprisingly lowered his stance. His words tinged with a hint of supplication. He pondered before responding. You are my last client. The anti-air trailer is currently the most formidable vehicle sold. As for the newly established armed nation, I am unaware. Thank you immensely. Jean Bing's reply came swiftly, as if in a race to respond. I have prepared a small gift for tomorrow, which I hope you will graciously accept. Coming in person? Leon scoffed lightly, retrieving the remote for the basement from the drawer. While the IRS's tiger-striped model was undoubtedly efficient, one must remain vigilant when facing an opponent of Jean Bing's caliber. The sensors in the underground studio flickered to life. Revealing a massive pitch-black behemoth, the matte armor of the Night Shark gleamed under the cold light, its bulletproof glass thick enough to withstand armor-piercing rounds. In the corner, the anti-air trailer lay dormant like a slumbering giant. Hey, little mute, lend me a hand. Amidst the cacophony of electric drills and metal collisions throughout the night, Leon's shirt gradually became drenched in sweat. When the first ray of morning sunlight filtered through the ventilation, he finally slumped into the driver's seat of the completed Night Shark, his fingertips caressing the steering wheel of a vehicle capable of withstanding the force of a rocket. In the classroom of Midtown High School, Leon's head felt as heavy as if filled with lead. Gwen's worried gaze and Harry's exaggerated expressions alternated before him. After their invitation to the social gathering was declined, Gwen's insistence on staying only thickened the air with ambiguous whispers throughout the classroom. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? On their way home from school, Gwen reached out for the third time to check his forehead, her warm fingertips causing Leon's ears to flush. It's just an all-night repair. He attempted to evade her concern but accidentally collided with her anxious gray-blue eyes. In that moment, Leon suddenly realized that he had been utterly captivated by this girl. After bidding farewell to Gwen, Leon stood before the mirror in the dressing room. Lost in thought, the youth reflected back at him bore dark circles beneath his eyes, yet his striking features remained undeniable. She wouldn't see the moment that thought surfaced. He swiftly extinguished it. He must not indulge in such romantic delusions. The hydraulic door of the underground garage slowly ascended. The mute had already maneuvered 2 war machines into the handover zone, their dark gun barrels glinting with a cold light under the setting sun. At the precise moment night fully enveloped the surroundings, the streetlights outside the repair shop abruptly extinguished. Heavy footsteps echoed, growing nearer, each thud resonating like a drumbeat against his chest. Through the surveillance screen, Leon beheld the colossal shadow resembling a moving fortress. Jean Bin approached, leaning on a golden-handled cane, flanked by armed bodyguards clad in black suits. Intriguing. Leon pressed the button to raise the shutter door, ushering Jean Bin inside, a dangerous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Let me witness just how fearsome a supervillain from the Marvel Universe truly is. Chapter 13. The Understanding Jean Bing. As the clock struck midnight, the imposing figure of Jean Bing appeared promptly at the door of Noah's repair shop. He adjusted the cuffs of his bespoke suit and accepted a crocodile leather briefcase from his subordinate, striding into the interior of the workshop. Mr. Noah, Jean Bing's voice resonated, deep and powerful as he stepped forward and cautiously shook hands with Leon. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Leon scrutinized the legendary underground emperor before him. At nearly 2 meters tall, Jean Bing cast a formidable shadow under the lights. His robust neck was nearly as wide as his head, yet his demeanor was surprisingly composed. "Please, have a seat." Leon gestured toward the sofa chair beside the workbench and turned to the mute assistant, instructing, "Brew a pot of Longjing tea for our esteemed guest." Jean Bing's gaze lingered on the silent man for a moment. The quiet individual moved with the precision of a machine, pouring tea with an impeccable arc of water flow. "Thank you for your unwavering support," Jean Bing said, taking a sip of tea before retrieving a gilded business card from his suit pocket. "This is my personal contact information. Should you ever need." "Mr. Jean Bing," Leon interjected, lightly tapping his fingers against the teacup, "I am merely a businessman." Jean Bing nodded knowingly, his gaze shifting to the depths of the garage where the dark silhouette of the Night Shark armored vehicle loomed in the shadows, its streamlined body resembling a predator poised to spring. The anti-aircraft trailer glimmered coldly under the lights. "You have reviewed the demonstration video," Leon remarked, tossing the keys to Jean Bing. "The Night Shark's ballistic test results exceeded by 30%. However, I've only equipped the anti-aircraft trailer with 500 explosive rounds. Substituting the remainder with armor-piercing bullets," he shrugged. "After all, I cannot afford that expense." Suddenly, Jean Bing bent down to lift the briefcase at his feet, the metallic clasp snapping open with a sharp sound that echoed in the still garage. Inside lay 20 gold bars, neatly arranged and gleaming enticingly in the light. "A token of my appreciation," Jean Bing smiled. "In Eastern terms, this is called a mooncake with lentil filling." Leon's pupils widened slightly. He feigned calmness as he closed the case, attempting to lift it, only to find it exceedingly heavy. The mute assistant appeared at just the right moment, effortlessly hoisting the briefcase with one hand, causing Jean Bing's eyes to twitch in surprise. "Reciprocity is essential," Leon suddenly declared. "I shall gift you 2 skeleton horses." Jean Bing's eyebrows arched. "That shop's orders are booked for 3 months out." "I am a VIP client," Leon replied with a mysterious smile. Pulling out his phone and tapping a couple of times, "They will be delivered to Fisk Tower by noon tomorrow." As their conversation progressed, Leon's tone turned serious. "There is something that must be made clear." His voice rarely took on such gravity. "The weapons from R-Star must never be used against public officials or civilians. That is a non-negotiable principle." Jean Bing set down his teacup, the porcelain clinking crisply against the metal workbench. "I swear by the Fisk family name," he intoned gravely, "these weapons will only be employed against peers." As Jean Bing's elongated Lincoln departed, Leon rushed eagerly into the inner room. The little mute had already opened the suitcase, revealing gold bars arranged in neat formations upon the table. How much could this possibly be worth? Lion picked up a gold bar and bit into it, immediately breaking into a broad smile. Gazing out at the moonlit night, he suddenly chuckled. It seems that the mooncake business is destined to flourish even further. Chapter 14. The fragrance of the library. The afternoon sun streamed through the stained glass of the library, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the oak table. As Leon traversed the corridor, clutching a stack of books, he spotted Peter Parker being pinned to the ground by Lightning Thompson, his glasses askew. "Hey, Lightning," Leon sauntered over, his fingers lightly tapping against the wall. "Does bullying the bookworm really solidify your position as team captain?" Lightning leaped back as if struck by lightning himself, nearly losing control of his bladder. Since crossing paths with Leon, he had not dared to lay a finger on the once timid Asian boy. "Noah." His voice suddenly dropped an octave. "It's just a joke among boys, right? Is it?" Leon bent down to retrieve Peter's glasses, the lenses glinting coolly in the sunlight. "Shall we share a jest after school, then?" Lightning's complexion turned as pale as a ghost. He stumbled back 2 steps, almost colliding with a girl behind him. I just remembered I'm late for practice," he exclaimed, fleeing without even grabbing his football jacket. "You must learn to stand up for yourself, Peter," Leon remarked, returning the glasses, the frame marked by scratches. This was the 3rd time this month Peter had been bullied. Peter's face flushed crimson. "I've tried, but every time I raise my fist, it just..." His voice dwindled to a mere whisper, barely audible. Leon shook his head, observing that this boy, who could one day halt a train with his bare hands, now struggled to articulate a complete thought. "Come on, Peter. Gwen and the others are waiting for us." Upon entering the study area, they found Gwen tapping the end of her pencil against her chin, a habitual gesture she adopted while deep in thought. Sunlight filtered through her golden hair, casting fragmented glimmers upon the pages of electromagnetic pulse engineering. "Look who I've brought," Leon said, seating Peter across from Mary Jane. "Peter," Mary exclaimed, her fingertips brushing against the bruise on his cheek. "Was it lightning again?" Peter's stammered explanation was interrupted by Gwen's admonition. "My dad says these types of school bullying cases are the hardest to deal with." Her cerulean eyes blazed with anger. "Just because those pompous legislators think roughhousing among boys isn't violence." Leon scoffed. He was well aware of what those legislators were preoccupied with. The military concocting super soldier serums, SHIELD, crafting airborne aircraft carriers, while the Department of Education couldn't even manage school violence effectively. As Mary Jane bit down on her pencil and glanced at Gwen, She noticed that Leon and Gwen were engrossed in the realm of electromagnetic pulses. Two books were sprawled side by side on the table. Their covers of high-power electromagnetic pulse technology and electromagnetic pulse engineering nearly identical. Leon, Mary suddenly interjected, let's switch seats. Why? Leon asked, bewildered. Why not ask Gwen? Mary rolled her eyes, directly shutting his book. Because I want to ask Peter something. Now. Immediately. Leon blinked in realization and shifted to sit beside her. Amidst Gwen's puzzled gaze, a subtle scent of roses suddenly sharpened, as if a bouquet of freshly picked roses had been placed at his nose. His breath involuntarily deepened. The aroma stirred within him a subtle infatuation, accompanied by an indescribable sweetness. Upon realizing his actions, Leon froze, while Gwen shielded half her face with a textbook. Her ears flushed a vivid crimson, akin to ripe strawberries. Visions of angels and demons materialized. The angel adjusted its red scarf, proclaiming, consider the core values of socialism. You are destined to be the successor in building a modern, powerful nation. The demon, reclining with a crossed leg, retorted, oh, come on. Can the journey of a traveler be deemed perverse? This is appreciation. How many artists thrived during the Renaissance? The angel delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, silence, you. Leon forced himself to redirect his focus to the pages before him, yet the equations transformed into dancing rose petals. As Gwen quietly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, he nearly flipped electromagnetic pulse engineering upside down. Unbeknownst to anyone, on the librarian's surveillance screen, Peter and Mary were engrossed in a game of Gamoku on their notebook, while Gwen's book had remained unopened for 20 minutes. The sunlight gradually shifted, casting a gilded hue upon the youthful contours of his flushed ears. Chapter 15, The Atomic Energy Gun. In an effort to remedy his recent indiscretion, Leon resolved to assist Gwen in her quest for knowledge. He swiftly perused her study materials and notes, quickly discerning the nature of her difficulties. Gwen, I see you are troubled by the issues of detecting and monitoring electromagnetic pulses, Leon remarked as he flipped through the pages of a book. Perhaps page 37 may provide you some answers. He handed the book to Gwen while simultaneously taking her notebook and elegantly sketching the operational diagram of the atomic energy gun on a fresh page, meticulously labeling each energy pathway. Once you fully comprehend this, Leon said with a slight smirk, your thesis will be all but assured. Really? Gwen replied, half in disbelief. But upon a mere glance at the notebook, she was astonished to find that not only was it an authentic design blueprint, but it also represented a mature solution ready for immediate application. Leon, don't idolize me too much, Leon feigned nonchalance, tossing aside the loose strands of hair from his forehead, his eyes glinting with mischief. It's merely the daily routine of a genius. Gwen immediately recognized the value of the diagram and hurriedly pulled Leon away from the library. On the campus pathway, the two walked side by side, yet both maintained a tacit silence. Eventually, Gwen gently broke the tranquility. Leon, do you realize what this design signifies? To so easily hand it over to me. It must be worth at least 40,000. Leon mumbled indistinctly. What? Gwen did not catch his murmur. Leon quickly corrected himself. As long as it makes you happy. He silently rejoiced at not revealing the true reason. Had Gwen discovered it was an attempt to atone for his prior faux pas, he would likely have faced a severe reprimand. Gwen sighed helplessly. You are so intelligent. How can you be so dense in certain respects? Hey, who's dense? Leon was about to retort when he suddenly fell into contemplation. Gwen covertly observed the pensive Leon, recalling his earlier casual remark about making her happy, and connecting it to their previous interactions in the library. A possibility began to dawn upon her. She inwardly questioned, does Leon have feelings for me? This precious design seemed to provide an answer. But what about my feelings for Leon? Is that rapid heartbeat indicative of affection, or merely admiration? Having never contemplated matters of the heart, Gwen found herself in a whirlwind of emotions. Gwen, are you all right? Leon inquired with concern. I don't know, Gwen blurted out, lost in daydreams of a confession scene. Leon looked at the suddenly flushed Gwen with confusion and, almost instinctively, reached out to gently pinch her cheek. Your face is so red. Are you feverish? You are the one who is feverish. Gwen hastily retreated, secretly relieved that Leon had not actually confessed. She was not prepared to confront the potential changes that might ensue. The prospect of rejecting a friendship that might be hurt or accepting the unknown it could bring left her in turmoil. Forcing herself to regain composure, Gwen shifted the topic. Since you possess such a complete design, have you ever created a prototype? A prototype? Leon decided to go all in and exchanged for a gray and white device from the system, its blue energy core shimmering under the sunlight. Here it is, the finished product. This atomic energy gun capable of emitting shockwaves is perfectly suited for demonstration to Gwen. As she took hold of the weapon, its exquisite design rendered her speechless. The sleek contours of the gun, coupled with its luminous apparatus, emanated an aura of futuristic technology, while the core of energy at its center pulsated as if imbued with life. How does one operate this? She finally regained her voice. Leon took the gun back, aimed it at the lake, and pulled the trigger. A brilliant beam sliced through the air, erupting into a colossal splash upon striking the water's surface. Just like that, he turned to Gwen, who was left wide-eyed in astonishment, and winked. Chapter 16. The science exhibition water splashed up to a height of 1 meter, refracting brilliant rays of light under the sun. Gwen's eyes widened, her lips parted slightly, as if she were frozen in place. This is the finished product. What do you think? Before Lion could finish his sentence, Gwen suddenly seized his wrist, pulling him into a frantic sprint deeper into the campus. Panting heavily, they finally paused in a secluded grove. Gwen bent over, hands on her knees, gasping for breath, her golden hair clinging to her flushed cheeks. Lion was no better off, leaning against a tree, struggling for air. Why are we running? He managed to ask in between breaths. Gwen lifted her head, glaring at him with an incredulous expression. Not run? Do you have any idea of the value of this invention? Taking a deep breath, she lowered her voice. I'm helping you protect this creation. Do you think I'm doing this for anyone else? Images of Iron Man casually firing his repulsor beams flashed through Lion's mind, and he shrugged dismissively. How valuable can it be? If you like it, I'll just give it to you. Gwen looked at his nonchalant demeanor, a warmth swelling within her. But his attitude also irked her. Listen, she said, hands on her hips. This is your invention. I, Gwen Stacy, will not take advantage of it. The setting sun cast a warm glow through the leaves, illuminating Gwen's reddened face. Unconsciously, Lion reached out to tousle her hair, his voice softening. Silly. If it weren't for that book on electromagnetic pulses in your room inspiring me, this invention wouldn't even exist. So, it rightfully shares some of your credit. Gwen swatted his hand away, but couldn't help the smile that crept onto her lips. All right, I'll concede that you have a point. It would indeed be rather suspicious if the entirety of such an astonishing invention were attributed solely to you. That is more like it, Lion said, taking the opportunity to ruffle her hair again, the softness of her strands providing an unusual sense of satisfaction. Gwen rolled her eyes and quickly pulled out her phone. Scrolling through the screen. The Harlem Tech Expo will be held next week. Major companies like Stark and Hammer will be exhibiting. Perhaps we could enlist Harry's help. Lion, deep in thought, extracted a gold-embossed business card from behind his phone case. Why not contact Mr. Norman directly? That works, Gwen nodded, realizing they would ultimately need his approval. The phone rang, and it was almost immediately answered. Lion, this is Norman Osborn. Are you encountering any difficulties? Lion winked at Gwen and succinctly conveyed their purpose. The sound of keyboard tapping resonated from the other end. The new StarTech Expo, right? How does Booth B6 sound? Perfect, Lion exclaimed, high-fiving Gwen in excitement. Thank you so much, Mr. Osborn. Opportunities always favor the prepared. Norman's voice responded with admiration. I look forward to your impressive presentation. As the call ended, Gwen leaped up in excitement. B6. Right next to the main exhibition area. Her eyes sparkled like stars, filled with boundless enthusiasm. Lion gazed at her exuberant demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. Now we stand on equal footing with those technological giants. Do not become too self-satisfied. Gwen retorted with a light huff, yet her smile betrayed her amusement. Come, let us head to the laboratory. You must elucidate every detail of this firearm. I certainly do not wish to embarrass myself at the exhibition. Lion performed an exaggerated bow. At your command, Dr. Stacy. However, he suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice. Before that, shall we perhaps explore some of its other functionalities? Gwen took a cautious step back. What scheme are you concocting now? For instance, Lion replied with a mysterious smile. Let us see how far it can propel a car. Chapter 17. Is this a toy? As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, Leon barely had time for breakfast before Gwen yanked him into a police car parked outside the repair shop. The reason it was a police vehicle was due to Gwen's relentless persuasion. To ensure the safety of the exhibition, she had enlisted her father, Sheriff George Stacy, to oversee security. Good morning, Uncle George, Leon greeted, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Through the rearview mirror, Sheriff Stacy observed his daughter clutching Leon's hand tightly. A subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth forming as he remarked, I hear you two have created an impressive invention. It's at Booth B6. Leon responded with a smile. You're welcome to come and take a look if you have the time. The exhibition hall was bustling with activity. Representatives from various tech conglomerates weaving through the crowd, while reporters brandished cameras, seeking out novel inventions worthy of coverage. After escorting the two to the entrance of the exhibition hall, Sheriff Stacy set off to fulfill his security duties, leaving Leon and Gwen to navigate to their designated booth with the guidance of the staff. Mr. Noah, may I inquire about the name of your exhibit? The staff member asked. Atomic energy gun, capable of emitting high-energy pulses, Leon replied, carefully retrieving the avant-garde weapon from his briefcase and placing it into the display case. The staff member hesitated for a moment, eyeing the seemingly toy-like device, before entering it into the display screen. An atomic energy gun? When did you manage to create such a remarkable piece? Harry Osborn, clad in an impeccably tailored black suit, approached from the A-zone, a playful smile adorning his face. Gwen tilted her head, scrutinizing him. Aren't you the one who despises technology exhibitions? That was the case, Harry replied with a resigned shrug. But what can I do? I have two genius classmates. My father certainly gave me a thorough lecture. Apologies for dragging you into this, Leon chuckled, giving Harry's shoulder a friendly pat. I'll buy you a coffee later to make amends. That sounds more like it, Harry said, pulling Leon into a friendly embrace as the three shared a laugh. Noticing the reporters drawing nearer, a glint of mischief flashed in Harry's eyes. Does this device resemble a signal transmitter? Can it interfere with specific equipment? Leon raised an eyebrow knowingly. Electromagnetic pulse technology. You've heard of it, I presume? Curious gazes turned towards them immediately. Soon, the B6 booth was encircled by an inquisitive crowd. This device we have developed not only has the capacity to incapacitate electronic devices, Leon raised his voice, but its high-energy pulses are potent enough to knock down an adult. The media frantically clicked their shutters, while representatives from tech companies wore skeptical expressions. Just then, a haughty voice emerged from the crowd. Anyone can boast. You think you can deceive investors with a toy gun? Justin Hammer pushed through the throng, disdain plastered across his face. Leon cast a cold glance in his direction. Mr. Hammer, this is a finished product, though demonstrating it here is impractical. Huh? Hammer laughed exaggeratedly. I'll take on all the losses if you dare to demonstrate. Gwen anxiously tugged at Leon's sleeve, while Harry scanned the surroundings, ready to whisk them away at a moment's notice. As you wish, Leon said calmly. Retrieving the atomic energy gun. I bet it will only spew bubbles. Hammer continued to mock. Bang. A brilliant blue beam of energy surged forth, utterly obliterating the Hammer Group's display case amidst the blinding lightning. The entire exhibition hall fell into an instant hush, with all eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness! After a brief silence, the sound of camera shutters erupted like a torrential downpour. Lion raised Gwen's hand high, declaring amidst the flashes, this is our collective achievement. Mr. Hammer, you have been defeated. Chapter 18. Tony Stark. Well done, children. A voice, dripping with its signature irreverence, abruptly interjected, causing all media reporters to pivot their cameras in unison. This voice was all too familiar to them. Stark. Justin Hammer's face flushed crimson as he once again found himself humiliated before this arch-rival. It was the first time Leon had encountered this legendary figure in reality. Tony Stark sauntered in with an unhurried gait, his eyes glimmering with keen interest behind his sunglasses. Good day, Mr. Stark, Leon greeted with a courteous smile. Hello to the genius boy and his little girlfriend, Tony replied, winking mischievously. Upon noticing Gwen's cheeks flush a deep shade of red, he adopted a slightly more serious demeanor. Gwen, suddenly aware that she still held Leon's hand, jerked it away as if electrocuted, eliciting a chorus of good-natured laughter from the surrounding reporters. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, Tony amplified his voice, effortlessly commanding the room. I initially thought this exhibition would be yet another tedious display from imitators. He cast a pointed glance at Hammer before continuing, but I must admit, I have stumbled upon a delightful surprise. He turned to Leon, extending his hand. May I take a look at your little toy? Without hesitation, Leon handed over the atomic energy gun, trusting Tony implicitly due to his previous mockery of Hammer. Just place it on the table, Tony suddenly interjected. I prefer not to. Make direct contact. Of course. Thank you. Tony elegantly lifted the weapon, raising it high under the spotlight. Honestly, I adore this thing. The sound of clicking shutters erupted, as reporters clamored to pose their questions. Mr. Stark, will you collaborate with these two for mass production? Do you perceive them as a threat to your standing? Does this indicate that Stark Industries will venture into new domains? Okay. Tony gestured for a pause. First and foremost, I never worry about being surpassed, for I am Tony Stark. He paused, a glint of mischief in his eyes. As for the decision to collaborate, his gaze flitted between Leon and Gwen before finally settling on Gwen. Perhaps we should first inquire about this young lady's opinion? Gwen instinctively glanced at Leon, who subtly shook his head, his lips forming silent words. The astute girl promptly understood. I am still a minor. This matter must be discussed with my father. Tony appeared momentarily taken aback by her response. So, who is your father? Dad. Over here. Gwen suddenly waved toward the back of the crowd. Sheriff George had just completed his perimeter patrol, and upon entering the venue, he spotted his daughter standing beside the notoriously flamboyant playboy. He rushed forward, taking 3 steps in 2, his protective instincts flaring. What is happening? He demanded, positioning himself defensively in front of Gwen, eyeing Tony with caution. Tony, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, remarked, Hey, officer, the one you should be wary of is that kid. He pointed at Leon. After a brief explanation, Sheriff George regarded the 2 young inventors with incredulity. You truly invented this? Mr. Stark, the sheriff finally remarked, may I have a business card? Today may not be the most opportune moment for a collaboration. Tony gestured for his assistant to step forward, and Happy Hogan promptly presented a business card, saying, Here are the boss's contact details. He kindly looked at Leon. Child, should I prepare one for your parents as well? Leon's lips twitched. How could he explain that he was an orphan? Just give it to him, Tony interjected suddenly. his smart glasses flashing a stream of data. This child can make decisions. Stark made a gesture as if to indicate a phone call. Feel free to reach out at any time. As he turned to leave, Tony spoke into the air. Jarvis. Order 5 cheeseburgers. Hey, I want 3. Happy sprinted after him, leaving the venue in a state of astonishment. Chapter 19, The Arrival of the Punisher. The New York Times dedicated 2 full pages to report on the inventions of Lion and Gwen, showcasing the blue energy beam of the atomic energy gun in a manner that brilliantly complemented the 2 young inventors. Upon returning from Stark Tower, Sheriff George could barely contain the smile gracing his lips. He called Lion into his study and placed a contract on the table. The collaboration was finalized, with both you and Gwen entitled to 50 of the profits. Lighting a cigarette, George's gaze sharpened amidst the swirling smoke, cautioning Lion that it would be unsafe to keep the money now, and he would provide it when Lion reached university. However, he added, should any urgent matters arise, he could be informed. Lion nodded obediently, yet his mind was preoccupied with the astronomical figures in his R-Star account, not to mention the box of lentil-filled mooncakes in the basement. Each thought of it brought an involuntary smile to his face. Suddenly, loud banging reverberated through the silence of the night, akin to gunfire. Lion glanced at the surveillance screen and gestured tactically to the mute companion. The silent killing machine immediately raised an armor-piercing handgun, its barrel glinting coldly in the moonlight. We're closed, friend, Lion shouted into the intercom, his pupils dilating at the sight of the skull emblem emblazoned on the intruder's clothing. The Punisher stood at the repair shop's entrance like a statue, his shadowy outline seemingly merging with the night. The crisp pop of a soda bottle cap broke the silence. Lion took a sip of the chilled soda, sizing up the legendary mercenary before him. Acquiring the R-Star verification code was no trivial matter. Pain is the finest interrogation tool. The Punisher's voice rasped like sandpaper. So? Lion retorted, I have already closed for business. As the toy that Gold had driven away vanished from view, the Punisher leaned forward, his scarred visage exuding an oppressive aura. I bought it from you. Lion shook the soda bottle, the ice clinking. We have a strict no-return policy here. Stealing it won't help you sell it. I wish to purchase weapons. The Punisher squeezed out through clenched teeth. A new armed nation has recently opened around the corner. It shines brighter than the World Trade Center now. The Punisher replied with a cold smirk. Gold and his rivals are keeping a watchful eye, 24 hours a day. Lion suddenly sprang from the sofa, spilling soda everywhere. Damn it. Does that mean they are monitoring me here as well? He paced anxiously, his slippers scraping noisily against the floor. The Punisher, however, displayed a rare expression of confusion. Strangely enough, it appears quite clean here. The sound of metal clashing echoed from the shadows. The mute companion emerged silently, the still smoky armor-piercing handgun in hand, startling the Punisher into instinctively reaching for his waist. Relax. He asked my partner. Lion suddenly realized. Wait, so you cleared out the Watchers? The mute grinned, making a slashing motion across his throat. A gleam flashed in the Punisher's eyes. It seems the rumors hold truth. Noah's repair shop is indeed a tough nut to crack. He regarded Lion meaningfully. Are we able to view the merchandise now? The sensor lights in the basement flickered on, illuminating a space that had been expanded to resemble a military base. The parking area to the left lay eerily vacant, while the weapon racks to the right were suffocatingly impressive. From anti-material rifles to individual missiles, each armament was displayed upon the walls like a piece of art. Feel free to choose, Leon remarked, snapping his fingers, prompting an electronic screen to instantly reveal the specifications of the weapons. The small mute enthusiastically dashed toward his designated section, while the Punisher's breath grew noticeably heavier. Upon glancing at the price of the Widowmaker, even this battle-hardened warrior's fingers trembled slightly. Leon, nonchalantly holding an M134 machine gun, offered a casual bid, $500,000, with 2 months of energy replenishment included. The Punisher silently caressed the price tag before abruptly pointing toward an armored vehicle resembling a sports car in the corner. What about that one? He inquired. The fully armored version of the Skull Horse, capable of withstanding any light weapon fire, Leon replied with a merchant's grin. But, my friend, is your health insurance card balance sufficient? Beneath the dim light, the Punisher stared at his dwindling wallet, experiencing for the first time the constraints that poverty imposes on one's combat capabilities. Chapter 20. The mission system. Lu-in leaned against the weapon rack, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his lips. He keenly observed the flicker of desire in the Punisher's eyes as he caressed the Widowmaker. Coupled with a barely perceptible frown, this hardened man was evidently troubled by his finances. If you're short on cash, Lu-in deliberately elongated his tone, his fingers lightly tapping on the tempered glass of the display case. I happen to have a rather lucrative opportunity. The Punisher withdrew his fingers from the laser weapon, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Get to the point. As a veteran seller on the platform, Lu-in lowered his voice, conspiratorially drawing closer. I have insider information. Rockstar is about to launch a mission system. He snapped his fingers, and the electronic screen on the basement wall instantly illuminated, revealing a sleek mission interface. 5 deposit, lightning-fast transactions within 24 hours, supporting solo or team efforts. Of course, team arrangements require negotiation on profit sharing. Are these all unsavory jobs? The Punisher's voice was as coarse as sandpaper. Don't jump to conclusions just yet. Lo-In shook his head. The projected image shifting to a mission categorization interface. The platform will sift through bounties on the dark web, from deliveries to, special cleanups. We have it all. Lo-In cast a glance at the mute man polishing his firearm. This fellow had made a staggering 50,000 star coins on his most lucrative delivery last month. The Punisher's gaze flitted between the projection and the weapon rack. His rugged fingers unconsciously stroking the magazine on his tactical vest. Lo-In could discern that he was mentally constructing a vision of the operations within this underground empire of Rockstar. Ultimately, the Punisher departed with a beginner's package, a discounted skeletal armored vehicle, an armor-piercing handgun, and other basic gear. As he watched the armored vehicle disappear into the night, Lo-In turned to access the Rockstar terminal on his phone. The platform interface unfolded in the darkness, 157 user IDs twinkling like stars. Lo-In's fingertips glided across the screen, 31 names turning a striking crimson. Nearly a 20 mortality rate elicited a whistle from him. Let us spice things up for the platform. He chuckled as he imported dark web bounties, a flurry of bloody orders cascading into the system like snowflakes. Political assassinations, corporate retribution, gang settlements. With each refresh, new death transactions emerged. Ding. The mission system has been activated. Reminder, a deposit is required to accept missions. The deposit is non-refundable regardless of mission success or failure. Please proceed with caution. At the top of Fist Tower, robust fingers glided across a phone screen. The muscles on his body quivering with excitement. Target, take a look at this. The target leaned in like a shark catching a whiff of blood. Alan Borg? It seems our dear city councilman won't survive the night. He licked his lips, contemplating 1.5 million. His head is quite valuable. Meanwhile, the entire underground world of New York buzzed with excitement over this new system, with everyone selecting tasks they deemed manageable. After all, it was a profitable avenue. And who could refuse such an opportunity? Lo-In watched the numbers on the back end surge wildly, the deposit pool surpassing the million mark within 10 minutes. I truly am a philanthropist. The young man gazed at his account balance, a devilish smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, the lights in the basement extinguished indifferently, leaving behind a vast array of arms silently standing in the shadows, as if awaiting the next crimson transaction. Chapter 21, The Scarlet Witch. On the following morning, the Midwood High School in Queens basked in the golden embrace of sunlight. As the twin stars of the Tech Expo, Leon Noah and Gwen Stacy had become legends within the campus. The principal's office displayed their award-winning photographs prominently, transforming them into the school's most radiant recruitment ambassadors. On the rooftop, Gwen, with her golden short hair, had uncharacteristically lost her usual grace. She slumped in a corner, her uniform skirt casually spread across the cement floor. Muttering incessantly, Leon stealthily pushed open the rooftop iron door, using the wind to muffle his footsteps. He crept closer, eager to overhear the complaints of this exemplary student. Damn Leon, that atomic energy gun. My music class. My peaceful life is ruined. Gwen suddenly sensed the breath behind her, whirling around to confront Leon's face mere inches away. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she sprang up like an agitated cat, gripping Leon's collar tightly. When did you arrive? How much did you hear? Leon immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. He was all too aware of how fearsome and enraged Gwen could be. I swear, I just got here. I didn't hear a thing. Really? Gwen narrowed her eyes, but ultimately released her grip. Sunlight filtered through her golden hair, casting delicate specks of light on her exquisite collarbone. The simple white t-shirt accentuated her youthful curves, while her long legs, accentuated by white socks and canvas shoes, appeared even more elongated. Leon involuntarily exclaimed, "You're truly beautiful." Gwen's face flushed once more, and in a fluster, she took several steps back. Why are you re-talking nonsense? I have to go to class. With that, she fled like a startled deer, forgetting her backpack. Leon shrugged helplessly and bent down to retrieve Gwen's abandoned bag. He had merely spoken the truth. The girl was far too easily embarrassed. As the class bell rang, Leon leisurely strolled through the campus. As the school's living emblem, he enjoyed special privileges. As long as he maintained a position in the top 10 of his grade, he could freely manage his time, a task effortlessly accomplished by the exceptional Leon. Currently, his school life revolved around two objectives, gathering followers and pursuing Gwen. Hey, Leon. The security guard excitedly waved his notebook. Could I get your autograph? My daughter is your biggest fan. Leon flamboyantly signed his name in Chinese, knowing no one would comprehend it. Thanks, uncle. Could you open the door? I'm heading out for some fried chicken. Of course. The security guard cheerfully pressed the button, marveling at the brilliance of the young prodigy. Humming a disjointed tune, Leon contemplated inspecting his two shops, which had been open for quite some time without his visit. He felt somewhat negligent in his duties as a boss. However, As he turned the corner, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. His legs uncontrollably veered toward a dark alley. Ding. Mental control detected. Decrypting. 1. 2. What the hell? Leon shouted in his mind. System. Call the mute girl. The mute is 29 kilometers away, expected to arrive in 15 minutes. This is disastrous. Leon thought in despair. Ancient One. Odin. Please, anyone come to my aid. Meanwhile, in the tea room of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One set down her teacup. A mysterious smile playing upon her lips. Decryption progress. 23. 24. Leon's body moved forward mechanically like a marionette on strings. He desperately rolled his eyes, striving to discern the enemy shrouded in darkness. At the end of the alley stood a woman clad in a deep red leather jacket, pulsating with crimson energy in her hands. Beside her stood a young man in a silver-gray jacket, observing Leon with a disdainful gaze, as if he were mere refuse. Is this the guy? Pietro Maximoff scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. Wanda offered no reply. The energy in her grasp intensified, casting the entire alley in a blood-red hue. Chapter 22. The backlash of magic. Wanda's fingertips quivered slightly, crimson energy threads flickering in the air. Beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, evidently. She was struggling to harness her power. Yet, fueled by hatred, she persistently compelled Leon to draw nearer with each step. Seizing this moment, Leon instinctively caught the scent of the Scarlet Witch, but in the next instant, his nose crinkled in distaste. Goodness, what an awful stench. How long has it been since she last bathed? It seems this brother and sister pair are in quite dire straits. Decryption progress. 34. What is your connection to that executioner, Tony Stark? Wanda's voice brimmed with restrained fury. Partner, Leon's lips betrayed him, revealing the truth uncontrollably. Pietro erupted in fury, delivering a powerful punch that struck Leon's face, the collision of knuckles against cheekbone producing a cringe-inducing sound. You accomplice to the murderer. Pietro. Wanda barked, her crimson energy flickering violently due to her emotional turmoil. The pain inflicted by that blow unexpectedly propelled the decryption progress to a staggering 54. Warm blood trickled from Leon's nostrils, yet he found himself smirking. But, at present, Tony is merely a playboy. What do you know? Pietro trembled with rage, his fists clenching once more. Wanda hastily reinforced her magical grip over Leon, sensing her control was gradually waning. Can you take us to Stark? Wanda advanced a step closer, feeling she had completely subdued Leon. Of course, Leon readily acquiesced. At this moment, the decryption progress soared to 89. A barely perceptible energy quietly flowing back into Wanda's being. But what do you seek him for? For reasons unknown, Wanda suddenly experienced a peculiar sense of control. Unwittingly revealing the past, the bullet inscribed with Stark, the horrific demise of her parents, and the nightmares that plagued her nights. I see. Leon nodded thoughtfully. But how can you be certain Tony is your foe? Simply because he sketched weapon blueprints? Decryption complete, reverse control now possible. Control of his body finally returned. Leon sighed with relief, yet upon noticing Pietro's menacing gaze, he resolved to maintain his facade. He had no desire to confront Quicksilver should he awaken his abilities. What do you mean? Pietro roared, kicking Leon down. Are you trying to absolve that butcher? Enough. Wanda suddenly clutched her head, her magical energy oscillating violently. An inexplicable ache in her heart halted her brother, as if another consciousness were influencing her judgment. Wanda? Pietro exclaimed, panic-stricken, as he steadied his teetering sister, temporarily sparing Leon. This brief interlude allowed Leon to ascertain one crucial fact. Quicksilver's abilities had yet to awaken. System, what is happening to her? Warning, target is resisting control. Continued resistance poses an 80 fatality risk. Stop immediately. Leon nearly leaped in fright. He only wished for self-preservation, never intending to incur fatalities. You have broken free from control? Wanda weakly raised her head and suddenly pointed at Leon with a dawning realization. This is not my fault, Leon shrugged. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the alley, and a figure, a mute boy shouldering a rocket launcher, emerged into the sunlight. The scene was undeniably dramatic, bruised and battered. Leon stood at the center, facing the Maximoff siblings, who were slumped on the ground. To an uninformed observer, it would appear as a brutal act of retaliation. A display of schoolyard bullying. Do something, Pietro shouted, his voice strained, though trembling pupils betrayed his fear. Leon waved his hand, and the mute boy reluctantly lowered his weapon. Listen, he said, wiping away the blood from his nose as he crouched down. Tony Stark is not a murderer, nor am I an accomplice. The victors, of course, can rewrite history, Pietro scoffed, though his bravado had significantly diminished. Wanda struggled to rise, her complex gaze fixed upon Leon. An indescribable intuition compelled her to trust this youth, despite the possibility that it was merely an illusion born of magical backlash. Unless, I see Stark with my own eyes, she said, her voice hoarse yet resolute. And hear his answer with my own ears. Leon gazed into Wanda's defiant eyes and finally nodded in agreement. As for Pietro, still snarling at him, Restraining himself from retaliating against that punch and kick was the greatest act of forbearance Leon could muster. Chapter 23. Meeting Tony, is this your car? Pietro stood at the alley's mouth, scrutinizing the sleekly modified Obsidian S, his tone laced with sarcasm. Leon opened the car door and retorted in a deliberately boastful manner. As a companion of the Killer King, wouldn't it be odd not to have a respectable vehicle? He emphasized the maleficent title with intent. Huh, you make a valid point. Pietro gritted his teeth as he assisted Wanda into the back seat, then slammed the door shut from the opposite side. Just as the door clicked into place, Leon wrinkled his nose. Open the window, turn the air conditioning to maximum, he instructed the mute driver. Pietro slouched indifferently in his seat. Yet Wanda discreetly brought her sleeve to her nose, detecting a distinctly unpleasant musty odor. She pursed her lips and shrank slightly away from the door. The scenery outside the window rushed by, and suddenly Pietro stiffened. Where are we going? We're not heading straight to the police station, are we? Now you're scared? Leon savored the tension in Pietro's expression through the rearview mirror, reveling in the satisfaction of having vented his earlier frustration. What happened to your bravado? Pietro, he won't. Wanda whispered. Since the backlash of magic, she seemed to possess a vague awareness of Leon's emotional fluctuations. In this moment, she was convinced that the boy was merely engaging in a sibling spat, which made her trust Leon's words a little more. The mute driver demonstrated an artistry in his driving. Within less than 20 minutes, the modified vehicle came to a smooth halt in front of Noah's auto repair shop. The bathroom is over there, Leon pointed inside. You two should take a shower while I look for suitable clothes. Pietro surveyed the empty, lavish establishment and scoffed. What a pathetic repair shop. It'll be out of business soon. Pietro. Wanda hastily intervened, sensing the cold gaze of the mute driver nearby. That look was less like that of a living person and more akin to the scrutiny of a corpse. What are you afraid of? Pietro defiantly glared back. Once I'm trained, just go take a shower. Wanda nearly propelled him into the bathroom. After closing the door, she let out a long sigh. Her brother always made her anxious. Leon returned with a stack of clothes. These are my old garments, make do with them. The underwear is new, pick your color. His tone was noticeably cooler than before. Wanda accepted the clothing, sensing Leon's despondent mood and wisely refraining from further comment. At that moment, Leon pulled a business card from his phone case and dialed a number in her presence. Hey, genius. Tony's flippant voice emanated from the speaker. Finally remembered your Uncle Tony. Have you? Is it, spare me, Stark? Leon interrupted directly. The trouble you caused has found its way to me. We need to discuss how to resolve this. On his yacht, Tony abruptly straightened, gesturing for his companions to quiet down. He stepped to a corner of the deck, lowering his voice. What kind of trouble could I possibly have? Have you been kidnapped? Was it Hammer's doing? Hammer doesn't he have the guts for that now? Leon glanced at Wanda. Who was selecting clothing? It's two kids, Tony. The debts you owe. What? The wine glass in Tony's hand shattered, spilling crimson liquid across the deck. Wanda curled her lips in disdain. Clearly, Lion was of a similar age to both of them, yet he referred to them as children. However, through a peculiar sense of intuition, she indeed sensed that Lion regarded them as dependents in need of care. I'll be there shortly. Tony's voice was unusually frantic. If you dare to deceive me. The call was abruptly terminated. Lion glanced at the clock on the wall, wondering where that notorious playboy might be indulging himself at this very moment. Chapter 24. Tony's guilt. Tony Stark has arrived, and Leon, with his hands in his pockets, gazes back and forth between the two siblings. When we meet later, please restrain your emotions. Do not come out shouting for blood, understood? Pietro was about to retort, but was abruptly silenced by a sharp kick from Wanda to his calf. We will exercise restraint, Wanda softly assured, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Pietro looked at his suddenly docile sister in surprise, a bold thought flashing through his mind. Could Wanda be putting on an act? Waiting for Stark to appear before launching a decisive strike? Truly, she is his sister. Leon, feeling bored, scrolled through the R-Star back-end data. The Punisher topped the charts with 9 completions, followed closely by Bullseye with 8, while a fellow named Murakami had managed 3. The rest of the users were mostly still on their first task. Watching the constantly fluctuating numbers, a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. You seem pleased? Wanda suddenly asked. Leon raised an eyebrow in surprise. His expression had been utterly unchanged. I can feel it. Wanda gazed down, fiddling with her hair, her ears slightly reddening. You guessed correctly. Leon, in the end, could not bring himself to deny it. In that moment, she was merely a pitiable girl who had lost everything. The thunderous roar of helicopter rotors drew closer. Leon looked up at the ceiling. The playboy had arrived. Leon, where are those kids? Tony burst through the glass door, his eyes immediately locking onto the Maximoff siblings. Wanda Maximoff, Pietro Maximoff. Jarvis's voice echoed through the earpiece. Sokovian refugees. Illegal immigrants. Pietro instantly exploded with rage but was swiftly subdued to the ground by the mute's hold. Stark, you executioner. He struggled and shouted in fury. Tony, unfazed, seated himself next to Leon. So what's the situation now? He gestured towards the bruise on Leon's face. Let them speak for themselves, Leon sneered, and by the way, remember to reimburse me for my medical expenses. Tony Stark, Wanda's pupils began to redden. Do you still remember Sokovia? That war-torn country? Tony raised an eyebrow. So you are. You sold weapons to terrorists. The crimson energy in Wanda's hand surged violently. Sir, high energy reaction detected. Jarvis issued an urgent warning. Leon grabbed Wanda's wrist. Calm down. Tears shimmered in Wanda's eyes. Through that peculiar sensation, she understood Leon was not lying. Yet, this realization shattered her world. Had she misdirected her vengeance? Miss. Tony cautiously inquired. Could you enlighten me on what exactly I did wrong? The next moment, the scarlet energy surged forth like a tide, engulfing Tony. Wanda. Leon hurriedly pulled her into his embrace, his arms encircling her like iron bands. Relax. Wanda's voice trembled with tears as she rubbed her face against Leon's chest to wipe away her tears. I merely wanted him to see the truth. Feeling the girl's tremors in his arms, Leon's heart skipped a beat. Yet he dared not release his grip, fearing that a moment's negligence could result in catastrophe. Tony Stark, Wanda's voice suddenly turned frigid. Have you ever sold missiles to terrorist organizations? Absolutely not. Stark Industries has never sold any weapons to terrorists. What about Sokovia? I never authorized any arms sales there. Then what is this? Wanda screamed as she forcefully inundated Tony's mind with fragmented memories, explosions of fire, collapsing buildings, the final cries of his parents. As the energy dissipated, Wanda slumped in Leon's arms like a marionette with severed strings. Her faith had shattered. The obsessions of these days had revealed themselves to be mere farce. Leon gently placed her on the sofa, his fingers brushing through her disheveled hair. At that moment, all words seemed futile. Only the warmth of his hand could convey a modicum of solace. Meanwhile, Pietro lay on the ground, as if his very soul had been extracted. Having lost the singular purpose of vengeance, he was adrift, uncertain of his path. Tony sat motionless in the armchair, his complexion ashen. The images were too vivid, the missiles emblazoned with the Stark insignia, the cries of children amidst the rubble. I'm sorry. Tony's voice was a low murmur. I will make amends. Suddenly, Pietro erupted, striking Tony's glasses from his face with a fierce blow. Get lost, he shouted, tears streaming down his face. Tony cast a desperate glance at Leon, who nodded in silent approval, prompting him to stumble toward the door. Before departing, he took one last look back at the curled-up girl on the sofa, the devastated young man on the floor, and Leon, who was offering comfort to Wanda. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The side glass door gradually closed, leaving two shattered souls behind in the repair shop. Chapter 25. Obadiah Stane, New York, Manhattan. Stark Tower. Tony Stark burst into the logistics center with fervor, colliding head-on with Obadiah Stane, who was conducting his rounds. The veteran of the corporation squinted, noticing the conspicuous bruises adorning Tony's face. Tony? Your face, Stane. Tony interjected, gripping Obadiah's shoulder and lowering his voice. Who is in charge of the arms distribution? Obadiah's pupils constricted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. That would be me. What is the matter? I've discovered that the corporation's weapons have infiltrated the black market in Sokovia, Tony seethed, oblivious to the tension tightening in Obadiah's jawline. That is impossible. Obadiah feigned shock, his mind racing. He had indeed overseen that shipment of arms, but he could not allow Tony to scrutinize the accounts. Knowing that Tony had always rejected easy money, leave it to me. I will unearth the traitor and bring him to justice. Tony, trusting his judgment, rubbed his swollen cheek. Get back to me as soon as possible. Damn it, that kid is ruthless. As he watched Tony depart, Obadiah hurried back to his office, locking the door behind him before dialing a secure number. The plan is moving forward. Tony is suspicious. Be gentle. Pepper, are you trying to murder the boss? Tony squirmed in the leather chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Pepper, exasperated, held up a cotton swab. Move again, and I'll have Happy come over. Nearby, Happy, seated on the sofa, laughed uncontrollably at the remark. So, Pepper cautiously inquired, did you go boxing? Happy quickly waved his hands. The boss received a call and took off. He came back like this. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Tony finally revealed the truth. As he recounted the plight of the siblings, his voice trembled involuntarily. My weapons killed their parents, causing irreparable damage. It's not your fault, Pepper whispered. But Tony interrupted her. No, this is my responsibility. He picked up his phone, signaling for them to step aside. Once the call connected, Tony cautiously inquired, Leon, are they all right? In response, a cacophony of smashing sounds and Pietro's furious curses echoed. Leon held the phone farther away. Did you hear that? I'm a child who has suffered an undeserved calamity, and I must endure the losses you've caused. Tony awkwardly proposed a solution. I'll give you my Celine S7 as compensation. Deal. Leon gently adjusted the sleeping Wanda, whose face still bore traces of tears. You know their situation, Tony. Get them legal identities and arrange for their schooling. Bring both of them to my school. I can keep an eye on them. Tony readily agreed. That's no problem. I'll cover all their expenses, and regarding your injuries I need 1 million, after tax, for the damages you've caused me, Leon interjected. Though most of it will go toward the children. Simply put, I shall promptly transfer funds to your account. Leon touched his bruised cheek, pondering how easy it was to earn this money, and thus he expressed his gratitude to Tony Stark. Call me Uncle Tony. Came the protest from the other end of the line, but Leon had already hung up, gazing at Wanda curled up on the sofa and Pietro venting outside the window. Leon sighed. This farce was far from over, and he found himself unknowingly ensnared within it. Chapter 26. The Attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. The roller shutter of the Noah's auto repair shop stood ajar, allowing the afternoon sunlight to cascade into the premises, casting a golden beam upon the oil-stained concrete floor. The air was thick with the scent of motor oil and metal, mingled with a faint sweetness reminiscent of soda. Pietro Maximoff panted heavily, his hammer clattering to the ground. Before him lay a car with a dented hood and a shattered windshield resembling a spider's web. Sweat trickled down his hair, leaving distinct trails on the dust-laden body of the vehicle. Have you hammered enough? Leon queried, noticing Pietro's silence. He bent down to retrieve a bottle of orange soda from the cooler and tossed it toward the boy. The soda arced through the air, and Pietro instinctively caught it, the icy bottle stinging his overheated palm. Feeling calmer? Leon stepped into the sunlight, revealing a bruise on his left cheek, a remnant of Pietro's earlier outburst. Pietro offered no reply, merely tilting his head back to drain the entire bottle. The carbonation's sharpness made him grimace, his Adam's apple bobbing with each swallow. The empty bottle was hurled against the wall, producing a crisp echo as it collided with the metal trash can. So, Leon said, tapping the deformed hood with a wrench. What's your next move? Are you planning to continue your vendetta against Stark Industries, or? His gaze drifted past Pietro's shoulder to the old sofa in the corner of the shop. Wanda Maximoff curled up on the couch, her red jacket draped over her like a blanket. She appeared to be deeply asleep, her chest rising and falling steadily with each breath. Yet her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her. Leon knew she had been awake for some time. Pietro followed Leon's gaze, his fists instinctively clenching and relaxing. Ultimately, he was merely an 18-year-old boy, and after the explosion of his anger, all that remained was a profound sense of confusion. The repair shop fell into a brief silence, broken only by the distant sounds of car horns and the roaring of a motorcycle that faded away. How about this? Leon suddenly suggested, taking a couple of steps forward until he could see his own reflection in Pietro's pupils. The boy instinctively wanted to retreat, but found himself blocked by the workbench behind him. Leon articulated slowly, stay in New York. You investigate Stark Industries on your own. Uncover who sold the missiles to Sokovia. He paused, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course, should you require assistance, I am always available. Pietro shot his head up, skepticism written all over his silver-gray eyes. Why would you help us? What isn't it for you? His voice was hoarse from thirst. Leon pretended to ponder, stroking his chin before breaking into a mischievous grin. Because I like Wanda. He deliberately raised his voice. How adorable she is. Sleeping like a little kitten. It makes me want to cuddle her. You bastard. Pietro erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, snatching up the hammer from the ground, ready to pounce. Lion had long been prepared, swiftly sidestepping behind the elevator while continuing to stoke the flames of the situation. Oh. Are you getting angry? I haven't even suggested I want to be her boyfriend. I will kill you. The two engaged in a chaotic chase within the cramped confines of the auto repair shop. Tool racks trembled precariously, with several wrenches clattering to the floor. Unnoticed, Wanda on the sofa buried her face deeper into her coat, her ears flushed crimson as if they might bleed. Washington, D.C., Triangular Wing Building. Nick Fury's office perpetually shrouded in deliberate dimness. The screens on the walls emanated a cold glow, displaying a multitude of surveillance feeds showcasing anomalous events from around the globe. The one-eyed director's fingers rhythmically tapped the solid wood surface of his desk, producing a dull thud. Explain this, Coulson. Fury slid a document across the table, the black eye patch accentuating the sharpness of his remaining eye. Phil Coulson adjusted his red tie, retrieving a holographic projection device from his briefcase. Blue light wove through the air, forming a complex web of connections. Initially appearing as a mere gang conflict, Coulson's voice remained steady and professional. Yet Barton discovered something while clearing the scene. He pulled up a set of ballistic analysis charts, revealing that each bullet's destructive capacity equated to that of a 40mm grenade. Despite being the size of a 9mm pistol round, Fury's single eye narrowed slightly. There is no such weapon on the market. Indeed, there is not, Coulson affirmed. We traced the ammunition's origin back to a shell company known as our Star. Strangely, he switched the projection to reveal satellite images of 3 locations. Apart from these 3 physical stores, the entire company seemed spectral, lacking any employee records, financial transactions, and even a legitimate registered address. Fury suddenly rose, his black trench coat glinting with a metallic sheen in the cold light of the screens. Continue. These 3 stores possess exceptionally comprehensive weapons trading licenses. Carlson magnified one of the photographs, showcasing everything from handguns to main battle tanks, and even he paused, a license for the sale of tactical nuclear warheads. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Fury approached the window, gazing down at the nighttime cityscape, his taut jawline reflected in the glass. Most notably, this one. Carlson pointed to a street view of a repair shop in Queens, Noah's Auto Repair, the first stronghold of R-Star in New York. The owner is Lion Noah. Fury interjected, his voice laced with a dangerous intrigue, the enigmatic partner of Tony Stark. Carlson revealed a gray pistol tucked at his waist. Shall we send someone to keep an eye on him, Director? Fury turned, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. No, Carlson. I want you to personally meet Mr. Noah. Chapter 27, the village chief of the novice village as the nightfall descended upon New York. The neon sign of Noah's Auto Repair flickered to life, casting a hazy red glow into the twilight. Leon Noah slumped on the worn-out sofa within the shop, exhaling deeply as every bone in his body seemed to protest against the day's overwhelming exertion. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting back to the events of the day. Housing matters. Although Tony Stark effortlessly resolved the accommodation issues for Pietro and Wanda, one could only wonder how that billionaire managed to secure a luxurious villa in a single day. The subsequent paperwork, rental contracts, property registrations, utility accounts, required Leon to personally run around for signatures. The number of documents he had signed throughout his life paled in comparison to today. Academic registration. Even more absurd were the complications with the school. As the temporary guardian of 2 minors, Leon was compelled to confront the relentless barrage of forms from the director of academic affairs. When that bespectacled elderly woman scrutinized him with a gaze full of suspicion, Leon nearly blurted out that he was not a human trafficker. Psychological counseling. Yet, the most exhausting task was providing guidance to the siblings. Leon vividly recalled Pietro's wary eyes and Wanda's anxious fidgeting with her fingers. He had called upon Gwen Stacy and a few other peers for assistance. But the meaningful glance Gwen cast at him as she departed left him wishing for a hole to hide in. I am certainly not a Lolita enthusiast, he lamented internally. Just as Leon was lost in his recollections, the tinkling of the shop's doorbell broke the silence. Hey there, my car seems to have a bit of an issue. A gentle yet remarkably familiar voice resonated. Leon abruptly turned his head to see a flamboyant red vintage sports car parked at the entrance, its exterior gleaming impeccably. Standing beside it was a sharply dressed middle-aged man, his receding hairline a stark contrast to the harmless smile adorning his face. Wow, this classic car. Leon suppressed his astonishment, rising slowly to his feet, brushing off the newly repaired Obey S beside him. Have you considered purchasing a new one? Restoring this antique can cost more than acquiring a brand new model. Phil Coulson's smile faltered for a moment. As a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he could easily perceive that the man before him was putting on an act, and a woefully poor one at that. Let's skip the pleasantries, shall we? Coulson sighed, retrieving his credentials from his pocket. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, Agent Phil Coulson. I require your cooperation for an investigation. My goodness. Is the name of your organization intended to challenge Agent's memory? Leon raised an exaggerated eyebrow. Please, have a seat, Mr. Coulson. Would you like something to drink? Although I only have soda. Coulson rubbed his increasingly sparse crown of hair, settling onto the sofa opposite Leon. In fact, we are contemplating a name change. So, what brings S.H.I.E.L.D. to a mere mechanic like me? Leon crossed his legs, asserting, for the record, I am a law-abiding citizen. Coulson produced a document from his briefcase. Mr. Noah, how familiar are you with the R-Star Corporation? Leon accepted the document, feigning interest as he began to peruse its contents. This investigative report is alarmingly comprehensive, encompassing everything from records of arms transactions to the blueprints of 3 affiliated storefronts, not to mention several indistinct surveillance screenshots. Impressive, he whistled. They even uncovered our warehouse in Hell's Kitchen. Coulson's eyes gleamed. So you admit to having connections with R-Star? Indeed, Leon replied enigmatically with a smile. But you've overlooked the most crucial element. He brandished his phone, displaying the R-Star platform app, which is their fundamental operation. What? This? Leon tapped on an app featuring the R-Star icon. But a smirk akin to that of a cunning merchant appeared on his face. It requires a 200,000 invitation code for registration. For the sake of S.H.I.E.L.D., I can act as an intermediary. Coulson's expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a lemon whole. He retreated to a corner to make a phone call. Director, I need an urgent fund of 200,000. What? Only 100,000 can be approved? But this is a crucial informant fee. The allowances you withheld last week were more than this. Listening to Coulson's outburst, Leon struggled to suppress his laughter. The unscrupulous nature of the black-hearted businessman was truly remarkable. Chapter 28, the most lethal self-delusion. After a prolonged moment, Coulson reluctantly made the payment. Feeling a pang of pain as he transferred the insufficient amount, he extracted a stack of dollars from the inner pocket of his suit. his fingers trembling slightly as he counted out 10 bills to hand over to Leon. Leon accepted the cash, casually twisting it under the light, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Pleasure doing business, Agent Coulson," he remarked, pulling out his phone to assist Coulson in installing the platform. "The R-Star platform will be installed for you momentarily." Coulson nervously rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Within 30 seconds of completing the registration, he suddenly gasped, his body instinctively leaning forward, his eyes wide with disbelief as if he had encountered a ghost. "My God!" he exclaimed, his finger trembling as it pointed at the screen. Is this real? An array of cutting-edge weaponry. Main battle tanks, advanced fighter jets, even nuclear submarines. Leaning languidly against the back of his chair, Leon nonchalantly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the counter, leisurely extracting one and lighting it. "Absolutely," he said, exhaling a perfect smoke ring. "As long as your account balance is sufficient, you could even purchase something like a UFO." Coulson's throat constricted violently as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He instinctively reached for the atomic gun at his waist, only to feel that his once prized firearm now seemed like a mere toy. "Mr. Noah, may I see the actual items? Although you have closed the store." "Of course," Leon replied, a knowing smile suddenly illuminating his face, the glow of the cigarette flickering in the dimly lit shop. "After all, you are Coulson, Agent." He deliberately emphasized the last two words, simultaneously pressing a hidden button beneath the counter. "Welcome to my little warehouse." He gestured dramatically. "Behold, the evil Pluto, the electromagnetic rifle. Wait, why have I never seen these in the armed nation upstairs? They only displayed conventional weapons." Coulson exclaimed. "Dear Agent," Leon scoffed, flicking away the ash from his cigarette. "At that time, you weren't even a platform user. By the rules, showing you the Uzi submachine gun was already a considerable exception." Coulson's mind was a blank slate at that moment. Mechanically, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered that this underground warehouse was far more expansive than the shop above, an array of unfamiliar high-tech weaponry neatly displayed within bulletproof glass cases. "So, Agent, which item piques your interest?" Leon's voice pulled Coulson back to reality. Overwhelmed by shock, Coulson abruptly drew his credentials and firearm. "Leon Noah, you are suspected of the illegal trafficking of weapons of mass destruction. I arrest you in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Leon erupted into laughter, the sound echoing in the confined underground chamber. Carelessly, he retrieved a stack of documents from beneath the glass cabinet and tossed them to Coulson. "Take a good look at the documents, dear Agent Coulson, especially the section on the nuclear weapons trade permits." Coulson frantically flipped through the papers, his expression growing increasingly grim. The steel stamps and signatures on these permits were undeniably authentic, even bearing special authorization numbers from the Security Council. This is unreasonable," he uttered dryly, his firearm drooping uselessly. "Agent, this establishment has long been closed." Suddenly, Lyon's smile vanished, his tone turning icy. "It was you who insisted on making a purchase." He took measured steps toward Coulson, adding, however, as one of the earliest conscientious merchants on the R-Star platform, "I can extend a special offer to S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson, sensing a threat, took a cautious step back. "What do you mean?" Lyon winked mysteriously and retrieved a document adorned with the R-Star logo from his drawer. 3 hours later, Coulson exited the shop, clutching a leather suitcase, his expression one of bewilderment. Leaning against the doorframe, Lyon waved the freshly signed contract in his hand. "Do convey my regards to Director Fury. And do remember to visit us often at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Tri-Wing headquarters in the subterranean Level 20 specialized shooting range." Nick Fury's solitary eye fixated on the 50th armored target, now perforated by a laser beam, his brow furrowed in frustration. Is this contraption truly dubbed Evil Pluto? He turned to Coulson, his voice grave. "Indeed, Director. The test data indicates its technological maturity is on par with our developed laser weaponry." Coulson wiped the sweat from his brow. "Moreover, this is merely the entry-level product from the R-Star platform." Fury silently stroked the R-Star insignia on the weapon's surface before abruptly commanding, "Acquire this platform for me as well. The invitation code costs $100,000. And the balance for this weapon." Coulson began. "Approved," Fury interjected. "In light of this platform's value, that sum is but a pittance." In the director's office, Coulson laid bare all the intelligence he had gathered. Fury's gaze remained fixed on the R-Star platform's interface on the computer screen, his eyes shimmering with intricate thoughts. "Are all procedures legal?" he inquired, his voice low. "Not only legal, it appears to be tailored specifically for arms trade," Coulson replied with a wry smile. "Every time we think we've uncovered a loophole, a new international treaty or executive order emerges to seal it." Fury nodded thoughtfully. As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director, he was all too familiar with such maneuvers, as if their agency were merely a FAA for the Security Council. However, what truly piqued his concern was the realization that there were likely more than just the 5 permanent members of the Security Council backing this R-Star platform. "Are you suggesting they intend to open a branch at headquarters?" Fury queried suddenly. Just as Coulson was about to respond, the director's secure line rang. He gestured for Coulson to exit, and after answering, his expression grew increasingly somber. Prepare 2 A-class sites immediately, he commanded Coulson upon his return. The R-Star representatives will arrive tomorrow. Each store will receive $10 million in operational funding, all sourced from black budgets. Coulson stood astonished, rendered speechless. Fury moved to the window, gazing out at the nightscape. Washington S lights reflected in his solitary eye. Inform the logistics department that this is a top-tier cooperative project. Meanwhile, Lion lounged comfortably on the couch in the repair shop, as a system notification echoed in his mind. The Tri-Wing branch is ready. Set to open automatically at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Chapter 29, The Banquet. Leon, do you not possess a more formal attire? This evening holds great significance. Cultivating connections could greatly benefit your future, Gwen remarked, her hands firmly placed on her hips as she stood at the entrance of the auto repair shop, her golden locks shimmering softly in the sunset. Leon had just concluded a day of labor, his hands smeared with grease as he pushed open the door, only to be promptly intercepted by Gwen, who had been waiting for quite some time. He let out a resigned sigh, wiping his hands with a towel. All right, Gwen. I understand. But honestly, I cannot fathom why that Tony Stark fellow is throwing a celebratory gala for no apparent reason. Gwen rolled her eyes, following Leon into the shop. The orders for atomic energy guns are booked well into next year, you know? Is that not worthy of celebration? Certainly for us, but for Tony. That trifling sum might not even cover the fuel for his yacht, Leon replied, removing his oil-stained work clothes. The crux of the matter is not the money, Gwen stated, retrieving a deep blue suit from her tote bag, but rather the connections. Important figures from both the political and business realms of New York will be present tonight. This is a rare opportunity. Leon accepted the suit, noticing the brand label reading J. Crew, although he was far from a fashion aficionado. The delicate texture beneath his fingertips indicated that the ensemble was quite valuable. He contemplated chastising Gwen for her extravagant spending, but considering her father was the police chief, this expenditure likely posed little burden for her. I believe it would be perfectly acceptable to attend in casual wear, Leon mumbled while changing. After all, everyone knows I am a mechanic. And let everyone gawk at you. Gwen assisted him in adjusting the collar. Tonight, we are the stars of the evening. Looking presentable is never a mistake. As Leon fastened the last button, Gwen's eyes sparkled with delight. The well-tailored suit accentuated his tall figure, and the deep blue hue made his eyes appear particularly vibrant. Unable to resist, she reached out to tidy his collar. You look absolutely splendid. It fits you perfectly. Leon glanced at his reflection in the shop's mirror, the light revealing his chiseled profile. Indeed, it seems I am naturally handsome, he mused. Gwen playfully swatted him. Enough of your vanity. We must be on our way. In Manhattan, the Waldorf Astoria radiated with brilliance. Crystal chandeliers illuminated the lobby in resplendent gold, while elegantly dressed guests held champagne flutes, engaging in hushed conversations to the melodious strains of string music. Leon stood at the entrance, unable to suppress a whistle. It seems our little inventor has struck it rich, he murmured to Gwen. Perhaps I should consider relocating? I can't very well bring my girlfriend to the repair shop for dates. Just as Gwen was about to respond, she caught Leon's gaze lingering on her. She wore a silver-gray backless gown, her hair artfully styled, revealing her slender neck. What is it, Leon? Is there something wrong with my outfit? She instinctively touched her updo. No, Leon replied with surprising seriousness. I merely think you look even more beautiful tonight. Gwen's cheeks were instantly tinged with crimson, and she hastily shifted the topic. Look over there, Tony and the others. In the center of the hall, Tony Stark was engaging in jovial conversation with Obadiah Stane and Colonel Rhodes. Not far away, in a pristine white suit, Justin Hammer was animatedly raising a toast with the mayor of New York. Hey, aren't those our New York stars? Tony, with keen eyes, spotted them and called out loudly. What are you two doing over there? Today, you are the main attraction. All eyes immediately turned to the young couple. Leon felt a wave of discomfort. Yet Gwen effortlessly linked her arm through his, guiding him toward the crowd. The invention of the atomic energy gun is truly impressive, the mayor remarked kindly. I believe this non-lethal weapon would be well suited for our police department. Justin Hammer swirled the whiskey in his glass, a knowing smile on his face. With the city's crime rate soaring, we certainly need some new equipment. Obadiah Stane quickly sensed a business opportunity. I wonder what the police department's procurement budget is? The mayor turned his gaze to Leon and Gwen. Children, could you enlighten me on the cost of this equipment? Leon noticed the warning look from Obadiah but deliberately answered in a loud voice. If I were to produce it, each unit would cost no more than $20,000, and the selling price could be kept under $25,000. Obadiah's expression immediately soured. This price left little room for profit and was clearly a provocation aimed at Stark Industries. Watching the heated argument between Obadiah and the mayor, Leon couldn't help but chuckle internally. He discreetly pulled Gwen away from the crowd. In this fast world, the most important thing is to eat. The banquet's array of sumptuous dishes quickly diverted their attention. Just as Leon focused on a piece of steak, Tony Stark approached with a glass of champagne in hand. Noah, your recent quote won to earn you much, Tony whispered. Don't you want to make a fortune? Leon swallowed his food. Stark, you should know who Gwen's father is. This is to gain the mayor's support, understand? Besides, Stark Industries has plenty of orders. What's the harm in earning a little less? Gwen cast a curious glance at Tony, recalling Pietro and Wanda, but hesitated to speak. Ultimately, she merely stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Watching Gwen's retreating figure, Tony raised an eyebrow. Noah, you're still too young. As a seasoned romantic, he could easily discern Gwen's feelings, while Leon remained obliviously focused on his chicken leg. What? Leon asked, looking bewildered. Tony shook his head and changed the subject. How are those two kids? Pietro and Wanda? Are they doing well? They're doing all right. Leon recalled Wanda's joyful expression at school, involuntarily smiling. Life was gradually falling into place. Tony keenly observed Leon's change in demeanor and was about to tease him when Gwen returned. Seeing Leon's silly grin, she delivered a swift kick. Ouch. Leon rubbed his calf. What's wrong? I just need some fresh air, Gwen replied, striding toward the terrace without looking back. Tony chuckled. Noah, you truly are, never mind. He took a sip of champagne and inquired, honestly, do you have any new projects? Leon glanced around and lowered his voice. Stark, would you like to experience something exhilarating? Tony nearly spat out his champagne. I'm not into that. Who told you such a thing? Leon chuckled in disbelief and pulled up an app on his phone. Have you heard of the R-Star platform? Over the next half hour, Leon elaborated on the workings of this enigmatic platform. Tony grew increasingly intrigued, his fingers deftly gliding over his phone. So anyone can post or accept tasks here. Tony's eyes sparkled. It was akin to an underground version of LinkedIn. Indeed, Leon nodded. You can set up a shop here or post research and development needs. Of course, arms trading is restricted. Tony frowned as he observed some dubious items on the platform. But these weapons seem rather. Stark, Leon interrupted. Those who wish to deal in arms will always find a way. At least with me. The large-scale flow of weapons can be tracked. Tony pondered thoughtfully, perhaps. I could offload some obsolete equipment here? Recycling, after all, Leon chuckled, is certainly preferable to it flowing into the black market. Chapter 30. The Punisher's plea. As twilight descended, the city's neon lights diffused into the humid air. The fountain outside the banquet hall sparkled under the moonlight, while Leon leaned against his Pegasus Tyrant motorcycle, his gaze following the enchanting figure standing by the roadside, inhaling deeply. Was she still worried about being discovered by Uncle George? A smile played at the corners of Leon's mouth as he observed Gwen's adorable demeanor, reminiscent of a little kitten. As she breathed in and out, the evening breeze tousled her golden locks, which shimmered softly beneath the streetlights. When turned around, her cheeks flushed with the warmth of alcohol, resembling a ripened peach. You know my dad's temper, she mumbled, if he catches a whiff of alcohol on me. Before she could finish, she exaggeratedly drew in a deep breath, eliciting a chuckle from Leon. Come on, he beckoned, patting the back seat. I'll just tell Uncle George that I made you drink. His tone bore a tinge of affection as he discreetly adjusted the motorcycle's speed setting to its smoothest mode. Although this one Malawian Kwacha was capable of soaring above the city, tonight he wished to be a steady night for her. Gwen hesitated for a moment before carefully positioning herself on the motorcycle, her movements somewhat clumsy, clearly unaccustomed to this posture. Leon's body tensed for an instant. He could distinctly feel the soft warmth radiating from her through the delicate fabric of her gown, mingling with the faint scent of her perfume and the subtle aroma of champagne. His throat involuntarily tightened, and he chided himself. This girl. How could she be so captivating? To distract himself, Leon forced his attention to the road. The nighttime city streets felt considerably more spacious than during the day, with buildings swiftly receding from his view. He deliberately avoided any potentially bumpy paths, maintaining a steady speed. Oddly enough, while troublemaking ruffians typically roamed the streets at this hour, tonight was unexpectedly tranquil, as if the entire city had conspired to grant them solitude. Gwen, we have arrived. The motorcycle came to a gentle halt in front of the Stacy villa, Leon whispered. However, the girl behind him remained unresponsive, burying her face deeper into his back. Leon turned to glance at her, only to meet a pair of misty, deep blue eyes. Gwen's cheeks were even rosier now, resembling a succulent apple, appearing particularly enticing under the moonlight. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, the girl suddenly leaned in, clumsily pressing her lips against his. This kiss bore the sweetness of champagne and the unique freshness of youth. Leon's mind momentarily blanked, before instinctively taking the lead. One arm encircled Gwen's delicate waist, while the other cradled her head, deepening this unexpected kiss. Gwen let out a soft hum, nearly melting into his embrace. When they finally parted, Gwen's breath had become rapid, her warm exhalation brushing against Leon's neck, sending shivers coursing through him. Her eyes appeared hazy, enchanting, and beguiling. You are mine, Gwen Stacy, Leon announced in a low voice. gently nibbling on her heated earlobe, feeling the girl in his arms tremble slightly, yet she clung to him tighter. "What about Wanda?" Gwen suddenly inquired, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. "Don't tell me you have no feelings for her. I can see the way she feels about you." This unexpected question was like a bucket of cold water dousing Leon, causing him to freeze momentarily. Leon stammered, at a loss for words. His reaction seemed to validate Gwen's suspicion. She let out a soft huff and suddenly lowered her head, fervently kissing his neck. Leon inhaled sharply but did not push her away. After a moment, Gwen gazed at the mark she had left, a distinct kiss mark glimmering in the moonlight with a suggestive crimson hue. "Now, you belong to me," she declared triumphantly, her fingers gliding over the imprint. The night breeze swept through, parting Leon's collar. Gwen's hand had somehow found its way beneath his shirt, her cool fingertips tracing circles on his abdominal muscles. Leon's breath hitched as he met her gaze, filled with desire. "Leon," Gwen's voice was as soft as a feather. "What if I don't go home tonight? I could stay with you." Her fingers continued their exploration, dancing across Leon's chest. Reason and desire battled fiercely in Leon's mind. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and gently kissed Gwen's forehead. "You're drunk, little fool." "I'm not drunk," Gwen protested, her eyes growing increasingly dazed. "Don't you like me?" "Precisely because I like you," Leon replied tenderly, adjusting her clothing. "I cannot possess you so casually." Just then, the front door of the Stacy residence swung open unexpectedly. Helen Stacy stood at the entrance of the complex, squinting as she assessed the young couple. Under the moonlight, her sharp gaze swept between them, as if she could see through everything. "Mom," one exclaimed, jolting from Leon's embrace, nearly stumbling but caught in time by him. She then threw herself into her mother's arms, turning back to Leon with a radiant smile. "Thank you for bringing me back. Good night, my knight." Leon smiled and waved goodbye, exhaling a sigh of relief only after they were out of sight. Climbing back onto his motorcycle, the night breeze caressed his flushed cheeks, soothing his restless heart. The kiss mark on his neck served as a reminder of the events that had just transpired, just as he was about to start the engine. His phone vibrated unexpectedly. Leon assumed it was a message from Gwen, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. However, the screen displayed a distress signal from the Punisher. "Help on Grove Street 100W. Leon frowned. The Punisher was not one to call for help lightly, indicating that the situation was dire. He glanced at the time. Less than 20 minutes had passed since he had dropped Gwen off, and the heat within him was yearning for an outlet. "System, load the mute template," Leon commanded softly. Beep. Loading successful. Elite driving, elite stamina, elite shooting, elite reflexes. As the system's prompt resonated, a wave of warmth coursed through Leon's body. He felt his muscles becoming increasingly taut, and his senses sharpened significantly. He clenched his fist, experiencing an unprecedented surge of strength. "Goodness," Leon couldn't help but exclaim. This was akin to the configuration of Captain America. To ensure absolute certainty, he summoned the little mute as backup through the system. The Tyrant's engine emitted a deep growl as Leon turned the vehicle towards Grove Street, racing ahead. The night wind howled past, dispersing the last remnants of fanciful reverie. Tonight was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 31. The Tyrant Pegasi. Bang. 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 The bullets poured down like a torrential rain, riddling the concrete walls with countless holes, shards of glass scattering everywhere. "Punisher, you have slain my brother. Today, you shall not leave alive." The gang leader roared from behind cover, as his men encircled from all directions, their firepower so dense that even a fly could not escape. Frank Castle, the notorious Punisher who instilled fear in the hearts of gangsters, leaned against an armored skeletal steed, calmly reloading his magazine. Had it not been for this vehicle shielding him from the majority of the bullets, he would have been reduced to a sieve. "It seems I must invest in something sturdier next time," he murmured to himself, then rolled sideways, raising his weapon to unleash 3 shots. Bang. 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 3 gang members attempting to flank him fell lifelessly, each with a crimson hole in their foreheads. Yet, the enemy was simply too numerous. "You can't escape," the gang leader sneered, signaling his men to intensify their fire. In that critical moment, whoosh, 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 3 missiles descended from above, striking the obstacles at the intersection with precision. Amidst the thunderous explosion, the previously blocked passage was blasted open. The gangsters stood in shock. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, something even more outrageous occurred. Yes, in the sky. Shoot. Shoot. A motorcycle was inexplicably hovering in midair, its engine roaring like a beast poised to pounce. Bang. From a distant skyscraper, a silent marksman steadied a heavy sniper rifle, calmly squeezing the trigger. Each bullet accurately eliminated threats to Leon. Boom. Another missile struck down just as the gang leader leaped into his so-called bulletproof luxury car, only to be engulfed by a fiery explosion. Flames consumed the vehicle, leaving behind nothing but a charred skeleton, billowing smoke against the night sky. News helicopters had already arrived, capturing the surreal battle with frenzied cameras. "Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? The motorcycle is flying. It's parkouring between the buildings." The reporter's voice trembled with excitement. Punisher, get ready. Frank's phone vibrated suddenly. He glanced down at the message, still trying to decipher its meaning when he noticed the flying motorcycle hurtling directly towards him. Instinct propelled him to leap, grasping Leon's wrist. In the next moment, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness engulfed him. Woohoo, we're taking off. Leon laughed heartily. The Tyrant motorcycle's engine spitting out a brilliant blue flame as it soared skyward with the Punisher. Below, the gang members looked up in bewilderment, helplessly watching their target vanish into the night sky. Bang! Boom! The silent marksman loaded an explosive round, obliterating the skeletal steed left at the scene, erasing all traces. He then slung the sniper rifle over his shoulder, donned a parachute, and leaped from the towering building. Soon, the wail of sirens grew closer as fire trucks and police cars arrived in succession to manage the aftermath. The night wind howled as the Tyrant motorcycle gracefully descended upon the rooftop of the skyscraper. Lion removed the monkey mask from his face and turned to glance at the Punisher behind him, grinning widely. How does it feel? Care to purchase one? The Tyrant is a worthy possession for you. The Punisher's complexion turned ashen as he staggered off the motorcycle, gripping the railing and retching. That recent flight had been 100 times more exhilarating than the wildest roller coaster. Every sharp turn nearly collided with a building, and each dive felt as if he were plummeting into the abyss. Lion waved dismissively at the air. Don't forget the million. I'm off now. Wait. The Punisher called out in frustration. He had suffered considerable losses during this operation, apart from a single armor-piercing handgun at his side. All his equipment lay in the wreckage of the obliterated skeletal horse. Now he was obliged to pay $1 million to this slippery fellow, and the thought alone irked him. What's the matter? Lion raised an eyebrow, observing the disheveled Punisher, suddenly realizing, oh, you wish to make a purchase? Given your plight, I shall entertain your request. Speak. What vehicle do you desire? The Punisher replied, good grief, does even my last bit of startup capital escape your grasp? Ultimately, Lion generously returned the Punisher to the ground, for the $1 million had yet to be deposited. Nevertheless, the Punisher departed riding the instrument of his deeds, the Tyrant motorcycle, while Lion graciously provided for guided missiles at no charge. Of course, the price was that Frank now bore a loan agreement of $1.5 million. With this, you'll be able to repay the loan in no time. Lion patted his shoulder, grinning like a cunning fox. Watching the taillights of the Tyrant fade into the distance, Lion nodded in satisfaction. Tonight marked yet another profitable venture. Chapter 32. Gwen's inner turmoil as the morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains. The urgent bulletin from the New York City Police Department had already reverberated throughout the city via various media outlets. 2 bounties emerged like stones cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the landscape. The first notice depicted a masked man adorned with a skull motif. Those in the know among the underworld recognized him immediately as the Punisher. Frank Castle. From a vengeful veteran seeking justice for his family to a harbinger of fear within the criminal realm, his transformation was no longer a secret. The second bounty, however, was shrouded in mystery. Surveillance footage revealed a figure donning a monkey mask, riding a flying motorcycle, and launching missiles. Though the image was blurred, experts could discern a young male from his silhouette. Even more unsettling was the forensic analysis indicating that this enigmatic individual had an elite accomplice. In a classroom at Midtown High, Gwen Stacy fixated on the news video displayed on her phone. As that familiar motorcycle appeared on screen, her fingers trembled uncontrollably. It could be the same model. She reassured herself, yet inexplicably activated the slow-motion feature. Frame by frame, the footage advanced, and in a fleeting moment, she distinctly noticed the mark on the individual's neck, an unmistakable reminder of her own handiwork. Hey, Gwen, are you coming to lunch? Leon's voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Typically, such a surprise would startle her, but today she merely turned slowly, her tear-filled blue eyes gazing quietly at him. Leon, are you hiding something from me? Outside in the corridor, Pietro and Wanda awaited their return. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Pietro exchanged a knowing glance with Wanda, and they discreetly stepped back. Leon's gaze fell upon the bounty notice clutched in Gwen's hand, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. You already know. Why? Gwen's voice rose sharply. Why would you do this? Her fist came down heavily against Leon's chest. You could have continued to deceive me. Leon did not flinch, allowing her fists to rain down upon him. It was only when her warm tears soaked through his shirt that he gently wrapped his arms around her trembling shoulders. I cannot, Gwen, because I love you. Love me? Gwen abruptly pushed him away, furiously wiping her tears with her sleeve. Then just leave. Let us pretend. We never met. Gwen, do not call my name. Get out. In the corridor outside, Harry Osborn leaned against the railing, exhaling smoke. When Leon emerged, he silently offered him a cigarette. Ahem, what brand is this? Leon coughed, choking from the smoke after a long hiatus from smoking. Custom Camel, Harry replied, blowing a smoke ring. Want me to get you a custom one too? As one of the few aware of Leon's dual identity, Harry had anticipated this day. Observing his friend's reddened eyes, he refrained from teasing. Thanks, Harry. Lion gazed intently at the closed classroom door. If you have a preferred vehicle, just say so. A yacht would suffice, he remarked. Harry shook his head, replying, just nudge the dealer for my ordered car, the Gentailang. If I return home in any other sports car, my father will surely end me. The intermittent sobs within the classroom gradually subsided. Lion extinguished his cigarette and placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. For now, the funds for the car will be refunded to your account. We can acquire something else next time. When Gwen finally managed to compose herself and pushed open the classroom door, the corridor was already deserted. The only evidence of a prior presence was the extinguished cigarette, but on the floor. Why? She murmured, crouching down, tears streaming once more down her cheeks. At that moment, a spider descended slowly from the ceiling and bit her on the bare nape of her neck. Chapter 33. The fainting of Gwen. The cafeteria of Midtown High School was bustling with noise, students gathered in clusters. Yet a solitary table in the corner was shrouded in a palpable air of despondency. Elon mechanically prodded the mashed potatoes on his plate, his gaze distant. When Pietro and Wanda approached with their trays, he didn't even look up. Elon, Pietro tapped his fork against Elon's plate. What is the matter with you and Gwen? You seemed fine yesterday. Stay away from me, Elon muttered without raising his head, or you might get splattered with blood. Wanda's fork froze midair. She sensed a profound anguish emanating from Elon, akin to a wound being slowly inflicted by a dull blade. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately lowered her head and continued eating in silence. The ticking of the clock's second hand was particularly jarring. Suddenly, Elon flung down his fork. The metallic clatter against the porcelain plate causing the twins to flinch in unison. This isn't right. He stared at Gwen's vacant seat, his expression growing increasingly grim. Even if she intends to report me, she should have shown up by now. When the classroom door was thrust open, Gwen was curled up on her desk, trembling. Her golden hair was drenched in sweat, and her cheeks were unnaturally flushed. Gwen. Elon's hand barely brushed against her forehead before retracting in alarm at her feverish heat. Harry, give me the car. The silver Porsche sped through the streets of New York. In the passenger seat, Gwen murmured in a daze, is this another dream? Elon, why do you want to kill? We're almost at the hospital. Hang in there. Elon caught sight of her eyes suddenly widening in the rearview mirror. No, don't take me to the hospital. Gwen thrashed violently, her fingers gripping his thigh tightly, yet hesitantly, afraid to exert too much force. She vividly remembered how the steel thermos had transformed into scrap metal in her grasp. The steering wheel jerked sharply, tires screeching against the asphalt. By the time Elon parked at the entrance of Gwen's neighborhood, the back of his shirt was completely soaked. As the doorbell rang for the third time, Helen Stacy, apron tied around her waist, opened the door. Elon, her gaze fell upon her daughter, and her heart sank. Oh my God, what happened to Gwen? She has a fever. Elon carefully handed Gwen over, ready to leave. Please take care of her. Why don't you come in for a moment? Helen said, pulling him in with her flour-dusted hands. I just baked almond cookies. Her eyes seemed to pierce through to his soul. Did you two have a fight? The aroma of butter and vanilla wafted through the living room. Elon cradled a teacup, watching the steam spiral upwards. It's my fault. She will never forgive me. A dull thud resonated from the slightly ajar bedroom door. Helen's lips curled ever so slightly. Go say goodbye while she's still asleep. The scent of rose perfume, it was intoxicating. This was Elon's first impression as he pushed open the bedroom door. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting fragmented shadows upon Gwen's eyelashes. Compelled by an unseen force, he reached out, his fingertips hovering just before touching her cheek. Is she truly asleep? Their proximity was so close he could count each lash. Elon was suddenly reminded of the sweetness of strawberry lip balm on Gwen's lips from that fateful night on the motorcycle. Feigning sleep, Gwen held her breath. She sensed the mattress gently sinking, the warmth of breath brushing against her nose. A feather-like kiss alighted upon her forehead. Trust me, I love you. As Leon rose, Gwen nearly succumbed to the urge to grasp the hem of his garment. She heard the sound of the door closing. Leon had departed. Her mother's intentionally raised voice echoed from the living room. What a fine young man. If only I were 20 years younger. The pillow was clenched in her grasp, deformed by her grip. 2 droplets rapidly spread across its surface, leaving her uncertain if they were sweat or something else entirely. Chapter 34. The disappearance of Stark. Deep within the Afghan desert, in a temporary military base, Tony Stark raised a glass of whiskey, his face adorned with his signature smug smile. He had just showcased the formidable power of the Jericho missile to high-ranking military officials and was now basking in their adulation. Hey, Stan, why are you still awake? Tony inquired as he initiated a video call with Obadiah Stane, whose image promptly appeared on the screen, reclining shirtless in bed. I was just about to go to sleep to gather some information for you, Obadiah replied, rubbing his temples. Don't worry, there are leads. It should be resolved by the time you return. Tony raised an eyebrow. Now that's good news. However, just a few hours after Tony ended the call. Breaking news, Tony Stark missing in the Middle East. Life or death unknown. The Stark Industries stock plummets as investors engage in panic selling. Major media outlets rush to report, while financial channel hosts fervently analyze the bleak prospects of Stark Industries. In the cafeteria of Midtown High, Leon casually consumed his lunch, absorbed in news alerts on his phone. His heart devoid of emotion. Tony Stark is dead? Pietro and Wanda approached with their trays, yet their expressions lacked the anticipated excitement. No, Leon calmly sipped his cola. There's an old saying in the East, calamity bequeaths a legacy of 1,000 years. Tony Stark is that calamity. Wanda pouted. Then the scoundrel shouldn't he live too long. Observing Wanda's indignant demeanor, Leon chuckled as he tousled her hair. It's just a metaphor, Wanda. Across the cafeteria, Mary Jane noticed Gwen's gaze frequently drifting in their direction. Gwen, have you had a falling out with Leon? She inquired, leaning closer. Aren't you worried he might be taken by that girl? Gwen feigned composure. Our relationship is strictly that of ordinary classmates. What he does with Wanda is of no concern to me. Mary Jane, witnessing Gwen's palpable jealousy, shook her head in resignation before turning to join Harry and Peter at their table. Leon remained oblivious to Gwen's attention, enthusiastically discussing a daring plan with the Maximoff siblings. With Stark Industries stock at rock bottom, he whispered, I'm lending Wanda $1 million. Pietro, do you want to take a gamble too? Pietro hesitated. Isn't investing in stocks a surefire way to lose money? I think I'll pass. All right. Leon clapped the table. Wanda, remember, this is his choice to forego. When we make a profit, he won't see a dime. Wanda nodded earnestly. No problem. In the future, Pietro can't spend my money, but Leon can spend freely. Haha, Wanda, you are truly too good to me. Leon joyfully ruffled her hair. Wanda felt a sweet warmth within. Ever since she acquired the ability to sense others' emotions, she experienced a double dose of joy shared between herself and Leon. Meanwhile, deep in the Afghan desert, Tony Stark's predicament stood in stark contrast to Leon's blissful contentment. He clutched a rudimentary battery, a faint blue light flickering from his chest. Having just endured a harrowing trial of life and death, he had narrowly escaped being drowned by terrorists in a tank of water. What astounded him further was the sight of countless Stark Industries weapons during a forced tour of the terrorist stronghold. These armaments, which should have been under stringent military control, had now fallen into the hands of the enemy. The military is certainly searching for you, Dr. Ethan reassured him, but this place is too secluded. Tony gazed intently at the flickering campfire, a spark igniting in his eyes. I require a suit of armor, as well as a specialized trading platform. He swiftly jotted down the necessary materials on a piece of paper, gesturing animatedly to the terrorists. Do you have a solution? Ethan adjusted his glasses, noting that even the internet was absent in this locale. Tony responded with a cryptic smile. This platform does not require the internet. He opened a rudimentary programming interface and typed in a string of characters, though he was uncertain of its operational principles. Can we call for rescue? Not yet. Tony shook his head, piecing together several blueprints that vaguely outlined the silhouette of an armor. First, we need to forge a battle suit. Chapter 35, The R-Star Industry Chain, Hell's Kitchen, Fist Tower. Jean Bing's immense form sank into the leather chair, his robust fingers gliding over the tablet screen, scrutinizing the revenue reports of various assets on the R-Star platform. The neon lights of New York outside flickered upon his somber face, casting an erratic glow. Damn the hand association, he suddenly bellowed, slamming his fist onto the desk, which groaned under the weight of his frustration. The nightclub's earnings had plummeted by 30% this week. In the corner, the maid, Faye and I, who was polishing a vase, trembled in fear, her cleaning cloth slipping from her grasp. She hastily retrieved it, using the pretext of taking out the trash to make her swift exit from the office. Almost simultaneously with her departure, the bullseye pushed open the door. He held a topographic map, tossing it carelessly onto Jean Bing's desk. The location for the bunker has been selected, Bullseye remarked, tilting his head slightly. Perito Forest, a World War II underground facility, perfectly meets the R-Star platform site requirements. Jean Bing inhaled deeply from his cigar, the smoke swirling in his mouth. Purchase it, he commanded, his voice deliberately husky. The initial investment may be substantial, but it is the subsequent returns that truly matter. Bullseye shrugged. Once upon a time, the mob's business revolved around collecting protection fees, selling baby formula, and fighting for territory. Now, they found themselves discussing asset allocation and investment returns. If he weren't aware of the origins of this money, he might have thought he was working for a multinational corporation. Times have changed, Bullseye smirked, surprised to find their line of work becoming so formalized. Jean Bing cast a cold glance at him, choosing not to respond. In New Jersey, within a dilapidated gas station, the leader of the dog gang, Crazy Dog Mike, fixated on the revenue curve on the R-Star platform, a smile involuntarily curling at his lips. He recognized that he could not compete with titans like Jean Bing in New York, but in this overlooked corner, he had discovered an opportunity for ascendance. The motorcycle gang had been fully formed. He spoke to the empty room, The baby formula workshop was beginning to turn a profit. Murakami, just you wait. His vengeful musings were abruptly interrupted by the sudden entrance of a younger gang member. Boss, we've been hit. Our shipment in Morning Dock was stolen. The young man's arm still dripped with blood. Mike's expression darkened instantly. He slowly rose, retrieving a gilded Desert Eagle from the drawer. Bring out the weapons from the warehouse. His voice was chillingly calm. And take the rocket launcher. It's time for the local rivals to understand that the dog gang is not to be trifled with. In Brooklyn, within an inconspicuous auto repair shop, Leon lay on the bed, idly playing with his phone. As the highest authority on the R-Star platform, every move of these mob bosses fell under his watchful gaze. Nick Fury, that old fox, he muttered, sifting through surveillance footage from a facility in Atlanta. The director of SHIELD had spared no expense, acquiring the entire underground base and equipping it with orbital cannons. Formidable weapons indeed. How much funding had been embezzled to allow such extravagant expenditure? Leon scoffed. What concerned him even more was the fact that only a handful of agents were present to maintain the facility, clearly indicating that Fury wished to keep this location under wraps. Suddenly, a notification flashed on the screen. User Playboy has logged in. Tony Stark? Leon raised an eyebrow, astonished that this fellow was able to connect to the R-Star platform from a cave in Afghanistan. Glancing at the time, it was 11 p.m. in New York, which meant it was around 10 a.m. in Afghanistan. Leon couldn't help but chuckle. At this hour, he must be busy wielding a hammer to forge his armor, right? However, calculating the time, Iron Man was on the verge of making his grand debut. Leon's gaze returned to the interface of the space-based cannon. This weapon, capable of striking any target on the surface at any moment, although priced at a staggering 100 million star coins per shot, with no guidance services provided, remained a considerable threat. It was imperative to keep it under his control, he murmured. After all, who knows when Fury might whimsically decide to use this contraption to strike at certain prominent figures, subsequently laying the blame squarely on his shoulders. Chapter 36. The recruitment of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the twilight of Brooklyn. The setting sun bathed the auto repair shop sign in a warm orange hue. Elon sat languidly in a folding chair at the entrance, a chilled can of beer in hand, idly observing the pedestrians traversing the street. Recent disturbances in the vicinity had created an unsettling atmosphere, with restless individuals loitering nearby. He had dispatched the mute boy to clean up for an entire day. Yet as per Elon's instructions, the task merely involved incapacitating a few troublemakers, for he was not keen on attracting too much attention just yet. I had envisioned purchasing a villa to save her life. Elon tilted his head back, savoring the cool liquid as it coursed down his throat. Wanda and Pietro were residing in far superior accommodations, yet he had invested all his resources into expanding his business. A production line dedicated to crafting novice vehicles such as skeletal horses, a repurposed abandoned airport, and the modification business of the king of sheet metal in Los Angeles. These investments had nearly drained his wallet. Young sir, one mustn't indulge in excessive drinking at your age. It is detrimental to your health. A saccharine voice suddenly chimed beside him. Elon's gaze was involuntarily drawn to a pair of alluring legs encased in black stockings, long, shapely. A veritable epitome of elegance. Gradually, he lifted his gaze to behold a woman capable of quickening any man's heartbeat, her wine-red curls cascading freely. A subtle blush adorning her delicate features, her figure alluringly curvaceous, accentuated further by her red-soled high heels. Yet what captivated Elon most was the tantalizing hint of a deep neckline. It was evident that this woman had come to entice. Good evening, beautiful miss. Elon feigned innocence, batting his eyelashes. I am but a minor. I fear I cannot indulge your business. Natasha Romanoff, known as the Black Widow, instantly recognized that her identity had been uncovered. This young man was clearly trying to provoke her. Mr. Noah, she dropped her pretense, adopting a serious demeanor. I'm an agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. You remember Agent Coulson from our last encounter, do you not? It is you. Elon exaggeratedly rose to his feet. Please, come in. You have no idea. I have been under constant surveillance lately. One wonders what some agencies do with taxpayer money. Natasha gracefully seated herself on the sofa, legs crossed, fully leveraging her charm. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join our organization. This development was entirely within Elon's expectations. However, the proposition from Nick Fury to recruit him into S.H.I.E.L.D., which, in reality, was the Hydra-infiltrated SHIELD, left him contemplating whether to accept. After a mere 3 seconds of reflection, Elon reached a conclusion. All right, Miss Natasha, I am willing to join. However, you must understand, I am still a student. As for the tasks, fear not, Natasha smiled, moving closer to him. You shall serve as a technician. Perilous missions will not be assigned to you. She shifted her tone, however. Might I place an order for a vehicle through you? The quota of 30 vehicles per month is simply insufficient. Natasha had personally witnessed the magnificent flying sports car, equipped with a deadlock missile system, emerged from the hands of the King of Metal in Los Angeles. While S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed similar technology, its level of sophistication was nowhere near comparable. Leon inhaled the faint scent of perfume wafting from her, a sly smile gracing his lips. Of course I can. However, my shop is closed, he teased. What reward does Miss Natasha have in mind? Perhaps the removal of the surveillance on you? Given that I have joined your, what is it? The Department of Homeland Defense and Attack. That seems only fitting. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, you little rogue, Natasha teased, leaning closer, her red lips slightly parted. Just as their proximity allowed them to feel each other's breath, Leon suddenly pushed her away. If you need a vehicle, simply place an order at the shop. Also, please accept my friend request. Natasha opened the R-Star platform, surprised to discover that despite the shop's closure, she was still able to place an order. Thank you, handsome, she said, her gaze flickering toward Leon's phone, attempting to glean insight into his platform privileges. Miss Natasha, you should be on your way, Leon said with a mischievous grin. Unless you wish to stay tonight. With the mission accomplished, Natasha stood and headed toward the door, assured that her documents and manual would be delivered soon. Wait. Leon suddenly called out. Check the R-Star platform. I've sent a task invitation. Natasha feigned alarm, stepping back dramatically. What? Am I truly to stay, dear brother? Chapter 37. The rescue of soldier Tony. The Afghan night was parched and frigid. Deep within a cave, Tony Stark toiled under the dim glow of a lamp, meticulously assembling metallic components. Sweat trickled down his forehead, landing on the scorching metal plate with a sizzle. This hardly resembled a Jericho missile. A burly terrorist brandished a red-hot piece of coal before him, declaring, I spared your life, not for you to engage in tricks. Ethan swiftly stepped in front of Tony, asserting, he is doing his utmost. The conditions here are far too rudimentary, yet he is indeed striving. Tomorrow, the terrorist barked, hurling the coal into the fire, sending sparks flying. By tomorrow at the latest, I expect to see the prototype of the missile. Once the footsteps faded into the distance, Tony sighed deeply. The plan has changed, Ethan. We must initiate the mission at once. In New York, at Noah's Auto Repair. What? Tony Stark is still alive. Natasha spun around abruptly, her auburn hair sweeping gracefully through the air. She quickly accessed the R-Star platform and indeed found the glaring mission notification. Rescue Tony Stark, reward, 50 million. Leon, lounging with nonchalance, proudly waved his phone. I've secured exclusive rights to this mission. Apart from me and the mute, I can bring one more along. He squinted, resembling a cat that had just caught a fish. What exclusive rights? Merely an excuse for him to cash in. Without hesitation, Natasha contacted Nick Fury. After ending the call, she leaned close to Leon, her soft form almost draping over his arm. Can little Noah allow me to bring one more person? I assure you. He is quite formidable. Feeling the warmth of her touch, Leon initially contemplated inviting either the Punisher or Hawkeye. However, upon reflection, it was likely that the Black Widow's recommendation pointed to the renowned marksman, Hawkeye. Very well, Leon feigned reluctance, nodding. Have your person meet directly at St. Laurent Airport. Remember, the vehicle must remain outside. Under the moonlight, St. Laurent Airport lay shrouded in a tranquil glow. An Osprey MV-22 roared onto the tarmac, nearly simultaneously as A.S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopter descended from above. Agent Clint Barton strode purposefully towards Natasha. Is the information confirmed? Is it truly a mission issued by Tony himself? Absolutely. Natasha replied, waving her hand towards the helicopter. Have your aircraft depart. I've told you, he dislikes uninvited guests on his territory. Leon shot a disgruntled glare at Hawkeye before turning towards the hangar. The mute approached the helicopter, rapping on the cockpit glass, signaling for them to leave immediately. This one do. I'm on a tight schedule, Hawkeye expressed, bewildered. Director Fury instructed, upon arrival, refrain from taking action, await the military. That depends on whether you can persuade him. Natasha gestured towards the slowly opening hangar doors. A uniquely designed aircraft emerged, an enhanced version of the Osprey helicopter, known as the Giant Elephant Avenger. The mute silently ascended to the pilot's seat, leaving Natasha and Hawkeye in stunned silence. The young one, Natasha leaned closer to the console. Should we notify the Bureau about the flight path? Such a colossal presence might incite panic. Even Hawkeye, who had just boarded the aircraft, couldn't suppress his skepticism. Are we truly going to save lives? Will we have enough time for this? Leon rolled his eyes, conceding the pilot's seat to the mute one. The Giant Elephant Avenger, stealth module, propulsion system, with a maximum speed of 800 kilometers per hour. He regarded the two with a look of incredulity. If they remained apprehensive, he could always call their director right now. Sensing Leon's discontent, Natasha promptly linked her arm with his. Remember, our director considers you a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. too. As the engine roared to life, the propellers gradually blurred into a mere shadow. Leon opened the rear cabin door. Now's the moment. Let me explain the weapon systems. Tony certainly invested a substantial amount. Chapter 38. A bloodbath at 3 in the morning, the Afghan desert lay shrouded in darkness. The howling winds stirred up sand and debris, creating a cacophony reminiscent of wailing spirits. Suspended 1,000 meters above, a specially modified giant elephant Avenger hovered silently, completely cloaked from all electronic signal detection, of course. The terrorists below could not afford radar equipment. Inside the cabin, Leon surveyed the terrorist encampment below through high-precision observation equipment. The infrared imaging distinctly revealed every guard post, every point of fire, and even the shift patterns of the guards at the cave entrance were meticulously recorded. Deploy the RC tanks, Leon commanded. The silent assistant pressed the switch, and the rear hatch slowly opened. A biting cold wind rushed into the cabin as 2 well-equipped RC tanks were pushed out into the night, their parachutes unfurling silently in the dark sky. Agent Hawkeye Barton furrowed his brow and pointed at the parachute packs on the wall. So we're not going down? This place will be reduced to rubble shortly. Leon replied without looking back, his attention fixated on the control screen. You'll have control of an RC tank. Just follow my lead. On the desert floor. The 2 RC tanks landed quietly. Their parachutes automatically disintegrated, dissolving into tattered remnants in the swirling sand. A guard, caught mid-smoke, rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the approaching metallic monstrosities. Instinctively raising his AK-47, he barely had time to pull the trigger before, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of blue laser struck precisely at his chest. The guard managed to squeeze the trigger in his last fleeting moment, the gunfire slicing through the night air, causing the entire camp to erupt in chaos. Enemy attack. Rocket launcher. Bring the rocket launcher. In the tumult, no one noticed the harbinger of death looming above. Leon pressed the bomb release button, and precision-guided bombs screamed downward. Miss Natasha, Leon communicated through the device. Show us the skills you've just acquired. With a dangerous curve to her crimson lips, Natasha's slender fingers danced over the control panel on the rear weapons console. The automatic turret beneath the aircraft swiftly rotated and locked onto its target. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions transformed the camp into a fiery inferno. The surviving terrorists finally caught sight of the giant Avenger in the sky, but their rifle bullets could not reach such heights. Into the cave. Quickly, the leader shouted hoarsely. The 2 RC tanks converged at the cave entrance. Leon took control from the silent assistant. Agent Barton, clear the remaining enemies outside. I will find Stark. Deep within the cave, Tony Stark was fine-tuning the recently completed Mark I armor. The explosions outside brought a smile to his face. This billion-dollar investment is worth every penny. Suddenly, the heavy iron door was hammered upon with a resounding crash. Open the door, Stark. The terrorist leader bellowed hysterically. As the gunfire grew closer, he lost all composure. Blow it open. Now. His subordinate had just finished installing the explosives when the leader forced the detonation. Amidst the deafening blast, thick smoke filled the entire passageway. Is it our rescue? Ethan clutched a rusted handgun, his voice trembling. Amidst the eerie crackle of electricity, a shadowy figure emerged, transporting the lifeless body of the terrorist leader. Ethan and Tony stared wide-eyed as this metallic creature inscribed a message upon the ground with a laser. The exterior has been cleared. You may emerge. Tony let out a whistle, exclaiming, I admire this fellow's approach to work. Chapter 39. Tony's rescue. Tony Stark stood at the mouth of the cave, squinting against the blinding sunlight. Before him lay what was once a heavily fortified encampment, now reduced to a desolate wasteland, pockmarked with craters. The charred remains of vehicles belching black smoke, and the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. This efficiency, Tony murmured to himself, a chill running down his spine as he recalled the layout of the camp from memory. Buzzing and roaring echoed from the distance, growing louder as an oddly shaped aircraft descended nearby. The hatch opened, revealing Leon Noah leaning against the door, waving at him. Wow. Tony's eyes widened. The giant elephant Avenger? The one sold on the R-Star platform? Leon approached, rapping on Tony's rough battle suit. It seems you haven't wasted these 3 months, Mr. Stark. Quite unforgettable. Tony managed a wry smile and turned to Ethan. Would you mind lending a hand in dismantling this contraption from the cockpit? Just as Ethan was assisting Tony in removing the armor, a cloud of dust billowed in the distance. A convoy, led by a Humvee, sped towards them, with Colonel James Rhodes at the forefront. Hands up. Which unit are you from? Rhodes jumped out of the vehicle, weapon drawn, but froze upon seeing Leon. You are Leon Noah. Leon calmly raised his hands. We met at the Waldorf Hotel Gala, Colonel. Rhodes gestured for his soldiers to lower their weapons, his gaze lingering on Natasha and Barton for a moment. Where is Tony Stark? Rhodes. You bastard. Tony's voice called from the cockpit as he staggered out, pale yet smiling. The 2 men embraced tightly. Where's your trusty Jeep? Rhodes patted his friend's back, his voice slightly choked. Promise me you won't run off again. Tony did not reply, merely hugging back with fervor. He remembered the young soldiers who would never return home. Inside the cockpit, Rhodes regarded Natasha and Barton with suspicion. So you are agents of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement In Logistics Division, Natasha replied with a professional smile. This operation was personally approved by Director Fury. Wait a minute, Ethan frowned. That rescue platform is your organization, S? Not entirely. Natasha deftly attributed the credit to S. H-I-E-L-D, portraying Leon as a collaborating partner. Suddenly, Tony's eyes widened. So, the $1 billion I paid, this guy pocketed $800 million? To be precise, $850 million. Leon entered with a soda in hand, pointing to the surveillance camera on the ceiling. Just a friendly reminder, the entire event is recorded. Mind your words. Rhodes's lips twitched. Your fees are worse than the mob. When the aircraft landed in New York, Pepper Potts and Happy had been waiting with a medical team for quite some time. Upon seeing Tony, weak yet vibrant, Pepper's eyes filled with tears. Your eyes are so red, Tony teased lightly. Worried about the boss losing his job? Indeed, Pepper wiped her eyes. Jobs are hard to come by these days. Tony turned to Happy and said, the hospital? No, let us first proceed to the hotel. Ethan and I require the presidential suite. And he inhaled deeply, a double cheeseburger. As he observed the departing convoy, Leon dialed Wanda's number, instructing, liquidate all Stark stocks before 11. Yes, every single share. Trust me, a second round of plummeting prices is imminent. Natasha and Barton exchanged wry smiles. This time, they had been awarded a commission of $200 million, finally enabling them to place an order for the coveted vehicle they had long desired on the R-Star platform. Chapter 40. Stark is on the brink of collapse within the opulent residence acquired by Tony Stark for the Maximoff siblings. Wanda curled up on a leather sofa, mechanically shoving chips into her mouth while her gaze remained fixated on the television screen. I still detest that guy, she murmured, 3 months with those terrorists. And he hasn't changed one bit. Leon sat nearby, swiftly swiping on his tablet, liquidating the last of Stark Industries stock. Hearing Wanda's complaint, he glanced up at the television, where Tony sauntered onto the press conference stage, casually holding a cheeseburger. Whatever, Leon chuckled, closing the tablet. We've already made our profits. Let us now shift our focus to the corridor of Stark Industries. Agent Coulson deftly intercepted Pepper Potts. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, Agent Coulson. May I have a moment of your time? At the press conference, Obadiah Stane struggled to maintain a smile, gesturing for the restless media to quiet down. Tony, however, lounged against the steps, taking a bite of his burger. Long time no see, everyone, he mumbled. Can we all sit down? It's easier to see this way. Colonel Rhodes leaned closer to Pepper. What is Tony up to? A press conference right after returning? Pepper shook her head, having just sent off that awkwardly named agent. Who knows what he's planning now? Suddenly, Tony sprang to his feet, tossing aside the burger wrapper. I've never had the chance to have a proper conversation with my father. His voice was unusually somber. I want to ask him what he truly thinks about this company. Has he ever had doubts? Conflicts? In the mansion, Wanda furrowed her brow. What is he doing? Perhaps he's confessing, Leon remarked, his eyes fixed on the final figures in his stock account, an expression of complexity crossing his face. On the television, Tony continued. I have witnessed young men who protect me perish at the hands of the very weapons I designed. Such events are occurring worldwide. I have awakened. Therefore, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. Obadiah hurriedly ascended the stage, attempting to smooth things over, but the media erupted. Flashbulbs exploded like a torrential downpour as reporters scrambled to raise their hands and pose questions. Wanda turned to Leon, scrutinizing his expression. How did you know he would do this? Leon ruffled her hair. It's a secret, but I suppose it's time to call you. Little rich girl Wanda. Downstairs at Stark Industries, Obadiah grabbed Tony's arm. Do you have any idea how much the stock will plummet tomorrow? 40 points? Tony shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. At least 40 points. The company profits from selling weapons. But the company bears my name, Stan. Tony raised his voice, looking at the elder who had cared for him since childhood, then softened his tone. But you might like my new toy. He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a miniature arc reactor embedded in his chest. A glimmer of greed flashed in Obadiah's eyes. Once the products it powers are released, the stock price will soar higher than ever. Tony declared with confidence. Can I see the prototype? Obadiah lowered his voice, deeming it a secret between the two of them. Tony, unsuspecting, replied, of course, without energy, we are utterly immobilized. By the way, has there been any progress in the investigation regarding the weapons flowing into the black market? Obadiah revealed a knowing smile. Indeed, it is the Tin Rings gang. They are ubiquitous across the globe. It is they who are trafficking your weapons. Chapter 41. Talent acquisition at the reception of Stark Tower. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the marble floor. Lion Noah, clad in his school uniform, gently tapped his fingers on the reception desk. I apologize, the receptionist offered with a professional smile, but Mr. Stark is not in the office today. Moreover, you do not have an appointment. Lion rubbed his temples. That scoundrel Tony, not answering his calls, nor accepting his friend request on the R-Star platform. Just as he turned to leave, A familiar voice called out from behind. Isn't this Lion Noah, our partner from Stark Industries, one of New York's twin stars? Obadiah Stane approached, impeccably dressed, his face adorned with a congenial smile. He affectionately placed a hand on Lion's shoulder and led him towards his office amidst the gaze of onlookers. Inside the office, Obadiah personally poured a cup of coffee for Lion. I hear you're looking for Tony? He inquired casually. That boy has been rather rebellious lately. Lion accepted the coffee but hesitated to take a sip. Indeed, regarding some collaborative matters. Obadiah suddenly lowered his voice. Mr. Noah, you are a genius. Would you be interested in working for me? The terms are entirely negotiable. Lion's fingers traced the rim of the cup. He had not anticipated Obadiah's directness. After a moment's contemplation, he displayed a perfectly measured expression of hesitation. I appreciate your kindness, but I believe the time is not yet ripe. Perhaps in the future. Of course. Obadiah's eyes sparkled. My door is always open for you. As Lion exited the building, he glanced back at Obadiah, who was still smiling at the entrance, and thought to himself with a smirk, once your true nature is revealed, you will be the first to face the consequences. At 10880 Malibu Cove, Tony's cliffside villa glimmered in the sunlight. Lion parked the Celine S7 that Tony had gifted him at the entrance, the doors unfolding like wings. Hello, Mr. Noah, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. resonated from the smart lock. Mr. Stark is waiting for you in the underground laboratory. Navigating through the tech-infused corridor, Lion arrived at the basement. Tony was engrossed in adjusting the armor plating of Mark II, while the display case beside him showcased the meticulously restored Mark I. Where's Dr. Ethan? Lion inquired. He returned to Afghanistan. Tony replied without looking up. Now he is a doctor for the United Nations peacekeeping forces. That guy is remarkable. I hear you're shutting down the weapons division? Lion got straight to the point. Tony finally paused his work, raising an eyebrow. What is this? Are you here to pick up the scraps? I'm here to recruit. Lion shrugged. At the very least, don't let them go to Hammer Industries. Suddenly, a mischievous smile crept across Tony's face. Call me Uncle Tony, and I'll grant you that opportunity. Not a chance. Lion rolled his eyes. Do you think I'll let Wanda come and have a heart-to-heart with you? All right. Tony raised his hands in surrender. You may approach them, but can you truly extract? He rubbed his fingers together, leaving the matter to your sincerity. Leon scoffed lightly. Money is not an issue. He paused, implying a deeper question. But what about you? Have you uncovered the mastermind behind the arms smuggling? It is the 10 rings. Tony gestured towards Mark I. Once Mark II is completed, I shall personally venture to Afghanistan. His gaze sharpened, determined to resolve this matter once and for all. Chapter 42. The Spectral Spider. Since the day she was returned home by Leon, Gwen Stacy felt an inexplicable transformation within herself. Her body had become buoyant, her senses heightened, and even her thoughts were remarkably lucid. Strangely, knowledge regarding the construction of web shooters, the selection of materials for her suit, and even biological concepts seemed to have been effortlessly implanted in her mind. Was this superpower? Gwen stood in her bedroom, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. With a gentle leap, she effortlessly touched the ceiling. With such strength, her first thought was to thwart crime, particularly Leon's nefarious activities. She devoted a week, utilizing her spare time to secretly craft a complete set of gear, a specially designed black and white suit, web shooters, and even sewn Kevlar fibers into the lining of her outfit. The Spectral Spider, she whispered the name she had chosen, as the black lenses of her suits had glimmered coldly in the moonlight. The night in Brooklyn was far from tranquil. Gwen moved like a true spider, gliding gracefully between the towering buildings. Her webs adhered precisely to each anchor point, her body tracing elegant arcs through the air. In just a few days, the name of the Spectral Spider had spread through the alleys, that black and white figure who appeared in times of peril and vanished just as quickly. Tonight, her first destination was still Leon's auto shop. She hoped he would behave tonight. Crouching on the rooftop across the street, her eyes fixed intently on the shop door beneath her white goggles, she observed Leon handing over a nondescript sports car to a red-haired woman. Miss Romanoff, let's check the goods, Leon said, tapping the car's body. If all is well, we can settle the payment right here. Suddenly, Gwen's spider sense tingled sharply. That car was dangerous. Instinctively, she tensed, poised to intervene at a moment's notice. I certainly trust little Noah, the red-haired woman said with a sultry smile. After all, we are colleagues. Gwen watched as the woman left a vivid red lip print on Leon's cheek, an inexplicable heaviness settling in her chest. Who was this mature, alluring woman? What was her connection to Leon? Why did Leon seem so accustomed to such intimacy? All right, let us go, Leon said impatiently, wiping away the lipstick mark before turning to lower the roll-up door. The red-haired woman shrugged and slid into the perilous sports car. Gwen resolved to follow and demand clarity. As Natasha drove just 2 blocks away, a black and white figure suddenly descended from above, blocking the car's path. The Spectral Spider? Natasha raised an eyebrow. The S-H-I-E-L-D Files contained information about this emerging street hero, agile, elusive, and suspected to be a teenager. Who are you? What were you doing at the auto shop? Gwen's voice, modified by a voice changer, sounded cold and mechanical. Upon closer inspection, Gwen had to concede that this woman was stunningly beautiful. With her burgundy curls, emerald eyes, and the innate aura of a mature woman, was it such women who led Leon astray? FBI agent, Natasha revealed her credentials. I am on official business. The identification appeared genuine, yet Gwen's spider sense was still in alarm. There was undoubtedly something amiss with this vehicle. I can sense its danger, Gwen insisted, asserting the need to investigate at the police station. Natasha narrowed her eyes. What if I refuse? The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Gwen assumed a combat stance. Her web shooter aimed at Natasha, while Natasha's hand had, unbeknownst to her, rested upon the grip of her sidearm. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the distant alley. Help? Is anyone there? Gwen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, her sense of responsibility as a superhero prevailed. I'll check on you later. She shot out a web and vanished into the night. Chapter 43. Divergent Ideologies on a Rainy Night in New York. The damp alleys were saturated with the stench of refuse and rust. The dim streetlights cast hazy halos through the downpour, illuminating a shivering figure at the end of the passage. No, Punisher, you cannot kill me. I beg you, someone help me. Jimmy Warren slumped against the wall. His expensive suit stained with mud, the terror etched on his face starkly illuminated by flashes of lightning. At the alley's entrance, the engine of a Tyrant motorcycle growled, its headlights piercing the rain like silver needles. Frank Castle, the Punisher, retrieved a specially designed alloy baseball bat from his vehicle, the sound of metal scraping against the ground causing Jimmy's teeth to chatter. Jimmy Warren, the Punisher's voice rasped like sandpaper, as a notorious member of the Bunker family. You are guilty. You monster. In a sudden frenzy, Jimmy drew a handgun from his waistband and frantically pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets traced bright arcs through the rain. The Punisher merely leaned aside, evading the projectiles with an ease that suggested he had anticipated their trajectory. Footsteps echoed clearly in the puddles, each step causing Jimmy's heart to race. At the moment the bat was about to descend, a strand of webbing struck it with precision, pinning it to the wall. Hey, Punisher, you shouldn't do this. A figure clad in black and white descended gracefully, Ghost Spider landing nimbly between the two. Rainwater cascaded off her battle attire, her dark goggles glinting with a cold light in the stormy night. Ghost Spider? The Punisher glanced at the webbing on the wall, his tone laced with disdain. What, do you wish to escort him to the precinct? Isn't that right? Gwen's voice, distorted by a voice modulator, reverberated. Killing will only breed more panic. You have no comprehension of how this world operates, child. The distant wail of sirens grew louder, the Punisher's patience wearing thin. He noticed the rekindled hope in Jimmy's eyes, fury surging within him. Bang! A sudden gunshot immobilized Gwen. She turned to see Jimmy's head slumped to one side, a brilliant red splatter staining the wall. You killed him? Gwen's voice trembled. The Punisher strode past her, rain cascading from his tactical vest. You have disrupted my plan to eradicate the Bunker family. More will suffer as a result. Gwen's fist flew out in anger, but the Punisher deftly evaded her strike. The two engaged in a fierce struggle within the narrow alley, rain splashing violently around them. You could collaborate with the police. Send them to prison. Gwen executed a backflip to evade his grasp. What do you know? The Punisher countered with an elbow strike, forcing Gwen back. Those gangsters and the police are in cahoots. The wealthy nourish the gangs. They will swagger out of prison the very next day. The sirens were now alarmingly close. The Punisher was taken aback to discover that this newcomer possessed such refined combat skills that he found himself momentarily ensnared. Worse still, he felt himself subtly on the back foot. There are good and bad among people. Gwen swept her leg, pushing the Punisher back. There are good individuals within the police. Why do you only focus on the darkness? Damn it. The Punisher suddenly drew a modified stun grenade from his lower back. To Gwen's astonishment, her spider sense failed to warn her. This specially designed stun grenade was harmless, merely intended to delay her opponent's attack. Bang! A blinding flash of white light erupted, accompanied by a deafening blast exceeding 180 decibels, engulfing the alleyway. By the time Gwen's vision cleared, the taillights of the Tyrant motorcycle had vanished around the corner. Stop! Gwen shot out a web and propelled herself like a bolt from a crossbow in pursuit. Rain lashed against her face as she witnessed the Punisher abruptly open the missile compartment of the Tyrant. 6 miniature missiles glimmered ominously in the rain, serving as a blatant warning. Madman! Gwen was compelled to halt against the exterior wall of a building, helplessly watching as the Tyrant belched blue flames and disappeared into the night sky. Rain cascaded down her battle suit as her fist struck the wall with fury. Leon! You bastard! She was nearly certain that the modified Tyrant was undoubtedly a product of Leon's handiwork. The thought that the boy she had once kissed was now supplying weapons to a murderous fiend like the Punisher made Gwen seethe with rage. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in his apartment, Leon suddenly sneezed, blissfully unaware that someone was keeping tabs on him. A beautiful heroine, no less. Who is cursing me? He mused, rubbing his nose before rolling over to resume his slumber. Chapter 44. The denial of Sheriff George. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle glow in the room. When Stacy rubbed the remnants of sleep from her eyes, the wall clock indicated it was nearing 11 in the morning. The previous night's pursuit of the Punisher had left her utterly fatigued. Mom, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Dressed in a pink nightgown, Gwen stumbled out of her room, her golden hair tousled. She yawned, completely oblivious to the presence of two individuals seated in the living room. When the voice caused her to freeze in place, slowly she turned her head and beheld her father, Sheriff George Stacy, conversing with Leon Noah on the sofa. Leon held a steaming cup of tea, his expression mirroring her own astonishment. Bang! The door slammed shut behind her. Gwen leaned against the door, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. She had not anticipated encountering Leon in such a situation, nor in her disheveled state. In the living room, George sighed. This child, he turned to Leon, attempting to ease the awkwardness. Why don't you continue discussing your school's football team? A subtle tension filled the air around the dining table. Learning from her mother, Helen, that Leon was invited by her father. Gwen nibbled on her toast while discreetly observing the two men across from her. Leon, clad in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, engaged in conversation with her father about the recent community safety issues, a rare moment of proximity since their last quarrel. So it's best not to go out at night lately, George remarked, slicing into the eggs on his plate. There was a shooting just 2 blocks away from your repair shop last night. Was it the Punisher? Leon inquired casually. George's fork halted midair. How do you know? A classmate mentioned it. Leon hastily sipped his orange juice to cover his slip. George shook his head, opting not to delve deeper. The Punisher, Daredevil, and that newly emerged Ghost Spider god knows where these masked vigilantes come from. Ghost Spider? Leon raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It was the first time he had heard of Gwen's alias. I've seen her videos. She is different from those others. Gwen interjected, her voice louder than she intended. She certainly did not wish to be compared to her father or that murderous maniac known as the Punisher. George set down his utensils. Gwen, Leon, I understand that at your age, it is easy to idolize these characters. But my duty is to apprehend them, no matter how righteous they may believe themselves to be. Ghost Spider has not harmed anyone. Gwen's voice began to tremble. She merely aimed to thwart crime and assist citizens. Online, she may appear heroic. George's tone grew stern. But we do not require agents of justice adorned with skulls nor masked individuals in spandex to maintain order. Leon noticed the tears brimming in Gwen's eyes and gently interjected. Perhaps she simply wishes to compensate for the lack of police presence, to accomplish what law enforcement cannot. George turned to Leon, his brow furrowed. What do you think police do all day? Drink coffee and eat donuts? I did not mean it that way. Lion raised his hands, acknowledging the irreplaceable role of the police. Yet, the Ghost Spider seemed to align herself with the law, sharing the same objective as the officers, to safeguard the innocent. George pointed to his badge, stating, "This emblem I wear symbolizes law and order. And those masked individuals? They don masks, resembling criminals in pursuit of other criminals. Do you comprehend my point?" I understand. Lion bowed his head, aware that George was alluding to the significance of procedural justice. I am full. Gwen pushed her chair away, the clattering of cutlery resonating harshly. Observing his daughter's retreating figure, George's brow furrowed even deeper. Lion rose, declaring, I shall check on her. She may be unwell. A gentle knock echoed at the door. Gwen, it's me. The door opened a crack. Gwen stood in the shadows, her eyes reddened, asking, what do you want? To mock me? Lion squeezed into the room, carefully closing the door behind him. Your father is merely concerned for you. Last night, it was perilous. Wasn't he it? You know? Gwen suddenly lifted her gaze. Wait, did you supply weapons to the Punisher? Aye. Lion stammered, taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation. Gwen took a step closer, her voice barely above a whisper. Those flying motorcycles. Those missiles, were they sold to the Punisher by you? Do you realize how many lives he has taken with those? Outside, the sun continued to shine brightly. Yet within the confines of that small bedroom, the atmosphere between the two young souls plummeted to a frigid stillness. Chapter 45, Mending Relationships in Gwen's Bedroom. Sunlight filtered through the semi-transparent curtains, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. The two stood facing each other, the air thick with a stifling silence. Leon, who exactly are you? Gwen finally shattered the stillness, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Leon gazed at the girl before him, clad in a pink nightgown, her golden hair glistening softly in the sunlight, her blue eyes brimming with intricate emotions. He sighed gently. What do you think? A deceiver. Gwen abruptly halted, her instincts alerting her to her parents eavesdropping just outside the door. Discreetly, she cast a glance towards the threshold. Yes, I have concealed many things, Leon confessed, oblivious to her distraction, but my feelings for you are genuine. Gwen exhaled in relief, thankful that Leon had refrained from revealing those perilous secrets. She patted the edge of the bed, take a seat and thoroughly recount your criminal experiences. Leon blinked in surprise, confirming her request before carefully sitting on the bed's edge. The familiar scent of roses enveloped him, momentarily disorienting him. Gwen, what if I told you? The world is not as you perceive it. The words rendered Gwen rigid. The Punisher had uttered something similar the previous night. What do you mean? Leon retrieved a stack of documents from his inner pocket. The badges of the FBI and CIA glimmering in the sunlight. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. I am currently affiliated with this organization. You're a spy? Gwen exclaimed, snatching the documents to scrutinize the security features repeatedly. Her fingertips trembled slightly, both from shock and the realization that she might have misjudged Leon. I cannot disclose too much, Leon said, tucking the documents away, but thus far, this organization has engaged in benevolent endeavors. Gwen's lips quivered softly. Then those things you mentioned. The world is not merely black and white. Leon's voice was gentle yet resolute. Some matters require someone to take action, do they not? And what of the ghost spider? Gwen suddenly inquired. Has she caused you any trouble? Leon instinctively ran his fingers through Gwen's golden hair. So far. She has acted for good, has she not? This affectionate gesture warmed Gwen's heart. Hesitating briefly, she ultimately did not shy away. So the Punisher is one of your people? No, he is my client. Leon withdrew his hand. I admire his methods, that is all. Gwen's eyes widened. Does your organization permit such things? Geniuses often enjoy certain privileges. Leon shrugged, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. As Leon stood to leave, Gwen felt a sudden wave of grievance wash over her. The image of him being close with Wanda at school stirred a bittersweet ache within her. Barefoot, she hastily pursued Leon, in your heart. What do I truly mean to you? The familiar scent of roses enveloped her once more. Even with his eyes closed, Leon could recognize this as Gwen's essence. I am fond of you. Gwen's gaze turned dreamy, and the memory of their first kiss surfaced in her mind. Then why are you running away? This invitation served as a spark. Lion no longer hesitated, gently pressing his soft lips against hers. The kiss began tender and restrained, swiftly transforming into a fervent and unrestrained embrace. When they finally parted, Gwen's cheeks were flushed, her breath quickened. Lion scooped her up, saying, the floor is chilly. Let us retreat to the bed. As Gwen lay languidly on the bed, she suddenly squinted her eyes and teased, do you kiss Wanda like this at school too? Your technique is quite adept. Lion kissed her forehead, choosing silence. He believed this would suffice to evade suspicion. I knew it. Gwen huffed, burrowing into his embrace. According to your Eastern traditions, I am the rightful main consort. If Wanda does not accept this, let her go. Just as Lion was about to tease her further. The door swung open. Children, would you like some hot cocoa? Helen Stacy stood in the doorway, her gaze lingering on the entwined couple for a fleeting moment before she nonchalantly retreated. Before leaving, she even winked at Lion. Gwen buried her face in the pillow, murmuring, this is absolutely not my mother. Chapter 46. The reactor sees the morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains as Leon rubbed his eyes. The first thing he did was to seize his phone and send a message to Gwen. Good morning, my love. The phone vibrated shortly thereafter. Good morning, my boyfriend. I will be conducting academic research at the Osborne Group today. See you tonight. A smile unconsciously crept across Leon's face as he read her reply. He quickly finished the breakfast that the mute had brought him and grabbed his car keys before heading out. He had promised to accompany Wanda and Pietro for shopping the previous night. In the underground laboratory of the Malibu Villa, a mechanical arm delicately assisted Tony in disassembling the Mark III armor. Are these bullet holes? Pepper entered, astonished, as she traced her fingers over the dents on the armor's surface. Exhausted, Tony leaned against the workbench after completing the disassembly. Souvenirs from my trip to Afghanistan. He accepted the documents Pepper handed him and suddenly lowered his voice. I need your help. Can't you hack into the company system yourself? Pepper raised an eyebrow. That's precisely the issue. After signing the papers, Tony's gaze sharpened. Stan mentioned the 10 rings, but I discovered Stark Industries weapons are still circulating in Afghanistan. Someone within the company is tampering with things. Pepper's expression grew grave. You want me to go to my office and copy the files from Zone 16. Tony handed her a USB drive. I can't go. It would draw too much attention. On the top floor of Stark Industries. Pepper feigned a routine inspection as she entered Tony's office. Once she confirmed the area was clear, she swiftly inserted the USB drive. The system was easily breached, and a folder labeled Zone 16 appeared on the screen. Her heart raced. Obadiah, what are you hiding? Opening the first video file, Pepper gasped. It was footage of Tony's kidnapping. So, how do we handle this? A cold voice emanated from the doorway. Pepper froze, hastily covering the USB drive with a newspaper. Obadiah strolled in with a wine glass, his gaze oscillating between the computer screen and Pepper. You're a good woman. Obadiah feigned pleasantries, the glass in his hand tilting slightly. Tony was indeed fortunate. Pepper forced herself to remain composed. Thank you for the compliment, but I must be going. Is that today's newspaper? Obadiah suddenly pressed. Of course. Pepper replied, handing over the newspaper that concealed the USB drive. her heart pounding like a drum. After confirming the newspaper was in order, Obadiah sank into Tony's chair, his expression darkening as the screen ominously displayed copy complete. Damn it. As the elevator doors closed, Pepper's legs turned to jelly. She bolted from the building, colliding with Agent Coulson, who had been waiting. Miss Potts, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Let us start now, Pepper urged. Above, Obadiah's sinister gaze followed their retreating figures. He turned and headed toward the underground Zone 16, where a group of researchers stood helplessly around a massive suit of armor. Where's the power source? Obadiah bellowed. The researcher timidly gestured towards the arc reactor affixed to the wall. The technology is right there, yet miniaturization. Tony could craft something from scrap metal in a cave. The issue lies in the fact that the researcher retracted his neck. None of us are Tony Stark. Late at night, as Tony stepped out of the laboratory, he received a call from Pepper. He pressed the answer button and was suddenly paralyzed, collapsing onto the sofa. Breathe. Tony. Obadiah switched off the electromagnetic pulse device he was holding. Although he lacked production authorization, it proved to be quite effective. He then retrieved another device, aiming it at the reactor embedded in Tony's chest. I had hoped to keep you, the goose that lays the golden eggs, but alas. With the sound of machinery whirring, the source of life was forcibly extracted. Tony's complexion deteriorated visibly. I truly wish you could see my armor. Obadiah shook his head in regret. But for now, I must deal with that troublesome woman, Pepper. Chapter 47. Gwen's interruption beneath the night sky of New York. Colonel Rhodes sped down the highway in a military jeep, the tires screeching against the pavement. Damn it. He abruptly swerved the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding a collision with the nearby wall. Pepper's phone call echoed in his mind. Obadiah had betrayed Tony, and now Tony's life was in jeopardy. The Malibu villa was enveloped in darkness. Rhodes kicked open the door, his handgun drawn. Tony. Tony. The dim lights of the underground laboratory flickered weakly. Rhodes dashed down the stairs, only to find Tony lying feebly on the ground, a faint blue glow emanating from his chest. The arc reactor, nearly depleted of energy. I'm fine. Tony's voice was hoarse. Whereas Pepper? She went with S-H-I-E-L-D to apprehend Obadiah. As Rhodes helped Tony to his feet, a sudden realization struck him. She said she was going to arrest Obadiah? Tony's complexion turned ashen. Obadiah has created an armor. I must stop him. The armor plating of the Mark III swiftly closed under the mechanical arms operation. Tony glanced up at Rhodes. Ensure the safety of my airspace. Boom. The ceiling was blasted open, and Rhodes was showered in dust from the falling concrete debris. He wiped his face and turned to the silver-gray Mark II in the corner. Baby. I promise to bring you home next time. In District 16 of Stark Industries, Agent Coulson led A-S-H-I-E-L-D team, cautiously advancing. The beam of their flashlight cut through the darkness, leaving a stark white trail. Oh my God, one agent gasped. Before them loomed a colossal mechanical contraption, evoking gasps from all present. It was a 3-meter-tall steel monstrosity, its rugged exterior starkly contrasting Tony's intricate armor. Miss Potts was right, Coulson said, pressing his earpiece. Everyone. Be alert. The target may have bang. A sudden explosion sent everyone sprawling. The wall was breached, and 2 armored figures tumbled out, soaring through the night sky in a brilliant arc. What is that? Wanda clutched tightly to Leon's arm, her red hair billowing in the night breeze. The three sat in an open-air CAF, witnessing the entire fall of Tony and Obadiah from the building. Pietro's milk teacup was crushed in his grip. The straw skewed awkwardly. Stark Industries is in turmoil. Leon sipped his coffee. That brute is likely the one selling weapons to Sokovia. What? I want to kill him. Who is he? Pietro exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Surveying the chaos on the road, Leon licked his lips. There will be an opportunity, but not now. On the street, Obadiah commanded the Ironmonger to hurl vehicle after vehicle at Tony. I like this suit. It's over for you, Tony. It seems the one attacking is the villain. Right, Brother Leon? Wanda's eyes glimmered with a red hue, ready to spring into action upon confirmation. Leon anxiously patted Wanda's head, urging her to remain calm. Wanda, do you wish to expose your abilities and fall into the clutches of some nefarious organization to become their guinea pig? Meanwhile, Tony on the street had just rescued someone from a vehicle hurled by Obadiah, only to find another motorcycle seized by Ironmonger. The unfortunate soul, who was destined to be thrown and meet a grim fate, was instead saved by a graceful figure. All right, sir, you must leave this place, Gwen. Clad in her black and white spider suit, stood poised against the towering robot, not daring to let her guard down. What is she doing here? Leon gazed in disbelief at the elegant silhouette, completely oblivious to Wanda, whose lips were pouting to the point they could hold a bottle of soy sauce. Your ally, Tony? Obadiah forcefully hurled the motorcycle at Gwen, then stomped down hard on Tony. For 30 years, I have supported you from the shadows. Boom. Gwen deftly evaded the incoming motorcycle, using her webbing to send it hurtling back, the massive explosion granting Tony the chance to escape. I owe you a favor, Tony exclaimed as he flew to Gwen's side. What is your plan now? Gwen surveyed the ironmonger, who had once again risen to his feet, seemingly unscathed by the explosion. Of course, you're in the armor. You can distract him while I rescue people. How does that sound? Obadiah maneuvered Ironmonger backward, extending a missile from his shoulder. Tony, this company is my brainchild. I will not allow anyone to obstruct my path. I mean it. Chapter 48. Orbital Judgment. The shockwave from the missile explosion hurled Tony to the ground. The surface of his armor coated in residue from the blast. Struggling to rise, he noticed Gwen had nimbly evaded the explosion's reach. All crafted from gold titanium alloy? Gwen muttered with a hint of envy, observing Tony's armor emerge unscathed from the chaos. She patted her empty pockets. Her allowance had been confiscated by Sheriff George, leaving her devoid of funds even for a date with Leon. You've improved your design, and I've enhanced mine. Obadiah's roar emanated from the ironmonger. With a series of mechanical transformations, the thrusters on the ironmonger's legs ignited, slowly lifting its massive form into the air. Tony gritted his teeth. Miss. Please attend to the injured. I must divert his attention. Just then, Jarvis's voice echoed. Sir, we have an incoming call from Mr. Noah. Connect, Tony commanded, glancing at his dwindling energy reserve of just 19 while evading the ironmonger's pursuit. Tony, fly to the Hudson Highlands. I have a plan. Leon's voice came through the communicator. Do you know what is happening? Tony executed a sharp turn, narrowly dodging a missile from the ironmonger. Of course. I'm right across from your group in a CAF, watching everything unfold, Leon reassured, restraining Pietro, who attempted to grab the phone. Trust me. Tony glanced at his energy readings. If he flew at full speed to the Highlands, he would have merely 5 energy remaining. Gritting his teeth, he thought. This better work. On the radar screens at the airbase, 2 unidentified flying objects were moving at an astonishing speed. Sir, should we dispatch fighters to intercept? Colonel Rhodes. Arriving on the scene, set down the phone. No need. This is a military flight test. His tone brooked no dissent. The soldiers exchanged glances. Yet none dared to defy the order. Tony's energy reserves continued to plummet. 17. 15. 11. You better not be deceiving me, Leon. Sweat trickled from his palms as he beheld the approaching Highlands. I'm watching you from the satellite. Leon's voice remained unervingly calm. Maintain a distance of 30 meters. That is the minimum range for the weapon. 9. 8. 7. The desolate Highlands loomed closer. Tony glanced back at the relentless ironmonger. I've arrived. What now? Tony, you've chosen quite the fine plot for your grave, Obadiah sneered. As the missile bays on the ironmonger's shoulders opened wide, I shall arrange a splendid funeral for you. Leon, Tony shouted. Now, a blinding red beam descended from the heavens, striking the ironmonger with divine precision. Obadiah had no time to scream as the 3-meter-tall steel behemoth vaporized in an instant, leaving behind only a bottomless charred pit in its place. The shockwave flung Tony backward, crashing him through 5 towering trees before he finally came to a halt. Struggling to rise, the alarm of his armor blared incessantly. Orbital weapon? Tony stared at the steaming pit, his voice trembling. Leon, is this what you call a high school invention? The automated tracking satellite cannon, Lewin remarked nonchalantly. Costs $300 million per shot. Remember to wire the funds. Before Tony could negotiate, he abruptly hung up the phone. Pietro gazed vacantly into the distance, pondering. Did I truly kill him? Of course, Lewin reassured him. Everyone witnessed that crimson flash. He turned to Wanda, advising her to take school more seriously and refrain from constantly seeking fights. Suddenly, Wanda clung tightly to Lewin's arm. Gwen was swinging towards them on a webline. Hey, are you guys all right? Gwen landed gracefully, her black and white suit shimmering under the moonlight. Not scared at all. Wanda pouted, adding, If it weren't for Big Brother Lewin stopping me, I would have. Cried out of fright. Gwen attempted to pat her head, but Wanda evaded the gesture. Lewin extricated himself from Wanda's grasp and leaned closer to Gwen, inhaling the scent, this fragrance. Do you know Gwen Stacy? Of course, Gwen replied. Her face slightly flushed beneath the mask. She is my fan. Noticing Coulson approaching, Gwen swiftly shot out a webline. I have to go. In the distance. Coulson observed the direction Gwen departed, deep in thought. He then turned to Lewin, stating, That Spider-Girl, just a passing vigilante. Lewin interrupted him, saying, Compared to that, Stark Industries' mess will keep you plenty occupied. Wanda, fuming, tugged at Lewin's shirt, while Pietro remained lost in the thrill of vengeance. As night deepened, the ripples caused by this incident had only just begun to spread. Chapter 49. The official debut of Iron Man at the press conference. The flash of cameras was incessant. Colonel Rhodes stood at the podium, his military uniform impeccably tailored, his expression stern to the point of rigidity. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the incident at Stark Industries last night, an official statement has been released. His voice was mechanical and monotonous, explaining that due to a malfunctioning robotic system, the arc reactor had unexpectedly exploded. In front of the television, Tony Stark swirled his champagne, a wry smile gracing his lips. The newspaper headline boldly proclaimed Iron Man emerges in New York, accompanied by a blurred image of him soaring through the air in his armored suit. Iron Man? Tony scoffed lightly. At least it's better than Ghost Spider. The scene shifted back to the conference, where Rhodes was sweating profusely as he fielded questions from reporters. Just then, Agent Coulson entered the lounge, accompanied by Leon Noah, the young man casually waving his hand. Hey Tony, when will my $300 million be wired? Coughing slightly, Coulson timely intervened, handing over a card. Mr. Stark, this is your alibi. Tony glanced at the card, raising an eyebrow. So I was on a yacht during the incident? With 50 witnesses? To be precise, there were 53. Coulson coughed again, sufficient to handle any media inquiries. Tony leaned in with a mischievous grin. Can't we change it to a romantic getaway with Pepper? Best to stick to the script, Coulson replied, expressionless as he reclaimed the card. Additionally, regarding Obadiah Stane, have we arranged for him to vacation in Bermuda? Tony mused, swirling his drink. Or are we discussing a plane crash scenario? Coulson glanced at his watch. You have 10 minutes to prepare, he stated before turning to leave, with Pepper hastily pursuing him to express her gratitude. At the podium, Rhodes announced with palpable relief, now, please welcome Mr. Tony Stark. I reiterate, he will not be taking questions. Tony loosened his tie and ascended the stage, eliciting laughter from the audience, who recalled his astonishing remarks from the previous press conference, curious about what sensational news would emerge this time. Stick to the script, right? Tony pulled out the card. Some have speculated about my involvement with those two robots. Mr. Stark, a female reporter suddenly interrupted. Christine Everhart, the journalist from Vanity Fair with whom he once shared a fleeting romance, had a glint of mischief in her eyes. Do you truly expect us to believe that a fully armed bodyguard just happened to appear on the scene? So you think I am Iron Man? Tony countered, tilting his head. I never said that, Christine replied, her red lips curling into a smile. Colonel Rhodes, sensing the conversation veering off course, quietly reminded. Stick to what's on the card. Of course, Tony replied, picking it up once more. However, recalling the events of the past few days, he fell silent for a moment before discarding the card. I am Iron Man. A gasp resonated throughout the room. Leon stood in the corner, watching the blinding flashes of cameras, knowing that the world would be irrevocably transformed from this moment onward. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, Tony poured a generous measure of whiskey for Leon. Shall we consider equity in lieu of that $300 million? Stark Industries shares have become quite lucrative. Is the cash flow obstructed? Do you require a loan? Leon teased, swirling his glass. Obadiah's debts could easily fund a small nation. Tony massaged his temples. The penalty for default might leave me with naught but my undergarments. Very well, Leon declared, downing his drink. 2 weapon production lines, along with the talents I previously promised. Tony promptly dialed a number. Happy. Escort him to the Weapons Development Division. Yes, the very team awaiting their severance pay. As the night sky over New York was first illuminated by the radiance of superheroes, it became evident that tranquility was a thing of the past. Leon understood that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 50. The mysterious guest and his future team. Happy Hogan swiped the access card, and the metallic door emitted a dull sliding sound. He stepped aside to allow Leon to enter first, pointing towards the end of the corridor. That is the Weapons Development Department. Would you like me to escort you in? Not necessary, thank you, Leon replied with a smile, though his gaze was drawn to the partially dismantled plaque of the Weapons Development Department on the wall. The peeling paint seemed to echo the department's final struggles. Upon pushing the door open, the scene before him was even more desolate than he had imagined. A dozen researchers were packing their personal belongings. Cardboard boxes piled high in the corridor. A balding man with glasses was carefully placing a framed photo into a box. It depicted the team alongside a particular missile. Good day, I am Leon Noah. The boy's voice resonated clearly in the empty laboratory. I believe you are already aware that Stark Industries will no longer engage in weapons development. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the casually dressed youth. So, you are here to announce the establishment of a new department? No, I am here to offer employment opportunities. A few chuckles echoed through the laboratory. A female researcher with a ponytail turned her back, continuing to pack her things, clearly dismissing the presence of this seemingly high school-aged individual. Leon remained unfazed, retrieving a USB drive from his pocket. However, before hiring, each of you will need to pass a test. He casually inserted the USB into the nearest computer. This contains research data for both weaponry and vehicles. Choose the field you excel in for study, then participate in the examination. Initially, no one moved until William Gillian, the young engineer often praised by Obadiah, was the first to open the file. His eyes widened in astonishment. This is. Others gradually gathered around, gasps of astonishment filling the air. My God, this combustion propulsion system. Look at this energy conversion rate. This material structure is simply unheard of. Leon sat in a corner, idly playing with his phone, a faint smile gracing his lips. The data had been systematically encrypted. Once it left his control, the relevant memories would automatically blur. as if one had experienced a fleeting technological dream. 3 hours later, the examination results were released. Leon's gaze lingered on two faces, Quentin Baker and William Gillian, whose test scores far surpassed those of their peers. You too, Leon pointed at them. Names? Quentin Baker, sir. The tall man adjusted his glasses. The scientific awards he had received could fill a folder if meticulously counted. William Gillian. The other man nervously rubbed his hands. The very one who assisted Obadiah in completing the foundational design of Ironmonger. Leon raised an eyebrow. A future mysterious guest and a core engineer of Ironmonger, this combination was indeed a pleasant surprise. He took out his phone and performed a few operations, causing both their devices to emit notification sounds simultaneously. Welcome to the R-Star platform. Lion handed the bank card to William, providing them with a substantial initial capital of $50 million. You two shall lead a team to assemble the production line at the Arcadios Tower. As for the remaining funds, you may utilize them to establish a store or delve into research. Quentin gazed intently at his phone screen, its glow illuminating his face. Boss, may we explore other technologies? He inquired. Of course, Lion interjected, as long as it does not interfere with our primary objectives, any innovation can be monetized through the platform. William swallowed hard, while a peculiar glimmer of excitement flickered in Quentin's eyes. Chapter 51. The Humbling of the Egg as Night Fell. Tony repeatedly assured that he would attend the R-Star Company's inauguration at the Arcadios building. After bidding farewell to the sly Leon, he finally returned to his abode. Upon entering the dimly lit living room, Tony called out, Jarvis? Welcome home, sir. Jarvis's voice resonated, indicating that the power system was not malfunctioning. I am Iron Man. Do you believe yourself to be the only superhero in the world? Mr. Stark, you have become a part of a larger universe, though you may not yet realize it. Tony furrowed his brow, gazing at the uninvited guest standing before the glass window. Who are you? He inquired. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.D.L.D. and Leon Noah's direct superior. Fury stepped from the shadows, the light illuminating his face as he fixed his remaining eye intently on Tony. First of all, do you not read the news? Isn't the ghost spider, who appeared alongside me, a superhero? Tony retorted. And to think you're Noah's boss. Do you believe I might report your organization for employing child labor? Coughing slightly, Nick Fury appeared taken aback by Tony's response but quickly regained his composure. Stark, I am here tonight to discuss the Avengers. Meanwhile, Leon had arrived at the Arcadios building, a reward for surpassing $100 billion in online transactions. Although much of the place remained unfinished, it had all the essentials, and Leon decided to adopt it as the headquarters of R-Star. Aside from the receptionist provided by the system, security personnel, and Quentin Beck, who had just joined the armed department, the building was devoid of others. He snapped a few photos of the office and sent them to Gwen, followed by a message. What do you think of my new office? After a brief wait, she replied, it looks good. Is this the office space provided by your organization with that extraordinarily long name? No, this is the Arcadios building. Perhaps you could come over to visit. On the rooftop of a nearby building, Gwen, with a spider mask in her mouth, incredulously continued to inquire, that newly established building? I remember reading that it was purchased by a single company. Indeed, you may find it hard to believe, but I am the executive president of that company. Leon turned to capture a panoramic view of the office, a black genuine leather sofa imported from Italy, a high-end conference table, and the extravagant R-Star logo on the wall, a shimmering star-like emblem, strikingly prominent. Really? That is fantastic. Gwen marveled at Leon's remarkable advancement. But her gaze drifted to a nearby thief attempting to steal a car. Let's go. I have other matters to attend to. I will certainly visit your company another day. Not a problem. The president's wife is always welcome for an inspection. Reading Leon's message brought a sweet smile to Gwen's face. She donned her mask and silently appeared behind the thief, who was busy prying open the car lock. Beneath the Arcadios Tower, Nick Fury, seated in his vehicle, exhibited none of the discomposure he had just experienced during his encounter with Tony Stark. He was resolutely preparing to discuss the prospect of joining the Avengers with Leon. What a magnificent structure it is, he mused, admiring the aesthetically pleasing, illuminated edifice of the Arcadios Tower. Director, the internal map has been sent to your device. Please check. Reported Agent Maria Hill. Thank you for your diligence, Agent Hill, Nick Fury replied as he exited the vehicle, committing the transmitted map to memory before tossing the device back onto the seat. Observing Nick's actions from the control room, Maria Hill inquired with curiosity, is this advisable? Shouldn't you meet him in an official capacity? At that moment, Nick Fury had pried open a fire escape iron door and slipped inside, stating, You don't grasp the mindset of these young people. If they aren't allowed to experience the world firsthand. Director, are you there? Maria Hill adjusted her equipment, suspecting a malfunction in the communication device. I believe I can elucidate. Nick Fury began, but was abruptly interrupted as two security personnel trained their weapons upon him. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. The guards, unfazed by the intruder, continued their protocol. with one of them holstering his handgun in favor of a stun gun. ZZZ. No, no, no. Nick Fury's words were cut short by the electric shock. And as he collapsed, his final thought was the imperative that Coulson must never learn of this incident, lest the news spread like wildfire throughout S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Maria Hill, having heard the sound of Nick Fury falling through the device, felt a surge of concern for his safety. She first attempted to contact Leon to explain the situation, but when he failed to answer, she sensed an impending crisis and immediately summoned S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to the Arcadios Tower. Chapter 52. The surrounded agent in the top-floor office of the Arcadios building, Leon Noah basked in the opulence afforded by this priceless edifice. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights of New York shimmered like a river of stars, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. He languidly stretched, casting a glance at the clock, which indicated that it was already midnight. I shall stay here for the night, Leon mused to himself, his fingers gently gliding along the armrest of the Italian leather sofa as he made his way to the lounge. The office's adjoining relaxation area had been transformed into a lavish bedroom, complete with an array of luxurious bathroom facilities. He strolled toward the bathroom, eager to indulge in a soothing bath, blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding downstairs. Meanwhile, two security personnel dragged the unconscious Nick Fury into an empty conference room. They efficiently searched the S.H.I.E.L.D. Director's body to ensure he bore no weapons before securing his hands and feet to a metal chair with industrial-grade plastic ties. Let's leave it for the boss to handle in the morning, one of the guards remarked, casually shutting the door behind them. They failed to notice Fury's eyelids fluttering slightly. In the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Alexander Pierce listened intently to Maria Hill's report, his brow furrowed. The muscles beneath his black suit tensed involuntarily, as a high-ranking undercover agent of Hydra embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. He needed to ascertain the veracity of this information. Are you serious? Nick Fury, the king of agents, has fallen to a high school student? Pierce's tone dripped with sarcasm. Hill sighed in resignation, her fingers swiftly swiping across her tablet. I have attempted to contact Leon Noah 17 times, all to no avail. Now we can only hope the director remains unharmed. The corners of Pierce's mouth twitched upward momentarily before he resumed his serious demeanor. Immediately organize a rescue team. I will lead it myself. In the empty conference room, Nick Fury suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp pain radiated from the back of his neck, prompting an expletive to escape his lips. Damn it. He quickly assessed his situation. His hands and feet were bound with professional precision. The conference room door was locked from the outside, and more critically, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were likely en route for rescue. A flicker of anxiety crossed Fury's single eye. If the rescue operation escalated into armed conflict, his plan to recruit Leon would be irrevocably thwarted. I must escape swiftly. Fury inhaled deeply, drawing upon decades of frontline experience. With a deft twist of his wrist at a peculiar angle, the plastic ties snapped with a faint click. In less than 30 seconds, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. regained his freedom. On the helicopter landing pad of the Arcadios building, the atmosphere was palpably tense. 12 fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fanned out in tactical formation, their submachine guns gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Opposing them were 5 R-Star security personnel, both sides poised for confrontation. Maria Hill descended gracefully from a rappel line, attempting to defuse the situation. Gentlemen, we are colleagues of Leon Noah. Could you please notify him? The leading security personnel shook his head, his finger unwaveringly resting on the trigger. Perhaps you should lower your weapons. I can escort you to meet the boss. We are a federal law enforcement agency. A young agent shouted, his tone imbued with the arrogance of a novice. I suspect you are unlawfully in possession of dangerous firearms. The security captain suddenly chuckled and murmured something into his earpiece. Moments later, the heavy thuds of military boots echoed from the stairwell as 6 security personnel, clad in robust bulletproof armor, emerged onto the rooftop, each wielding a warming M134 minigun. You are indeed correct, the security captain replied languidly. We do have some toys. Now, what was it you just said? The young agent's complexion drained of color. He glanced at the submachine gun in his hands, then at the opposing team's minigun with its staggering rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute, his legs involuntarily trembling. In the helicopter hovering above, Pierce witnessed the unfolding scene through binoculars. He promptly commanded the pilot, withdraw 500 meters. As a high-ranking member of Hydra, he had no desire to be ensnared in this drastically uneven exchange of fire. Just as Hill was preparing to acquiesce, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller ID, she breathed a sigh of relief and answered, Thank heavens. Leon, you finally returned my call. In the penthouse suite, Leon emerged from the bathroom clad in a robe, droplets of water still cascading from his damp hair. He picked up his phone, which displayed 17 missed calls, and dialed the number back. "Who are you?" Leon inquired, towel in hand, drying his hair. "I am S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Maria Hill. Currently at your building's helipad," Hill replied, suppressing her fury. "Oh." Leon poured himself a glass of whiskey. "What are you doing there?" Hill took a deep breath. "The director came looking for you, and has gone missing in your building. We are here to—" "Hand the phone to security," Leon interjected, his tone revealing his comprehension. It appeared Fury had turned his sights on him after failing to reach Tony. Once the call ended, the security captain returned the phone to Hill. "You may follow me to meet the boss. The others must leave immediately." Hill promptly turned to her agents and issued orders. "Change of mission. Everyone evacuate at once. Hedgehog, prepare for extraction." On the helipad, agents rushed towards the helicopter, fearing that a moment's delay might result in being shredded by minigun fire. All of this was witnessed by Leon, who observed through the surveillance cameras. He took a measured sip of whiskey, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 53. Repeated friction of the boiled egg. The top-floor office of the Arcadios Tower was shrouded in an eerie tranquility. Leon Noah stood before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, amber whiskey gently swirling in his glass, reflecting the dazzling lights of the sleepless New York City. He should have long been embraced by slumber, but his repose was interrupted by some unexpected guests. "Boss, they have arrived." The security personnel's voice shattered the silence. "Thank you for your efforts. You may leave," Leon responded, turning to gaze upon the newly arrived Maria Hill. In a world rife with superheroes and villains, this woman, who had ascended to the rank of level 9 agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. solely through her mortal prowess, was indeed formidable. Leon made an elegant gesture of invitation. "Please, take a seat, Agent Hill. The security team is currently searching for Director Fury. I trust we shall hear from them shortly." His bathrobe's collar was slightly ajar, droplets of water still clinging to his hair, a testament to a recent bath. Hill settled onto the leather sofa, scrutinizing the excessively youthful entrepreneur before her. "No, thank you." She declined the glass of whiskey Leon offered. "Are you certain your people will locate the director? He is not an ordinary individual. He has already been captured once, has he not?" Leon sipped his whiskey, a glint of mockery dancing in his eyes. The atmosphere in the office shifted subtly. Setting down his glass, Leon suddenly inquired, "I am curious. Why did the director opt for a clandestine visit rather than entering through the front door at a reasonable hour?" Hill's fingers instinctively intertwined, the question piercing directly to the heart of the matter. Fury's unilateral actions were indeed out of line. More troubling was the assessment from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence that our Star Corporation was likely a front for a major power. The advanced military technology embodied in their aircraft and vehicles was far beyond what an ordinary defense contractor could develop. Hill swallowed, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Any inappropriate response could trigger a political uproar, and S.H.I.E.L.D. would inevitably bear the brunt of the fallout. Just as Hill found herself at an impasse, a timely knock echoed through the room. 2 security personnel entered, carrying the unconscious Nick Fury, and unceremoniously deposited him on the floor before respectfully exiting. "Director." Hill immediately knelt to assess Fury's condition, pressing firmly on his pressure point. Fury slowly regained consciousness, his solitary eye initially scanning the surroundings in confusion before finally settling on the leisurely sipping Leon. "Good evening, Director." Leon raised his glass in salute. "It's rather cold on the floor. Would you care to join me on the sofa?" Fury awkwardly scrambled to his feet, brushing the dust from his trench coat. A glance at Leon's pristine robe contrasted sharply with his own dust-covered appearance, a flicker of annoyance passing through his eye. "Mr. Noah." Fury forced himself to maintain composure as he took a seat. "I am Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. I have come tonight to discuss matters regarding the Avengers." "Not interested." Leon's response was curt and decisive, sounding quite dismissive. Fury's eye widened in shock. He had never anticipated that the other party would forego even the pretense of courtesy. Observing the scene, Hill quickly intervened. "Mr. Noah, you should at least consider it before making a decision, since the lovely Agent Hill has suggested so." Leon's gaze lingered on Hill. "Perhaps I might entertain the thought." Just as the two breathed a sigh of relief, Leon suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. "However, I must decline. I relish telling those who are self-righteous no." In the night, Fury and Hill exchanged glances on the steps of the Arcadios building. They had been summarily dismissed, having barely finished their tea. "Damn that little bastard." Fury seethed, feeling tenfold more incensed than he did by Tony Stark. Hill sighed in resignation. At least he is still a registered technician with S.H.I.E.L.D. We will have future opportunities. The black Chevrolet parked at the corner slowly revved up, merging into the flow of traffic in New York. Faintly, one could hear an enraged shout from within the vehicle. "Mother f***er." At the top of the building, Leon stood by the window, watching them depart. a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. He swirled the remaining whiskey in his glass and downed it in one gulp. Chapter 54. The decay rate algorithm. In a modest residence nestled within the forest hills of Queens, New York, the morning light filters through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow across the kitchen. Ben Parker sits at the dining table, meticulously perusing the Hornet Gazette, his attention captivated by an article concerning Osborne Industries. Good morning, Uncle Ben. Peter Parker rushes into the kitchen, his hair disheveled. He hastily grabs a slice of buttered toast and shoves it into his mouth, crumbs adorning the collar of his shirt. Slow down, dear boy, Uncle Ben worries, adjusting his spectacles as he quickly hands over a glass of warm water. Don't choke. He glances up at the old-fashioned wall clock. Do you need me to drive you to Osborne Industries? No, thank you, Peter mumbles through a mouthful of bread, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Professor Connors invited me to his home to discuss academic pursuits. Just 2 days prior, while rummaging through old belongings in the attic, Peter stumbled upon a leather briefcase left by his parents. Within it lay esoteric formulas and notes that led him to discover his parents' former colleague, Dr. Kurt Connors. Ding dong. The doorbell of Dr. Connors' residence chimes. When the door swings open, a blond man with a vacant right arm stands at the threshold, his piercing blue eyes assessing the bespectacled youth before him. You must be the son of Richard Parker. Connors' voice carries a note of warmth tinged with nostalgia. Please, come in. The living room is adorned with various biological specimens and scholarly journals. Connors adeptly operates the coffee machine with his remaining left hand, and the rich aroma soon fills the air. I'm afraid I may not be of much assistance to you, Peter. Connors offers a coffee cup. I don't know why they left, nor do I know where they went. I understand. Peter carefully cradles the coffee cup. The police couldn't locate them. He hesitates before continuing. Doctor, I've read your work. Do you believe interspecies gene transfer is truly feasible? Connor's eyes suddenly spark with enthusiasm. Absolutely. Your father and I were both convinced of it. His voice quivers with excitement. Your father even cultivated a special breed of spiders. The results were exhilarating. However, Connor's expression dims abruptly. We could have changed the world, but everything came to an abrupt halt. Your father took all the research materials when he left. Peter scrutinizes the doctor's face, confirming the absence of deceit. Summoning his courage, he inquires, if the experiment were to succeed, what do you believe would be the appropriate proportion of foreign genetic material? Would there be side effects? That's difficult to determine. Connors frowns. Since no subjects survived, the issue lies within the decay rate algorithm. Peter interjects suddenly. Connors, taken aback, sets down his coffee cup. Good heavens. How would you know this? He gazes incredulously at the high school student before him. Perhaps, it's just intuition, Peter replies vaguely, swiftly tearing a page from his notebook and inscribing a series of intricate formulas, precisely the ones he encountered in his father's documents. Remarkable. Connors excitedly pounded the table with his left hand, exclaiming, Peter, you are a genius. His voice rose with exhilaration. If you're interested, feel free to come by the Osborne Tower or my home any time to discuss further, all right? Without hesitation, Peter agreed. The thought of completing his parents' unfinished legacy quickened his heartbeat. As he departed from the Connors residence, Peter felt as though he were floating. Although the decay rate algorithm was not his original creation, comprehending those intricate formulas in just 2 evenings was a testament to his extraordinary talent. He hummed the theme from Star Wars, bouncing along the path home, eager to share the joyous news with Uncle Ben. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him. Everything felt so splendid. Lost in his delight, Peter was oblivious to the large puddle of rainwater by the roadside. Just then, a brand-new red Mustang roared past. Splash! Murky water drenched Peter from head to toe. He stood frozen, his pristine checkered shirt and khaki pants transformed into a muddy hue. The sports car screeched to a halt. The window rolled down, revealing the insufferable face of Lightning Thompson, while seated in the passenger seat was the goddess of the school, Mary Jane. Well, if it isn't our Midtown high nerd. Parker. Lightning laughed exaggeratedly. Look at you, a drenched chicken. Initially, Peter planned to swallow his indignation, but upon seeing Mary Jane in the car and hearing Lightning's piercing mockery, a surge of unbridled fury surged within him. To hell with you, Thompson. Peter threw a punch, striking Lightning squarely on the nose. Ah! Lightning cried out in pain, blood gushing from his nostrils. Enraged, he leaped out of the car, shouting, You're dead meat. The ensuing scene was entirely one-sided. The already robust football captain pinned the frail Peter to the ground, raining down blows like a torrential storm. Mary Jane hurriedly exited the vehicle to intervene, pulling Lightning back with all her might while signaling Peter to flee. Parker, see you at school tomorrow. Lightning bellowed, wiping his bloodied nose. I'll make your life a living hell. Mary Jane soothed the furious Lightning, casting an apologetic glance at Peter when he was looking. Peter, battered and bruised, stumbled homeward, every part of his body aching. Chapter 55, The Rebellious Peter. As the morning sun streamed through the glass windows of Midtown High, Peter Parker found himself cornered by Flash Thompson and his football teammates at the locker. "Peter, you really dare to show up at school?" Flash sneered, seizing Peter by the collar and forcefully slamming him against the metal locker with a resounding thud. Students around them halted in their tracks, yet none dared to intervene. "Hey, Flash, let him go." Harry Osborn pushed his way through the crowd with determination, his expensive tailored suit starkly contrasting with the students' uniforms. Flash released his grip, casting a disdainful glance at Peter. "You might as well stay behind Mr. Osborn for the rest of your life, loser." He raised his voice deliberately. "No wonder Mary Jane doesn't look your way. You're just a coward who can't even confess." Whispers filled the hallway, and Peter felt the piercing gaze of countless eyes upon him. Flash continued his tirade. "Look at this. The teacher's pet is nothing but a—" "Shut up." Peter erupted suddenly, landing a punch squarely on Flash's face. Chaos ensued as the two tumbled into a scuffle, books scattering across the floor, eliciting shrieks from nearby girls. "This behavior is absolutely unacceptable." Mr. Harrington adjusted his glasses, addressing Ben Parker, who sat opposite him. Sunlight filtered through the office's blinds, casting striped shadows upon Peter's lowered head. "He is usually a good kid," Uncle Ben remarked gently, placing a reassuring hand on Peter's shoulder. "There must be a reason for this." As they exited the office, Uncle Ben attempted to console Peter. "It's merely a week of suspension. Think of it as a brief holiday. I don't care about the suspension. I wouldn't mind being expelled." Peter kicked a small stone aside, his voice trembling with anger. "It was Flash who started it." "Peter," Uncle Ben halted, his gaze penetrating as he looked directly at his nephew. "Did you strike him? But he deserved it. He started it. Did he?" Uncle Ben's voice remained calm yet carried an undeniable weight. Peter held his neck high. "Yes, he brought it upon himself. So this was an act of vengeance," Uncle Ben observed softly. "And now you feel a sense of satisfaction, do you not?" Peter opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. He stared at his sneakers, the laces dusted with remnants from the morning's altercation. Uncle Ben sighed, glancing at his watch. "Because of your impulsiveness, I cannot pick up Aunt May tonight. Can you handle this task?" "Understood," Peter replied quietly. As Uncle Ben made his way to the school exit, he turned back to remind him, "Don't forget, be at the hospital by 7. On the campus lawn, when Stacy was descending from the observatory with Leon Noah. Upon hearing of Peter's incident, they hurried to the building, only to catch a glimpse of Uncle Ben departing. "Peter," Gwen called out, jogging towards him. "Are you all right?" "Leon." "Gwen," Peter managed a strained smile, his ears flushed with embarrassment. Having just faced reprimand, he was reluctant to present himself to his friends in such a manner. Lion scrutinized Peter's tousled hair and wrinkled shirt. "Are you interested in visiting my company? Perhaps it could provide you with some fresh inspiration." "Maybe not right now," Peter shrugged, his tone suddenly turning earnest. "I have a secret project with Professor Connors from Osborn Industries. If it succeeds," his eyes sparkled with hope, "it might transform our family's living conditions." "Professor Connors?" Lion mused over the name. "Well, I wish you the best of luck. I must be off." Peter glanced at his watch. "See you in a week, Lion." Gwen. As she watched Peter's retreating figure, Gwen murmured, "He seems like a different person." "That's typical of adolescence." Lion replied with a dismissive smile, his fingers gently entwining in Gwen's golden hair. "Like you?" Gwen swatted his hand away, unable to hide a smile at the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, Lion leaned closer to Gwen's ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. "So, does Miss Stacy like this side of me?" "You." Gwen's face flushed crimson as she broke free from Lion's grasp and dashed toward the academic building. On a nearby bench, Pietro Maximoff swung his legs, enjoying the spectacle. "Youth is truly wonderful, isn't it, Wanda?" he asked, turning to his sister, only to find her utterly uninterested. Wanda Maximoff stood beneath an oak tree, her golden hair fluttering in the breeze, her gaze fixed intently on Lion chasing after Gwen, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. "One day," she whispered, a flicker of barely perceptible crimson light gleaming in her eyes. Pietro tilted his head in confusion. "What did you say?" "Nothing," Wanda replied, turning toward the academic building, leaving Pietro bewildered on the bench. At this moment, Peter glanced back at the gates of Midtown High. He remained unaware that this day of absence would irrevocably alter the trajectory of his life. Chapter 56. Experiment Success. Osborn Industrial Building. Peter Parker followed Dr. Connors through layer upon layer of security doors, entering this sanctuary of technology. The mingling sense of disinfectant and the hum of electronic devices quickened Peter's heartbeat. "This is the protein gene modification tester, Dr. Connors indicated with his remaining left hand towards a silver device, beside which stood the world's only X-ray camera. "I recognize this," Peter exclaimed, pointing to a uniquely designed machine. "I saw similar schematics in my father's notes." Connors nodded. "The Gonali device, theoretically capable of curing the diseases of an entire city in an instant." His expression suddenly turned serious. "But if it is loaded with toxins?" He left the thought unspoken, gently patting the long dormant machine. Inside the core laboratory, blue light danced across the holographic projector. Connors summoned a set of 3D models of lizards, vividly illustrating the process of tail regeneration before Peter's eyes. You see, gene input. Connors's fingers flew across the keyboard, as lines of code cascaded like a waterfall. Peter was completely absorbed in the experiment. Having long forgotten his promise to pick up Aunt May, his eyes were glued to the screen, unconsciously murmuring, "It must succeed. It must succeed." The experiment begins. Failure. Subject deceased. Failure. The air in the laboratory seemed to solidify. Connors' shoulders slumped, his one arm hanging weakly by his side. Suddenly, the system alert shattered the silence. Regeneration complete. Organ functions normal. Blood pressure stable. It succeeded? Connors slammed his fist onto the lab table, causing the beakers to clink. He turned and tightly embraced Peter, exclaiming, "This is incredible. It wouldn't have been possible without your formula." Peter's hands trembled slightly as he followed the instructions to inject the emerald serum into the small mouse's injured hind leg. Watching this tiny life spring back to vitality within the observation box, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment surged within him. As night deepened, Peter hummed a tune while pushing open the door to his home, replaying every detail of the laboratory in his mind. A shadow at the doorway made him halt abruptly. "Peter, have you forgotten something?" Uncle Ben's voice was heavier than the night itself. "What?" Peter blinked in confusion, the joy of the successful serum still occupying his every thought. In the living room, Aunt May's silhouette paced back and forth, appearing and disappearing through the crack of the door. Uncle Ben's voice suddenly rose. "Your Aunt May? She walked 12 blocks alone, through Hell's Kitchen, all because of your important business." Only then did Peter awaken from his reverie, guilt flooding over him like a tide. He rushed into the living room, finding Aunt May with a pale face and swollen eyes. "I'm sorry, Aunt May, It's all right, dear." Aunt May immediately embraced him. "Did you resolve the matter? Do you need help?" Her warm embrace made Peter feel even more ashamed. Uncle Ben stood at the doorway, arms crossed. "You've spoiled him since childhood. May, this isn't love. It's indulgence." "This is not indulgence," Aunt May retorted. "It is indulgence." Uncle Ben turned to Peter, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented gravity. "My dear boy, we must have a conversation." Peter, with a hint of impatience, merely shrugged. "Go on. I'm listening." His toes instinctively pointed towards the door, his thoughts lingering on those miraculous serums. "Peter, you bear a striking resemblance to your father, truth be told. This is a commendable trait." Uncle Ben observed the familiar features reminiscent of Richard Parker, his tone tinged with complexity. "However, your father was a man of conviction and principles. He believed that if one possesses the ability to do good, one holds the responsibility to act upon it. This is not a mere choice. It is an obligation." Chapter 57. Uncle Ben is injured, well said, splendidly articulated. "But where is he?" Peter demanded, his eyes reddened and his voice trembling with rage. Uncle Ben staggered back in shock, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "I ask you, where is he?" Peter nearly shouted. "Shouldn't he have been the one to tell me this himself?" "Good heavens." Uncle Ben's complexion paled instantly. "How dare you speak of your father that way? Why shouldn't I?" Peter yelled hysterically, "It's not my fault." With that, he whirled around and dashed out of the house. "Where are you going, Peter? Please, come back." Uncle Ben and Aunt May stood frozen, taken aback by the abrupt turn of events, helplessly watching as Peter vanished into the night. Aunt May clutched her chest, attempting to steady her racing heart. Perhaps he needs some time alone. Uncle Ben inhaled deeply and grabbed his coat. "I must go find him. It's too dangerous outside." Concern laced his voice. On the pitch-black street, a black Enos, Rolls-Royce, silently ignited, ghosting behind Uncle Ben. Anxiously, he searched the surroundings, repeatedly calling out Peter's name, entirely oblivious to the fact that Peter was hiding just above him on the fire escape. Meanwhile, Peter entered a 24-hour convenience store, seeking to purchase a bottle of milk to satiate his hunger. "You're just 2 cents short," the cashier said impatiently, wrapping her fingers on the counter. As Peter began to explain, a burly blond man shoved him aside. "Get out of the way, kid." The man slammed a dozen beers onto the counter, deliberately knocking over a shelf. "Are you kidding me?" The cashier cursed as she crouched down to clean up the mess, allowing the man to ransack the cash register. Noticing Peter witnessing the entire ordeal, the man sneered and tossed the milk he could not afford at him. "Here, a gift for you." With that, he bolted for the exit. The cashier, rising to discover the robbery, dashed out of the store shouting, "Help me. Stop that bastard. Child, please help me." Peter shrugged. "That is not my responsibility." He turned away, indifferent. "Hey, thief, don't run." The overweight cashier was utterly unable to catch up, merely shouting helplessly. Uncle Ben, searching for Peter, heard the cries for help and rushed forward without hesitation. "Stop." The robber, in a panic, stumbled and fell, his handgun slipping from his grasp. Upon witnessing this, Uncle Ben lunged to seize it. At that critical moment, the Enos that had been following quietly lowered its window, and a silenced pistol fired with precision. Bang! Uncle Ben clutched his bleeding arm, collapsing to the ground, while the robber fell, shot fatally in the head. From a distance, Peter heard the gunfire, an ominous premonition surging within him. He raced back to the scene frantically, discovering Uncle Ben being tended to by a stylish young man. Uncle Ben. Peter rushed forward, recognizing his savior as the mute boy. Thank you. Uncle Ben bowed in gratitude, enduring the excruciating pain. Upon the arrival of the police, their demeanor was initially harsh, however. As soon as the little mute presented his IRS credentials, they immediately transformed into models of respect. Truly, an IRS agent, with remarkable marksmanship. Meanwhile, in the ambulance, Uncle Ben succumbed to the effects of anesthesia, drifting into a deep slumber. Peter unlocked his phone and discovered a recent voice message from Uncle Ben. As he pressed play, the gentle tone of Uncle Ben resonated. Peter, I know you've been facing difficulties lately, and for that, I am truly sorry. I understand your feelings. As he listened, Peter covered his face, choking back tears, overwhelmed with shame for his actions. On the opposite end of the city, Leon stretched in his office. A knock at the door interrupted him, and the little mute entered. Did Uncle Ben make it? Leon inquired. There were no unforeseen complications, I hope? The little mute nodded, conveying that all was well, and Uncle Ben had only sustained minor injuries. Leon exhaled deeply, relieved. In his quest to save Uncle Ben, he had boldly confronted fate. To ensure that Peter would remember this lesson, he had deliberately orchestrated the scenario to inflict only slight harm on Uncle Ben. Otherwise, how could the little mute's aim ever have hit the arm? Chapter 58. Visiting Uncle Ben. The midday sun streamed through the hospital's glass doors, casting light into the lobby. Leon stood at the entrance, inhaling deeply before pushing open the heavy glass door. The sharp scent of disinfectant immediately enveloped him as he approached the reception desk, where a nurse with round glasses sat. Good day, Miss Nurse. Leon greeted her with a warm smile. I wish to visit a patient. Could you assist me in locating his ward? The nurse looked up, adjusting her glasses. I'm sorry, sir, but that does not comply with hospital regulations. Is there truly no way? Leon surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and discreetly placed several $100 bills on the counter. What about now? The nurse's cheeks flushed slightly, and she cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. This is against the rules. I cannot contravene them. Leon? What brings you here? Peter's voice came from behind, clutching a handful of payment slips. Hey, Peter. Leon quickly concealed the money and turned to face his friend. Noticing the dark circles under Peter's eyes and his weary demeanor, he asked, I saw the news. How is Uncle Ben? Peter managed a strained smile. He is not in serious danger, just a bullet graze on his arm. The doctor mentioned he would be discharged. His voice trailed off. Leon furrowed his brow. So soon? What if the wound gets infected? Peter pulled Leon to a corner of the corridor, his voice trembling. Leon, could you lend me some money? Uncle Ben and Aunt May didn't buy insurance after retirement, and our savings. I promise to repay you with work enough, Leon said, enveloping Peter in an embrace, his eyes glistening. I'll cover the medical expenses. You are my friend. Thank you. Peter's voice cracked. After the harrowing events of the previous night, he could scarcely bear the thought of losing Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Pushing open the hospital room door, they found Aunt May asleep beside Uncle Ben's bed. Uncle Ben gently stroked his wife's graying hair with his uninjured hand, a look of guilt in his eyes. Uncle Ben, guess who I ran into? Peter exclaimed, pulling Leon into the room, inadvertently waking Aunt May. Peter, Uncle Ben reproached in a hushed tone. This is a hospital. He turned to Leon, offering a kind smile. You must be Peter's classmate. A spirited young man, indeed. Hello, I am Leon Noah, a friend of Peter's, he replied. Uncle Ben studied Leon thoughtfully. Wait, you are the New York Twin Stars? I thought you looked familiar. Leon chuckled awkwardly before informing them that he had covered all medical expenses and arranged for them to be moved to a private room. That is unacceptable. Uncle Ben shook his head firmly. Aunt May, it's quite all right. Leon reassured Peter with a pat on the shoulder. Friends should help one another. Observing the noble character of the elderly couple, Leon felt a genuine admiration. Though he doubted he could ever become such a person himself, he was more than willing to assist them in their time of need. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, Leon said earnestly, I have a proposal I hope you will consider. Uncle Ben and Aunt May exchanged a glance. What do you think? Leon inquired. I recently established a company, he continued, turning to Peter, who was already aware of the situation. Peter nodded, although he was uncertain about the scale of the enterprise. The company has just moved into a new building, and I would like to hire you for some light tasks, such as cleaning. Uncle Ben and Aunt May hesitated, for Leon appeared quite youthful. How about this? Leon thoughtfully suggested, I can first take Aunt May to see the company environment, and then you can make your decision. Chapter 59. Matters of the platform. After ensuring Uncle Ben was comfortably settled in the hospital, Leon drove a sleek, all-black luxury sedan towards the Arcadios building. Peter and Aunt May were seated in the back, their curiosity piqued as they admired the exquisite leather seats and the central touchscreen display. Leon, what brand is this car? Peter inquired, his fingers gently tracing the carbon fiber accents on the car door. I've never seen this emblem before. Leon, with a mysterious smile reflected in the rearview mirror, replied, "Be a fight. It's a product of our company. Actually," he paused, "I mainly deal in arms trade. So don't be too surprised when we arrive at the office." "Is that true?" Peter asked, his brow furrowed in skepticism, clearly doubting that someone his age could have achieved such success. As the sedan came to a smooth halt in front of the Arcadios building, security personnel clad in black uniforms promptly approached and respectfully opened the door for Leon, prompting Peter to realize that his friend spoke the truth. "Welcome to Arcadios." Leon gestured invitingly as he led them into the building. Aunt May gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as they entered a spacious lobby flanked by an array of cutting-edge weaponry, from futuristic assault rifles to miniature missile launchers. From all-terrain armored vehicles to vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, each exhibit gleamed with a cold brilliance under the soft lighting. Is the entire building yours?" Peter stammered, observing the employees bowing to Leon along the way. A professionally dressed woman approached briskly, whispered a few words into Leon's ear, and then respectfully stepped back. "Currently, only the weapons exhibition area and the Armed Nations Department are operational," Leon stated casually. "The other floors are still under renovation." He pressed the elevator button, and the metal doors slid open silently. Once seated in the top-floor office, an assistant served the three of them chilled mineral water. Leon got straight to the point. "Aunt May, have you given it some thought? A post-tax monthly salary of $8,000. Uncle Ben would receive the same if he is willing to join." Aunt May's hands trembled slightly. This figure was more than 3 times the monthly salary of an average American. That's too high. It should be at market rate." "Not at all," Leon chuckled. "You could serve as the Minister of Sanitation, with Uncle Ben as your deputy. But I have no management experience." "That's all right," Leon reassured her. "I'm also venturing into entrepreneurship for the first time. Experience can be acquired gradually." Aunt May exchanged a glance with Peter and finally nodded. "Then I'll give it a try." After bidding farewell to the two individuals, Leon stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Perusing the latest briefing, Stark Industries has successfully integrated its production line, ensuring a seamless supply chain for the armed nation. Quentin Beck's team has opened a branch in Maine, achieving a remarkable turnover exceeding $600,000 in its inaugural week. William Greer has established a motorcycle gang, expanding into illicit sectors such as forgery and pharmaceuticals. Kim has completed the consolidation of Hell's Kitchen's influence, and the underground fortress has begun to yield profits. The Punisher has secretly ordered Stromberg armored vehicles, with their intended use remaining ambiguous. Colonel Rhodes, with the assistance of Tony Stark, has successfully acquired the War Machine. However, what captured Leon's attention the most was a new list of names: Thaddeus Ross, Thunderbolt Ross, Emil Blonsky, Abomination, Pepper Potts, Rescue, Happy Hogan, Tony's bodyguard, Clint Barton, Hawkeye, Alexander Pierce, Hydra Infiltrator, and most astonishingly, Peggy Carter, the former love of Captain America. Leon pondered whether this universe possessed its own Captain America, Steve Rogers. As he murmured to himself, his gaze drifted toward the New York skyline. The dying rays of the setting sun gradually cloaked the entire city in a golden hue. Chapter 60, Traces of the Lizard in the Corridors of Midtown High. Harry Osborn hurriedly intercepted Leon, his fingers trembling as he unlocked his phone. "Goodness. Take a look at this video. Is it for real?" Leon took the phone, and a low-quality video began to play on the screen, blurred as if obscured by a mosaic. What on earth was this filmed with? An antiquated door lock. Leon couldn't help but scoff. The first half of the video depicted nothing but typical traffic congestion, when suddenly, a grotesque lizard face intruded upon the frame, followed by a long, elegant leg delivering a powerful kick that sent the lizard creature flying, an unmistakable signature move of the Phantom Spider. "What in the world?" Leon feigned astonishment, his eyes widening. Harry spoke in a conspiratorial whisper. "Lizard people actually exist. Are we humans truly living under the dominion of the Illuminati?" Leon's lips twitched in disbelief. "You're not suggesting Zuckerberg is a lizard person, are you?" "You're right." Harry, with a serious expression, pointed to the comments beneath the video. "Look, everyone is saying so. And what about the Phantom Spider? What do you think she is?" Leon asked with keen interest. "I believe she is an escapee from a military experiment." Before Harry could finish, Gwen suddenly appeared and gave him a heavy smack on the back of the head. Without a word, Gwen seized Leon's arm and pulled him outside with surprising strength. As they reached a corner of the corridor, Leon observed her unusual fidgeting posture and couldn't help but wonder, aren't you supposed to be practicing in the music room at this hour? He speculated privately, could she be about to confess the identity of the Phantom Spider? Gwen took a deep breath and suddenly grasped both of Leon's hands, her eyes sparkling with an unusual intensity. "My idol, the Phantom Spider. She came to ask for my help. You can assist her with what?" Leon raised an eyebrow. "Well," Gwen hesitated. Leon, surrendering with a raised hand, urged, "Please, tell me what I can do for you." The Phantom Spider's #1 fan. Gwen immediately shifted into high gear, speaking rapidly. "You've seen the viral lizard person video, right? Last night. The phantom spider discovered that it was Professor Connors, a former researcher from Oscorp. She nervously bit her lip, revealing that the professor intended to create a serum to transform all of New Yorkers into lizard monsters. Leon, Peter mentioned he had a secret project with Connors. Could it be this? Leon suppressed a chuckle as he watched Gwen's stellar performance, her emotions overflowing, and her timing impeccable, truly the epitome of an ardent fan. So, you can't find Peter? Leon probed incisively. Yes, Gwen exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. You finally understand the phantom spider's dilemma. Peter is unreachable at home, and his phone is dead. You're the only one who has seen him these past couple of days. All right, I will take you to see him. Leon readily agreed. He had already placed Peter in the hospital and had even changed his phone card, anticipating Connors might come knocking. In the hospital room, after hearing Gwen's account, Peter's eyes widened in shock. How can this be? The experiment was supposed to be a success. He raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Could the side effects just be manifesting slowly? Peter revealed the details of the experiment with Connors that day, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Now, only the professor and I truly comprehend the decay rate formula. It is my duty to stop him and save him. Gwen looked at the frail Peter with concern. But Peter's assertion was interrupted by Lion, who, with a nod of approval, patted Peter on the shoulder. Do you not trust that your idol can safeguard us? Gwen pressed her lips together, ultimately yielding. If danger arises, we must prioritize our own safety. Quietly clenching her fists, she resolved to protect both of them at all costs. Chapter 61. The development of serum in the dim, damp confines of the sewer laboratory, Dr. Connors leaned painfully against a rusted iron pipe. The skin on his right arm was visibly shedding green scales at an alarming rate, while the newly formed muscular tissue began to wither. Countless vials of lizard serum flickered with an eerie luminescence on the test tube rack. Perhaps I was mistaken. Connors grasped his trembling right arm with his left hand. The side effects were overwhelming. I must consult Peter to readjust the formula. Suddenly, his pupils constricted into thin slits. No, Parker has escaped. Humanity is but a cowardly wasteland. The glassware in the laboratory shattered under the strain of his uncontrollable power. Why should I remain a frail human? I can become stronger, faster. Two conflicting thoughts clashed violently within his mind. Ultimately, the longing for power prevailed. In a frenzy, Connors seized his experimental log and scrawled hastily. Humanity requires evolution, and I shall herald this new era. In the underground parking lot of Oscorp Tower, Lion's black SUV silently slipped into the shadows. Gwen shook her employee card. I obtained this during my last visit for a project. I never anticipated it would prove useful. The trio hurried towards the elevator, Peter nervously swallowing. The receptionist glanced up. Miss Stacy, here to continue your research? Indeed. I am bringing 2 junior colleagues for a tour of the laboratory, Gwen replied with a radiant smile. The elevator ascended directly to the biological research and development floor. Guided by memory, Peter led the group to Connor's private laboratory. Through the glass door, an array of precision instruments lay in neat order. Let us begin. Gwen efficiently retrieved 2 pairs of sterile gloves from the sterilization cabinet, tossing one to Peter. Lion, you stand guard outside. She flung 1 pair towards Peter. Peter skillfully logged into the experimental system, calling up the encrypted research log. A title flashed across the screen. Application of cross-species gene fusion, lizard regeneration abilities. The lizard's autonomous regenerative capabilities truly represent the prime choice for genetic transplantation. Peter swiftly scrolled through the page, explaining the intricate formulas to Gwen. The experiment had indeed succeeded, but the lizard DNA had altered the professor's cerebral structure, diminishing humanity while amplifying bestial instincts. Gwen interjected, her fingers dancing over the keyboard. Peter cast her a surprised glance. Your summary is remarkably precise. Grabbing a stack of draft papers, the two began to race against time to calculate and amend the formulas. Outside the door, Lion, bored, idly browsed the R-Star platform when he was startled by the sound of an explosion in the distance. He hurried to the window, witnessing a colossal lizard exchanging gunfire with the police several blocks away, bullets ricocheting off its scales in brilliant sparks. Inside the laboratory, Gwen also heard the commotion. She glanced at the timer. 28 minutes remained for the serum to complete synthesis. Suddenly, she executed a precise strike to Peter's neck. Hey, Lion had just stepped through the door and witnessed the scene. Don't hit me. Murdering one's spouse is a grave offense. Gwen rolled her eyes. Take Peter and leave. I will handle things here. Leon patted the handgun at his waist. Are you jesting? Do you underestimate me? I am a professional agent. He winked, adding, with your idol, the spectral spider, safeguarding me, I shall undoubtedly be safe. Gwen sighed in resignation, realizing she could not dissuade Leon. With no other option, she supported the unconscious Peter towards the escape route. She silently resolved to return promptly to assist Leon. Chapter 62. The lizard invasion on the rooftop of the New York Police Department. The deafening roar of helicopter blades filled the air, Sheriff George Stacy hurried towards the awaiting police helicopter, followed closely by a panting officer. Sheriff Stacy. The officer reported loudly, the lizard is moving along Houston Street. And the likely target is the Osborne building. Grasping the cabin door handle, George turned back and shouted, "What about Ghost Spider? Don't they always appear together?" An officer inside the cabin shouted back, "We haven't spotted her yet, but she should show up." With a grim expression, Sheriff George fastened his seatbelt, muttering, "It's better if she doesn't. I will personally apprehend that masked vigilante." The helicopter lifted off, racing towards the scene. On Houston Street, Dr. Connors, transformed into the lizard, sprinted with astonishing speed, his scales glistening with an eerie green hue under the sunlight. Suddenly, a fully armed SWAT team, lying in ambush at the street corner, opened fire simultaneously, bullets raining down like a storm. Dr. Connors howled in agony as his body was instantly riddled with bullet holes. Yet, disturbingly, the wounds began to heal at a visible pace. Grinning wickedly, he pulled a vial of fluorescent green serum from his backpack and hurled it at the SWAT position. Bang! The glass vial shattered, and green smoke enveloped the officers. Amidst their screams, their skin began to sprout scales, and their nails elongated and sharpened. Oh shit. Iron Man, descending from above, slammed on the brakes. And Tony Stark furrowed his brow behind his armored mask. "Jarvis, take note. Next upgrade needs biochemical protection. Hey, little green dinosaur." Tony's shoulder-mounted launcher sprang to life. "Try this." A small missile whistled forth. Dr. Connor's pupils dilated, and he agilely rolled aside to evade the attack. The explosion's shockwave propelled him several meters away. Yet he quickly regained his footing and dashed towards the Osborne building without a glance back. "This one do," just as Tony prepared to pursue. A chorus of hisses echoed from behind. The mutated SWAT officers crawled out of the smoke, their blood-red eyes fixated on him. Well, this just got interesting. Tony assumed a defensive stance. "Jarvis, calculate a non-lethal containment strategy. We cannot let them spread into the city." Inside the Osborne building, Gwen's spider sense suddenly prickled with urgency. Acting swiftly, she placed the unconscious Peter into a nearby blue storage room. Bang! The sound of shattering glass erupted as Dr. Connors crashed through the window. Locking eyes with Gwen. "Gwen Stacy?" The lizard hissed, his forked tongue flicking out. "Where is that little spider? You think you can stop me?" Gwen feigned terror and stepped back. "Professor Connors, you're being controlled by the lizard DNA. Don't be afraid, dear." The lizard advanced a step closer. "After tonight, all of New York will evolve, including you." As Gwen retreated into the restroom, he sneered dismissively, "Boring little girl." Just as the lizard turned to approach the Canarly device, two strands of web shot out from the darkness, ensnaring his legs firmly. "This ends now." The phantom spider emerged from the restroom, executing a spinning kick that struck Dr. Lizard squarely in the face. "You cannot stop me, Doctor." Lizard bellowed as he broke free from the web, using his momentum to crash through the wall. Seizing the Canarly device, he turned back with a malevolent grin and leaped out the window, swiftly scaling the outer facade of the building. "Stop," Gwen pursued relentlessly. Yet her web shots repeatedly missed their mark. With her reserve web swiftly depleting, she was left to chase him on foot, racing toward the rooftop. The night wind howled as the two figures sprinted across the glass curtain wall of Oscorp Tower. Chapter 63. The support of R-Star users on the top floor of the Osborne building. The wind howled fiercely as Dr. Lizard stood beside the Canarly device, his green scales glimmering coldly under the moonlight. He narrowed his slit-like eyes, fixated on the approaching specter spider, questioning, "Why must you impede my progress? This shall be a monumental moment for human evolution. As one endowed with extraordinary power, you ought to appreciate the magnificence of strength." Gwen steadied herself, her voice resolute and clear beneath her mask. "Professor Connors, you're mistaken. True evolution does not entail becoming a monster, but rather learning to wield power wisely. Your methods are excessively extreme. It appears we cannot reach a consensus." Dr. Lizard shook his head in dismay, and suddenly he launched an attack. Grasping a massive steel canister filled with liquid nitrogen, he hurled it at Gwen, and as she dodged, his powerful tail lashed out, ensnaring her tightly. Gwen found herself firmly bound, the liquid nitrogen freezing her limbs, rendering her struggles futile. Dr. Lizard grinned maliciously as he tore off her mask. "Gwen Stacy? How disappointing. Where's your Iron Man friend?" "Oh, he is preoccupied dealing with my little gift." "She is not alone." Sheriff George burst forth from the shadows, the sound of his shotgun being chambered piercing the tension. Upon recognizing his daughter's face, despite his fear, he stepped forward resolutely, though his hand trembled slightly. Whether from excitement or trepidation, he could not tell. He was correct. An engine roared overhead as the Punisher dove down on his modified Tyrant motorcycle, firing large-caliber bullets that precisely severed Dr. Lizard's tail. "And I am here too." Bullseye emerged from the stairwell, wielding in two Malawian Quatch's shotgun, his aim fixed on Dr. Lizard. Meanwhile, Leon, clutching the serum, raced towards the rooftop, already having dispatched an urgent mission on the R-Star platform upon discovering Dr. Lizard's intentions. Realizing the peril, Dr. Lizard frantically lunged towards the Canali device. It's too late. New York shall witness a rebirth. Stop him. Do not break the serum, Gwen cried out. The Punisher immediately fired a missile, blocking the path, while Bullseye's miniature missiles blasted off one of Dr. Lizard's arms. Yet, in an instant, the stump began to writhe, regenerating at an even faster rate than before. Bastard! Sheriff George stood in front of the device, firing relentlessly. But he was about to be sent flying by Dr. Lizard's powerful strike. Father! Gwen screamed in despair just as an atomic beam precisely detonated between them. The shockwave hurled Sheriff George to safety, forcing Dr. Lizard back a few steps. Leon. Gwen looked tearfully at the approaching youth. Though Sheriff George had fractured ribs, he had managed to survive. I have one. Dr. Lizard cackled as he inserted the serum into the Canali device. The countdown screen illuminated with blinding red light. 30. 29. 28. Not necessarily. A nearly silent helicopter suddenly appeared, Hawkeye's lightning arrow pinning Dr. Lizard in place. Seizing the opportunity, Leon rushed forward, enduring excruciating pain to replace the serum. No. The freed Dr. Lizard's claws pierced through Leon's arm, but it was too late. 3. 2. 1. The Canali device emitted a pale blue mist, and Dr. Lizard's scales began to shed. He gazed at his restored right hand, collapsing to his knees. What have I done? The completion of the mission echoed in Hawkeye's voice through the communicator. The Punisher revved the Tyrant motorcycle. It is time to depart. Bullseye whistled. Slinging his parachute over his shoulder and leaping from the skyscraper, Sheriff George struggled to rise, observing his daughter tending to Leon's wounds, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Gwen. You must go. Leave this to me. I won't go anywhere. Tears streamed down Gwen's face, falling onto Leon's bloodstained uniform. Go. Leon weakly smiled. The city needs Spider-Woman. I am fine. Ultimately, persuaded by her father and Leon, Gwen donned her mask once more. She cast one last glance at the two seated on the ground before turning away, disappearing into the night of New York. The night breeze stirred the dust atop the building, marking the conclusion of this harrowing lizard crisis. Chapter 64. The hospital incident. The morning sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, gently illuminating the hospital room as Leon slowly opened his eyes. The pungent scent of antiseptic assaulted his nostrils, and the starkly white ceiling momentarily disoriented him. As he turned his head slightly, he beheld a slender figure by the basin, wringing out a towel. It was undeniably Wanda. How could it be her? Leon pondered, initially expecting to see Gwen by his bedside. Brother Leon, you're awake. Wanda exclaimed with delight, spinning around to tenderly wipe his face with a warm towel. Her movements were delicate, careful not to disturb the bandaged arm. Wanda, what are you doing here? Has last night's incident been resolved? Leon's voice emerged hoarsely. Wanda pouted slightly. Sister Gwen asked me to come. Uncle George held a press conference this morning to explain everything. She suddenly leaned closer, her red hair brushing against Leon's cheek. Next time, you must include me. I'm quite formidable. All right, Wanda, you are indeed the most formidable. Leon affectionately ruffled her hair with his uninjured hand. At that moment, the door swung open, and Sheriff George along with Gwen entered, catching sight of the intimate scene. Ahem, Sheriff George awkwardly cleared his throat. Leon, you and Gwen should have a good talk. He had initially intended to encourage a bond between his daughter and this brave young man, yet the situation seemed far more intricate than he had anticipated. Gwen silently approached the bedside and adjusted Leon's bed height. On the television, reports of the previous night's events played. Residents of downtown Manhattan can rest assured, reported James from the Horn Herald. The scene shifted to an exclusive interview with Tony Stark. The host queried pointedly, Mr. Stark. Footage shows you struggled against the lizard men last night. Does this imply your armor? Tony nonchalantly shrugged. Those were mutated special forces, not common criminals. I couldn't just obliterate them, could I? Leon savored the fruit Gwen offered him, softly inquiring. Did Uncle George say anything to you about last night? No. Gwen shook her head. We've been deliberately avoiding that topic. Wanda, observing the exchange with confusion, soon became animated as she retrieved her cherished snacks to feed Leon. Gwen, noticing this, promptly offered him another piece of fruit. The two girls engaged in a playful contest, resulting in most of the food ending up in Leon's stomach. When their gazes met in the air, Leon distinctly sensed an invisible spark. I'll go to the restroom. He hastily fabricated an excuse to escape this perilous battlefield. Once Leon departed, Gwen fixed her gaze on Wanda. You like Leon, don't you? Wanda's face instantly flushed crimson, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. I'm not sure if it's love. I just want to be close to him. Observing the girl's bashful demeanor, Gwen sighed in exasperation. Wanda's innocence was truly a heartthrob for boys. With a soft sigh, she remarked, regardless, I will always be Leon's first girlfriend. But who could have predicted that the person I admire would be so immensely popular? When Leon returned to the hospital room, He discovered that the previously tense atmosphere had mysteriously dissipated. What transpired? He inquired cautiously. One exchanged a knowing glance with Wanda. Of course not, right, Wanda? Wanda. Her gaze lowered, felt her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Leon reclined back on the bed, suddenly reminded of a pressing question. What about Peter? Why hasn't he come to see me? Gwen's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. I, inadvertently placed him in a laboratory teeming with spiders yesterday. He called me this morning, questioning whether the spectral spider had done anything to him. Well, as long as he's all right, Leon mused thoughtfully. A sudden thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that Peter had gained spider abilities as well? The sunlight outside grew ever brighter, heralding the dawn of a new day. Yet for Leon, the turmoil within the hospital room seemed more exasperating than his recent encounter with Dr. Lizard. Chapter 65 Grand Opening. The glass curtain wall of the Arcadios building gleamed under the sunlight. As dozens of cameras from New York media focused on the headquarters of this burgeoning arms empire. At the entrance, a small mute figure clad in a black suit and sunglasses led a contingent of elite security personnel, their keen eyes scanning each guest with vigilance. Inside the banquet hall, security disguised as waitstaff navigated through the crowd, ensuring the safety of this grand event. Leon, truly remarkable, Tony Stark exclaimed, shaking his champagne flute, admiration sparkling in his eyes at the sight of such a young entrepreneur establishing such an expansive business empire. Leon turned to see Harry Osborn and his father, Norman, approaching. Harry, Mr. Osborn, thank you for gracing us with your presence, he greeted warmly, embracing Harry and then offering a firm handshake to Norman. Ha ha ha. Norman's hearty laughter resonated throughout the banquet hall. Though you and Harry are of the same age, your achievements far surpass those of your peers. I am pleased that Harry has a friend like you. Not far away, Peter Parker held his camera, secretly capturing this historic moment. This photograph will surely fetch a handsome price, he mused to himself as he approached the Osborns. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Osborn. I'm Peter Parker, a classmate of Harry and Leon. Ah, I know you, Norman said with a glint of mischief in his eyes, the young man who took a nap in our laboratory. Peter's face turned crimson. That was to stop the lizard. Who would have thought? Just a jest, Norman chuckled, patting his shoulder. I truly appreciate your efforts in thwarting Connors. I never anticipated it would be him. While they exchanged pleasantries, Leon had already ushered in Gwen and the Wanda siblings through a special entrance. Sheriff George surveyed the lavish banquet hall, shaking his head in disbelief. Leon, is this truly your company? How did you manage it? Well, Leon hesitated, struggling to find a response that wouldn't reveal his questionable beginnings. Although his current operations were not entirely pristine either. Dad, Gwen interjected, coming to the rescue. Who doesn't have a few secrets, right? She winked at Leon, who sighed in relief. Pietro's gaze was captivated by an MK2 hover motorcycle on display. Wanda, look at that wheelless bike. How does it move? Wanda followed her brother's pointing finger. Perhaps it's magnetic levitation? I remember Stark Industries researched it, but failed. Leon approached the siblings, champagne in hand. This is anti-gravity levitation technology. There's also the Durasso sports car in the same series. How about I gift you each one when you obtain your driver's licenses? Wanda playfully winked. Thank you, big brother Leon, but I think I'll buy my own. Didn't I just earn a fortune at Stark's? All right, as you wish, Leon said indulgently, ruffling her red hair. Seeing this, Pietro immediately raised his hand. I'm just a road test away from my license. Could you gift me a car too? Of course, Leon replied with a smile, but I suggest you take a look at the sports car first. New York has yet to approve road rights for aerial vehicles, though Pietro was perplexed as to why his sister could operate a flying vehicle. He felt a sense of satisfaction with the promise he had received. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he pressed for an explanation. Leon smiled enigmatically. Because Wanda is my most beloved sister. Would you care to join in as well? I assure you the treatment will be the same. No. Pietro waved his hands dismissively, hastily shifting the topic to select his desired sports car. At the other end of the banquet hall, Norman Osborn was engaged in a hushed conversation with several military representatives, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Leon, revealing a myriad of complex emotions in his eyes. Meanwhile, Sheriff George stood thoughtfully beside the champagne tower, observing the sudden rise of this young man with keen interest. Chapter 66. General Ross. The crystal chandelier in the banquet hall cast its luminous glow upon the central stage, where Tony Stark made his entrance with his signature stride. Lightly tapping the microphone for sound check. Hello everyone. I can imagine you're all quite curious about my presence at the opening ceremony of a weapons company. A reporter quickly interjected, Indeed, Mr. Stark, didn't you announce your departure from the arms industry? What brings you here today? Yes. Stark Industries has indeed exited that sector and will not return. However, I am here today for a friend of mine, a rising star you've likely seen in the news recently. At this point, a mischievous grin appeared on Tony's face. Let us welcome one of New York's own dual stars, the genius of the arms industry and the savior of New York from the lizard, Mr. Leon Noah. In the audience, Leon covered his face, listening to Tony's ludicrous remarks, regretting allowing himself to be the focal point of this event, feeling utterly humiliated. Standing on stage, the barrage of camera flashes forced Leon to shield his eyes, signaling for them to cease momentarily. All right, I am the arms genius Tony referred to, the CEO of R-Star Corporation. I'm sure you are all quite curious about me. You there, the old man from the Horn Herald. Feel free to ask me a question. Jonah Jameson, positioned in the back row, was clearly taken aback that Leon remembered their brief encounter at the banquet. Nevertheless, he stood up and posed the question he had long prepared. Mr. Noah, there are whispers suggesting that you and those masked individuals, who call themselves heroes, dealt with the lizard together. Is that true? Leon was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting this smokerman to ask a question so unrelated to the evening's festivities. Indeed. But they never referred to themselves as heroes, that is merely a label assigned by others. Furthermore, one should not resort to personal attacks against others simply because they accomplished what most could not. Your stance is rather extreme. Hearing Leon's retort, Jameson was momentarily at a loss for words, for Leon was indeed speaking the truth. All right, young lady from the New York Herald, do you have a question for me? In the audience, a man in military attire, puffing on a cigar, turned to Colonel Rhodes beside him. Is that aircraft definitely a product of his company? It seems rather young. Colonel Rhodes chuckled awkwardly. General Ross, that Thunderbolt fighter was indeed purchased through the R-Star platform, and the F-160 Thunderbeast, currently undergoing testing, was also expedited through R-Star. If the test data is accurate, the F-160 Thunderbeast undoubtedly surpasses all known aircraft. General Ross nodded, gazing at Leon's spirited demeanor, and remarked with a smile, how do you think our military's treatment compares to that of the obscure S-H-I-E-L-D? What? Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Nick Fury grew increasingly apprehensive that this precious artifact might succumb to temptation and be snatched away by Ross. He immediately dispatched Natasha, who was on the brink of a well-deserved vacation, to the Arcadios Tower. Her mission was twofold: to intercept the military and to remain within the R-Star Corporation, ensuring she would be privy to any internal developments at the earliest opportunity. As Natasha sat in the back seat, she glanced at the mute companion beside her, feeling a twinge of frustration. How had they become targets? It seemed that the last debacle involving Director Egghead had not been without merit. Chapter 67. A surge of orders in the reception room. 2 steaming cups of coffee rested upon a heavy mahogany desk. General Ross reclined on a leather sofa, the faint smoke of a cigar curling from his fingertips. The moment Colonel Rod entered with Leon in tow, the 5-star general's sharp gaze immediately fixated on the young arms dealer. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, the renowned young leader of R-Star, he proclaimed, rising to his feet, his medals glistening under the light. I am Thaddeus Ross. Leon regarded the military magnate with a composed demeanor, noting the deep-set wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the slightly graying temples, a testament to a long military career. As they shook hands, Leon distinctly felt the calluses and steady strength of the general's palm. I am truly honored by your personal visit, General. Leon maintained an appropriately polite smile. If there are procurement matters, our Pegasus department has dedicated personnel to handle them. Suddenly, General Ross interjected, young man, I have reviewed your dossier. At such a young age, you have established an arms company and possess cutting-edge weaponry that leads the world. He inhaled deeply from his cigar. Would you be interested in taking on a position within the military? Leon's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa. This proposal had come as a surprise. He cast a glance at Colonel Rod behind Ross, who offered an encouraging nod, considering the current infiltration of Hydra within S-H-I-E-L-D. A military affiliation might indeed afford him additional protection. It would be my honor, General. Leon finally acquiesced. Ross smiled with satisfaction, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. Rest assured, it is merely a consultant's position. He gestured for Rod to present the documents. The military was in need of an equipment update. Leon received the thick procurement list, the sound of pages turning resonating sharply in the quiet reception room. P-996 Doomsday Fighter 30, F-160 Thunderbeast Fighter 20, Giant Elephant Hydra 5, B-11 Assault Squadron Bomber 5, RO-86 Alkanost Reconnaissance Aircraft 1. The order appeared satisfactory. Leon closed the file, his brow furrowing slightly. However, given that the company had only just commenced operations, production capacity might be. Ross interjected. The high-end military production line in St. Louis is at your disposal for 30 years, free of charge. This is merely the first batch. Upon meeting performance standards, an additional 200 units will be ordered. Leon's pupils constricted. The terms were astonishingly generous. General, are you serious? Absolutely. Ross stood to adjust his military uniform. For $1.5 billion, you can acquire the entire production line. This is a concession I have fought for on your behalf. After bidding farewell to the military representative, Leon stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the military vehicle recede below. The night sky of New York sparkled with stars, while his thoughts drifted to distant realms. This order signified his ascension to a higher echelon. Just as he fell into contemplation, a sultry voice suddenly broke the silence from behind. "Noah, dear brother, please save your sister." Leon turned around helplessly to find Natasha Romanoff leaning against the doorframe, her cascading red hair framing a tight black dress that accentuated her perfect curves. In her eyes glimmered a cunning light, reminiscent of a cat fixated on its prey. "Miss Natasha," Leon raised an eyebrow. "I do not recall sending an invitation to S.H.I.E.L.D." The auburn-haired agent immediately feigned indignation, only regaining her composure once Leon gestured for the mute assistant to step aside. With grace, she approached the desk and extracted a document from her bosom. "The director insisted I come. Shall we discuss this after you peruse it?" Leon accepted the still-warm document, unfolding it to reveal a meticulous procurement list. Widowmaker 10,000, Evil Hades 10,000, Electromagnetic Cannon 100, F-160 Thunder Beast Fighter Jets 10, Nagasaki Vulture Attack Helicopters 30. With a smirk, Leon rolled the document into a cylindrical shape. Why not proceed through the proper procurement channels? Must you seek me out? He deliberately overlooked Natasha's intentionally soft touch, acknowledging the order, though the aircraft would require a waiting period. A glint of triumph flickered in Natasha's eyes. "I have a small request. Not negotiable." Leon decisively turned towards the elevator, informing the assistant that business was business. As the elevator doors closed, he caught a glimpse of Natasha stamping her foot in frustration. This game of power and profit had only just begun. Chapter 68. Secretary Natasha. Ultimately, Leon found himself unable to resist Natasha's persistent advances. He quietly calculated that if Gwen or Wanda were to witness a sultry woman pursuing him so ardently, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The elevator chimed softly as it reached the top floor, and Leon stepped out with Natasha, who sported a brand new employee badge. Upon pushing open the glass door of the CEO's office, the administrative assistant was about to greet them when Leon gestured for silence. Natasha's gaze was immediately drawn to the prominent Chinese plaque on the wall, Central Discipline Inspection Commission of Los Santos. Her finely shaped brows arched slightly. "It's merely a name," Leon explained, following her line of sight. "You may also choose a name for your own office that you fancy." He casually retrieved a can of R-Star's specially formulated cola from the refrigerator and took a generous swig. As the whirlwind of events following the press conference had left him parched, Natasha's expression grew intricate. As a highly skilled agent fluent in 32 languages, she was acutely aware of the Eastern connotations hidden behind those square characters, especially given that the individual in question was of Asian descent. Leon, Gwen, seated on the sofa, was the first to notice their entrance, but her countenance darkened instantly upon recognizing the red-haired Natasha following closely behind. How could she forget the woman who had once publicly kissed Leon's cheek? "Gwen, where are Wanda and Pietro?" Leon, oblivious to his girlfriend's shift in mood, reclined on the sofa in a relaxed manner. "Wanda and Pietro have gone to test drive the new car, while Harry and Peter are assisting Uncle Ben and Aunt May in getting acclimated to their work." Gwen tilted her head, her gaze sharply scrutinizing Natasha. "And this is?" Natasha, discerning the subtle cues in Gwen's expression, quickly adopted a professional smile. "Good day, Miss Gwen. I am Natasha Rushman, the new secretary, a graduate of the Harvard Law School. Here's my resume." Leon discreetly pulled Gwen closer to him, crossing his legs nonchalantly. "All right, you're still on probation. For today, organize the documents over there. I will need to review them later." Natasha obediently approached the desk, her face displaying a hint of reluctance, as if she were merely tolerating the job for the sake of her salary. "Gwen," Leon leaned in towards his girlfriend, scrutinizing her taut features. "What is bothering you now? Should I just fire her? After all, we aren't lacking for a secretary." Gwen huffed softly, her eyes fixed on Natasha's busy silhouette as she tugged at Leon's ear. "How did you know I was talking about her and not her or her?" "That's because, boss, I'm done organizing," Natasha interjected at the opportune moment, lazily leaning against the desk. Leon flashed a conciliatory smile towards Gwen before turning to address business formally. "All right. Go meet with the heads of each department and prepare a 1,000-word onboarding report for me." As the office door gently closed, Gwen finally released her grip on Leon's ear. Yet her expression remained petulant. "Father was right. Men turn wicked when they have money. You were always a little rogue, and now you're even worse." Lion immediately assumed the guise of an innocent youth. "I swear, my relationship with Natasha is entirely pure. Do you not believe me? A man's words are but deceits." Gwen fiercely pinched the tender flesh at his waist, exclaiming, "I saw her emerge from your auto repair shop with my own eyes. Do I need to be more explicit?" Coughing sharply, Lion gasped as the pinch took him by surprise, and he reluctantly confessed, "She is an agent sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to monitor me." Upon hearing this, Gwen pouted. She had already suspected Natasha's identity was not ordinary, but she never anticipated it was an arrangement from the organization to which Lion belonged. Humph, your organization's name is an absolute mouthful. Now it's called S-H-I-E-L-D. Seizing the moment, Lion wrapped his arm around his girlfriend's slender waist, pleading, "Promise me, will you stay away from them?" Gwen nestled closer to him, gently nodding. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the twilight of New York gradually descended, enveloping the embraced couple in a warm glow of fading light. Chapter 69. Everything is for sale. Since the news of Lion's establishment of an arms company spread across various media outlets, Time magazine featured him on its cover, generating a significant buzz. The impact was palpable when Lion sought a moment of respite at school. Yearning to connect with Gwen on the rooftop or engage in heartfelt conversation with Wanda, such opportunities eluded him. Alas, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. What a curse. Lion reclined in a lounge chair, scrolling through White Bee. Amused by the recent antics of Public Enemy Spider-Man and the debate over whether heroes are a public nuisance, while the mute girl occupied his once dominant presidential desk. Her mood decidedly glum. Knock, knock. The sound of 2 knocks heralded the entrance of Natasha, clad in professional attire. Upon witnessing the role reversal, she was not surprised. Rather, it had become a familiar sight. Boss, the representatives from Dongfang Wide Trading Company, scheduled for 11 o'clock, have arrived. Would you like to meet with them now? At this, Lion sat up, stretching lazily. Bring them in. It wouldn't be courteous to waste their time. In the conference room downstairs, 2 men, sipping beverages produced by our Star Company, engaged in light conversation. This drink is rather pleasant. If the arms deal falls through, we could always bring this back home. At least the trip wouldn't be in vain. Let us see how to approach the discussion. They can't possibly sell us nothing, right? Even a Hydra would do. Even if it cost several times the price. The atmosphere grew tense. According to their intelligence, the F-160 Thunderbeast fighter jet far surpassed any known or in-development aircraft. Their purpose here was to procure one for further study. They had long since given up on aspirations for a Drosos. Mr. Zhang, the boss is waiting for you both. Please follow me to the office. The 2 impeccably dressed men exchanged glances and sighed. They understood that formal negotiations typically occurred in the conference room, indicating that the other party might not be inclined toward collaboration. Lion settled onto a sofa near the entrance, ready to greet his visitors at a moment's notice. Welcome. Gentlemen, please, take a seat, he said in Chinese, rising to offer a warm welcome. Hello, Mr. Noah. I am Zhang, the one you've been in contact with. And this is my assistant, Li. The Zhang gentleman shook Lion's hand, expressing surprise. I truly did not expect your Chinese to be so proficient. Haha. Thank you for the compliment. Lion invited them to sit and beckoned Natasha to prepare a pot of tea. You've traveled quite a distance. May I inquire what sort of collaboration you seek with our company? Taking a deep breath, the 2 men observed Lion, who lounged comfortably on the sofa with his legs crossed. Summoning their courage, they asked, might your esteemed company be willing to sell us a fighter jet? Lion, who had just taken a sip from the teacup Natasha offered, nearly choked upon hearing this. Just one fighter jet? What sort of aircraft are you referring to? This seems rather elaborate. Wouldn't it be simpler to place an order with Pegasus? Upon hearing this, the 2 individuals lowered their heads in embarrassment, murmuring about the colossal Hydra, which was merely a single unit. Oh dear, my memory, Leon exclaimed, tapping his forehead as he recalled that this was not a past life, and that the other party certainly lacked the means to upgrade their R-Star privileges. 1 Hydra? Who do you look down upon? If you wish to purchase 10, I shall gift you one. What? The 2 across from him simultaneously lifted their heads in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom what they had just heard. Leon produced his phone and inquired, is there an R-Star platform? Yes, indeed, replied the man named Zhang, retrieving his phone to access the R-Star platform, which was still in its basic version. He could only acquire the most rudimentary weapons and vehicles, with the only notable asset being a skeletal horse. Alas, there is little to be done, for I am a proponent of peace. Apart from the initial testing personnel who had access to all platform features, the company could only offer different versions thereafter. Originally, you would need to undergo a review to upgrade your version. However, since I am here, I shall facilitate the process for you all at once. As Leon manipulated the platform to grant permissions, he winked at Natasha, indicating that they had struck a considerable bargain with S-H-I-E-L-D. Observing the R-Star platform now unshackled, replete with an array of equipment and vehicles, Zhang's jaw dropped in astonishment, his gaze towards Leon infused with excitement. I understand. I believe Mr. Noah is quite deserving of the Nobel Peace Prize. Perhaps we could devise a method to secure you a nomination. Leon waved his hand dismissively, yet this is not without cost. Should you desire businesses to establish a presence, in addition to your initial investment, each would incur a technical support fee of 10 million. To be honest, I feel a bit embarrassed about it. Chapter 70. Subpoena. Behold the splendid treasure I have procured. fresh from the Stark Industries Expo. Happy eagerly showcased his newly acquired open-top 9F sports car to Tony. The fading rays of the setting sun danced upon the gleaming exterior, casting a captivating metallic sheen. Tony cast a casual glance at the new vehicle, yet his attention was drawn to the blonde beauty standing beside it. A new model from the R-Star platform? He raised an eyebrow, wondering if this enchanting lady was included with the car. I do not recall them offering such value-added services. One can only hope. Happy grinned mischievously. Tony accepted the keys, effortlessly sliding into the driver's seat as the convertible roof unfurled automatically. He turned to the lady still standing in place. How may I assist you, miss? Assist may be too grand a term, she replied, pulling a document from her briefcase. I am here to deliver a subpoena. Tony shrugged in resignation, casting an eye at Happy that clearly said, here we go again. He was not particularly accustomed to receiving documents directly, but Happy deftly took the subpoena. Allow me to handle that, he offered. Indeed, Tony scratched his temple, revealing my peculiarities. I appreciate your understanding. The lady continued with a businesslike demeanor. You and Mr. Leon Noah are required to attend a hearing before the Senate Military Committee tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Do you have identification? Tony suddenly perked up. For I have always had a fondness for credentials. The lady's lips curled into a slight smile as she produced her work ID from the deep V-neck of her blouse. How about now? Still fond of it? Tony exchanged a knowing glance with Happy. Appreciation remains. However, we ought to make our way. How long will it take to reach Leon's Arcadio's building from here? Meanwhile, in the office of the president at Arcadio's building. I have given them a 70% discount, Leon remarked, toying with the subpoena in his hand, discontent evident in his expression. What more do those military foxes desire? Natasha placed a cup of coffee before him, sighing softly. They have set their sights on Stark's armor technology. The concessions you provided were merely an appetizer. Now they seek the main course. Greedy, Leon sipped his coffee. Perhaps we should suspend a few orders to show them a thing or two. You are the boss. Natasha shrugged. As long as it does not delay S.H.I.E.L.D.'s delivery schedule. Suddenly, the phone rang. Leon raised his chin, and Natasha understood. Answering the call. After a moment, she covered the receiver. Stark is downstairs. Would you like to see him? Leon stretched his neck and stood. Let him come up. In the lobby on the first floor, Tony surveyed the array of muscular security personnel. How much does Noah pay you fellows? He inquired with curiosity. You were well trained. The security staff maintained their stoic silence. Cool. Tony nudged Happy forward. Take a look at my bodyguard's physique. Can you guess his monthly salary? Still, no one responded. Wow, the discipline you possess. The lead security finally spoke. The boss has approved. Please follow me. In the top floor office. Leon and Tony sat across from each other at the table. Happy, adorned in sunglasses, stood behind Tony, deliberately adopting the demeanor of a professional bodyguard. While Natasha leaned gracefully against Leon, exuding an air of delicate charm. Tony caught a glimpse of Natasha's name tag. Miss Natasha? How much is Noah offering you in annual salary? Come to Stark Industries, and I shall double it. Natasha responded with a gentle smile. Her fingers playfully curling around the tips of her hair. I apologize, Mr. Stark, but my heart has already been captured by Mr. Leon. Tony gave Leon a thumbs up. Impressive. You have the audacity to keep a spy by your side. However, does your little girlfriend know about this? Leon replied with a knowing look. It is far better than allowing a spy to infiltrate the company undetected. As for Gwen, she is well aware of our professional relationship. Natasha, discerning the underlying meanings, chose to play along, linking her arm with Leon's. Observing this, Tony whistled in admiration. Impressive. But with Jarvis around, no spy can remain concealed. Sensing the soft touch on his arm, Leon shifted the topic. You didn't come here so late merely to steal me away, did you? Tony's expression turned serious. There is a hearing tomorrow, and I need you to cooperate in staging a performance. Chapter 71. The hearing. At the hearing, Leon and Tony sat side by side in the central seats. Their expressions relaxed as if they were merely spectators at a tedious talk show. On stage, Justin Hammer was fervently performing, while Natasha and Pepper beside them maintained similarly composed demeanors, as though they were not the focal points of the proceedings. In the back row, Agent Coulson crossed his arms, his gaze oscillating between Leon and Tony. Observing the two, who appeared comfortable and jovial with each other, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Their director had faced considerable challenges with these two, and if they were to conspire, S.H.I.E.L.D. would find itself perpetually engaged in damage control. Pepper slightly turned, catching a glimpse of Coulson's silhouette, and leaned closer to Tony, whispering, Coulson is behind us. I'll go seek his counsel. Without turning, Tony nonchalantly waved his hand backward, a casual acknowledgement. Shall we have chili cheese beans for dinner? By the way, should the beans be layered on top or piled beside? He inquired absent-mindedly. Pepper shot him an exasperated glance. Whatever you prefer, just ensure all ingredients are included. No picky eating allowed. All right then, Tony shrugged. Watching her make her way to the back row, Meanwhile, Natasha lowered her voice to Leon, saying, "My colleague has arrived. I need to report on recent work." Leon cast her a sidelong glance. "Do as you wish," he replied, having never intended to bring her along. Today, she seemed more eager than he. On stage, Hammer was passionately pointing to images displayed on the big screen, showcasing armored suits soaring through the city, combating crime, including aerial vehicles and miniaturized guided missile technology developed by Leon's company. Over the past 6 months, Tony Stark and Leon Noah had engineered superweapons capable of reshaping the global landscape, yet claimed it was all for the purpose of protecting peace. They expect us to believe. Cough, cough. Leon abruptly interjected, his tone languid, yet unmistakably sharp. "Mr. Hammer, allow me to correct you. I am a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen. Don't believe me? The senior agents of the IRS are present. Feel free to conduct an audit at any time." However, a smirk played on his lips. "The losses incurred during the investigation, would you be willing to cover those?" Hammer's expression faltered, instinctively glancing toward the military representatives. Leon's products were of exceptional quality at a low cost, saving military budgets and benefiting many in secret. To offend him would mean cutting off a significant source of income for numerous individuals. Hammer stammered, rendered speechless by the confrontation. "Enough." A military representative slammed his hand on the table. "Mr. Hammer, are you slandering our nation's finest entrepreneurs? Perhaps Mr. Noah is indeed innocent," interjected Senator Stern from Hydra at an opportune moment. Compared to the unpredictable genius that was Tony, they were more inclined to court Leon, a businessman willing to share technology. Consequently, the attention swiftly shifted toward Tony. In the back row, Pepper quietly asked Coulson, "What do you plan to do to assist him?" Coulson offered a wry smile. "Some in the agency would prefer Tony to surrender his technology. They certainly won't lend a hand. This time, I fear it may not be possible." With a sigh, Pepper politely took her leave. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha stepped forward and casually inquired, "How has everything been at the agency lately?" Coulson gazed ahead at the scene of Tony and Leon harmonizing, rubbing his temples. "As usual, the allowances have been delayed once again. Who knows where the director has allocated the funds?" On stage, Senator Stern, under the guise of national security, demanded that Tony surrender his armor technology. Unfazed, Tony waited for Hammer to finish screening the footage of various nations' attempts at replicating the armor, then hacked into the system to unveil the latter part, including the failed experiments of Hammer Industries, exposing them to the public. Leon seized the moment to interject, "Even I cannot produce the armor. If anyone can decipher my aerial vehicles and miniature guided missile technology, the patents are theirs for free." Tony winked at him, striding confidently to the podium. Addressing the audience, "Gentlemen, the truth is quite simple." He spread his arms wide, his smile radiant and assured, claiming, "To maintain world peace, I alone am sufficient." The room fell into silence. Aside from the crimson-faced Hammer and Stern, the military, SHIELD, and the legislators remained silent. After all, as long as Tony Stark still believed in God, they could continue to engage within the confines of the rules. And as for Leon, he had long since captivated everyone's wallets with his cost-effectiveness. Chapter 72, Palladium Poisoning at the Entrance of the Senate. Camera flashes flickered like stars in the night sky. Tony, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket and the other draped over Leon's shoulder, strode confidently through the throng of reporters, not forgetting to cast his signature roguish grin at a few favored media outlets. "How about this?" Tony opened the car door and nodded towards Leon. "Pepper has personally prepared dinner today. Would you care to join us for a delightful meal at my place? Consider it a token of appreciation for your performance today." Leon glanced at Pepper, who sat dignified in the passenger seat, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "I would want to intrude upon your candlelit dinner." "Would I, Sister Pepper?" The term sister made Pepper's ears flush slightly, and she nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Actually, it's quite all right, Leon." Tony exaggeratedly sighed. "I fear opportunities like this may be scarce." "Oh, it sounds almost like a last testament." Suddenly, Leon leaned closer to the car window, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Since your time is running short, how about you transfer some shares of Stark Industries to me? I can look after Sister Pepper and perhaps share a bit of the automotive business with her, so she won't be devoured by those ravenous wolves of Wall Street." Pepper abruptly turned her head. "What? Tony, are you unwell?" When she saw Tony actually stroking his chin in deep contemplation, her heart tightened. This man, who never planned for tomorrow, was considering the future. Leon had already turned with casual grace towards his sports car. Natasha leaned against the passenger window, her red hair fluttering in the breeze. "Is Stark in poor health?" "Palladium poisoning, relying on spinach juice to prolong life," Leon replied, starting the engine and waving goodbye to Tony and Pepper. "See you." The tires screeched, leaving Pepper with nothing but the lingering exhaust fumes and a belly full of questions. "Tony Stark." Pepper seized his wrist. "What are you hiding from me?" The sports car glided into the twilight. Tony's knuckles tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel before he finally spoke. I was pondering how to discuss my will with you. Will? A will. Pepper's pupils dilated, tears flooding her eyes. Are you dying? And the first person you tell is Leon Noah? The tires rolled over a speed bump, the dull thud echoing in their hearts. Tony parked the car beside a secluded riverbank and cupped Pepper's tear-streaked face. In that moment, he shed all pretense, the vulnerability in his eyes unmistakable. Announcing his impending demise was far more challenging than he had anticipated. He gently wiped away her tears. Listen, you will succeed me as CEO of Stark Industries. As for the collection of those trivial antiques I own, you may dispose of them as you see fit. Seeing Pepper still trembling, he suddenly chuckled softly and playfully tapped her nose. The estate shall be divided into 3 parts, yours. A charitable fund with Ethan as its chair. He is more adept at philanthropy than I am. The final portion is for Leon. He knows to whom it should be entrusted. He had always believed that the young man, who often spoke in riddles, would ensure the funds reached the Maximoff siblings safely. Pepper suddenly grasped his collar. Is there truly no treatment? What did the doctors say? Unless the arc reactor is removed. Tony pointed to the glowing wound on his chest. But as you know, those fragments. We can perform surgery. Let us contact the world's foremost experts immediately. Pepper frantically rummaged through her phone, only to be restrained by Tony's firm grip. As I stated during the hearing, Iron Man and I are one. His voice was hoarse, without the armor. Any madman could become a killing machine. The river mirrored the shattered moonlight. Pepper's choked sobs mingled with her falling tears. But you promised me. We don't have children yet. Tony enveloped her in his embrace, his chin resting on her trembling head. I'm sorry, Pepper. I would rather perish as a hero than live as a coward. Chapter 73, Racing Invitation. The morning following the hearing, in the subterranean parking garage of the Arcadios building, Leon was delicately loading a gift, meticulously chosen by Natasha, into his sports car. To avoid drawing too much attention, he had opted for a subtly understated Aventurus. Although this classic model from the GTV series still attracted the curious glances of passersby. Mr. Noah. The security guard at the Gwen apartment complex instantly recognized him and hastily raised the barrier. The live broadcast of yesterday's hearing was absolutely riveting. You and Mr. Stark utterly obliterated those legislators. Just a minor affair. You might even witness an alien invasion of Earth in the future, as Hollywood films often depict. Leon replied with a smile, retrieving a bottle of red wine from the Via Concha y Toro winery from the trunk and tossing it to the guard. Give this a try. I think it's quite delightful. Wow, this is too extravagant. The guard fumbled to catch the bottle, displaying keen awareness as he helped carry the other gifts. Do you need me to show you the way? At the front door of the Gwen residence, the doorbell chimed thrice before being flung open. Gwen's cerulean eyes sparkled upon seeing Leon, and she swiftly pulled him inside. I thought that red-haired secretary from the hearing had ensnared your soul. Natasha insisted on accompanying me, Leon replied, stacking the gifts in the foyer while slipping into house slippers and surveying the quiet living room. Your parents' anniversary, Gwen interjected, winking mischievously as she twirled a lock of hair. It's just the 2 of us at home. She suddenly lowered her voice. I just finished cleaning up. A dangerous smile crept across Leon's lips. Then you can't escape today, Miss Stacy. Gwen exaggeratedly stepped back, hands clasped protectively over her chest. My idol, Ghost Spider, will come to my rescue. The 2 engaged in playful pursuit, their silhouettes darting across the living room before finally coming to rest on the sofa, where Leon firmly pinned the golden-haired girl beneath him. A flush crept across Gwen's cheeks, and her breath quickened. Not here. Leon's fingers danced along her waistline, leaving suggestive creases in her uniform fabric. To my room. Gwen's protests were abruptly silenced by a sudden kiss. Through her tousled golden locks, the flutter of her eyelashes could be seen, her eyes misty with emotion, just as Leon prepared to lift the girl into his arms. A voice interrupted. Are we returning at an inopportune time? Sheriff George stood frozen at the door handle, while Aunt Helen's shopping bag clattered to the floor. 3 minutes later, in Gwen's room, Peter is the new Spider-Man. Gwen buried her face in Leon's chest, her voice muffled. Even though the Daily Bugle slanders him all day, Leon reclined against the star-patterned sheets, his fingers entwined in the strands of her hair. Harry has formed a racing team. They're heading to Monaco for the Antique Car Grand Prix. Gwen suddenly pressed her body against Leon's. And Pietro, ever since you gifted him that sports car, he has been charming the ladies so well that Wanda complains to me daily. Just then, her phone vibrated, interrupting her stream of thoughts. The caller ID caused a brow to arch in intrigue for Leon. Tony Stark. Hey kid. The speaker erupted with Tony's signature boisterousness. I hear your driving skills are impressive. There's a race in Monaco. I'll be attending. Leon distanced his phone by half a meter. Wait, how do you know? The call was abruptly terminated. Gwen tilted her head, inquiring, what's the matter? Leon turned, enveloping the young woman in shadow. Do you wish to witness the thrill of racing, my dear CEO wife? Chapter 74, Pepper's request in the Arcadia building, within the Department of Armed Nations. Meticulously arranged weapon racks gleamed with a metallic luster under the cool-toned lights, showcasing an array of firearms, armor, and experimental equipment. Engineers navigated through the automated production lines. The electronic whirs of machinery intertwining harmoniously with the rhythmic hum of operations, creating an atmosphere of efficiency and order. Lion stood on the observation deck of the second floor, contentedly surveying his industrious subordinates. Just as he exited the office of the Armed Nations, he collided with Natasha, who was striding purposefully towards him, her high heels tapping a hurried cadence against the marble floor. "Ms. Potts from Stark Industries is here, waiting for you in your office," she reported, a hint of curiosity lining her tone. Lion raised an eyebrow as he stepped into the elevator and inquired, "What brings her here? Is Tony not accompanying her?" "No. Only Ms. Potts," Natasha replied, pressing the button for the desired floor, her expression mirroring his intrigue. In the president's office, Pepper sat on a leather sofa, unconsciously nibbling at her thumbnail, her gaze anxiously fixed on the view outside. The sound of the sliding glass door snapped her back to reality. "Hey, Pepper," Lion announced as he entered, a relaxed smile adorning his face. "I can't believe Tony let you venture out alone. That's quite unusual." He gestured towards Natasha, who understood and proceeded to the refrigerator to retrieve 2 cans of soda. Seizing the moment as Lion settled into a chair, Pepper took a deep breath and directly addressed the matter at hand. "Lion, you are aware of Tony's health condition. Is there any way you can assist him? Even if it's just to persuade him to wear the suit a little less." Accepting the drink Natasha offered, Lion cracked open the tab and took a sip before responding slowly. "Given Tony's nature, he has likely exhausted every conceivable option. Hasn't he? But I cannot stand by and watch him." Pepper's voice softened, her eyes glistening. "He's been neglecting himself increasingly, if this continues." Lion paused for a moment, exhaling deeply. "All right, Pepper. I will speak with him during the Monaco Grand Prix, at the very least. Let us ensure he doesn't meet his end too soon. I'm looking forward to celebrating your wedding." Pepper felt a pang of emotion, whispering her gratitude. "Thank you, Lion. You are a good person." "Such words are hardly fitting for a man," Lion chuckled, shaking his head and finishing his drink in one go. He then turned to Natasha. "By the way, scout out a location in Monaco. I plan to open a modification shop there. The local racing industry is thriving, so it should not be a loss. Leave it to me." Natasha nodded in agreement. "Then I shall rely on you." Pepper managed a faint smile before taking her leave. After bidding farewell to Pepper, Lion returned to his office chair, lightly tapping his fingers against the armrest. As an observer, he understood better than anyone the fate that awaited Tony, yet the crux of the matter lay in which timeline this unfolded. If this were the world where Hank Pym had gone awry, Tony's name would have surely been on the Avengers recruitment list long ago. With this thought, he swiftly searched for Hope Van Dyne on social media, only to find nothing of note. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed the communicator. "Natasha, please come in." When Natasha entered, Elon's expression had transformed into one of grave seriousness. "Is there an agent named Hope Van Dyne in our bureau?" Natasha was taken aback, her mind swiftly cataloging the name. "What is the matter? Why so serious all of a sudden?" "This is of utmost importance," Elon replied, gazing intently at her. "Immediately contact your friends at SHIELD to ascertain her whereabouts. Her existence directly influences my stance towards your organization." Natasha had never witnessed him in such earnestness and nodded promptly. "I will look into it right away." She swiftly dialed a secure number. Beep, beep. "Hey, Nat, what is up?" came Maria Hill's voice on the other end. "Hill, there's no time for pleasantries." Natasha lowered her voice. "Are you at headquarters?" "Yes." "What is the issue?" Natasha glanced at Elon's unwavering gaze and promptly stated, "I need you to investigate a person, Hope Van Dyne, as quickly as possible." After a brief silence, Hill's voice returned. "Hope Van Dyne, daughter of Hank Pym, currently the CEO of Pym Technologies. What is the problem?" Elon's tense shoulders finally relaxed, and a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. At least in this universe, he need not worry about an untimely demise. Natasha also exhaled in relief, her tone reverting to normal. "It's nothing serious, just heard some rumors recently and wanted to confirm her background." Hill chuckled lightly. "Though she is not an agent, her file does bear encryption marks. 3 years ago, she applied to join SHIELD, but was outright rejected by the higher-ups for reasons unknown." "Oh, what a pity," Natasha concluded, hanging up the phone and raising an eyebrow at Elon. "Satisfied?" Elon did not respond, merely offering a faint smile, his gaze shifting to the window. The city's cacophony was mirrored in his eyes, and no one could fathom what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. Chapter 75, Monaco Racing perched upon the cliffs of the Mediterranean coast. Monaco glimmers like a resplendent diamond embedded in the azure shoreline. This diminutive kingdom, merely 2.08 square kilometers in size and encircled on 3 sides by France, has carved a niche for itself among the global elite through its thriving gambling industry, financial services, and the prestigious F1 Grand Prix. Today, however, Tony Stark and Leon Noah harbor their own ulterior motives, while only Harry is genuinely intent on competing in the grand event. Remember, in Europe, one must remain composed, regardless of what transpires in the next 20 minutes. As Tony alighted from the vehicle, he assumed the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, imparting wisdom to Leon and Harry who trailed behind. Gwen was absent, preoccupied with enhancing her web shooters. Otherwise, her spirited nature would not allow her to miss such a vibrant scene. Harry blinked innocently, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Before he could finish, a blonde woman clad in a white dress approached gracefully, smiling as she said, "Pardon the interruption, Mr. Stark, Mr. Noah. The Monaco Automobile Club wishes to invite you for a promotional photograph." Leon raised an eyebrow, lowering his voice. "When did you meet her? Does Pepper know?" Tony rolled his eyes. "Oh, spare me the theatrics, Noah. This is my new assistant, Miss Sharon." He then draped an arm around Leon's shoulder, flashing his iconic grin at the camera. Click. Once the flash faded, Leon shook his head and ambled towards their reserved table, muttering under his breath, "Old habits die hard." Others might be oblivious to Sharon Carter's true identity, but he was all too aware. Peggy Carter's niece and an active agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was ironic that Tony, who constantly boasted about JARVISS capabilities, remained oblivious to the presence of an agent in his midst. Inside the restaurant, glasses clinked and luminaries mingled. Elon Musk was engaged in conversation with Tony regarding renewable energy technologies, while Justin Hammer hovered nearby, champagne in hand, attempting to ingratiate himself. Meanwhile, Christine Everhart brandished a voice recorder, seeking to unearth some exclusive news. The moniker of Iron Man acted as a magnet, attracting all those seeking to bask in his limelight. However, Leon found little interest in these affairs, opting instead to sit in a corner with Harry, savoring Monaco's signature baba rum cake. In the restroom, Tony finally extricated himself from the crowd's clutches. He retrieved a blood test device, pricking his fingertip. 57. The reflection staring back at him in the mirror was pale, the palladium poisoning lines on his neck increasingly pronounced. He gazed at his reflection, chuckling wryly. Could it possibly get any worse? At the Monte Carlo circuit, the atmosphere was electric, the roar of engines deafening as the F1 Grand Prix unfolded. Leon trailed behind Tony and Harry, discreetly slipping an atomic energy gun into Harry's hands, just in case. After all, he had never witnessed Iron Man and the Green Goblin racing side by side. One could never predict what unforeseen events might occur. Dressed in racing attire, Tony strode confidently towards the track, waving to the cheering crowd, even exuberantly proclaiming, "I love this country." Amidst the throngs of people, Ivan Vanko, infamously dubbed the Whiplash Man, was masquerading as a track official, his cold gaze fixated upon Tony's every move. His eyes were filled with malice, and his fingers unconsciously caressed the electric whip device concealed within his garments. He awaited the moment, biding his time for Tony to navigate the most perilous segment of the track, anticipating the perfect opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Pepper was transfixed by the live television broadcast, her expression shifting dramatically. Has he lost his mind? "Miss Carter, are you aware of this?" Sharon Carter maintained her composure, replying, "I only just learned of it myself." She was undoubtedly lying. After all, it was she who had orchestrated the delivery of Tony's race car. Without hesitation, Pepper pulled out her phone. "Where's Happy? Get him here immediately." "Understood," Sharon nodded, and promptly turned to seek out Happy. On the track, Tony watched as Leon made his way directly to the race car ahead of him, unable to suppress a frown. "Must you obstruct my path? Not even donning a helmet? Are you trying to concoct an excuse for your impending defeat?" Leon glanced back, raised a middle finger, and casually grabbed his helmet, shaking it. "Who says I'm not wearing a helmet? Besides, this is a splendid opportunity to advertise for R-Star's repair shop." He gestured towards the incessantly looping advertisement on the large screen. "R-Star Monaco branch, 24-hour rapid repairs." Tony scoffed, settling into the cockpit. Let us hope it doesn't turn into negative publicity. The engine roared to life, and the race car shot off the starting line like an arrow released from a bow. Tony fixated on the rear of Leon's vehicle, a smirk playing on his lips. It was time for this fellow to witness the true speed of Uncle Tony. However, unbeknownst to him, danger was stealthily encroaching from the periphery of the track. Chapter 76, The Appearance of the Whip of Death Within the Surveillance Room. Ivan Vanko's gaze was fixed intently on the screen displaying the black BF-8 BR-8 racing car. In the footage, Tony Stark's red vehicle was engaged in a fierce duel with Leon's black machine around a bend, yet it was evident that Leon was gradually pulling away from Tony. "Humph. A couple of foolish jesters," he sneered, jotting down the numbers of the two racing cars before turning to stride toward the track entrance. "Wait, who is that?" Pepper suddenly sprang from her seat as a tall figure briefly flashed in the corner of the live broadcast. Her slender fingers instinctively clenched together, her nails nearly digging into her palm. This ominous premonition was soon validated when the man in the footage abruptly tore open his work uniform, revealing what lay concealed beneath. At the tunnel exit, Leon's racing car burst forth like a silver lightning bolt. The mute driver operated the vehicle with a precision akin to a machine, as if the steering wheel had come alive in his hands. Suddenly, Leon spotted a figure standing in the center of the track 50 meters ahead. Ivan Vanko ground a yellowed toothpick between his teeth, his callous fingers methodically unbuttoning his work uniform. Upon seeing the familiar Beofite racing car, he grinned widely, his stark white teeth gleaming, while the scars on his face contorted grotesquely with a menacing smile. Ever since his father's demise, the image of Tony Stark declaring, "I am Iron Man," had replayed in his mind every sleepless night. Today, he was finally poised to personally terminate this thief who had pilfered the honor of the Vanko family. "Die, Stark," he bellowed, tearing open his shirt. As the arc reactor on his chest erupted with blinding blue light, two metallic whips, coiled with high-voltage arcs, slashed through the air like venomous serpents, tracing deadly trajectories. "Apologies, but you should have ensured electromagnetic shielding before meddling." Leon gripped the steering wheel with one hand while raising his atomic energy gun with the other. The energy indicator on the weapon surged to crimson, and a ghostly blue beam struck the core of the arc reactor with pinpoint accuracy. This cannot be. Ivan's eyes widened in disbelief as the reactor in his chest dimmed abruptly. In the next moment, a tremendous force hurled him through the air, crashing heavily onto the cushioned grass. The stands erupted in terrified screams, the audience scattering like a flock of startled birds. Only the journalists armed with cameras pressed eagerly forward. Christine Ivanhart even climbed onto a seat, directing her lens at this once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Struggling to rise, Ivan was astonished to find that the reactor had miraculously reignited. When he spotted Tony's racing car just a short distance away, elation caused his pupils to constrict sharply. "This time, you won't escape, thief," he roared, raising his electric whip. Not a chance. Harry's car executed a graceful drift, positioning itself on the inner track, delivering a second atomic energy pulse with precise timing. Two beams of energy fired in tandem, pinning Ivan firmly to the ground. Tony leisurely exited his car, tilting his head to scrutinize this disheveled adversary. "Seriously? You didn't even install basic EMP protection?" As Happy drove the Porsche against the flow of traffic onto the racetrack, Pepper nearly leaped out of the car door. "Are you out of your mind?" she exclaimed, gripping Tony's arm, but her breath caught in her throat upon seeing Ivan sprawled on the ground. "Just for a minute." Tony blinked, gesturing pleadingly. "I promise I'll only dismantle his arc reactor." Pepper rolled her eyes and tossed the portable armor case towards him. "You've lost." Ivan, still being dragged away by security, erupted into maniacal laughter. Stark, with Jarvis's assistance, analyzed the arc reactor he had extracted from the man, and with a heavy heart, he promptly crushed the device, opting for the bliss of ignorance. "The publicity is quite effective," Tony remarked, wrapping an arm around Leon's shoulders as the helmet of his armor retracted automatically, revealing his signature smile to the flashing cameras. Leon pulled the slightly dazed Harry closer, and the three stood shoulder to shoulder before the lens. "Come on, smile," he whispered. "Let the world see who the true hero is." Chapter 77. Tony's Dilemma. Monaco National Prison. Emerging from the confines of the prison, Tony bore an overwhelming weight on his shoulders. Though he feigned indifference in the presence of Ivan Vanko, deep within, he grappled with a flicker of doubt. Your lineage comprises thieves and butchers. Now, like all guilty souls, you aspire to rewrite your history, oblivious to the lives decimated by the Stark family. If you could make God bleed, belief in him would wane. In truth, I merely need to remain here and witness your obliteration by the world. Reflecting on Ivan Vanko's words and the man he referred to as the true inventor of the arc reactor, Anton Vanko, a name Tony had never encountered. Leaving him uncertain of his father Howard Stark's true role in the past, he hastily composed himself as he boarded the plane. To his surprise, Pepper and Leon, who had been waiting, were engrossed in the televised footage of unfolding events. Senator Stern of Hydra was vociferously espousing the threat posed by the iron armor, insisting that Tony Stark must immediately surrender his armor technology. Pepper retreated to the plane's galley to prepare a meal, granting the two gentlemen their space with a firm directive against quarrels and alcohol consumption. Tony, seated across from Leon, inquired, "Pray tell, what brings you to our little haven? Where is your good friend Harry? Have you forsaken him? I just saved your life. A simple thank you would suffice. As for Harry, he is tasked with returning the race car to America, after which my private jet will escort him home," Leon replied, adjusting his posture and tossing a can of soda from a nearby box. "Is this your company as product? I wonder how it fares against Coca-Cola," Tony mused, savoring the drink and licking his lips. "Not bad. Are you certain this isn't a stolen recipe from Coca-Cola?" With an exasperated glance, Leon opened a can for himself. "I didn't have a chance to speak with you at the race. Pepper asked me to come see if I could persuade you." Tony shook his head. "You're a clever man, Leon. You must understand why I cannot remove this armor. Because you were seeking redemption." Leon's voice was soft yet struck Tony like a hammer to the heart. "Indeed, redemption," Tony murmured, reclining on the sofa and staring vacantly at the ceiling. He had witnessed firsthand the tragedies wrought by his own creations. While he could not control the actions of others, he resolved that, during his lifetime, his ultimate invention must not become an instrument of death. Why do you refer to Pepper as sister yet cannot call me uncle? Leon observed, a hint of mischief in his eyes. I hold great admiration for Pepper's capabilities. Is it not she who upholds Stark Industries? But fear not. Once you depart this world, I shall acquire Stark Industries and have her work for me for eternity. On the surface, Stark feigned indifference, yet within, he pondered the magnitude of such a possibility. TCH, Pepper is indeed formidable. One must ensure not to shatter one's teeth during the acquisition. All right. You may find this hard to believe, but if I so desire, I could sell nuclear weapons to the Middle East. Do you comprehend the immense profit therein? At that juncture, acquiring any enterprise would be a mere trifle. I am well aware of this matter, although I am uncertain how you managed to establish that particular legal framework for our Stark Corporation. Yet, you have not, nor will you ever, pursue such a course, correct? The two exchanged barbs for an extended period, until an untraceable remark seemed to provoke Tony. Suddenly, he deflated, his voice turning subdued. I understand your sentiment. Pepper loves me. A man destined to perish. How could I ever bear to leave her? I have experimented with every element on this earth. Yet I am utterly unable to discover that ideal element. It simply does not exist. Is that so? Leon was momentarily taken aback by Tony's unexpected introspection. Initially, Leon had intended to mock him, but now he found himself inundated with heartfelt sentiments, almost becoming the subject of ridicule himself. Do you think I, Tony Stark, am the sort to speak frivolously? I have stated that all known elements. In truth, your father bequeathed to you something that could currently save your life. An item showcased incessantly at the Stark Expo, yet your blindness has prevented you from recognizing it. What? You cannot be jesting. Suddenly, the sunlight outside the porthole intensified. The clouds parted to reveal an endless expanse of azure sky. See? Even our Iron Man can occasionally misjudge. Leon observed Tony's astonished expression, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 78. Tony's initial discovery of secrets. The new element is concealed within that model, Stark. Lion shook the bottle of soda in his hand, the bubbles colliding with the glass and producing a crisp sound. It is amusing that you still consider yourself the greatest genius in the world. I could discern the complexity of that model at a glance. You have been observing it for 2 decades. Tony abruptly straightened his posture, his pupils narrowing slightly. Jarvis. Retrieve the footage from the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo in 1974. His voice trembled, reminiscent of a drowning man grasping for the last straw. The holographic projection unfolded in the center of the cabin, vividly depicting a young Howard Stark. The city of the future. Old Stark's voice echoed within the cabin. Tony fixated on the exquisite city model behind his father in the projection, his slender fingers continuously zooming and rotating the holographic image. It doesn't capture the entirety. There's a missing section. Tony found himself at a loss for words. For he could not admit that the absent piece was the part he had taken as a child, despite being reprimanded by his father for doing so afterward. Lion leisurely sipped his soda. What's the rush? Unless you plan to discard it. Tony's eyes sparkled with realization, adding, Pepper believes it is a testament to the golden age of Stark Industries. It is displayed in the office of the Stark president. At that moment, the kitchen door slid open, and Pepper emerged, carrying 2 steaming plates of pasta. The sweet acidity of the tomatoes mingled with the rich aroma of cream, instantly filling the cabin. Fortunately, there were ample ingredients. She placed the plates in front of the 2 men and inquired, What's wrong? Is it unpalatable? No, certainly not. Tony mechanically twirled the pasta, yet the flavors eluded him. His gaze repeatedly darted to the holographic projection, his mind already devising a plan for the laboratory's renovation. Lion devoured his meal, giving Pepper a thumbs up. Perfect. He wiped his mouth and suddenly shifted the conversation. Tony, you may not fully understand your father. He was quite indifferent and calculating. Tony set down his fork, the silverware clinking crisply against the porcelain plate. I would not be surprised by anything you say. You are correct, but not entirely so. A glint of mischief flickered in Lion's eyes. Pepper blinked curiously, sensing a noticeable improvement in Tony's mood. What are you discussing? Talking about fathers and legacies, Lion remarked meaningfully. Tony was feeding Pepper a forkful of pasta, their intimate gesture prompting Lion to dramatically cover his eyes. Should I excuse myself? You shouldn't have been here in the first place, Tony retorted, though his tone had lightened considerably. However, I am magnanimous. He turned to Lion, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. What did you mean by that? Lion began counting off on his fingers. The model that could save your city counts as 1, Stark Industries as another. He paused deliberately. Perhaps you should also inherit S-H-I-E-L-D. After all, your father was involved in its founding. What? Tony and Pepper exclaimed in unison. As Pepper's fork clattered onto her plate, tears unexpectedly streamed down Pepper's cheeks. Tony, Leon said you have a chance? Only theoretically. Before Tony could finish, Pepper threw herself into his embrace, her tears dampening the front of his shirt. Tony, feeling helpless, gently patted her back, casting a resigned glance at Leon. "There's more to come," Leon remarked, observing the profound expressions on their faces. "Your new assistant, Miss Sharon, if I am not mistaken, is likely a spy sent by Fury to monitor you." The cabin fell silent, allowing the sound of Pepper's sobs to resonate. Tony opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. Leon, crossing his legs, comfortably relished this captivating spectacle. In just a few hours of travel, he had successfully guided Tony through a roller coaster of emotions, from despair to hope, and from confusion to astonishment. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a warm golden hue within the cabin, as if heralding a new beginning. "By the way," Leon added, "your father left some things at S.H.I.E.L.D. If you wish to retrieve them, you must seek out that one-eyed fellow." Leon chuckled at the complex expression on Tony's face. Well, how thrilling was this journey? Tony shook his head, but could not suppress a smile. He gazed down at the weeping Pepper in his arms, then turned to the boundless blue sky outside the window, suddenly realizing that perhaps the future was not as bleak as he had once imagined. Chapter 79, Roads Mark II. Upon disembarking, Tony immediately made his way to Stark Tower to retrieve the city model. Under the meticulous simulation of JARVIS, the new element indeed demonstrated the potential to flawlessly replace the target element, exhibiting a higher energy density. "You've been gone for 20 years. Yet you still continue to teach me about education," Tony mused, gazing at the newly simulated element. His expression, a blend of relief and nostalgia, betrayed his emotions. "This new element should serve well as a substitute for palladium," Tony remarked, holding the scaled-down model of the element. "Thank you, Dad. Regrettably, it cannot be synthesized artificially." JARVIS responded, signaling the commencement of large-scale modifications and the resumption of hardware development. After a series of bold transformations, Tony observed the triangular energy source emitting a blue glow from the tweezers. He delicately placed it within the arc reactor. "Sir, the reactor has acknowledged this new energy source. I am currently evaluating. Estimated time, 10 hours. All right, this element indeed appears formidable, but we must address the so-called agent issues within the company, do we not?" As Tony watched JARVIS pull up Sharon Carter's forged credentials, he rubbed his chin, a dangerous glimmer flashing in his eyes. The documents were so convincingly fabricated that he could not ascertain whether she was truly an agent. He would have to probe further later. "Sir, Colonel Rhodes, Mr. Noah, and Miss Carter have been invited to your birthday party in 2 days." "Yes, but where is Pepper now?" "Sir, Miss Potts is currently representing Stark Industries in a lawsuit against the military regarding the exclusive ownership of the Mark II prosthetic." "That does not sound promising." Tony promptly instructed JARVIS to display the recent trending news, which was overwhelmingly filled with societal outrage and panic over the leak of Iron Man technology. As Stark contemplated ways to ease Pepper's burdens, the relevant individuals arrived at the villa. "What brings you here?" Rhodes raised his fist, tempted to jolt the oblivious Tony awake, yet he restrained his impulse to strike. "Listen, Tony, you must immediately take charge of the situation. I've been calling the National Guard, trying to convey that they should not drive tanks to the Pacific Coast Highlands and take everything here. You mentioned on television that no one would master the armor's technology within 20 years, yet just yesterday, someone already has. Do you understand?" "Everyone is aware." Rhodes observed Tony, who was feigning composure. "You don't need to bear the weight of saving the world alone." Leaning back on the sofa, Tony swirled the glass in his hand, watching the crimson liquid within. "I hope you speak the truth, but you must also trust me. My perspective is somewhat different. I know what I am doing. Come on." "Tony, just hand them a subpar model. It shouldn't be difficult, should it?" Observing Rhodey, who always considers his interests, Tony pondered for a moment. He realized that true friends were scarce, and Rhodey was indeed one of them. He drained his glass of red wine in one swift motion. "Very well, Rhodey. Let me clarify. The rights to this armor are exclusively yours. Should I discover that this armor has been replicated or misappropriated, I will personally retrieve it. Furthermore, my legal team is not to be underestimated." "Thank you, Tony. This gives me a solid basis to persuade those congressional members not to target Stark Industries," Rhodey replied, feeling reassured. He was confident in his ability to sway the congressman under such conditions. After all, the military was acutely aware of the impending crisis. America needed its own superhero, much like Captain America of yore. Regardless of whether that individual could truly fight, the symbolism was indispensable. Tony draped his arm around Rhodey's shoulders as they approached the display of the armor, saying, "Come on, let us give your armor a try. However, bear in mind that the arc reactor comes at a cost. It can only be supplied by Stark Industries." Chapter 80 Office Conversation of the following day. Having confirmed the new element's effectiveness and its absence of side effects, Tony hastily piloted his armor to the Arcadia building in Lion, eager to showcase his so-called prowess. Upon seeing Uncle Tony, everyone felt compelled to personally greet him. Needless to say, tomorrow, your company's stock will surely rise by at least 5 points. Observing Tony's utterly unrestrained demeanor as he treated Lion's presidential office like his own home, Lion couldn't help but roll his eyes. How is it? The new element proves effective, doesn't it? Stark, oblivious to the atmosphere, opened the refrigerator, tossed a can of soda to Lion, and grabbed a can of frostbite he had yet to taste. The results are quite remarkable. I never expected the old man to impart some wisdom even after his demise. Such is the greatness of paternal love, transcending time and space. Lion adopted a sarcastic tone, mimicking a stand-up comedian. TSK. Tony watched Lion's lackluster performance with amusement. You possess quite the talent for theatrics. Perhaps I should invest in a show for you? The ratings would undoubtedly soar. The sound of a sliding glass door interrupted them as Natasha peeked in to confirm their presence before announcing, "Boss, the director has arrived." "Oh, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Egghead pays a visit." Natasha's forehead bore 3 lines of exasperation. Recently, having immersed herself in various international dramas, she was well aware of the jest behind this ancient Eastern phrase. Before long, Egghead entered, accompanied by a woman. Tony's expression twitched. He had initially intended to test the waters at the birthday party, yet she had appeared out of nowhere. "Wow, isn't this Miss Sharon, the new recruit of Iron Man? What brings you here with our director, Egghead? Were you coerced?" "Fear not. With Iron Man present, all malevolence shall be brought to justice." Upon laying eyes on Sharon, Tony immediately identified her, pointing at her and declaring, "You're fired." Sharon shrugged, taking a seat on the sofa by the door. "Your word carries no weight." "Tony, allow me to introduce Agent Sharon." Nick Fury gestured to the sofa across from him, inviting Tony to sit. "I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The moment your health began to wane, the director assigned me to remain close to you." Seated opposite Sharon, Tony rested his chin on one hand, gazing at her face. "I demand an apology. I had always assumed Lion's claims were mere fabrications. You have wounded my heart." "What? You said that?" Egghead glanced at the quietly observing Lion, then at Natasha behind him. Natasha raised her hands in surrender. "I haven't disclosed anything to the boss. Don't look at me." "Well, regardless, you entrusted everything to your girlfriend. And you allowed your friend to don the armored suit and fly. If it weren't for my understanding of the circumstances." "You misunderstand. It was not I who provided it. He took it himself," Tony interjected bluntly. "Come on, you are Iron Man. Could he have simply taken it? Do you mean to say that he approached you unarmed, and in the end, you lost, allowing him the liberty to choose, and he selected an outdated version? Is that even plausible?" Tony chuckled helplessly, yet he could not resist a jab at the director, asking, "What is it that you seek from me? Is it to return my father's legacy, or to have me inherit the organization he established?" Just as the director opened a can of beverage that Natasha had handed him, he was taken aback by Tony's words. "How do you know that?" he exclaimed. "He told me," Tony replied, gesturing towards Leon, who was lounging on a deck chair basking in the sun. "And please refrain from injecting me with any peculiar substances. I have discovered a new element." At this, the director could no longer contain himself. How could Tony possess such classified information? As the thought crossed his mind, he inadvertently sprayed soda, narrowly avoiding Tony's face by redirecting it at the last moment. "Natasha, please summon me to tidy up. I shall see what food is available downstairs." Leon greeted them before slipping away through the glass door, wary of any potential traps the director might set for him. Upon exiting the office, Leon encountered a familiar face. "Wow, Agent Coulson, what brings you here?" Coulson nodded with a smile. "Mr. Noah, it has been a while. Care for some lunch? The fare at my company is quite decent. Would you like to sample it?" "All right." Leon, having noticed that the discussion inside would not conclude any time soon and realizing he had not eaten breakfast that morning, agreed to the invitation. Back in the president's office, Tony took charge of the conversation, gleaning numerous secrets from the director, including the grievances between the Vank family and him, his father's expectations of him, and the box he had left behind. "Coulson, please bring in the box." "Coulson?" The director pushed open the glass door only to find Coulson missing. "Coulson," an assistant interjected. "Sir, please refrain from shouting here. If you are referring to the gentleman who was just standing here, he has gone to the restaurant with our boss." Tony pushed open the glass door and made his way to the elevator. "Come, Miss Natasha, let us also indulge in the employee cafeteria. You won't mind, will you?" "Of course," Natasha shrugged, acknowledging that the food here was indeed quite good. Chapter 81. The Plan of the Whiplash. Ivan Vanko, rescued by Justin Hammer through the means of monetary exchange, found himself within the confines of the Research and Development Department at Hammer Industries, diligently crafting the iron soldiers he intended to deploy against the Stark family. The computer screens illuminated with the AI program of the Iron Soldiers showcased over 20 operable combat units. While Hammer Industries had been investigating these constructs, Vanko rectified prior deficiencies, rendering them ready for immediate combat. However, he alone possessed the knowledge to activate them. At this juncture, Ivan Vanko had managed to acquire research and development conditions nearly on par with Stark Industries. With the robust support of Hammer Industries, he had discreetly fashioned his own suit of armor. Hey, how many times must I tell you? What I desire is a suit like Tony's that can be controlled by a person, not this contraption, Justin Hammer chastised. Hastily approaching the disheveled man seated on the sofa, engaged in playful banter with the parrot, Ivan Vanko glanced at Hammer, offering a dismissive smile, unwilling to engage in conversation. Hammer, incensed by Vanko's attitude, commanded his bodyguards to seize the parrot from his possession. Do you fancy this bird? Is it yours? I'm confused. You previously claimed it wasn't he, yet it seems you share quite the bond. Very well, take the bird away. Hey. Ivan Vanko watched as the parrot was unceremoniously placed into a bag, weighing his options yet refraining from taking action. I have taken something from you. How does that feel? Quite unpleasant, I presume, for that is precisely the sentiment I am experiencing. We have a contract. I saved your life, and in return, you promised me an iron suit. That was our agreement, yet you have failed to deliver. Fuming, Justin Hammer vented his frustrations within the room before composing himself to continue. Fortunately, a rather splendid item has fallen into my lap. Otherwise, I would have been left to rely on your trinkets. I have acquired a piece of Stark's equipment. And now, your grand creation shall merely serve as a complement to that item. I trust you grasp the implications of my words. Ivan's pupils constricted slightly. This was indeed an unexpected development. Fool, he muttered under his breath in Russian, just loud enough for Hammer to hear yet too indistinct for comprehension. I doubt you are aware that I do not speak Russian, but what does it matter? I must prepare for next week's expo. Once assured that Justin Hammer and his bodyguards had departed, Ivan Vanko promptly activated his computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. He soon discovered a new device vulnerable to infiltration, the very armor that the military had commissioned Hammer Industries to enhance. Stark Ivan Vanko, with a toothpick clenched between his teeth, scoured the internet for information on his adversary. Tony Stark was a flamboyant individual, perhaps slightly subdued under the threat of death, yet ever since acquiring a new element, he had eagerly traversed the globe, unabashedly revealing his whereabouts. Tony Stark's 40th birthday celebration will be held at his Malibu estate. A new hero emerges, codename War Machine. Our star CEO Leon Noah invited to the party. A birthday party? He caressed the cold metallic skull of the recently completed Iron Soldier, murmuring softly, "Just the perfect gift for you, Tony." As for the scandal that would ensue at Hammer Industries and the military's wrath, these considerations were far from his mind. The flames of vengeance burned within him, more intensely than any arc reactor. He opened a secret folder and retrieved a program marked as the final plan, an infiltration protocol capable of simultaneously controlling all Iron Soldiers and War Machine armors. Let us see. He typed the final line of code, pondering, will you still be able to smile when your birthday cake is adorned with missiles, Stark? The laboratory lights flickered ominously, casting shadows on his fierce visage. Outside, the New York skyline shimmered brilliantly, while within this unassuming lab, a storm was brewing. One potent enough to shake the very foundations of the city. Chapter 82. Tony's Birthday Bash 10880 Malibu Port. The mountaintop villa sparkled with lights this evening. For Tony had relinquished a suit of armor, granting Pepper a rare moment of respite. However, she found herself compelled by Tony to preside over the festivities. As Leon Noah entered the party alongside Gwen Stacy, the first sight to greet them was Tony clad in his iconic Iron Man suit, dancing exuberantly on a makeshift stage. The metallic exterior shimmering under the dazzling laser lights. Not far away, Colonel Rhodes, now the War Machine, lounged comfortably on a leather sofa, each arm draped around a blonde beauty, grinning from ear to ear. Leon, may I introduce? Pepper was the first to notice them, approaching with a warm smile and graciously guiding the pair to a quieter corner. My girlfriend, Gwen Stacy, Leon introduced naturally, gently caressing the back of Gwen's hand. Just call her Gwen. On the stage, Tony spotted the new arrivals and leapt down from the DJ booth with a graceful stride, the suit emitting a soft hydraulic sound. He leaned closer to Leon, lifting the corner of his faceplate and lowering his voice. Where did you manage to charm such a lovely lady? I even saved a pair of supermodels for you. Leon shot him a sidelong glance and patted Tony's chest plate, the metal resonating with a dull thud. Save it. Tony, my Gwen is far beyond the realm of those superficial girls. He subtly gestured toward the women playfully teasing Rhodes, adding, and you, keep an eye on your Pepper. She might just be swept away. Tony exaggeratedly rolled his eyes, then turned to Gwen, his armored right hand performing a theatrical bow. Good evening, the exquisite Miss Stacy. I am Tony Stark, Leon's troublesome friend. Gwen responded with a smile, confidently extending her hand. I'm Gwen, your admirer. That's enough of that. Leon interrupted their pleasantries, tapping Tony's metal glove in disdain. Aren't you uncomfortable shaking hands through armor? Tony shrugged and turned to summon a server for champagne. He exchanged a knowing glance with Rhodes, who reluctantly left his companions to approach. Listen, Tony whispered to Rhodes, you'll escort those models out through the back door later. I handpicked them just for you. Meanwhile, the villa was enveloped in revelry, with guests oblivious to the large group of uninvited guests gathering at the foot of the mountain. Ivan Vanko removed his faceplate, standing on the roadside below, gazing at the distant villa atop the hill, before retrieving a laptop to infiltrate the war machine's control panel. Stark, don't make it too easy to meet your demise. Such revenge would be rather dull. Colonel Rhodes was sharing a drink with Tony when suddenly his faceplate snapped shut, the weapon systems activating and scanning everyone present. Gwen grasped Leon's hand. Even without her spider sense, she sensed something amiss. Tony furrowed his brow, asking, Hey, Rhodes, what are you doing? This isn't the time for testing your suit's firepower. It's not me, Tony. I've been locked out, Ron. He shouted. The entire system has been compromised. Bang, 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 as the surrounding glass shattered. The steel soldiers remotely controlled by Ivan Vanko stormed in, their weapons instinctively locking onto Tony Stark. The guests at the party screamed in terror, realizing that this was no mere spectacle. It was indeed a confrontation with a foe. It's good to see you again, Stark. Are you pleased with the birthday gift I sent you? The voice transmitted through the built-in microphone of the steel soldiers was unmistakably that of Ivan Vanko, the very assailant who had attacked him in Monaco. Damn it, let's take this outside. The situation had escalated too suddenly for Tony, leaving him no choice but to take flight, striving to distance the battlefield from the crowd. Chapter 83. The Whip of Vengeance through the shattered glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Leon beheld the eerie streaks of light cutting across the night sky. These were not falling stars, but rather the relentless barrage of ammunition unleashed by war machines and armored soldiers. Tony's golden-red suit darted through the hail of bullets, each sharp turn trailing a brilliant afterglow against the darkened backdrop. Jarvis, go dark. I need to take control, Tony commanded. Understood, sir, came the response. Tony, I've locked onto a target, Rhodey announced, glancing at the weapon panel with a hint of exasperation. Who has the target? You, Rhodey replied, and in an instant, the machine gun mounted on the back of the war machine erupted in gunfire. To ensure ample firepower, Hammer Industries had integrated an explosive round for every 10 bullets. Damn it, Rhodey, you didn't tell me about this. A single explosive round detonated against Tony's armored suit, and had it not been for Jarvis's assistance, he would have lost his balance and plunged into the water below. Hammer didn't mention it. He only said the firepower was formidable. From behind the sofa, Pepper emerged, her eyes wide with fear as she approached the window, witnessing the increasingly distant battle in the sky. What is happening? Was that person in Monaco responsible for this? Danger. Gwen's spider sense blared with urgency, and she quickly launched 2 strands of web from her wrist, pulling Leon and Pepper back to safety. Just as they were yanked away, the ceiling above them was smashed through by a colossal robot. Ivan Vanko, piloting the newly crafted whiplash armor, descended amidst a cloud of concrete dust, striking a menacing pose before the trio. Leon Noah, thanks to your last advice, I have significantly enhanced my anti-jamming systems, he rasped in a thick Russian accent. 2 azure electric whips slithering across the ground like venomous serpents, sparking as they moved. Do you have any last words for Stark? Leon raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, signaling Gwen to take Pepper to safety. By the way, I don't even know your name. When I meet my maker, I'd like to have a story to tell about how I met my end. As Leon cautiously surveyed his surroundings, he began to back away slowly. Ivan Vanko, remember that name. By the way, Stark will be joining you soon. In the blink of an eye, Ivan Vanko found 2 of his targets had vanished. Before he could react, Leon shouted, Jarvis, activate all fire prevention measures and turn off all lights. Fool. You think you can escape? Ivan re-engaged his helmet, activating night vision, only to find that Leon had already disappeared, as water mist and fire suppression powder filled the villa's air. Do you wish to play with me? Very well, I have plenty of time today. The electric whip slashed out, effortlessly cleaving the sofa and bar in 2. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Tony, informed by Jarvis, learned of the unfolding events within the villa. Rhodey, are you still tracking me? Of course, Tony. Have you not infiltrated yet? After all, it is the suit you gifted me. Sir, Miss Potts is no longer in danger. Based on the analysis of the on-site footage, Mr. Noah's girlfriend is the ghost spider who assisted you previously. Tony exhaled in relief. That is indeed splendid news. Rhodey, do you see the cliff ahead? I intend to shake off a few iron soldiers, and I will soon gain access to your war machine. Chapter 84. The demise of the whip on the street. A shaken Pepper clutched her phone tightly, watching as Gwen prepared to return to the villa, her voice trembling. Gwen, where are you going? Leon is still inside. Before Gwen could respond, her wrist flicked, and strands of webbing expertly ensnared a nearby coconut tree. Utilizing the elastic force, her figure vanished into the night. It was then that Pepper awoke from her stupor. Oh my, I must urgently contact the Los Angeles Police Department. And that S-H-I-E-L-D. 2. Her trembling fingers glided across her phone screen. Meanwhile, Leon concealed himself beneath the cliff of the villa. On his phone screen, the read-time coordinates of the small mute boy flickered incessantly. Upon his first glance at the steel soldiers, he recognized Ivan Vanko's act of vengeance. However, he had not anticipated that this madman would forsake pursuing Tony and instead seek to create trouble for him. Damn it, how could the losses mount so swiftly? Ivan glared at the control panel where the signal points were vanishing, his brow furrowed. Tony's armor technology surpassed his expectations, costing him half of his steel soldiers in mere minutes. Forget it, I must first deal with Stark. Just as he was about to activate his armor to leave, a gigantic flower bed came hurtling from behind, crashing heavily onto his armor. Where do you think you're running? Where's Leon? Gwen's voice was as cold as ice. Ivan staggered to turn around, his eyes widening beneath the visor. A cyborg? A gene warrior? But he quickly regained his composure. He recognized these beings, one of whom was imprisoned in Siberia. That kid? He might already be dead. Ivan grinned wickedly as he swung his electric whip. Since you willingly walked into the trap, you shall accompany him to hell. The whip sliced through the air but was effortlessly evaded by Gwen. You bastard. Gwen's voice trembled with fury. Do you have any idea how rare my date with Leon is? With a flick of her wrist, 2 strands of webbing ensnared the legs of the armor. For Gwen, whose normal strength exceeded 10 tons, dragging the armor, which weighed less than a ton, was child's play. Her only concern was not accidentally killing her opponent. Ivan, in terror, realized that his once proud armor was but a toy in the hands of this seemingly delicate girl. Each strike was predicted and dodged, every struggle futile. Boom. A heavy punch caved in the chest of the armor, and amidst the sparks from the welded joints, a clear imprint of a fist was evident. Ivan stumbled back, his face pale beneath the visor. He finally recognized that the punch just delivered had indeed been restrained. Damn it, while summoning the remaining steel soldiers for assistance. He lamented why he hadn't equipped heavy weaponry on the armor. Now, unable to fight back or escape, he found himself ensnared. Outside the villa, wow. Still entangled with the steel soldiers, Tony whistled at the surveillance footage relayed by J-A-R-V-I-S, thinking Leon would never dare to stray again. Inside the villa, Gwen advanced step by step. Beneath the visor, Ivan's cold sweat soaked through his collar. The greatest regret he harbored was why he had provoked this calamity. P.S. running. I truly didn't foresee. Boom. A sudden missile sent the armor flying. Amidst the smoke of battle, the mute child piloted the Mark Rabbit. Descending slowly, the electromagnetic cannon in hand glimmering with a cold light. Before Begwin's admonition could escape his lips, the explosive projectile had already pierced through the armor. The dent formed by a fist now stood as the most lethal vulnerability. When Leon finally clawed his way up from the precipice, the combat had drawn to a close. He patted the mute child's shoulder, commending, well done, and then embraced Begwin tightly. You must trust me, he murmured softly, with a pang of concern. Begwin wiped the dust from his face. Why do you always worry others? You weren't hurt, were you? A mere trifle, Leon chuckled, gesturing toward the sky. Had I not forgotten my equipment, I would have employed orbital weaponry to obliterate him. It is unfortunate for Tony's villa that I refrained from taking action. Not far off. The mute child raised the electromagnetic cannon, skillfully dispatching the approaching iron soldiers as if they were targets. Boom, boom, boom. As the cannon's muzzle swung toward the war machine, Leon hastily shouted, "Cease fire." 2 muffled thuds echoed as Tony and Rode fell heavily onto the balcony. Observing Ivan's shattered armor, the 2 iron warriors exchanged glances, each reflecting the incredulity of the other. Chapter 85 Traditional Arts. The following day, at Stark Industries Tower, a throng of journalists vied for prime positions, eager to capture the most advantageous angles to attract the gaze of the masses. Within the confines of the Stark presidential office, Tony mockingly held up a freshly printed newspaper from that morning, saying, "Hammer has really done it this time, Rhodey. Now you can't play with your ex-wife anymore." Tony. That joke isn't amusing, Rhodey replied with a glum expression, recalling the previous night when he confidently launched the ex-wife missile at those iron soldiers, only to have it misfire spectacularly, resulting in an embarrassing scene. Seated across from them, Leon engaged in a discussion with Gwen regarding college applications. What do you think about Empire State University? It's in New York, and it seems Peter and Harry are considering it. I think it's fine. If you want to aim for Harvard or Stanford, that's also an option. Their biochemistry programs are quite reputable, Gwen replied. Tony, overhearing their conversation, interjected, what about MIT? I have connections there and could help you reach out to some old acquaintances. MIT? Gwen pondered seriously. Leon, what do you think? I'm open to it. After all, I'd just be going through the motions, 1 year for the degree, 2 for the doctorate. Ahem. Since you both seem interested, once you receive your transcripts, I will personally write your recommendation letters. All you need to do is pass the entrance exam, Tony added. Rhodey, now intrigued, was discussing their respective college experiences with Tony when Pepper entered, signaling it was Tony's turn to take the stage. Next, let us welcome Iron Man, Mr. Tony Stark, to make a statement regarding last night's horrific robot malfunction incident. Tony took over from Happy, clearing his throat and testing the microphone. I'm sure you're all aware of the events that transpired last night. Indeed, a madman gifted me a rather perilous birthday present. Flashes from reporters' cameras erupted, while others hurriedly scribbled various headlines in their notebooks. Iron Man's resurrection, War Machine's debut shocks the globe, and more. And my good brother Rhodey, known to you all as War Machine, Tony gestured towards Rhodey, prompting the journalists to turn their attention. War Machine, piloted by Rhodey, strode forward, fully repaired from the previous night's battle and adorned with the insignia designated by the United States military. Behold, War Machine, it appears even more formidable than Iron Man. Indeed, just look at that machine gun and ammo belt. It's evident it's a force to be reckoned with. The situation was entirely under Tony's control. Do you know why that scoundrel Hammer was arrested last night? Observing the confusion on the reporters' faces, Tony chuckled. Because he attempted to replicate my armor, only to be exploited by terrorists. It was Colonel Rhodes and I who thwarted their nefarious plot. Just imagine the casualties if such an incident occurred in a bustling city like New York. A tenacious journalist rose to challenge, stating, "This is merely your perspective. Who can ascertain if you have orchestrated this for the sake of preserving your Iron Man persona? Which publication do you represent?" Observing the furrowed brow of Tony, the journalist realized he had stumbled upon an opportunity for notoriety and excitedly proclaimed, "I am from the Portal Gazette. I care not who you are. I hereby announce the acquisition of your newspaper, and you are dismissed." Ward? The evidence has just been made available on the Stark official website, accessible to all. It is not merely my assertion. Some individuals seem utterly desperate for fame. Meanwhile, within the office of Stark's president, the tardy S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Maria Hill was diligently reviewing the details of the previous night's skirmish. However, the party involved had already provided their testimonies, which were impeccably contrived, omitting any mention of Gwen, attributing all accolades to the mute boy. The decision to include Gwen stemmed from a fear that S.H.I.E.L.D. might seek her out independently for clarification, which could lead to complications if any discrepancies arose. Well then, in light of this, there is no need to question anyone further. I am well informed of the situation. Thank you for your cooperation. Agent Hill sighed, casting a complex gaze upon the assembly. Although she understood that the reality was likely different from their accounts, some matters were best left in the past. Delving deeper seemed futile. At least the outcome was relatively favorable, and that was sufficient. Chapter 86. A conversation with the father-in-law. Tony worked with remarkable efficiency, making a call in the afternoon to inform that both of them could attend the examination the following day. After hanging up, Gwen sweetly nestled beside Leon and inquired if there was any news. "Indeed, it's all settled," Leon replied with a smile, conveying the good tidings. "Really?" Gwen sprang from the sofa like a playful kitten, leaping into Leon's embrace. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her azure eyes sparkling with joy, her nose nearly brushing against his cheek. At that moment, the kitchen door creaked open, and Helen emerged, carrying a plate of freshly baked pasta. "What is the cause of such happiness?" she asked with a warm smile, observing the affectionate pair, as the delectable aroma of the food wafted through the air. She held a favorable view of their relationship, despite Sheriff George's minor reservations. However, those concerns were inconsequential in her household. "Mom, Leon and I are going to take the exam at MIT tomorrow, and if all goes well, we'll be studying there," Gwen exclaimed. "That sounds wonderful." Seeing Gwendolyn, Helen immediately dismissed the school she had previously discussed with George. After all, MIT was indeed an excellent choice, and with Leon looking after her daughter, she felt reassured. At the dinner table, George returned home just in time to hear the news. Although he said nothing, Leon sensed an ominous gaze directed at him. "Leon, come with me for a moment." After finishing his pasta, Sheriff George tilted his head, indicating for Leon to follow. I'll be right there," Leon assured Gwen with a reassuring glance before trailing after George to the study. As George settled into his desk chair, he gestured for Leon to close the door. Leon took a moment to gather his thoughts and gently shut the door, awaiting George's words. "Leon, do you have feelings for Gwen?" "Absolutely," Leon replied without hesitation, meeting George's gaze with unwavering resolve. After a moment's contemplation, George carefully chose his words. "Do you know what Gwen loved to eat as a child?" "I'm not sure, but she enjoys creamy salad now," Leon admitted, slightly bewildered, unsure of how he would know such a detail. "It was hot cocoa," George reminisced, lost in thought. Gwen's childhood dream was to live in a castle made of chocolate and candy, like a little princess. "Like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?" Leon interjected. "Precisely," George sighed. "Though it may be unrealistic, I have always treated her like a princess at home. You understand what I mean, right?" Leon nodded gently. "Yes. I believe I comprehend your sentiment. If she were an ordinary girl, I wouldn't have to worry daily, George continued, scrutinizing Leon's steadfast expression. Protect her, and ensure she remains unharmed. I will, Leon affirmed with determination. Seeing the assurance he sought, George stood and patted Leon on the shoulder. This is not New York. I cannot assist Gwen here. Everything relies on you. As the two emerged from the study, Gwen sprang from her chair, taking a few steps forward to affectionately wrap her arms around George's. Daddy, what secret conversation were you two having in the study? Could you possibly share it with me? George, with a tender smile, affectionately ruffled Gwen's hair and replied, There are no secrets, my dear. I was merely recounting some tales from your childhood to Leon. Gwen, puzzled, turned to Leon and inquired, Is that true? Indeed, Leon replied with a subtle smile. If Gwen were to discover that Sheriff George was constantly preoccupied with her well-being, it would likely weigh heavily on her mind. Thus, keeping this under wraps seemed prudent. Chapter 87. Observations at University, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Tony's contact was his former classmate, Girl, who now serves as the vice president of MIT. When Tony introduced him to the students, Girl initially assumed they were merely affluent heirs seeking prestige. However, out of courtesy, he listened attentively. It was during their subsequent conversation that he discovered the incoming student was none other than Leon Noah, the recently acclaimed president of R-Star, accompanied by his girlfriend, Gwen Stacy. The following morning, Leon, driving his luxurious Bull SUV, first arrived at Gwen's residence to pick her up before heading to collect the Maximoff siblings. The reason for this was simple. Wanda, being a year younger than Leon, insisted on joining them, claiming the opportunity to experience the academic atmosphere of a prestigious institution would inspire her future endeavors. As they sped along, aside from Pietro expressing his desire to drive his sports car on the highway next time, the atmosphere in the vehicle remained delightful. Upon presenting their identities and intentions, Leon effortlessly drove into the campus. The surroundings were lush with greenery, adorned with artistic sculptures. Interestingly, there was a statue of Stark and a building named after him, likely a testament to his financial prowess. Wait for us a moment. If you grow restless, feel free to explore Charles River to the west. Leon advised the Maximoff siblings before taking Gwen's hand and proceeding to their designated meeting spot. Girl, the vice president, along with his assistant, awaited Leon's arrival the moment he stepped onto the campus. After exchanging pleasantries, the school initially had no intention of testing Leon and Gwen. However, both Leon and Gwen firmly declined this proposition and insisted on undergoing the assessment. Leon was indifferent to the test, yet he was concerned that if it were not conducted, Gwen would merely be a byproduct of his presence, an outcome neither of them desired. The SAT ACT-TAP exam presented some unexpectedly simple questions, and both began to write furiously. Time passed swiftly. In what was supposed to be a 4-hour examination, Leon completed it in less than an hour, while Gwen took nearly 10 minutes longer than him. Girl and his assistant meticulously reviewed the papers. Leon Noah's work, aside from his Shakespearean writing style and unconventional problem-solving approach, seemed largely faultless. To Girl's surprise, Gwen Stacy, whom he had presumed to be merely an accessory to Leon, emerged as the true gem. Her answers not only perfectly addressed the questions but also included her insights and extensions below, resembling the responses of a seasoned professor dedicated to the field of education. An absolute full score. Girl, observing Gwen engaged in a discussion with Leon about their dining plans, couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. How could such a brilliant mind be squandered? One had to wonder if Gwen could still devote herself to research in her current circumstances. However, he soon composed himself, approaching the two with a warm smile and saying, Congratulations on your acceptance to our esteemed institution. I hope you create cherished memories during your time here. Thank you, Mr. Girl, came the reply. Vice Principal Girl cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Though it may come as a surprise, Miss Stacy, I wonder if you would be interested in joining the School of Science. Your recent responses suggest that you may possess considerable talent in the field of bioengineering. Gwen tugged at Leon's sleeve, unsure of how to respond. Leon gently patted Gwen's outstretched hand in reassurance, then turned to Girl and said earnestly, We will give this proposal serious consideration. However, it seems a bit premature to discuss it at this moment, does it not? The first year at MIT is a period of exploration, allowing students to take courses across various fields to clarify their interests, with academic advisors available to assist in understanding different disciplines. Therefore, Leon's words held no fault. Chapter 88. Government-funded travel. Hello, Director. What brings you to me? At this moment, the group, having resolved their enrollment matters, sat within a venerable restaurant savoring exotic delicacies from Afghanistan. Agent Noah, you have a new mission. Nick Fury, clad in his signature black leather jacket, fixed his penetrating gaze upon Leon through the video feed, seemingly intent on cultivating an atmosphere of intimidation. Please, Director, give your orders. I shall endeavor to find time, Leon responded. Something has fallen from the sky in New Mexico. Agents Carlson and Barton are already en route. I have arranged a flight for you. You will board in 2 hours at Logan International Airport. Why the rush? Come on, I finally get a moment of respite. Do you truly see me as a workhorse? Leon lamented, voicing grievances about unpaid wages, deducted allowances, and the absence of benefits, his expression growing increasingly sullen. Nick Fury swiftly interjected Leon's complaints, remarking, "Isn't this merely a veiled criticism? As the president of an arms company, should you truly concern yourself with such trifles? Now, state your conditions. I will consider them judiciously." "Let me confer first," Leon replied, silencing his phone and subsequently covering the camera. "Gwen, Wanda, Pietro, would you care to join me in New Mexico? A certain benefactor has generously offered to cover my travel expenses." After pondering for a moment, Gwen responded, "I'll go. But I must inform my parents first. I'll make a quick call." Pietro shook his head and declared, "I'm not going. That place is nothing but sand and mountains, sparsely populated and utterly dull. Right, Wanda?" "No, I want to go," Wanda asserted resolutely, recognizing a rare opportunity to advance her feelings, having lagged behind previously. "Seriously leaving me behind?" Pietro protested, glancing nervously at Wanda, who shot him a frosty glare. "I'm perfectly fine on my own, haha," Pietro quipped, shivering at the thought of impending doom. Upon returning to her seat after the phone call, Gwen casually asked, "So, did Uncle George agree?" "Of course he did." Gwen felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. Recalling her parents' admonitions during the call, safety concerns, and the need to avoid any dangerous situations, embarrassingly resolute, she vowed to keep this from Leon. "That's good," Leon said, reactivating his phone and beaming at the video feed of Director Fury. "Director, 3 of us are heading to New Mexico, while 1 returns to New York. Have the tickets and arrangements ready, and please send someone to drive my car back." Nick Fury inhaled deeply, acquiescing to Leon's conditions while advising, "This time, observe Agent Coulson or Agent Barton closely. They are both exceptionally skilled. Of course, I am quite the eager learner, Director. Rest assured." As Nick Fury gazed at the abruptly terminated video call, he let out a sigh, reflecting on the formidable task of assembling a team. Meanwhile, Elon, who had just exited the restaurant after leaving a tip, was intercepted by an individual claiming to be a colleague from S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon verifying the stranger's identity, Elon handed over his car keys while receiving 4 plane tickets in return. He instructed the agent to drive the vehicle to the Arcadia Tower and deliver it to the security personnel, requesting that the gas tank be filled and the car washed before its return, cautioning against any scratches. Although the agent found today's mission somewhat perplexing, he nonetheless acquiesced to the request. Chapter 89. Jane Foster outside Hobbs County Airport. Coulson stood beside his meticulously polished automobile, his eyes concealed behind dark sunglasses, scanning for the arrival of Leon and his companions. "Hey, Coulson, we're over here," Leon called out, spotting the red vintage car as he exited the airport. He quickly approached and embraced Coulson, exclaiming, "Long time no see. How have you been?" Coulson managed a strained smile and replied, "Not too bad." Aside from the director's recent cuts to the subsidies after exchanging pleasantries, Coulson's gaze turned serious as it fell upon Gwen and Wanda, who were seated in the back. "This mission could be rather perilous. It's not a picnic. You must keep a close eye on them." Coulson was not jesting. Intelligence gathered from the hammer indicated that it did not belong to Earth. No one could lift it. Not even mechanical devices could contend with its presence. Leon, his expression grave, assured him, "I will. Rest assured, at the first sign of danger, I'll be the first to flee." As they settled into the car, Coulson appeared to disregard the earlier conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from his recent encounters, swiftly winning the affections of Gwen and Wanda. "Did you know?" he began, "just last night, while refueling at a gas station and contemplating a snack, I stumbled upon a robbery in progress." Coulson animatedly recounted the scene, piquing the curiosity of his companions, who eagerly pressed him for details of what transpired next. "I tossed a bag of chips down an adjacent aisle to distract the robber, then sprang forth to subdue him. Afterward, having received a mission, I helped the store owner restrain the robber and called the police before coming to meet you." In contrast to Wanda's excitement, Leon and Gwen merely nodded in a perfunctory manner, thinking the story rather mundane. Yet another convenience store heist, one they had encountered countless times before, lacking any novelty. Upon arriving at the desert town closest to the hammer, the afternoon sun hung high in the sky. Coulson had already arranged accommodations for Leon and his companions, and the journey had left them somewhat famished. After selecting their rooms, they decided to explore the local culinary delights. "Director, you're back." Just as Coulson was making his way to the dining area, he was unexpectedly called out. Leon, intrigued, looked over to see 4 black vehicles that distinctly did not belong in this arid locale. Coulson paused, curiosity piqued. "Fitz, what brings you here?" "We're here to collect some safety data. We requisitioned atmospheric information from an astronomer," Fitz replied. Coulson casually inquired, "Was there any compensation involved?" Agent Fitz nodded, "Of course. Ample compensation, enough for her to purchase 2 sets of equipment." Suddenly, a woman rushed towards them, breathless, pointing at Coulson. "Hey, You must be their boss. Give me back my belongings. I apologize, but I believe we have provided you with ample compensation. Coulson, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, as this matter had transpired without his prior knowledge. I am on the verge of uncovering something truly remarkable, and everything I know regarding this phenomenon is contained within this laboratory and this notebook. Jane Foster, filled with excitement, eagerly pulled out a notebook. But before she could continue her thoughts, Coulson snatched it away. It appears that this notebook merits further investigation. Thank you for your cooperation. Chapter 90, Thurno. You cannot do this, Jane Foster exclaimed as she sank to the floor, watching her last hope being casually tossed to Agent Fitz standing nearby by Coulson. Coulson looked down at her disheveled state and gently shook his head. As a seasoned agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had grown accustomed to such scenarios. His position within this privileged organization forced him to accept moments where justice and rule sometimes had to yield for the greater good. All right, the matter is settled. Have you all eaten? Should we bring something back for Agent Barton and the others? Fitz nodded, and then instructed the others to head to the site where the hammer had fallen to assist Hawkeye in constructing a base, while he followed Coulson to fetch food for their comrades. Are you Mr. Noah, the president of R-Star? May I have your autograph? The bulletproof capabilities of the skeleton horse you created are truly remarkable. I even purchased one thanks to the favorable policies you provided to S.H.I.E.L.D. Listening to Fitz's flattery, Leon smiled awkwardly and agreed to sign his name later during their meal, thus appeasing the enthusiastic fan. Coulson remarked with a smile, S.H.I.E.L.D. has now extensively outfitted itself with R-Star products. Were it not for my personal preferences, I might have also acquired a technologically advanced DeLorean. Upon arriving at the restaurant, due to work requirements, Fitz's order was addressed first. Before he left, Leon signed for him and took a photo together. However, just as Fitz joyfully stepped out of the restaurant with the photo in hand, he was violently kicked back inside. The sound of shattering glass startled everyone in the restaurant, drawing their attention to the imposing figure who had entered. Please, Thor, I did not summon you here to fight. Jane Foster cautiously maneuvered around the shards of glass as she stepped into the restaurant, feeling a twinge of regret for her earlier actions as she glanced at Fitz, who lay on the ground. Is it these ants that have stolen your research? The blonde giant stood like a god of war at the entrance, muscles straining against his tight t-shirt. I, Thor, the god of thunder, command you. Seeing the erratic Thor, Coulson, who had initially prepared to draw his weapon, could not help but blurt out, is he insane? I'm not sure. Jane Foster swallowed, glancing at Fitz, who was gradually getting to his feet, feeling somewhat relieved that no lives had been lost. I am the Prince of Asgard, the guardian of the 9 realms. Thor bellowed as he advanced, delivering an elbow strike to Fitz, who had just managed to rise. This collision caused the entire restaurant to empty out, leaving only their small group amidst the chaos. Thor strode directly towards Coulson, declaring, Jane said it was this bald man who took her belongings. Leon, feeling an urge to intervene, noted that this so-called insane person exhibited remarkable combat skills. Stay calm. Coulson will handle it, Leon said, gripping a nearby girl, fearful that she might act impulsively. Wanda felt her cheeks flush as she experienced Leon's large hand enveloping her small one, her heart swelling with sweetness. Indeed, this journey had been worthwhile. You unreasonable Midgardian, Thor exclaimed, just as his hand rested upon Coulson's shoulder. In an instant, Coulson delivered a sharp elbow strike, causing Thor's complexion to shift to a shade reminiscent of a liver as he staggered backward several paces. Truly a treacherous maneuver. Thor grimaced and, with renewed vigor, charged forward once more. Coulson sighed, swiftly drawing his atomic energy weapon, and in a fleeting moment, he incapacitated Thor, sending him crashing to the ground. Thor. Jane Foster anxiously rushed over to support him, fearing he might recklessly charge again. What kind of weapon is this? If only my hammer were still with me. Hammer? Coulson, observing Thor struggling to rise with Jane's assistance, could not help but inquire about the celestial object. What sort of hammer? My Mjolnir. It is the finest hammer in all the cosmos, Thor declared, his pride momentarily overshadowing his pain. Forged from the core of a dying star. None, but I can wield it. Chapter 91. Conversations at the end. Do you believe what he said? Coulson gazed at Soul in the rearview mirror, still unable to fathom that Leon had suggested taking this seemingly deranged individual to attempt to lift the hammer. Leon adjusted the angle of the rearview mirror, the reflection revealing the metallic sheen of the specially designed handcuffs on Soul's wrists. What if he truly is Thor? Moreover, even if he cannot lift it, the worst that could happen is that we simply make a futile journey across the desert. Listening to Leon, Coulson nodded, then glanced back at the handcuffed Soul and sighed, hoping he was not the actual god of thunder. Otherwise, it would certainly lead to a myriad of troubles. Meanwhile, in the small desert town, the unconscious Agent Fitz was slowly regaining consciousness in the hospital. He stared at the pristine white ceiling and let out a soft sigh, Noticing his phone on the table beside him, he picked it up casually. Agent Fitz, the suspect has been subdued by Agent Noah and me. You will need to work on your combat skills later. Coulson had left a message. Damn. Fitz rested his arm on his forehead, utterly perplexed about how that bulky individual had managed to overpower him. A nurse entered the room, assessed his condition, and advised him to rest well before leaving again. At the inn, Jane Foster was in the room with Wanda and Gwen, as Leon had promised Jane that if Soul could indeed lift the hammer, he would return all her equipment and materials. As for her request to accompany Soul, unfortunately, if it were Gwen or Wanda, it might be a possibility, given their affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, she was merely an astronomer now and thus lacked the credentials to engage in such clandestine matters. You mean to say that Leon Noah is also a member of S.H.I.E.L.D.? My goodness, what exactly is their organization? Although she had heard of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s notorious reputation from Dr. Selvig, Jane Foster could never have imagined that the leader of a super arms company would join such a privileged institution. Gwen poured cups of coffee for both Jane, seated in a chair, and herself, reclining on the bed, and reminded her that while their exact functions remained unclear, Leon had repeatedly advised them to steer clear of the organization. That is indeed rather frightening, Jane Foster couldn't help but exclaim, astonished that even insiders would speak of their organization in such a manner. And you even called a lunatic to attempt to stop them? I can hardly comprehend what you were thinking, Wanda remarked, lifting her coffee from the bedside table. Is there some earth-shattering secret hidden within those documents that warrants a cosmologist confronting a privileged agency? You have no idea what I discovered, but alas, all the materials were confiscated. If only you could have seen them. Jane Foster's mood grew increasingly dismal as she spoke. S.H.I.E.L.D., whatever they may be, will go to great lengths to keep our research from becoming public knowledge. Perhaps they have good intentions? Wanda could no longer tolerate Jane Foster's disparaging remarks about the organization to which Leon belonged. She retorted, suggesting that perhaps they were safeguarding the Earth from harm. If the lunatic's claims were indeed true, and he was Thor, then surely he was backed by a civilization unlike any human we know. How could we ascertain that he was not here to invade our planet? Much like in Independence Day or Alien vs. Predator, had Leon been present, he would undoubtedly have applauded Wanda's assertions. For she spoke a profound truth. One of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibilities is to forestall extraterrestrial threats. As the atmosphere grew tense, Gwen rose to console both individuals. She then shifted the conversation by producing the latest release, Avatar, which she had borrowed from the shopkeeper, suggesting they pass the time watching it until Leon's return. Thus, the three of them settled onto the sofa, engrossed in the film, sharing laughter and conversation, completely shedding the earlier tension. Chapter 92. The arrival of Loki amidst the curtain of rain. Coulson, accompanied by Leon, Thor, and the hastily arrived Mute, traversed through layers of protective barriers, ultimately reaching the heart of the makeshift quarantine zone. There, an ancient-looking hammer lay deeply embedded in the bottom of a meteorite crater, surrounded by a scatter of abandoned lifting equipment. Hawkeye leaned against the edge of the surveillance tent, taking a bite of the pizza brought by the two, observing with keen interest as Thor approached the legendary Mjolnir. Could he truly be the god of thunder? He mused, chewing thoughtfully. If he regains his powers, will he first strike you with a bolt of lightning, Coulson? Coulson crossed his arms, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his tension at Hawkeye's jest. Who knows? He replied. But judging by his confident demeanor, he might either be a patient escaped from a mental institution or the genuine god of thunder from Norse mythology. Leon let out a soft chuckle. Under their watchful gaze, Thor confidently stepped through the mud, his golden hair still shimmering with a dazzling luster in the rain. He even deliberately tossed his hair, droplets tracing elegant arcs in the air. Clearly, he was quite concerned about his hairstyle. Hawkeye took another bite of pizza, mumbling indistinctly, seriously. Coulson, remember to ask him what shampoo he uses. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Thor's hand had already grasped the hammer's handle. Initially attempting with one hand, his expression gradually solidified, forcing him to switch to a two-handed grip. Rainwater streamed down his arms, muscles trembling slightly from the exertion. After a prolonged moment, Thor seemed to realize something. Lifting his gaze to the overcast sky, and bellowed defiantly, "No." It appeared he was not. Observing Thor's pitiful display of despair, Coulson shook his head, reaching for the radio to call his agents to escort this deluded individual to the interrogation room. Leon intervened, saying, "Hold on. Let me see if my bodyguard can lift that hammer." Coulson glanced at the Mute, then at Hawkeye, who merely shrugged in resignation, prompting him to acquiesce. "Father, Mjolnir." The Mute leaped, effortlessly crossing over the sobbing Thor, and on a panel visible only to him, a prompt appeared. Press E to pick up. Thor raised his tear-filled gaze, his voice hoarse. "Mortal, Mjolnir has been enchanted by my father, only the worthy." His words abruptly halted, his pupils constricting in shock. What the hell? In the astonished gaze of all, the Mute effortlessly lifted the god of thunder's hammer. In an instant, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, the thick bolts weaving through the clouds like silver serpents, seemingly celebrating the birth of a new master. How could this be? Why? Thor collapsed into the mud, allowing the approaching agents to assist him. His eyes remained fixated on the hammer, and Leon distinctly saw a tear mingling with the rain sliding down the face of this fallen deity. Now, what shall we do? The typically composed Coulson displayed an unusual look of confusion, unconsciously turning to Leon for guidance. How could this be? Why is this happening? Father. In the interrogation room, Thor sat despondently against the wall, utterly indifferent, even to the presence of his beloved brother Loki, who had just arrived. Brother? Loki attempted to call out. Was this truly the mighty god of thunder, Thor, once imperious in Asgard? How had he fallen to such depths without even a struggle? Humph. Thor choked back a sob and finally lifted his gaze to his brother. Loki, you're here. I had to come. There is something I must tell you. Is it about Jotunheim? Let me explain to father. Father is dead, Loki replied, his face betraying no emotion, consumed by his ambition for the throne. What? After recently enduring the sting of being cast aside by Mjolnir, the news of their father's demise plunged Thor into a profound sense of futility regarding his divine existence. The burden of your exile and the looming threat of war is unbearable. Do not blame yourself. I know you loved him. I advised him, but he would not listen. Knowing you could no longer wield Mjolnir, yet placing it before you was cruel. The throne now rests heavily upon my shoulders. Can you take me home? Thor choked out, drowning in regret for his youthful recklessness. Loki, unwilling to shatter the web of lies he had spun, immediately refused. The condition for peace with Jotunheim is your eternal banishment. There is no other way. Mother also forbids your return. I have come to say goodbye. Brother, I am truly sorry. No. It is I who should apologize. Thank you for coming to see me. Farewell. Thor interrupted Loki, gesturing towards the spot where Mjolnir lay. Loki. A new god of thunder has emerged. A Midgardian has lifted it. You can bring him back to Asgard. This is my final act of atonement. Meanwhile, the hammer, previously anchored to the earth, trembled slightly, though no one noticed. What? Loki's pupils dilated in shock, his gaze fixed intently on Thor's eyes, verifying that his earnest brother spoke the truth, that the coveted artifact had been claimed by a lowly Midgardian. Chapter 93. The gaze of Odin in contrast to Loki's shock upon receiving the news. Agent Coulson and his fellow agents regarded the mute boy as if he were some sort of creature. Agent Lion, does this bodyguard of yours typically refrain from conversation? Initially irritated by Lion's unauthorized entry into the base, Coulson had long since cast aside his earlier frustrations, observing the boy's unremarkable demeanor. He found it hard to fathom how he could lift that formidable hammer. Turning to the agents conducting various tests on the mute boy, Lion sighed. This is just how he is. Suddenly, everyone turned their attention as the sensor door inexplicably swung open. Aside from Lion and the mute boy, the others felt no sense of something amiss. Lion subtly shook his head at the mute boy, signaling him to remain still, as he was curious about Loki's intentions. Continue the tests. Jackson, please investigate the issue with the sensor door. Loki scrutinized every movement of the mute boy at the testing station. Despite the boy's remarkable abilities in this backward place, the undeniable truth remained. The inhabitants of Midgard were inherently weak. Sir, the test results indicate that this young mute gentleman's metrics are at the pinnacle of human capability. This is quite astonishing. Coulson reviewed the data handed to him before tossing it aside to Hawkeye. Barton, this data is even more impressive than yours. Hawkeye, while perusing the information, remarked. An unparalleled talent. I find myself questioning whether he is a new breed of human. How is it that I was not included in humanity's evolution? Meanwhile, Loki, standing just behind Hawkeye, shifted his gaze to the genetic testing results. 100 human DNA. A sense of relief washed over him. He had briefly feared that the mute boy might be Odin's illegitimate offspring. The murderous intent that had flared moments before dissipated, for he had no desire for a rival in his pursuit of the throne. However, since the boy was human, Loki deemed it unnecessary to invest too much thought on him. A lifespan of merely a century was but a fleeting moment in the realm of the gods. He could remain on Earth, thriving and perhaps even vexing Thor in the process. In the realm of Asgard, Odin had entered the Odin sleep. Yet, to regard such a figure as merely slumbering would be a grave misjudgment. One might assume he was oblivious to the events unfolding in the world. But that was far from the truth. Through his ravens, he had witnessed all that transpired after Thor and Loki descended to Earth. Save for the mute boy and Lion, details he had not gleaned in his brief foresight. He remained uncertain whether this alteration was fortuitous or detrimental. As Jackson worked on the malfunctioning sensor door, he noticed the puzzled expressions directed at him by his colleagues. Scratching his head in confusion, he muttered, "The wiring should be fine. Perhaps an internal electronic component has malfunctioned?" Lion's anxious heart began to ease as the chilling aura brought by Loki faded. It seemed he had departed. He then glanced back at the test data, noting the boy's peak human state. Not surprising, given that the mute boy had been brought directly from Los Santos. Odin, through the eyes of his ravens, sensed that Loki had exited the chamber, making his way directly to the location of Thor's hammer. Indeed, it seemed that Loki could not relinquish his obsession with Mjolnir. Upon reaching the hammer, Loki adjusted his attire and attempted to lift it, yet as anticipated, Mjolnir remained immovable, as if firmly anchored to the ground. Damn it! Why can't I lift this cursed hammer? Loki cursed under his breath before relinquishing the handle, ultimately deciding that ignorance was bliss. He returned to the realm of the gods to resume his role as King Loki. Loki, my child, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Odin observed this entire scene, yearning to convey these sentiments to his son. However, what would it accomplish to speak them directly? Would he be accepted? He feared that he could not win Loki's trust. His misguided affection had become a burden to his child, much like it had been for Hela in times past. Chapter 94. Taking Thor. After meticulously examining the physical data of the mute child, Coulson, Barton, and Leon observed Thor's dejected demeanor on the surveillance video from the control room. A missing person? Perhaps he truly is the extraterrestrial god of thunder, Thor. Coulson glanced at the information displayed on the adjacent computer, stroking his thinning hair, and resolved to take a well-deserved vacation following this mission. Hawkeye then inquired, what shall we do with him? Should he remain in custody? Leon, feeling the weight of their gaze upon him, sighed in resignation and suggested, how about I take him to that small town to reside for a while? He won't be able to escape anyway. Considering the formidable presence of the mute child beside Leon, both men nodded in agreement, feeling reassured by the protection he offered. By the way, let us copy the data from the confiscated Astronomer S equipment. I'll take it back later. After all, you're unlikely to uncover anything of significance. Leon added. What? Coulson asked, perplexed, before recalling the mute child's unique abilities, and eventually acquiesced, knowing full well that the child capable of wielding the hammer held far more value than the inconsequential data. The moonlight cascaded onto the ground, illuminating their path ahead. Leon glanced at Thor in the rearview mirror, who had clearly lost his motivation to move forward, staring blankly at the rain-washed starry sky, lost in thought. Thor? Thor Odinson. Huh? Midgardian. What do you want? Thor, finally roused from his reverie after being called twice, turned his gaze towards Leon, who sat in the passenger seat. Uncertain of his intentions, why don't you share your story about how you ended up here? Consider it a diversion for us Midgardians. Thor regarded Leon's ambiguous smile, then looked at the mute child driving the car, perplexed as to why a being capable of lifting the hammer of the god of thunder would willingly serve as a Midgardian subordinate, and without hesitation, relinquish his mighty weapon. Very well, but you must tell me about this warrior and how you convinced him to be your guardian. All right, Leon straightened up, formally introducing the mute child beside him. In another realm, he is known by many titles, the 5-star citizen, the king of nightlife, the lord of crime. However, you only need to remember one thing. He has completed countless arduous missions, thwarting cataclysmic wars that could have obliterated the world, though he now spends his days on an island. Truly, a warrior worthy of lifting the hammer of the god of thunder. Your deeds are deserving of a place in Valhalla. If my father were still alive, he would surely hold you in high esteem, Thor said, his admiration for the mute child evident. Yet, as he spoke, sorrow washed over him again. But my father is gone, and I cannot return to Asgard. Mjolnir has been lifted by this warrior, and I. Thor, are you the god of thunder? Without your hammer, are you nothing? Lion gazed at Thor, scolding him vehemently. Although he was acutely aware that Thor would likely raise Mjolnir behind him, the narrative had taken an unexpected turn. Who could predict such events? Moreover, the mute boy had not taken the hammer, which remained an unclaimed artifact. You assert that your father has placed a spell upon it. Should you not strive to meet the conditions of that incantation? If one day a newcomer were to seize the hammer, and if you were to regain your worthiness, how would you reclaim it? As Lion's words echoed in his mind, Thor found himself momentarily taken aback. He then pondered the suggestion with newfound seriousness, his eyes alight with realization as he deemed the advice remarkably sound. You are indeed correct, Thor replied, his voice regaining its former depth. Should I, Thor Odinson, one day reclaim Mjolnir, you two shall forever be the most esteemed friends of Asgard. The moonlight streamed through the car window, casting a silvery silhouette upon his resolute profile. Chapter 95. Life mentor. The following day, in a bar located in a desert town, Thor sat across from Leon, inquiring about how he might regain the privilege of wielding Mjolnir once more. Beside Thor, Jane Foster gazed vacantly at the two engaged in earnest discussion, pondering whether the Nordic myths were indeed true. Thor, what kind of person do you perceive yourself to be now? How have you transformed compared to before? The golden-haired deity furrowed his brow, his muscular arms casting shadows upon the table. I remain the mightiest warrior of the 9 realms, albeit temporarily stripped of my divine powers within Midgard. His tone was laced with evident frustration. Suddenly, Wanda, seated next to Leon, could not suppress her laughter. Having been informed of the events that transpired the previous night, she could not help but liken Thor to a simple-minded, brawny gorilla. Gwen took a tissue to wipe away the sauce from Wanda's mouth and offered a sheepish smile to Thor. Wanda, be careful while eating. I had thought you were making progress, Leon murmured under his breath, bemused by Thor's apparent foolishness. Was he really so dim-witted? Deciding to rephrase his inquiry, Leon continued, "All right. Thor, let us not dwell on that question. Tell me, what kind of king do you aspire to become?" Without hesitation, Thor replied, "A king like my father, under whose reign the 9 realms have enjoyed tranquility for millennia. Then why instigate war and disrupt the peace your father has maintained for thousands of years? Do you seek to forge your legacy through conflict, even surpassing that of your father?" Thor's complexion paled under Leon's relentless questioning, and he hastily defended himself. "No, no, no. It was the frost giants who invaded Asgard first. I simply could not swallow my pride. Surely your father must have sought to dissuade you. What makes you think your shallow understanding can rival the wisdom he has accumulated over countless years? Have you considered the catastrophic consequences that may arise should 2 civilizations go to war?" Thor trembled as he stammered, I hadn't thought that far. I merely wished to reclaim the glory of Asgard." Leon grew increasingly fervent, pointing an accusatory finger at Thor's nose. "What is glory worth? If your foolish actions lead to flames of war engulfing your kingdom, how will your subjects perceive you? Can you bear that responsibility?" As Leon spoke passionately, his throat parched. He accepted a drink from Wanda and continued, "Your father is correct. The Thor of old was but a brash brute, devoid of any semblance of a ruler's mindset. If Asgard were to fall under your misguided stewardship, it would surely crumble within mere years." "So it is," Thor said, rubbing his reddened eyes as he looked at Leon. "Father, it is only now that I realize the depth of my errors. Thank you, wise one of Midgard. Until now, I had failed to recognize my own faults. You have illuminated my path, and had I encountered you sooner, perhaps all these misfortunes could have been averted." Meanwhile, on the other side of the desert, Coulson observed the hammer pulsating with energy and exclaimed in terror, "Barton, is anyone approaching the hammer? Its energy density has suddenly intensified." No one approaches that damned hammer." Hawkeye remains fixated on the Mjolnir that seems to yearn to break free from its restraints. The previously clear sky suddenly reverberates with thunder, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Coulson, it seems to have fallen silent again. Observing the now tranquil Mjolnir, Coulson picks up the walkie-talkie and, standing before the data console, speaks with a hint of resignation. "Yes, I see it too." Meanwhile, deep within the golden palace of Asgard, Odin's lips curl into a faint smile. The image revealed through the eye of the raven brings him solace. Having Thor personally reclaim Mjolnir is far more valuable than merely lifting the enchantment. After all, regaining divine power in the presence of mortals serves as the most potent deterrent for Midgard, does it not? Chapter 96. The 4 warriors of the celestial palace. While Odin was lost in thought, pondering how to bring Thor back, on the other side of the rainbow bridge, Heimdall, sensing something amiss with Loki, summoned the 4 warriors of the celestial palace, who yearned for their friend's return to the realm of the gods. "Do you intend to defy our king Loki's command, to break the oath sworn as warriors, and commit treason by bringing Thor back?" "Indeed." Sif boldly met Heimdall's penetrating gaze, unwavering in her response. "Very well." Heimdall descended from the teleportation platform, leaving behind the Hofund, the device capable of traversing the 9 realms. "Heimdall, will you aid us?" He turned away without a glance, stating, "I must remain loyal to the king. I cannot open the rainbow bridge for you." Vandal, hands on his hips, watched Heimdall's retreating figure, perplexed. This fellow is truly enigmatic. Vostag glanced at the Hofund and queried, "What shall we do now?" Meanwhile, Loki stood atop a high platform, surveying Asgard, and noted with concern that Heimdall had not complied with his directive to seal the rainbow bridge. He hurried to Odin's treasury. He could not permit anyone to undermine his dominion. He needed to demonstrate to Odin that he possessed far greater worth than Thor. Within Odin's vault, Loki awakened Asgard's ultimate weapon, the Destroyer. "Ensure that my brother does not return. Annihilate everything." In a desert town, the 4 warriors of the celestial palace finally located Thor, who was thanking Leon outside a tavern. "Woohoo, my friends." Jane Foster stared in awe as Thor rushed toward the quartet of oddities. Still grappling with the revelation of his identity as the god of thunder, could it be that he would encounter aliens once more? "Allow me to introduce Lady Sif and the 3 warriors." Thor excitedly embraced the towering Vostag and then clapped Vandal on the shoulder. "My friends, I am truly delighted to see you, but your presence here is ill-advised." Vandal chuckled. "We have come to bring you home." "What?" Thor was taken aback upon learning the truth from his friends. He could scarcely believe that his beloved brother had deceived him, using their father's death as a pretext. Loki's talent for lying had evidently grown more sophisticated. "Are there others from Asgard coming?" Wanda could hardly contain her excitement, gesturing for everyone to look towards the swirling vortex in the distance. Not far from the vortex, Coulson, aware of the energy fluctuations that had transpired, was investigating the area and quickly spotted the Destroyer's iron armor that Loki had deployed. "Is it Stark's?" Coulson shrugged, taking the microphone from Selvig's hand. "I don't know. He hasn't told me anything." "Hello, you are using an unregistered weapon. Please identify yourself." The Destroyer detected Coulson before pausing to contemplate Loki's directive, arriving at a swift conclusion: annihilate everything. "All is well." Run. A destructive beam was unleashed, sending nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. agents scrambling for cover. Coulson, hidden behind a vehicle, shouted, "Silvert, disable weapon permissions and fetch the electromagnetic cannon from the temporary base." Received. Noticing that the destroyer showed no intention of attacking further and was merely advancing towards the town, Coulson immediately recalled the peculiar individual from the previous night and quickly added, "After acquiring the weapon, head to the town. Its target lies there." In the town, the transformed Thor commanded the warriors of the Valkyrie. "Jane, Leon, you must leave." Jane retorted, "And what about you?" "I shall remain here." Thor, encouragingly patting each of the warriors on the shoulder, declared, "My friends, though I am now merely mortal, a burden even, I can assist in relocating them to safety. We require time." Leon, suppressing his urge to don the mask and rescue Gwen, offered her a reassuring glance. "You have grown, Thor," Leon remarked with a sense of pride. "However, we do not need much time. Wanda, it is up to you now." Upon hearing this, Wanda concentrated her chaotic magic in her hands and smiled gently at Leon, saying, "This is a piece of cake for me." Wanda noticed the alien-like expression on Gwen's face and chuckled apologetically. "Brother Leon said I shouldn't carelessly reveal my abilities, fearing that ill-intentioned individuals might take notice." Gwen affectionately ruffled Wanda's hair, indicating that she was not bothered by the matter. Sif observed the orderly exodus of the town's residents, departing in their vehicles, and could not help but sincerely praise remarkable magic. It surpasses Loki's half-hearted efforts by a significant margin. Chapter 97. The Return of Thor. Boom. As the destroyer rampaged through the small town, a sudden burst of flame erupted above it, causing the creature to immediately lock onto its assailant, the mute warrior, who had been lurking atop a building. Thor stood astounded but quickly regained his composure, shouting, "That is the destroyer, the ultimate weapon forged by my father. The mute warrior cannot face it alone." Leon restrained the eager valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, his gaze resolute as he declared, "This is his battle. I do not wish for anyone to interfere. Do you understand?" Thor cast a conflicted glance at the mute warrior engaged in combat and nodded, "Very well. But if he truly cannot endure, in the realm of the gods." Loki observed the mute warrior stepping forth to confront the destroyer and issued a directive for annihilation, determined that this Midgardian capable of wielding Mjolnir would find no refuge. To the astonishment of Thor and the others, the mute warrior produced a signal flare seemingly from thin air, evading the destructive beam emitted by the destroyer and seizing the opportunity to hurl it into the exposed cavity of its head. Loki, manipulating the destroyer, was puzzled, unable to comprehend why the warrior had chosen to throw something devoid of lethality instead of the explosives commonly used in Midgard. "We are prepared," came the response from the skies, where a B-11 fighter jet had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Following the gaze of the onlookers, it approached and dropped several bombs, subsequently unleashing its cannon fire upon the armor of the destroyer. The cannon fire impacted the destroyer, causing it to stagger. Boom, boom, boom. The bombs detonated with precision around the destroyer. Although such attacks could not topple it, they granted the mute warrior ample time for his next maneuver. As the destroyer emerged from the smoke of the explosions, still yet to acquire a target, it was caught off guard by a sticky bomb thrown by the mute warrior, sending it reeling. Seizing the moment, the B-11 circled back to employ the same tactic, but within moments, it was struck by a destructive beam that severed its wings, forcing the pilot to parachute to safety. Truly, a warrior worthy of Thor's recognition. The Celestial Palace warriors observed in awe. Recalling Thor's words about the hammer of the thunder god being lifted by this unassuming Midgardian, they began to believe. However, Leon felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, lamenting that a collaboration with America had not yet been established. Without the ability to mount missiles within their borders, they could have struck targets from 8 kilometers away. Enough. You, mortal, are facing one of the most formidable weapons in the realm of the gods. From this moment forth, I shall be serious." Loki thundered from his throne in Asgard, fully unleashing the destroyer. In the blink of an eye, the head of the destroyer began to gather a substantial amount of energy. Yet, the mute warrior's speed proved superior. As the destroyer aimed, he pulled the trigger of the electromagnetic cannon, causing the amassed energy to spiral out of control. First in the head, then throughout its entire body. However, the URU alloy proved to be remarkably resilient, as the armor of destruction forcefully compressed the energy back, allowing the misdirected projectile to realign itself towards the little mute. In an instant, that energy surged forth in a torrent, yet the little mute remained calm, executing a roll just as the devastating beam reached him, narrowly evading the fatal strike. No. With tears brimming in his eyes, Thor watched a brave warrior perish before him in an act of self-sacrifice, causing his composure to unravel. Just then, Coulson and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, their gazes drawn to Thor, who knelt at the site of the little mute's sacrifice. The sky erupted with thunder and lightning as Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder, was summoned, soaring towards its master with urgency. Crack! The air crackled with electricity around him, and those standing beside Thor could feel the sheer magnitude of his power. He truly is Thor, the god of thunder. Wanda gasped in disbelief, pointing at the transformed Thor, realizing that the seemingly simple-minded individual was indeed the deity from Norse mythology. I told you so, without a doubt, Leon chuckled, pinching Wanda's cheek. Just look at Gwen's reaction. It's not nearly as exaggerated. Oh my god! Exclaimed Coulson and the other S-H-I-E-L-D agents, witnessing the divine manifestation firsthand. Suddenly, Gwen pinched Leon's side fiercely, her voice laced with anger. Your bodyguard just died like that. Why didn't you let me go help him? Hiss. Gwen, trust me, he is not dead, Leon grinned, gesturing toward the spot where the little mute had been blasted away. To their astonishment, the little mute pushed aside the debris and stood up, producing chips and beer from seemingly nowhere. Though his wounds still bled, it was evident that he was gradually regaining his strength. Leon grasped Gwen's hand and explained. The little mute evaded the direct damage. Most of his injuries were caused by the shockwave from the explosion. Chapter 98. The visitor from Asgard. Upon lifting the mighty Mjolnir once more, Thor beheld the small mute boy safe and sound, a radiant smile illuminating his face. However, as his gaze shifted to the destroyer, under Loki's command, a complex and perplexed expression overtook him. At that moment, Loki was too preoccupied with controlling the destroyer to pay heed to the small boy, striding menacingly towards Thor, who had just regained his divine powers. Thor inhaled deeply and approached with heavy steps, utterly bewildered by the transformation his brother had undergone. Brother, Thor spoke with a low, sincere tone. Whatever I have done to incite your wrath, whatever harm I have caused you, I offer my heartfelt apologies. Yet, these innocent lives should not bear the consequences. What is slaughter proof? Let this cease. Loki, perched upon his throne, rested his chin on one hand, his gloomy gaze piercing through the destroyer as he listened to Thor's sermon, his expression inscrutable. Thor, Sif suddenly exclaimed, her keen senses detecting the energy accumulating within the destroyer. Boom. A beam of destructive energy surged forth, and Thor wielded Mjolnir to block the blow, a resigned smile gracing his lips. He hurled his enchanted hammer, and the destroyer succumbed to the ground. As Thor ascended into the sky, the colossal destroyer was ensnared within a tempest of thunder. The destroyer unleashed a barrage of beams, yet each was shattered by Mjolnir. Ultimately, with a decisive strike from Thor, this artifact of the divine realm disintegrated completely. What splendid armor, Leon remarked, soothing the trembling Wanda, who was still shaken by the recent battle. At that moment, Thor approached, embracing the small mute boy's shoulders. Wise Leon, since you admire these fragments, I bestow them upon you, Thor declared grandly, showing no concern for the ruined destroyer. Gazing at the rejuvenated Thor, Jane inquired curiously, is this your usual attire? Quite nearly, Thor replied with a smile. Very dashing, Jane genuinely praised, her eyes sparkling with admiration. We must hasten to the Rainbow Bridge landing point. I have words for Loki, Thor suddenly asserted with gravity. Pardon the interruption, Coulson interjected hurriedly. We did not anticipate that you are indeed Thor, the god of thunder. Listen well, son of Cowl, Thor pronounced with authority. Our intentions in safeguarding this world align. From this day forth, I shall ally with the wise Leon of Midgard, and those fragments have been bestowed upon him. I caution you against any treacherous thoughts. Coulson glanced at Leon, who greeted him with a smile, stirring his curiosity about how this sage had acquired his esteemed title. Wise Leon, small mute warrior, I presume you have yet to witness the Rainbow Bridge? Thor inquired eagerly. No. F-A-C-K. Squid. Leon's anguished scream reverberated through the air, a heart-wrenching sound that brought tears to the eyes of those who heard it. Surely Leon is unharmed? Gwen asked anxiously of the 4 warriors remaining behind. The quartet nodded helplessly before sprinting towards the Rainbow Bridge landing point with the speed of a racing car. Meanwhile, within the Golden Palace of Asgard. Welcome to Asgard. Loki flashed a sinister smile as he confronted the frost giant before him. He had long devised a scheme to manipulate these foreign beings to achieve his own ends. With cunning and resourcefulness, Loki lured the frost giants into the celestial palace, intending to redeem himself by rescuing Odin. Heimdall, activate the Bifrost. In the distance, Leon silently observed Thor's every move. Thor gazed perplexedly at the sky and tentatively called out. Heimdall? The 4 warriors of the celestial palace, upon arrival, sensed something amiss. He did not respond. Could it be that trouble had befallen the palace? Heimdall, can you hear us? We need you. At that moment, Heimdall, breaking free from his icy restraints, finally vanquished the frost giant sentinel guarding the teleportation platform and reinserted the Hofund into its rightful place. Wise one, can you analyze our current predicament? How shall we return to Asgard? Thor rushed toward Leon in a flurry. Startled, Leon hastily hid behind the mute companion, exclaiming, stay away from me. It's about to. Boom. The brilliance of the Bifrost enveloped everyone in an instant. Within the passage of the Bifrost, Thor remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Excitedly patting Leon on the shoulder, "Truly, you are the sage of Midgard. Your insights are remarkably accurate." Leon angrily swatted his hand away. "How can you be so selfish? Did I ever mention wanting to see the Bifrost? Bringing along 2 burly men without your girlfriend. Have you lost your senses? And did I ever say I wanted to go to Asgard? You foolish simpleton." Chapter 99. Arrival in Asgard. To Leon's astonishment, he found himself on an extraterrestrial adventure. Gazing upon the resplendent architecture surrounding him, he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Heimdall's condition appeared even more grievous than depicted in the films. His frost-covered armor was riddled with cracks, prompting curiosity about the fierce battle he had just endured. Sif supported the injured Heimdall, while Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly. "Sif, take Heimdall to recuperate. Leon, little mute, you shall accompany my friends for the time being." Before his words had fully settled, Thor soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, heading towards the celestial palace, uncertain of what mischief Loki was currently embroiled in. Standing upon the sacred grounds of the palace, Leon felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, a chill running down his spine. He was decidedly unprepared to confront the god of mischief wielding Gungnir. "Can you activate the Bifrost to send us back?" Leon inquired urgently. The 4 warriors of the palace shook their heads in unison. Volstagg hoisted Heimdall onto his back and rushed towards the palace, while Sif remained to explain. The activation of the Bifrost requires either the Allfather's Gungnir or Heimdall's Hofund. As for the specifics, she spread her hands in exasperation, indicating that such authority was reserved for the royal family and the Guardians. "Very well," Leon sighed, retrieving his phone from his pocket and deftly opening the R-Star platform. Indeed. Gwen and Wanda were anxiously awaiting in the small town. At the moment the video connected, Gwen's astonished voice rang out. "Hey, are you Lady Sif?" Sif stared wide-eyed, stammering her greeting. "Why you? Hello, Miss Gwen. How is this possible? We are clearly in." "Gwen, bad news." Leon turned the camera towards the magnificent palace. "I am currently in Asgard." "Wait." Coulson, passing by, immediately leaned in. "Miss Gwen, may I take a look?" In the footage, the golden palace shimmered under the sunlight, its spires piercing the clouds, and the crystalline glow of the Bifrost was mesmerizing. "Incredible." Coulson swiftly activated the recording mode, eager not to miss any detail. "Brother Leon, we want to visit Asgard too." Wanda pressed her face close to the screen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Well, how should I put it? I might have to." Just then, Leon's voice dropped suddenly. "Loki." The camera shifted to reveal Loki hastily approaching in the distance, Gungnir in hand. Upon noticing the trio, the god of mischief halted momentarily. Were it not for Sif's presence, he might have swiftly dealt with the 2 Midgardians. However, he had more pressing matters at hand, destroying Jotunheim. "Do not forget, I am still the All-Father," Loki scoffed, striding past the 3 towards the teleportation platform. He was confident that Sif, the loyal fool, would not impede him, and as for the 2 mortals, sparing them for the moment would be prudent. Preventing Thor from inciting trouble before Odin. Your Highness, King Loki," Leon summoned his courage to speak. "Could you send us back to Earth first?" Loki paused momentarily. After a moment's contemplation, he considered that keeping these mortals around might prove useful. They could serve as shields when Odin awoke. Without a glance back, he casually remarked, "Whoever brought you here is the one you should seek," and strode away with great purpose. Elon could only watch as Loki disappeared into the distance. At this moment, he did not dare confront the god of trickery directly, unless the mute child summoned the hammer of Thor. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that the command over this formidable weapon was not within their grasp. Chapter 100. Destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. Curse that Loki. Leon muttered under his breath, his voice barely above a whisper, yet still betraying a palpable fury. Sif, ever vigilant, scanned their surroundings, her fingers unconsciously caressing the hilt of her sword. In a hushed tone, she cautioned, "This is Asgard. Though I share your disdain, he remains the king of gods." Upon hearing this, Leon let out a long sigh, his shoulders slumping slightly as he redirected his attention to the floating communication screen. "Gwen, Wanda, you've seen the situation. I may be delayed for a while." Wanda immediately shook her tiny fists, crimson energy dancing at her fingertips as she pouted. That Loki fellow, when we meet again, I shall teach him a lesson." Leon chuckled at her expression, the tension in his demeanor finally easing. His gaze then shifted to Gwen, his tone unconsciously softening. "Gwen, while I'm away, please look after Wanda and Pietro. If anything arises, do not hesitate to contact me." He paused, his gaze earnest and tender. "And take care of yourself. Don't lose weight. I shall inspect when I return." A blush crept onto Gwen's cheeks as she nervously twirled a strand of hair. Her voice barely audible. "Yes, don't worry. Leon, wait, I still have something." To Coulson's urgent voice broke in, but Leon decisively severed the communication. Unwilling to let the S-H-I-E-L-D agent continue to be a third wheel. "Wise Leon, are you still here? No time to chat. I must stop Loki's actions." Thor rushed in, his golden cape billowing behind him, and before he finished speaking, he darted towards the teleportation platform like a whirlwind. Sif glanced apologetically at Leon and shrugged. Thor is always this impetuous. I know, Leon nodded in agreement. We should move quickly. There is sufficient company here. Upon the teleportation platform, Loki stood with his back to Thor, his gaze fixed on the now activated annihilation mode of the Rainbow Bridge. A cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Why are you doing this? Thor's voice was laced with heartbreak, disappointment filling his azure eyes. Loki spun around abruptly, rage boiling within him as he bellowed, to prove to Father that I am his true son. When he awakens, it will be I who saved his life and vanquished the monsters of that race. I shall be the rightful heir to the throne. Thor shook his head. The teachings of the wise men of Midgard echoing in his mind. You cannot annihilate an entire race. Loki raised an eyebrow in derision, dangerous glints flickering in his eyes. Why not? Have you suddenly developed an affinity for frost giants? You used to slay them without a second thought, under the guidance of the wise men of Midgard. I have undergone a transformation. I have changed. With a sudden surge of fury, Loki swung his fist, landing a brutal blow to Thor's face, knocking him to the ground. Breathing heavily, madness sparkled in his eyes. Come at me. I have never aspired to the throne. I merely yearn for the same treatment as you. Loki's voice lowered. Resembling a soliloquy, yet it bore the weight of a powerless accusation. Brother, I shall not fight you. Thor rose to his feet, arms outstretched, confusion etched across his face. He could not fathom why Loki clung so tenaciously to these sentiments. Was the love bestowed upon them by father and mother not sufficient? I have never been your brother. Not from the very beginning. Loki's words dripped with madness. This is truly insane. Thor's voice trembled slightly. He was unwilling to accept Loki's claims. Is it? Pray tell. What misfortunes on Midgard have rendered you so feeble? Do not tell me it was that so-called sage. If so, Asgard is beyond salvation. Loki sneered, and a glint of cold realization flickered in his eyes. Ah, it is that woman, is it? Perhaps once we conclude this, I shall first eliminate those two Midgardians, and then I shall personally pay her a visit. With a furious roar, Thor hurled Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, channeling the might of thunder to strike Loki from the teleportation platform. Observing his brother sprawled upon the Bifrost, Thor shook his head. A tumult of anger and helplessness swirling within him. Ultimately, he could do naught but press Mjolnir down upon Loki, preventing further chaos. The teleportation platform emitted a piercing hum from energy overload, and a tempest of violent energy surged around them. Thor struggled against the pressure, yet he found himself unable to advance. Brother, do you see? You cannot alter anything. Loki's voice rang clear amidst the storm, laced with victorious mockery. Thor gazed at the beams of destruction emanating from the Bifrost, as if witnessing countless souls wailing in despair. He could not allow this calamity to unfold. With renewed determination, Thor summoned Mjolnir back and, with all his might, struck at the core of the Bifrost. Simultaneously, Odin, ensnared in the Odin sleep, abruptly opened his eyes within his palace, now littered with the severed limbs of frost giants. What are you doing? If you destroy the Bifrost, what will become of your mortal friends? And that woman, you shall never see her again. Loki's eyes widened in terror. He had never anticipated Thor's resolve. Did he not comprehend the significance of the Bifrost to Asgard? Thor offered no reply, only swinging Mjolnir down, blow after blow. To thwart Loki's madness, to secure peace for the Nine Realms, he had no other option. Forgive me, Jane. And my friends on Earth. With the final strike, the energy core of the Bifrost erupted violently, and a tempest of chaotic energy engulfed them both. In the nick of time, Odin arrived, his spear extended, steadfastly catching the two. Tears welled in Loki's eyes, his voice quivering. I could have achieved it, Father. I could have done it, for you, for all. No, Loki. Odin's voice was calm, nearly devoid of emotion. Loki froze, his eyes devoid of anger, disappointment, or even a trace of feeling. He suddenly comprehended that, regardless of his actions, Odin had never harbored any expectations for him. Slowly, he released his grip, surrendering to the depths of the cosmos. Thor's eyes widened in anguish as he bellowed, Loki. No, no. It was then that Odin, as if awakening from a profound slumber, slowly uttered a single word, no. Yet, it was far too late. Forcibly roused from his deep slumber, Odin had already exhausted his strength, rendered powerless to do anything but watch as Loki vanished into the boundless darkness. Chapter 101, Arranged Marriage? In the resplendent banquet hall of Asgard, the atmosphere was vibrant and intoxicating, filled with the aroma of fine wine. Leon and the mute girl found themselves unwillingly dragged by Vandal to partake in the celebratory feast. Their faces adorned with a mixture of embarrassment as the surrounding warriors of Asgard extolled their heroic deeds. In this martial realm, valorous exploits were the most esteemed currency. Especially under the vivid recounting of the four warriors of the Celestial Palace, the wise Leon was celebrated for guiding the Thunder God to reclaim his divine power. While the mute girl, renowned for her solitary confrontation against the Destroyer's armor, had already been gilded with a layer of legendary grandeur. earning her the rightful status of a hero in the eyes of the Asgardians. Another drink. This is the divine wine bestowed by the king of gods, boomed a boisterous warrior, slamming his hand on the table. Leon and the mute girl exchanged dry smiles, steeling themselves to down yet another cup of mead. As Thor passed by, he heartily clapped their shoulders, only to discover they were already thoroughly inebriated, prompting a resigned shake of his head. After departing the banquet hall, Thor encountered Frigga in the corridor. He gently took his mother's hand, offering her a few comforting words before making his way to the terrace. There stood Odin, alone, gazing into the distance as if lost in reminiscence. "You will become a wise ruler," Thor stated, breaking the silence as he joined his father's side. "There shall be no monarch more sagacious than you, nor a father more perfect." The fading light of the setting sun enveloped them, and they shared a moment of mutual silence, each seemingly awaiting the other to utter the words they yearned to hear. "I still have much to learn," Thor finally spoke, his voice deep and resolute. "But perhaps one day you will take pride in me." Odin turned, his aged hand resting heavily upon Thor's shoulder. "You have already made me proud, my son." After a pause, he added, "Do not forget to bring your earthly friends to meet me. After all, it is our oversight in Asgard that has kept them here." Thor watched as his father walked toward his chambers, where Frigga had been patiently waiting at the door, tenderly supporting Odin. Witnessing this scene, a smile involuntarily crept across Thor's face. 3 days later, guest room when Leon awoke from his drunken slumber. The sunlight streaming through the window was blindingly bright. He rubbed his temples, groggily reaching for his phone, and was jolted into full awareness by an avalanche of unread messages on the screen. Gwen and Wanda's concern practically overflowed. "Leon, are you all right? It's been 3 days without a reply. What on earth has happened?" He hurriedly responded to each message, elaborating on the absurdities of his 3-day binge. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, an email from Nick Fury popped up. The one-eyed director was contemplating salvaging the remnants of the destroyer, even disingenuously offering to share parts of his research. "If you are willing to share the entirety of your findings, I might consider gifting you a few fragments as keepsakes," he had cheekily remarked. After sending off this clearly teasing reply, Leon stretched contentedly. Just as he prepared to fetch a drink, he suddenly froze in place. A realization struck him. His clothes had been changed. He abruptly threw off the covers to inspect his surroundings, his mind racing with countless melodramatic scenarios. Could something unspeakable have occurred while intoxicated? The reason dictated that any such event would ultimately serve his advantage. The thought lingered ominously. "Haha, my friend, you have finally awakened." Thor's resonant laughter echoed from the doorway, striding into the room with the little mute in tow. He noticed Lion's rigid demeanor and inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you? The after-effects of mead?" Upon hearing Lion's hesitant questions, Thor waved dismissively. "In Asgard, such matters are trifling. You are the sage who guides the god of thunder. If anything truly happened, it would be their honor. Your people are even more audacious than those in Los Santos." Lion sighed, resting his forehead in his palm. In the Golden Palace corridor, upon receiving the summons from Odin, Lion hurriedly donned the Asgardian attire bestowed upon him by Thor. It must be said that the craftsmanship of the divine realm is indeed extraordinary. The seemingly ordinary fabric was light and breathable, offering a fluid comfort with every movement. As he made his way to the throne, Lion gradually sensed something amiss. The maidens and guards along the route were casting furtive glances in his direction, some even whispering and gesturing. "Thor, why are they looking at me like that?" Lion lowered his voice. "Is there something on my face?" "Of course not, my friend." Thor suddenly wrapped an arm around his neck, sporting a mischievous grin. "They are likely curious to see what Heimdall's future brother-in-law looks like." "Wait, what did you just say?" Lion's temper flared instantly. "Future brother-in-law? That would mean Sif's husband. What does that have to do with me?" Thor, with a wicked smile, delivered the final blow. "You heard me correctly. Father personally inquired of Sif, and she consented to marry you. What on earth is happening? How could Odin, His Majesty the Allfather, suddenly play matchmaker? Is this your doing?" In truth, Thor had not anticipated the situation evolving in such a manner. However, it served his purpose perfectly, allowing him to sever Sif's vague affections for him entirely. After all, back on Earth, there was a certain astrophysicist named Jane Foster waiting for him. Who knows? The god of thunder feigned innocence, raising his hands. "The wisdom of the Allfather is beyond mortal comprehension. You taught me that, Lion, the sage." Chapter 102. Odin's Benevolence in the Resplendent Halls of the Golden Palace. Leon beheld Odin seated majestically upon his throne from a distance. The father of the gods stood as an imposing figure, his singular eye harboring the wisdom and authority accrued over millennia. At that moment, even Leon, a traveler from another world, felt his heart race with trepidation. He was still far from fully realized, and should Odin discern any hint of his true nature, the thought caused him to instinctively swallow hard. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that this divine sovereign harbored goodwill toward him. Odin, wielding the eternal spear Gungnir and adorned in dark golden battle regalia, was accompanied by the queen, Frigg, who stood silently by his side. The entire hall exuded an air of solemnity. punctuated only by the flickering shadows cast by the torches upon the stone walls. His Majesty, the Father of the Gods, Odin, Leon intoned, bowing deeply. By chance, I have arrived in Asgard through the lightning of Thor. I humbly beseech your benevolence, O King of the Gods, to guide me back to Midgard. Odin's single eye narrowed as he scrutinized the young man before him. After a moment, he erupted into hearty laughter. Your predicament indeed elicits sympathy. However, since the Rainbow Bridge has fractured, the sole method for interstellar travel at present is to amass sufficient dark energy to temporarily reactivate it, which necessitates time. Leon turned to Thor, who nodded in acknowledgement of this assertion, a look of resignation on his face. Was there truly no alternative? Not entirely, Odin mused, stroking Gungnir thoughtfully. If one were to employ an interstellar jump ship, it would require merely a week's journey. The challenge lies in the fact that Asgard's vessels are in disrepair and would need at least half a year for maintenance. The King of the Gods paused meaningfully, suggesting that the materials for repairing the Rainbow Bridge would likely be. Feeling the weight of Odin's gaze, Leon managed an awkward smile. Indeed, he seemed to lack any merit that would justify Asgard expending resources on his behalf. O son of Noah, Odin abruptly shifted the conversation. What insights do you possess regarding the future of the divine realms? Asgard flourishes, Leon proclaimed. Under your wise leadership, O Majesty, the 9 realms shall undoubtedly witness unprecedented prosperity. Enough, Odin interjected, raising a hand to halt the flattery. He turned to Thor, saying, Step outside. I wish to speak privately with your new friend. With Thor's departure, Leon felt an acute sense of vulnerability. Before an old master like Odin, he felt as transparent as glass. The god could very well have seen through all pretenses, merely choosing to remain silent for the time being. Leon, may I address you as such? Odin inquired. Feel free. Leon replied, adopting a resigned demeanor. Call me whatever you wish. Your satisfaction is what matters. Odin appeared unfazed by the reticence in Leon's words, continuing with a contemplative tone. You must be quite curious about the origins of certain rumors. For instance, regarding Sif. Is that not why you are so eager to depart Asgard? I am not curious, Leon replied tersely. The actions of the king must hold profound significance. The matter concerning Sif was purely incidental, Odin remarked lightly. It was Thor's eagerness to sever that connection. I merely sought to inquire about the impressions of those who have interacted with you. Suddenly, the tone of the god's voice grew somber. I have foreseen my own demise, Leon. My time is running short. With the assistance of Frigga, Odin slowly rose from his throne and approached Leon. 2 days prior, my old friend, the Ancient One, visited Asgard. Odin's single eye fixated on Leon. Do you know what we discussed? I do not know the Ancient One, Leon stammered, cold sweat already trickling down his back. Surely, that bald sorcerer did not come to eliminate him as a variable. In this mute warrior by your side, Odin abruptly turned his attention to the young mute, who appeared to be shunned by death. Am I correct? Well, more or less. Leon replied nervously. Calm down, young man. Odin chuckled heartily as he patted Leon on the shoulder. Asgard welcomes talents such as you. When the time is ripe, I shall see you safely returned. As Odin, with Frigga's support, turned to leave, Leon urgently called out, Wait, what about the matter of Lady Sif? Is it not said that on Earth, love is free? Without turning back, Odin waved his hand dismissively. That is a concern for the youth. However, he added, I do believe you two are quite suited for one another. Hearing such a dismissive remark, Leon gritted his teeth as he watched the two figures recede into the distance, ultimately resigning himself to seek out Thor. Resolute in his decision, Leon resolved to avoid Sif during his time in Asgard. After all, provoking the goddess of war was a minor concern. Incurring the ire of Heimdall could trigger a cascade of repercussions, and that would truly be a predicament beyond his capacity to bear. Chapter 103, A Conversation with Frigga within the resplendent library. Lion was engrossed in the weighty tomes surrounding him. In recent days, he had deliberately evaded discussions about Odin and the Ancient One, as well as steered clear of the goddess Sif, immersing himself in this sanctuary of knowledge. Aside from perusing ancient texts, he maintained contact with friends back on Earth through his mobile device. Among them, none were more persistent than Nick Fury, the shrewd director of SHIELD, who was incessantly scheming to extract intelligence about Asgard from Lion to bolster Earth's defenses. How many inhabitants does Asgard have? How many years would it take for Earth to catch up to their level of technology? What level of destruction could a nuclear bomb inflict upon them? Such inquiries flooded in one after another. Lion only responded with 2 crucial pieces of information. The Rainbow Bridge was essentially a weapon of mass destruction, and the residents of the Divine Realm generally possessed physical abilities akin to that of Captain America, with some, like Thor, being extraordinary powerhouses. This revelation seemed to leave Fury taken aback, and thereafter, he ceased his incessant messages. Hello there, little one. You are quite diligent, came a voice that startled Lion. He looked up to find Queen Frigga, accompanied by 2 handmaidens, standing before him. She observed the magical tome in his hands with keen interest. Are you intrigued by magic? Just browsing, Lion replied, closing the book. I have a sister who has awakened a similar magical ability, but she lacks the opportunity for systematic study. Frigga's eyes glimmered with appreciation as she gently waved her hand, conjuring a book emanating a soft glow. Perhaps this tome, The Inscription of Magic, might assist her. It is designed to help beginners swiftly find their footing. Lion accepted the book with reverence, grateful for her thoughtful gesture, regardless of its practical utility. After a moment, Frigga suddenly suggested, perhaps you should take a break. Your mute guardian is having quite a delightful time in the arena with Thor and the others. Would you not care to join them? Not really, Lion replied with a wry smile. You know, concerning those rumors about me and Lady Sif, seeing the awkwardness on his face, Frigga smiled gently. Did you know? 6 centuries ago, a great calamity befell the 9 realms. A witch named Lorelei enchanted Thor. She paused meaningfully, though Thor has been reluctant to speak of it since. Lion immediately understood Frigga's implication. Such matters were hardly unusual in the divine realm, especially given that his relationship with Sif was merely the subject of whispers. Noticing Lion's demeanor soften, Frigga continued. Thor mentioned that you have been quite helpful to him on Earth. I have yet to properly thank you. Your words are too generous, my queen, Lion replied. Shaking his head, Thor is a good friend. Assisting him is only natural. I know my son well, Frigga said, a tender warmth in her eyes. He must have caused quite a few amusing incidents on Earth, hasn't he? Lion stifled a laugh, forcing himself to recall some of the more somber moments to avoid bursting into laughter. Indeed, there have been some entertaining events. However, this only proves Thor's generous spirit. He is destined to be a wise ruler in the future. Frigga, lost in thought, compared Odin and Thor, sighing softly, I truly hope so. I have great faith in Thor. Leon's laughter suddenly faltered as he recalled the cost of Thor's growth into a formidable force capable of confronting Thanos. A cost that included the gentle goddess before him. Frigga merely gazed at Leon, her eyes seemingly piercing through the fabric of time and space. As a sorceress, she had long foreseen her destiny and even glimpsed more in the future Thor who had traversed from another realm. By the way, she abruptly changed the subject. How does one recharge the R-stars on your platform? Asgard does not possess dollars. Leon paused, taken aback. The platform offered Earth technology, which should hold little allure for Asgard, right? Is that so? Frigga shook her wrist adorned with a magical bracelet engraved with runes. These could very well serve as fine weapons. She gracefully opened the R-Star platform interface. As a well-versed goddess, she understood the value of this Earth technology. Heimdall's keen eyes had long informed her that those flying vehicles were masterpieces of reverse engineering from Earth. Instant interstellar communication, Frigga marveled. Messages can reach even the farthest Nidavellir in an instant. This technology surpasses even the mightiest of divine magic. Is that true? Leon gazed enviously at the magical bracelet. Though he quickly composed himself, he granted Frigga elevated privileges. The goddess could now directly invite new users. If interested, she could even establish a shop to exchange technological insights. Frigga saw through his intentions. It was clear he coveted the technology that Earth possessed, but Asgard did not. Yet, for a realm overflowing with inventory, parting with some outdated equipment was hardly a concern. I shall seriously consider the idea of opening a shop, Frigga remarked, conjuring another exquisite bracelet and presenting it to Leon. Accept this as a token from me and the Allfather. Leon hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted it with reverence. Thank you, my goddess. As they bid farewell, Frigga imparted a profound message. Avoidance will not resolve your issues. You must face them. Leon rose to see her off. I understand, my goddess. I shall seek Thor and the others at the arena this afternoon. Chapter 104. The Schemes of S.H.I.E.L.D. In stark contrast to Leon's leisurely activities in the divine realm, S.H.I.E.L.D. was engulfed in a tumultuous uproar over the fragment of the destroyer armor. Within the headquarters office, Nick Fury was vociferously confronting his old friend and former superior, Pierce. That was a gift from Thor to Leon Noah. The only reason I could acquire so much is that I intended to share the research findings with him. Pierce, seated across from Fury, slammed his hand on the table in irritation. Funny mud, we are on Earth now, and Leon Noah is in Asgard. Whether he can return is uncertain. What's wrong with taking a few items? I say no means no. You've seen Coulson's report. Thor demands Leon's allegiance. I advise you to refrain from those petty thoughts and not jeopardize the friendship between two civilizations. After observing Pierce's reaction, which seemed somewhat pliable, Fury continued at a leisurely pace. You must trust Agent Romanoff. For now, the military lacks any agent who has climbed to the upper echelons of Noah's company. Pierce shook his head. Fury, you will come to regret this. Fury slammed the table in anger. Enough. I am the director here. Pierce stormed out, cursing Fury under his breath. How had he ever been elected as the head of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Now he was merely shooting himself in the foot. Contact our operatives hidden across various locations. I intend to make R-Star pay dearly. Harsh sanctions against them. Hilvet followed behind Pierce, nodding in agreement, though he doubted that such actions would yield any substantial impact on our star. At most, it would only affect the civilian market. After all, the American military relied on our star's weaponry, and even the lower echelons of American society had grown fond of the products produced by our star. For instance, the trade-in for old cars to new ones, with the cheapest Callan photo priced at 9,000 our star coins, while the Queen of Gordon needed merely 8,000. Who could compete with that? Pierce glanced back at Hilvet, who appeared lost in thought, and frowned. Is there a problem? Hilvet snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head. Of course not. I will contact them immediately to discuss how to impose sanctions on our star. Watching Hilvet's figure recede into the distance, Pierce sighed. It seemed that the vast S-H-I-E-L-D ultimately relied on his guidance to forge ahead. Contemplating this, he felt the weight of his responsibilities grow heavier. Meanwhile, Leon remained blissfully unaware of these developments, engrossed in the magical tomes of the divine realm. In less than a week, he had become well-versed in the foundational courses, such as the extraction of magical essence. Leon, do not be fooled by those dusty books. Why pursue magic when you could be a warrior like me and the little mute champion? Leon closed the magic book with a hint of exasperation, gazing at Thor, who was striding confidently toward him. At that moment, he truly wished to slap him into silence. It was precisely due to Thor's raucous antics in the arena yesterday that Leon was compelled to face off against the formidable Sif. The scene was nothing short of chaotic. To pit a mere mortal, reminiscent of a fledgling Captain America, against a super soldier goddess like Sif was absurd. Had it not been for Sif's mercy, one might have feared that Leon would be confined to his bed for an extended period. Yet, in a bid for vengeance against Thor, during the skirmish, Leon deftly evaded Sif's attacks and seized the enchanted Mjolnir hanging on the arena wall. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted, mirroring the astonishment etched across Thor's face as he witnessed the spectacle. How could anyone but the god of thunder wield his hammer? Did he not care for his own reputation? Undoubtedly, Leon emerged victorious. When Mjolnir pressed against Sif's chest, she could scarcely believe the rapid turn of events. Thor, must you always interrupt my studies? Speak. What is it you wish to convey? Thor scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. Well, Heimdall summoned you. He mentioned that certain matters have arisen in Midgard, and I was sent to inform you. Chapter 105. The Deeds of the Small-Minded on the Fractured Rainbow Bridge. Recently, Heimdall has not been at ease. One might think his sole duty is to activate the Rainbow Bridge, but that would be a misconception. His responsibilities have grown heavier. For Thor has shattered the bridge, severing the passage between Asgard and the other realms. He must remain ever vigilant to report any emergencies. Lion Noah Heimdall gazed into the depths of the universe, recognizing the approaching presence without turning his head. Lion approached Heimdall's side, equally curious about the starry expanse he was observing, which likely housed the Earth. Heimdall, Thor summoned me. Is there something amiss on Earth? It pertains to your enterprise on Earth. It should be called R-Star Industries, correct? It has attracted unwanted attention. Lion paused, bewildered, as he had not wronged anyone. Who is watching us? Heimdall's eyes shifted slightly, as if confirming something, before he slowly replied, an organization known as S-H-I-E-L-D, led by an individual named Alexander Pierce. However, I have heard their motto, Hail Hydra. Lion's frustration bubbled to the surface. But he quickly realized he had yet to express his gratitude to Heimdall, and he was uncertain about Hydra's methods. Thank you, Heimdall. Can you discern why they target me and their tactics? I need to prepare. Heimdall withdrew his gaze and turned to observe Lion's serious demeanor. Although he understood that Thor was orchestrating events behind the scenes, he felt a twinge of discontent regarding the recent rumors aimed at Lion and Sif. Nonetheless, this information was necessary to convey. The primary reason for their focus on you is the URU alloy fragments left on Earth. As for how they plan to deal with you, their current strategy involves sabotaging the civilian vehicles you produce, inciting widespread disaster, followed by the narrative spun by politicians and the media. Good heavens! Lion exclaimed, instantly overwhelmed. If they dared to confront him openly, it would be one thing. But resorting to underhanded tactics was another matter entirely. Furthermore, one cannot perpetually guard against thieves, despite the current revenue reaching over 40 billion. A significant portion of that was generated by pre-orders. Let us not even mention military contracts with other organizations. They likely lack the capability. However, this also includes civilian vehicles. If something were to happen now, would anyone still be inclined to purchase in the future? With this thought weighing on him, Lion swiftly raised his wrist, activating the friend page of the R-Star platform with the bracelet gifted by Freya. The holographic projection displayed none other than his friend Natasha. Heimdall, do not mention Hydra. I shall deal with them properly upon my return to Earth. Heimdall nodded, discerning that Lion's true intent lay beneath the surface, clearly cautious of something. Yet, since he had stated his wishes, Heimdall would comply. The communication was quickly established. One must commend the celestial technology. The projection of Natasha appeared as if she were genuinely present before him. Boss, are you not planning to return? At this rate, I feel as though I might collapse. Observing Natasha's pronounced dark circles, Leon stifled a chuckle as he showcased their surroundings to her, subsequently shrugging his shoulders in resignation. You see, the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard is not so easily repaired. Sitting in the chair that originally belonged to Leon and the little mute girl, Natasha rolled her eyes and said with annoyance, So, boss, what are you intending to do? Taking a vacation while leaving me, a mere woman. Ahem, Heimdall. Please share the findings you have discovered. Leon redirected the projection to Heimdall, who stood nearby, while also preparing to supplement any omissions he might make. Chapter 106. Mealy-Weather. The Midgardians are preparing to target the R-Star and Lion. Heimdall, while articulating the circumstances, gazes into the starry expanse, traversing multiple star systems, and remains keenly aware of the Hydra's arrangements. Natasha furrows her brow, meticulously noting the key points articulated by Heimdall: time, location, personnel allocation, and even the methods employed in their schemes, all recounted with precision. Listening to Heimdall's revelations, Natasha, in disbelief, inquires, Boss, is this truly the case? Indeed, Lion replies gravely. Fully aware of the extensive plans orchestrated by Hydra. Should they succeed, an unprecedented catastrophe would befall major cities. I will contact S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha reaches for the telephone on the table. No, hold off on informing that unscrupulous scoundrel in S.H.I.E.L.D. Lion interjects. Why alert them now and risk alarming the enemy? It is high time for our private military company and security contractors to flex their muscles. With a look of puzzlement, Natasha observes as Lion licks his lips, a glint of menace in his eyes. Mealy-Weather. Hello, this is Mealy-Weather Security Consulting. How may I assist you? Natasha's heart races. Mealy-Weather is a formidable private military group recently gaining notoriety in the Middle East and Africa. Intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D. indicates that their arsenal consists entirely of R-Star equipment, and it appears their leadership has recently engaged in clandestine collaborations with the United States Congress. I am Lion Noah. Please connect me to Donald. As if receiving a command, the voice on the other end promptly responds, Yes, boss. Beep, beep. The call transfers, and the obsequious voice of Donald Percival comes through the receiver. Boss, how can I assist you? Lion clears his throat and introduces Natasha and Donald succinctly. Before delegating their respective tasks, Donald, it is time for our security department to make its presence known. Let the Congress and other companies in need of our services witness our capabilities. Natasha, would you like to participate? Exhaling deeply, Natasha nods affirmatively. With a smile, Donald addresses Natasha, Miss Romanoff, kindly prepare the materials. I shall come to discuss this mission with you personally. Then I entrust this matter to you both. I had initially considered sending the mute to handle it personally. Hearing this, Donald wipes the sweat from his brow. He certainly does not wish to encounter the mute, that harbinger of misfortune. Thankfully, they are allies now. Yet the mere mention of the mute still evokes a pang of anguish, reminiscent of money slipping away. Please refrain from deploying him. The situation is far from that dire. Please adopt the perspective of an NPC from GTV. In Morality and Law v. Mealy-Weather has indeed become a figure of trepidation. Upon hanging up the phone, Natasha fell into a deep reverie, unable to comprehend why a private military company would harbor fear towards a seemingly innocuous, yet deceptively sinister mute. It appeared that there were numerous concealed matters at play, and regrettably, she had an insatiable curiosity for uncovering secrets. Meanwhile, Donald Percival pondered for a moment. Reflecting on a particular thought, it seemed that his employer indulged in extravagant pursuits. Aside from the security personnel that the boss had strategically positioned beside the two young paramours, it appeared that the need for an additional secretary had arisen. However, as long as the boss had not issued any directives, he would refrain from taking any presumptuous actions. For he had no intention of jeopardizing his existence in this new world. He was determined to thrive. Chapter 107. A simple task. The jarring sound of a bell reverberated through the Staten Port base, now the headquarters of Mealy-Weather in New York. In a short span of time, dozens of vehicles emblazoned with the word patrol surged forth, heading directly to the Arcadios building, the headquarters of R-Star. Upon receiving the intelligence dossier from Natasha, along with the operational plan she had swiftly devised, Donald, a former Rear Admiral of the United States Navy SEALs, found himself somewhat astonished by Natasha's analytical and command capabilities. Her remarkable aptitude for intelligence analysis was indeed impressive. No wonder the boss chose her as his secretary. With a faint smile, Natasha reflected on her role as a spy, skilled across a wide array of fields. Yet, she pondered, what was she truly engaged in? The grind of a 996 work schedule? She longed to immerse herself in tasks where her true talents could shine. All right, Security Team 1, Security Team 2. The information has been dispatched to your squads. Remember to activate your recording devices. Following the command, the vehicles below vanished in an instant, each racing toward its designated target. Donald, retrieving his laptop, settled onto the sofa and activated the surveillance equipment, inviting Natasha to witness Merryweather's operation unfold. "Mr. Donald, what is the purpose of this video?" Natasha inquired, intrigued by the seamless high-definition footage. After all, the United States was not fully covered by a signal network. She was determined to uncover the secrets of this private military company. Donald chuckled, explaining, "Typically, when clients assign us security tasks, we record in real time to ensure they feel they receive value for their investment. Nothing remarkable, ha ha ha." Noticing that Donald seemed disinclined to continue their conversation, Natasha momentarily subdued her curiosity and focused intently on the video feeds displayed on the screen. Time slipped by swiftly, and as the first team of Security 1 arrived at the scene of the unexpected incident, members of the Snake Shield Agency began to gather at the designated location. "They're here." The captain of Security 1 stood atop the building, cradling a sniper rifle in his hands. "Received." The members of the security team lay concealed in various corners of the parking lot, poised to apprehend the terrorists at the opportune moment, waiting to strike. "He is coming." "Number 2, to your left, he is installing the plastic explosives," the captain signaled to his subordinate while aiming the sniper rifle at the assailant's head. Now, the Hydra operative responsible for setting the bomb had just crawled out from beneath the vehicle when Number 2, springing forth with a stun gun, incapacitated him. Leaving the handgun he had tucked away to clatter to the ground. A crackle emanated from the radio. Simultaneously, Numbers 4 and 5 captured the remaining Hydra members poised to assist their comrade. Mission accomplished, 3 captured, 2 deceased. Number 5 has a bullet wound in the right arm. "But it's nothing serious," the captain coldly reported into the radio. "Received. I will request a bonus for Number 5. However, the explosives they had prepared were quite ample. After subduing the Hydra agents, Numbers 4 and 5 found time to examine their arsenal. 20 kilograms of plastic explosives. "Captain, how shall we proceed?" "Call 911. The captain contemplated before adding, "And bring in the media. Our company is in dire need of publicity." The operation of Security Team 2 was somewhat spirited, differing markedly from the methods of Security Team 1. Their destination being rather remote, it was fortuitous that they encountered Hydra's vehicle en route. As they crossed paths at a traffic light, they exchanged knowing glances, unmistakably recognizing each other as adversaries. However, given the covert nature of Hydra's mission, both their choice of vehicle and weaponry were remarkably inconspicuous. Thus, Merryweather initiated the assault, leading to a frenetic street chase and exchange of fire. In no time, this cohort of Hydra met its demise, resulting in a well-deserved administrative leave for all members of the hastily assembled Security Team 2. Truly, a cause for celebration. Chapter 108. Natasha's discovery in the Arcadios building. Donald sat comfortably on the sofa, watching the security team efficiently resolve the situation via video. He found himself much more appreciative of Security Team 1 than the street battles involving Security Team 2. With the first phase of the mission successfully completed, he now awaited the opposing team's next move to determine if preemptive measures were necessary and to decide whether to deploy the military. "Wait," Natasha's tone was grave as she took a deep breath. "Could you ask Security Team 1 to refrain from alerting the police and calling the press? I need to verify a few things." "What do you mean?" Donald frowned. This was an excellent opportunity for publicity, one that could swiftly absolve the chaos caused by Security Team 2. If he did not seize the narrative, what would become of Merryweather's reputation? Uncertain of Natasha's true role beside Lion, Donald reluctantly afforded her some leeway. "Suspend operations for now. All right, you have 3 minutes. After that, I will report this to the boss." Upon hearing this, Natasha sighed in relief and promptly dialed Nick Fury's emergency number. The phone rang. "How can you cry? Everything will be all right. What has happened?" Natasha listened to Nick Fury's puzzled voice, her anger flaring. Had it not been for the fact that one of the individuals detained by Security Team 1 was a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent she recognized, she would not find herself in such a predicament. S.H.I.E.L.D. is manufacturing a scandal concerning the R-Star vehicle's malfunction. Who authorized this mission? As Natasha pressed, Nick Fury straightened, fully aware of her tenacity. This inquiry was certainly not baseless. "It wasn't me. Who did you see?" "I know one. He's a level 5 operative from operations, Dirk Bondi. The rest likely have ties to S.H.I.E.L.D. as well." Natasha recounted her knowledge to Nick Fury, and it became evident that this situation was not the doing of the unscrupulous individuals. After absorbing her full report, Nick Fury fell into deep contemplation. "Inform Donald Percival that there is no cause for concern regarding this incident. I will shape Merryweather into a security organization forced to retaliate." Also, Nick Fury sighed heavily, acknowledging that he did not possess the charm that Natasha wielded. "You should personally contact Lion Noah and ascertain his demands. I will do my utmost to accommodate them." "Understood. I will do my best." Natasha promptly ended the call, not intending to delve further into the matter. She was merely a pawn in this situation, It could very well be an internal power struggle within S.H.I.E.L.D. A scenario she loathed above all else. Before long, the officer blocking Security Team 2's path chose to let them through after receiving a call from his superior. The individuals before him were not to be trifled with. Donald observed the scene through video and, after instructing his team to take a break, signaled to Natasha that it was time to reach out to Lion. Natasha picked up the phone, taking a moment to compose herself before reaching out to Leon via the R-Star platform. In the Grand Hall of Asgard, Thor was joyfully engaging in libations with Leon and the Mute Warrior. Despite the fact that they could wield the mighty Meow Meow hammer, their tolerance for alcohol paled in comparison to his own. Each time Thor reflected on this, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. "Come, let us celebrate the Mute Warrior's triumph in today's contest," he exclaimed, only to be interrupted by a sudden warmth emanating from his wristband, signaling an incoming message. Chapter 109. The Lion's demands. At the moment the communication was established, Natasha's melancholic gaze was fixed upon the somewhat inebriated Leon. "You knew about this from the very beginning, didn't you?" The thought that the other party had been feigning ignorance while fully aware incensed Natasha. "Could we not discuss matters civilly? Must we resort to violence to reach an understanding?" Leon, feeling a twinge of guilt, quickly composed himself and retorted, "Why should I concern myself with your grievances? If it were not for Heimdall's all-seeing eyes, I would have suffered a significant loss. Now, tell me, what terms would compel you to cease your inquiries?" Natasha was aware of Leon's apprehensions. Should those individuals succeed, our Star Industries would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. "Is that so? Then I shall need to deliberate." As Leon spoke, he scratched his chin, weighing the potential gains and losses in his mind. "I intend to establish a chemical research company in the Scranton area, near the Pennsylvania border. All necessary documentation, qualifications, and state and county permits must be procured by your team. Can that be accomplished within a week?" Perhaps taken aback by the simplicity of Leon's demands, Natasha paused momentarily before smiling and responding, "Certainly, I believe that will be quite manageable for us." "Is that so?" A mischievous grin crept across Leon's face as he continued. "ISNTSHIELD. Considering sponsoring some funding? If your mission is successfully completed, how much will my R-Star Industries ultimately lose?" Natasha rolled her eyes, knowing full well that this young man was not easily placated. She pressed on, "Name your figure, and let me see just how ambitious you are. For $1 billion, non-negotiable." "That is out of the question." Natasha swiftly rejected the proposition, fully aware of her director's frugality, particularly in delaying employee allowances, making it unlikely they would agree to such an outrageous compensation. "How would you know if you haven't?" he asked. From across the room, a drunken Thor interjected, Leon, where are you?" "Burp. Come back and continue drinking." "Coming right up." Leon replied towards the direction of the Warriors' Hall before shrugging at Natasha on the other end of the communication. "The subsequent matters will be handled by Donald. You may discuss them with Director Egghead." Beep, beep, beep. Suppressing her rising anger, Natasha set down the now disconnected phone and smiled at Donald, who sat opposite her. "Mr. Donald, please hold on a moment as I report this information to the director." Donald remained noncommittal, gesturing for Natasha to proceed as she wished. Meanwhile, in S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, who was in the midst of reallocating files, discovered an unauthorized covert operation. The task's leader was none other than Alexander Pierce, who shared his level 10 clearance. "Fury, my reconnaissance team has been attacked by Leon Noah's personnel. This is no ordinary entrepreneur. We must strike hard." Before Fury could fully absorb the details of the report, Pierce burst into his office, interrupting his train of thought. "Is that so?" Nick Fury spoke with indifference, subsequently projecting the footage of Merryweather's mission onto the wall, which vividly documented the scene of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents installing explosives. "Fury, this." Pierce momentarily found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to explain this spectacle. He deeply regretted not dispatching his ace assassin, the Winter Soldier, to undertake this mission. He had not anticipated that the current Hydra agents would prove so inept. Not only had they failed the mission, but they had also been caught red-handed. Was it a matter of his agent's incompetence, or was the enemy's mercenary strength simply overwhelming? The phone rang. "You are in danger." Fury glanced at the caller ID and then answered the call in Pierce's presence. "Natasha, what did he say?" "He intends to establish a chemical research company," Natasha replied, observing Donald's amused expression across the table, and added, "along with a compensation of $4 billion. "What? This cannot be accepted. I must have a serious discussion with Leon." Natasha shook her head in resignation, indicating her inability to persuade Nick Fury to accept this compensation. Donald casually took Natasha's phone, activated the speaker, and placed it on the table before slowly addressing Fury. "Hello, Director Fury. I am Donald Percival. Mr. Noah has entrusted me to assist him in finalizing this transaction." "You are extorting us." S.H.I.E.L.D. will not pay such an unclear so-called compensation. Fury exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, his body trembling with anger. TSK. Donald paid no heed to Fury's outbursts and issued a final ultimatum. You have 3 days to wire the debt to Meliweather's account. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to reveal the unsavory dealings of your so-called clandestine organization to the world. With that, Donald Percival abruptly ended the call, leaving Director Fury no room for negotiation. Listening to the busy signal emanating from his phone, Nick Fury's forehead throbbed with fury, and he forcefully threw the specialized device to the ground. Pierce, this is your doing. Chapter 110, The Asgard Branch. The following day. Within the resplendent halls of the Asgardian Palace, Leon was attentively reviewing departmental reports through his wrist device. Pegasus reported, the production capacity for low-end vehicles is insufficient, and we are exploring potential collaborations with other automotive manufacturers. Brilliant Diamond Casino, the headquarters anticipates that renovations will be completed within a month, ready for operations. Armed Nation, the profits from weapon component recycling in the bunker continue to expand. Mayweather, the humanitarian laboratory has been sited, and biological and chemical experts are currently undergoing identity verification. Vanilla Unicorn Club, the promotional efforts for the beauty pageant are progressing smoothly, with surveys indicating that 89 of men in New York exhibit considerable interest. Tony Stark wishes to serve as a judge. Upon reading this, Leon could not help but chuckle softly. Tony's charm was truly omnipresent. Leon, come quickly. I have a surprise waiting for you. Hearing Thor's enthusiastic call, Leon shut off the projection and made his way toward a newly established area in Asgard. This location starkly contrasted with the opulent splendor of Asgard. Reminiscent of the towering structures of New York juxtaposed against a desolate western town, evoking a sense of disconnection. This place is quite nice. I used to frequent it as a child to train and learn weaponry, Thor remarked, draping an arm over Leon's shoulder, while distant sounds of explosions echoed nearby. Those were remnants of the small particle cannons dismantled during the previous battle with the Groenhell fleet. The minimum output power is approximately 410 watts. Are you in Midgard employing such mathematical models now? Leon nodded with a smile. Indeed, I had no idea you were so knowledgeable, Thor. Haha, Thor laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. Don't think I'm just a brute. I've passed quite a few electives in addition to my core courses. Who would have thought? Leon shrugged and approached the particle cannon to examine its intricate structure. It was a compact device, nearly half a person's height, powered by plasma compression energy. The resulting particle beam was constrained into a linear trajectory by magnetic fields. However, due to material constraints, it could only achieve its purpose through intermittent energy release, akin to the principle of a water-cooled machine gun, where continuous output might lead to catastrophic failure. This equipment is universally utilized by cosmic pirates, compared to Midgard's gunpowder weapons. Its primary advantage lies in its energy consumption, allowing for sustained combat in the cosmos. Listening to Thor's explanation, Leon nodded in agreement. This indeed highlighted the merits of energy weapons. Come, there are more surprises ahead. At Thor's urging, Leon followed him around the corner, and upon discovering the concealed building, he could hardly believe his eyes. Armed Nation. Indeed, the structure before Leon bore the emblem of our star, and with the doors wide open, the merchandise within was fully visible. Lance, shield, armor, all of Asgardian craftsmanship. Yet beneath them lay the sinister offerings of the underworld, including electromagnetic cannons and other products from our star. One must admit that the electromagnetic cannon is impressive, capable of piercing through the Asgardian standard battle armor. Heh. Leon chuckled silently. Such ostentation is rather injurious, isn't it? Who does not know of Asgard's might? Born as the progenitors of super soldiers, possessing the wealth of the 9 realms, and born at the pinnacle of existence. Thor awkwardly smiled, then led Leon into a small room on the left, where an array of confiscated weapons from the aftermath of wars lay in disarray. Take a look. Is there anything that piques your interest? The ground was strewn with an assortment of armaments, piled high like a small mountain. Yet the dust covering them suggested they had been untouched for an eternity. One cannot help but worry that one day a weapon might suffer an energy leak, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that would obliterate this place. Chapter 111. Oi Hero Scorch. Ultimately, Leon did not take anything from this place. He merely enlisted Soul's assistance to meticulously dismantle all the items and subsequently document their structures. The 5th weapons blueprint has been successfully entered. Progress has been commendable, as it has provided insights into the structural principles of various extraterrestrial technologies. Leon rubbed his dry eyes. These alien weapons were indeed perplexing, particularly the integrated magnetic field generator, which posed the greatest challenge. Soul, unable to endure the tedium of the environment, had hastily departed for a drink. At this moment, Leon yearned for an artificial intelligence, for such a companion would alleviate his burdens. Perhaps upon returning to Earth, he could persuade Stark to custom design an AI for him. However, he wondered when the system would reward him with a Clifford. The last reward, following a revenue surpassing 30 billion, had been the base of Melivether. Yet, gazing at the projection data recorded within his wristband, Leon felt confident he could replicate it 101 on Earth. Excuse me, is this place hiring a shopkeeper? Leon, who was tidying up and preparing to close, was taken aback by the sight of a man with a rather humorous hairstyle standing at the door, seemingly having waited for quite some time. "Why, hero?" Leon blurted out, for this man bore an uncanny resemblance to the Butcher, a character from The Boys, known for his outrageous appearance. Scorch looked around, bewildered, and then turned to Leon, asking, "Who is the Oi hero?" Cough, cough. "No matter, you just look remarkably like him. I mistook you for someone else." Leon gestured for Scorch to come in and take a seat, then inquired about what he meant by being a shopkeeper. Scorch then elaborated, explaining that as the son of a stonemason in Asgard, he was likely destined to follow in his father's footsteps. He harbored a strong desire to prove himself. However, the realm of the gods was typically devoid of significant events. Recently, there was a novelty. Prince Sol was seeking someone to manage the shop, prompting Scorch to seize the opportunity, hoping to be selected. After all, he possessed an abundance of time, but to his surprise, no one had shown up. As everyone in the realm assumed Sol was merely playing pretend, Leon nodded, realizing that Odin had not disclosed the incident concerning the frost giants breaching the realm. Or else Scorch would not be so oblivious. "So, do you have confidence in selling the items here? Are you aware of how the shop generates profit?" Scorch appeared uncertain, pulling out a design blueprint from his pocket, which meticulously illustrated the various specifications of a carbine rifle, along with ideas on how to incorporate runes into it. "The application of basic enhancement runes. Scorch, you truly are a talent. Can you comprehend this?" Scorch exclaimed in astonishment, for he had invested a great deal of effort to arrive at such insights, never expecting a Midgardian to grasp it at a glance. "I understand some of it." Leon set down Scorch's design, contemplating that he might indeed be capable of merging firearms with magic. "I will recommend you to Sol. You are quite suitable." Upon hearing this, Scorchy could only chuckle foolishly. Regaining his composure, he immediately feigned seriousness and said, "Wise one of Midgard, I am exceedingly grateful to you." "It is nothing." Leon waved his hand dismissively. However, due to the current disconnection between Asgard and Earth, there are no trade relations at this time. Scorchy was about to utter something, but Leon interrupted him. "Nevertheless, your design blueprint is quite impressive. You may sell it to R-Star Industries, which is me. In addition to the patent, I can also grant you a 30 share of the profits from every item produced from your design." Scorchy sat across from Leon, dazed, as he was overwhelmed by the unexpected opportunity presented to him. "Should there be any progress, do not hesitate to contact me." Leon added Scorchy as a friend on the platform. Encountering someone willing to explore gunpowder weaponry in the realm of the gods is indeed a rarity, as currently, on Earth, aside from certain specialized weapons, the bullets would merely leave a bruise on the denizens of the divine realm. Chapter 112. The glorious years of Thor upon the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard. A fervent restoration effort was underway. Standing idly by, attracting attention, were Heimdall and Leon. During this period, Leon had immersed himself in the realm of magic, and while it was not worth mentioning other matters, his mind truly felt weary. However, on a brighter note, he had made initial strides in the application of runes. Heimdall gazed into the starry sky, still fixated on a particular direction. "Where they all missed you dearly." Leon sighed. Although his visit to the realm of the gods had yielded substantial rewards, it had been nearly a month since he last saw Gwen and Wanda, with only the R-Star platform for communication. "Heimdall, do you think, aside from the Rainbow Bridge and spaceships, is there any other way to return to Earth?" "I do not know. If Loki were still here, he would have some insight." Heimdall pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "That truly is unfortunate." Despite knowing that he would find no answers here, Leon could not help but feel disheartened and ultimately had to depart in disappointment. Heimdall watched Leon walk away, shaking his head. He had indeed glimpsed the hidden paths of the Nine Realms, with several routes available for selection. A single Asgardian ship would suffice to transport him back. Yet the dangers along those routes were unknown to him. To protect Leon, he could only resort to deceit. As night fell, Asgard exhibited an exquisite beauty. The moonlight cascaded like a fine layer of sand across the expansive square, with the central pavilion flickering with a faint glow. Thor, Fandral, the Mute One, and Leon gathered around the campfire, indulging in hearty drinks and succulent meat, the growing flames casting a warm red hue upon their faces. Thor took a bite of freshly roasted meat from the fire and inquired of Fandral, "Why hasn't Sif joined us? I believe I invited her this morning." Fandral, seizing a moment while Leon was drinking, cast a glance, indicating his uncertainty about the situation. Thor, with a pained expression, exchanged glances and subtle gestures with Fandral. "Thor, you know I have a girlfriend now." Even the king of the gods seems unbothered by any connection between Leon and Sif. Fandral, "But Leon has mentioned he has a girlfriend back on Earth." "You truly are." uncertain of their true thoughts. Each interpreted the situation in their own way. "What are you two up to? Making faces over there?" Leon observed them and sensed they were concocting something dubious behind the scenes. Sigh. Thor appeared to recollect something, unable to suppress a sigh. "I miss my brother." Leon took a sip of his drink, regarding the sighing Thor, and offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. "Try to look on the bright side. Have you seen or even touched his body?" Thor shook his head. Loki had fallen into the depths of space, making the presence of a body impossible. Then it is not a 100 certainty of death, but rather 99. Or perhaps even a lower probability of death, Leon remarked, taking another bite of roasted meat. "Do you understand?" Thor, lost in thought. Was this a sign from the wise? "I knew it. He hasn't truly perished, has he?" Vandal, observing Thor's despondency, suddenly perked up and gave Lion a thumbs up. "I never said such a thing." Lion hastily distanced himself from the statement. Did he actually say that? The little mute tilted his head, oblivious to their conversation. He was untouched by death. And resurrection merely required a mere 500, such as the mechanism. "What a pity," Thor remarked, assessing Lion's appearance and physique. "In our family, there are only 2 brothers. If there were a sister or a younger sibling, we would surely play matchmaker. By the way, have you ever considered Sif?" Lion couldn't help but turn away, frowning. It was merely gossip, and they hadn't even consulted Sif for her true feelings. He resolved to ignore Thor for the next 3 days. "Come on, Lion. Don't be like that. According to the Midgard calendar, you are still in your youth. These days should be savored," Thor implored, gradually becoming inebriated. He plopped down beside Lion, raising his goblet with one hand while resting the other on Lion's shoulder, recounting tales of his past battles. "Vandal, do you remember that fiery girl we encountered among the Aesir 500 years ago? And what about Alfheim's?" As Thor continued, his stories grew increasingly outrageous, even divulging encounters with passionate queens and she-wolves. Lion twitched at the corner of his mouth, unable to restrain his sarcasm. "All right, we get it. You're quite the warrior. Engaging with a giant wolf is indeed impressive. I hope you're not worried about me returning to Earth to share these tales with Jane." Thor suddenly sobered, tears and snot streaming down as he pleaded with Lion not to mention these matters to Jane Foster. He genuinely believed that Jane was his true love. Lion patted Thor's back heavily, speaking earnestly. "Thor, you shouldn't confide these things to me. However, I shall, to a certain extent, keep your secrets." Chapter 113. The final return to Earth in the cold, gray, and mist-laden expanse of a rugged wasteland. A solitary figure stood amidst a multitude of bones. The stillness of this desolate realm was abruptly shattered by an ancient voice. "My child, after all this time, have you yet to recognize your mistakes? Look upon yourself. The once mighty god king who ruled over the 9 realms, how have you become so aged? This cannot be. You should still have time left. Have you not renounced war?" As the mist parted, a woman clad in a dark green and black battle attire, draped in a towering spiked cloak, emerged before the magical projection conjured by Odin. She was Hela, the rightful heir to the throne of Asgard, bearing the title of the goddess of death. "I had presumed that the passage of millennia would have instigated significant change within you, yet I find that you remain unchanged," she remarked coldly, turning her head away. "What do you intend to do now? Put on a farcical court drama?" Odin, observing Hela's obstinate demeanor, could not help but reminisce about the earlier image of Thor in his quest against the frost giants. "Hela, you are undoubtedly my child. And everything has always been for Asgard," he declared. Hela's expression darkened. She had waged war across the 9 realms, committing countless atrocities at Odin's behest. For Odin had instructed her that to ascend as a god king, one must endure sufficient warfare. For only by bathing in the blood of the living could one earn the right to rule. She had obeyed Odin's commands, transforming from an innocent girl into the executioner of a king. Yet when her ambitions surpassed his own, he confined her like an animal. "Your time is short. Either release me now and end my life, or await your demise, at which point I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine," she asserted. Odin gazed silently at Hela, his resolve solidifying as the magical projection gradually dissipated across the desolate landscape. Meanwhile, Elon, reclining on his bed while inscribing runes, was unexpectedly summoned to the Golden Palace by a lady-in-waiting, accompanied by the mute warrior and Heimdall. "Elon, Asgard has amassed sufficient dark energy to transport you and this mute warrior back to Earth." Elon looked up in surprise at Odin, who sat regally upon his throne, and eagerly expressed his gratitude. "I cannot thank the god king enough for your benevolence. This is truly wonderful." Odin scrutinized the young man before him, then thrust Gungnir into the ground, producing a resonant thud. A contingent of guards emerged from the side, and the lead attendant placed a wooden box before Elon, bowing to Odin before departing. "This is a gift from Asgard. Open it and see," Odin instructed. Elon nodded, taking a deep breath to steady his excitement. After all, it was a gift from Odin, and who could fathom the treasures contained within? Within the wooden crate, a sphere radiating a mysterious glow lay silently, and Leon recognized it from his previous explorations of the Asgardian archives, where he had encountered various divine artifacts. Before him was indeed the Orb of Agamotto. This gift was exceedingly precious. Leon swallowed hard. Often, flattery concealed ulterior motives, and who could fathom the schemes of Odin, the old god? Odin smiled and remarked, "Do not worry. You possess some magical talent, and this artifact shall not languish in the treasury." "Thank you, your majesty," Leon replied gratefully as Odin watched him lift the Orb of Agamotto with satisfaction. He then signaled to Heimdall, who stood nearby, to prepare for their teleportation. "Leon, the mute warrior, shall we set the Rainbow Bridge's destination to St. Laurent Airport?" "Certainly," Leon nodded at Heimdall, for that was near his property in New York, allowing him to meet Gwen at the earliest opportunity. Having confirmed the destination, Heimdall inhaled deeply and began to channel his magical energy. "Father of the gods, let the dark magic flow through my veins and open the Rainbow Bridge." Chapter 114. Hela misinterpreted the script as the radiant light of the rainbow lifted Leon and the little mute away. The once upright Heimdall suddenly collapsed to his knees, taking a moment to regain his composure. "You have endured much, Heimdall," Odin remarked as he descended from his throne to assist Heimdall to his feet. "Your majesty, are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Heimdall inquired, gazing at the aged Odin, feeling a twinge of compassion for the actions that were to follow. "Surely, the situation cannot worsen, can it?" When Heimdall first learned of Hela's circumstances, he was profoundly shocked. Yet he felt unable to pass judgment on the king he had sworn allegiance to. In the realm of the underworld, Hela beheld the suddenly torn fabric of space before her, and a hint of melancholy stirred within her. In the end, she was destined to be slain by Odin. Why not have ended her life from the very beginning, sparing herself years of solitude? In the Grand Hall of Asgard, Odin had already cast a magical seal upon the space. He sat quietly upon his throne, watching as his daughter stepped forth from the portal. "Ah, how I have missed this place," Hela mused, feeling the continuous influx of energy restoring her strength, and she couldn't help but glance curiously at Odin. "I had thought you would choose to kill me in Midgard or Jotunheim. What is this? Do you desire to enter Valhalla in death? Is that why you have released me?" Sighing, Odin reflected on his perceived failures as a father, lamenting how all three of his children had strayed from the path. "And what of your new girlfriend, Frigga? I assumed she would come here to assist you, perhaps conjuring some illusions for me." Observing Odin's hesitation to strike, Hela seized the opportunity to accumulate energy, wandering through the temple. She noted the newly added murals upon the ceiling, which obscured their former era of bloodshed, now depicting the benevolent All-Father Odin alongside the Prince Thor wielding his hammer. "Concealing the past is indeed your customary approach," she remarked. As she spoke, a sharp blade flew toward Odin's throat, yet he merely released a fraction of his magical power, reducing it to mere dust. "This is impossible, my child. You cannot fathom the extent of my capabilities." Hela sensed the overwhelming divine power within Odin, and a wave of helplessness washed over her. No wonder he chose to end his own life in Asgard. Their powers were not even on the same tier, and Odin cared little whether she could draw strength from Asgard. Rising, Odin extended his hand and swiftly stripped Hela of her helmet. "Now, I shall take your power." In that moment of powerlessness, Hela fell to her knees, exclaiming, "Father, you cannot treat me thus. At the very least, allow me to perish at your hands." Odin shook his head and slowly descended from his throne. "By the name of my forefathers and ancestors," he intoned. A surge of rainbow energy enveloped both Hela and the helmet, the very same energy that powered the Rainbow Bridge, through which Leon and the Little Mute had recently returned to Earth. "No, you cannot do this. I banish you." Odin's body trembled violently, a manifestation of the immense power surging within him, pushing his physical limits to the brink. He gritted his teeth against the agony coursing through him as he imposed further restrictions on Hela's helmet. "By the name of Asgard, whosoever dons the crown and remains steadfast in compassion shall wield Hela's formidable strength." With that declaration, the crown was teleported away alongside Hela, while Odin succumbed to the backlash of his own power, collapsing to the ground. Heimdall stood vigilant outside, and the moment the seal was broken, he dashed towards the grand hall, burdened with numerous commands. Should Odin perish, Thor was to ascend the throne. If Odin merely fainted, then Frigga was to guide Thor in governance, while he himself would enter Odin's slumber. Even the most improbable scenarios were accounted for, including Hela's victory, which would necessitate Heimdall to clarify matters to the assembly, allowing Hela to inherit the throne. The outcome was evidently in favor of Odin, who triumphed decisively. Now, all eyes turned to Leon, for Odin's treasures were not to be claimed without merit. He needed Leon to guide Hela as he had with Thor. Even in the event of ultimate failure, Hela would remain forever unable to don the crown. Such an outcome seemed altogether agreeable. Chapter 115. Confidence is the pinnacle Earth. New York, St. Roland Airport. The planet had long since succumbed to the embrace of night, the radiant glow of the Rainbow Bridge illuminating the surroundings, prompting the station Merryweather military forces to adopt a state of heightened alert. "Who goes there? Raise your hands." before Leon could fully comprehend the situation. The blinding headlights of several military jeeps shone upon his face, the intense glare rendering him momentarily unable to see. "It's me, stand down," Leon gestured, revealing his identity. A figure clad in body armor quickly recognized their true superior and hastily ordered the others to lower their weapons. "Boss," reporting from the St. Roland team, Riley. With the airport's security status lifted, Riley escorted Leon and the mute girl into a hangar where they changed into fresh attire, then drove them towards the temporary landing zone, where a small BrahMos helicopter awaited takeoff. "Impressive vigilance," Leon remarked as he surveyed the area, which resembled a standard military base, complete with lookout towers and radar stations. Riley responded while driving, "Boss, we've established a collaboration with the American Congress, securing numerous projects, including the joint eradication of the Al-Qaeda and Taliban organizations. Currently, our most pressing matter is acquiring a decommissioned small Eagle-class aircraft carrier. Mr. Donald is negotiating with Congress to see if we can purchase it." Listening to the various undertakings Merryweather had engaged in, Leon couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, such professional matters were best left to those with expertise. Mr. Donald Percival had managed the organization exceptionally well. Boom. Riley brought the vehicle to a steady halt and turned to Leon. Another flash. "Boss, could it be the company's latest teleportation technology?" Leon shook his head, instructing Riley to advance while also summoning nearby patrol units. Boom. Another beam struck the ground, fortuitously landing directly in Leon's path. Screech. Riley executed an emergency brake and drift, narrowly avoiding the deep crater created by the extraterrestrial phenomenon. "What on earth?" "This is a military-grade concrete runway," Riley exclaimed as he jumped out of the Jeep, perceptively opening the door for Leon. "Well," Leon remained non-committal to Riley's words, then glanced toward the area illuminated by the flashlight attached to Riley's weapon. Within the pit lay a dark and menacing helmet. "All right. So this is the game we're playing?" Leon gazed up at the starry sky, aware that Heimdall was monitoring all activities in the vicinity. "Do not approach unfamiliar individuals. Do not fire. Lead them to me," Leon instructed through the intercom attached to Riley's chest, issuing orders to the Merryweather members. Riley, eyeing the helmet in the deep pit, couldn't help but inquire, "What is this, boss?" "A divine artifact. If you possess the requisite worthiness, you may wield the power of the goddess of death, Hela." "Riley, with a glance, you can guess whether I believe it or not." "Well, I never expected to encounter such an erudite individual here." A voice, laced with sarcasm and a hint of arrogance, echoed in Leon's ears. Approaching him was none other than Hela, the goddess of death from Asgard. "Are you from Midgard? Quite the progress you've made." Hela observed the mercenaries surrounding her, all brandishing their weapons in her direction. Among them were individuals who could be deemed valiant warriors in this modest locale, albeit far inferior to the armies of Asgard. "Well, as much as I would enjoy a conversation, I require my crown now. No one is to fire their weapons, regardless of the circumstances." With a shrug, Leon gestured towards the crown lying in the pit, indicating that she should retrieve it herself. The Merryweather mercenaries, obedient to Leon's command, promptly lowered their weapons and focused intently on Hela's every movement. Yet, this was merely a facade. Should Hela make any audacious move towards Leon, they would not hesitate to draw their weapons and eliminate her. After all, even the most junior mercenaries earned a starting salary of 8,000 per month. Not to mention the provision of standard weaponry free of charge, comprehensive medical coverage, generous bonuses, and potential gray income from missions. It begs the question, where else could one find such a principled organization as Merryweather? Hela circled Leon twice, scrutinizing his visage and physique, finding them quite to her taste. Had he been an Asgardian, he would have been perfect. "I did not expect to find such a pragmatic individual in Midgard. As a reward, I shall enlist your subordinates into my undead legion, and you shall serve as my executioner." She had anticipated a struggle to claim her crown. Yet it was astonishing that a man who commanded an army could be so timid. However, Hela reconsidered. After all, she was the illustrious goddess of death. And whether others acknowledged her or not, this man certainly did. Moreover, according to Midgardian chronology, he was merely in the prime of youth. And to lead such a troop was no small feat. Besides, she had no desire to slay mortals merely to prove her worth. Furthermore, this mortal was rather pleasing to the eye. Was it possible that Odin had watched her solitude for millennia and sought to provide her with a diversion, even if she found him lacking? Chapter 116. The reproduction of the thunder god's script. Leon's silence in the face of Hela's words was deliberate, for he had already activated the recording function of his wristband, intending to revisit the footage during moments of ennui. He regretted missing the iconic scene where Thor attempted to lift his hammer, but with the immersive technology of the Celestial Palace now at his disposal, he found solace. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Hela gracefully approached the crown. "Odin must have lost his wits, leaving the crown so close to me." She had feared that Odin might cast the crown into another realm, yet it lay within reach, and the individuals around her appeared utterly oblivious. showing no inclination to contest her claim to it. Pull. Hela offered an awkward smile. Hey, hurry up. Pull. Her expression began to darken. This truly is so tight. Pull. Hela struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. What sort of gravity does this planet possess? Never mind. Pull. Hela turned to question the onlookers, only to resume her futile attempts to lift the crown. Yeah. Roar. Pull. Leon, the mute. And the mercenaries watched Hela's performance with bemusement. It dawned on Hela then. Her gaze drifted toward the starry sky. Odin, father, please do not treat me thus. Pull. Hela's anguished wail echoed into the heavens, a lament of despair. Thunder rumbled ominously, and torrents of rain cascaded from the sky. As if even the heavens mourned the fall of this once mighty princess from grace. The script unfolded as anticipated. Leon shook his head and sighed. Upon hearing the thunder, he swiftly activated the magic of his wristband, erecting a faint energy barrier that shielded him from the deluge of rain. Take her to the hangar. I have matters to discuss with her. On their way, the mute patted Leon's shoulder, conveying his desire for an outing through the system. I wish to visit the Unicorn Club. Leon responded. Go ahead. I have stashed several off-road vehicles beside the hangar. Since it's raining, take the massive Patriot. Just remember, if you happen to get intoxicated, do not cause any disturbances. I'd rather not send someone to retrieve you. As he watched the mute's figure gradually vanish into the rainy night, Leon smirked. The intoxicated mute was always the source of trouble. If nothing significant arose in the near future, perhaps he would grant the mute a holiday. What do you mean by this? Hela was escorted to the office of the hangar, staring blankly as the mercenaries closed the door behind her. Though she found herself attracted to men like Leon, that did not imply she would submit to him in her current state of powerlessness. It was a matter of her dignity, nothing of consequence. Please, have a seat. Hela, Odin's daughter. Leon was courteous, suppressing any malevolent thoughts. Setting aside Hela's identity, the value of the aegis of Agamotto bestowed by Odin was beyond monetary measure. I had almost forgotten that name, Hela mused, lost in reminiscence, before inquiring, this wristband, was it a gift from Frigga? Who are you? Hela cast her gaze upon the bracelet adorning Lion's wrist, recognizing it as a meticulously crafted artifact of the dwarven race. She had once coveted this very item amidst a plethora of gifts, only to be chastised by Odin for her lack of discernment, admonishing her for not focusing on enhancing her own power at such a tender age. From that moment onward, she had refrained from indulging in such trinkets. Lion raised the hand bearing the bracelet for Hela to scrutinize, declaring, this is a gift from the goddess Freya. As for me, I am merely an ordinary inhabitant of Earth. Hela scoffed dismissively, retorting, though this object may not be particularly formidable, it is far beyond the grasp of an ordinary mortal like you. If you possess any sense, you would relinquish it to me. Perhaps I could spare your life before your body succumbs to decay. Lion shook his head, having thoroughly researched the power of the bracelet upon acquiring it. He was acutely aware of its attributes. The bracelet, bestowed by Freya, was forged entirely from URU alloy, adorned with runes that shimmered and flowed as its functionalities were activated. It contained a rune array capable of storing all technological programs and would thwart any intrusion by non-divine magical technology unless the user confirmed their intent through magic. It could simulate illusionary magic, transforming the bracelet into a watch or a chain, with the previous projection being an illusion generated by the bracelet. Moreover, the bracelet could create a protective field based on the magnitude of the user's magical input, manifesting shields that could encase others or solely protect the user. As long as sufficient magic was supplied, it could withstand assaults from heavy energy weapons. However, should the force of the attack exceed the magic input, the protective field would shatter instantaneously. Nevertheless, these capabilities bore little relevance for someone of Hela's caliber. The final and most practical ability was to enhance the user's physical constitution. Upon activation, the user's veins and meridians would glow with golden magic, with the degree of enhancement contingent upon the amount of magic infused. Concurrently, the healing ability would be significantly amplified, allowing even fatal wounds to gradually mend, provided there was enough magical energy. Such formidable powers posed minimal side effects for beings of the divine realm, yet for Lion, this ordinary person, he had to remain vigilant against the potential bodily collapse that could result from overexertion. Chapter 117. Hela's renewed confidence perceiving that Leon had no intention of relinquishing the bracelet. A glint of cold light flickered in Hela's eyes as her fingers tightened slightly, already prepared to forcibly seize it. However, Leon suddenly raised his hand, gesturing towards the direction of the bedroom, his tone casual, yet laced with concern. I suggest you take a shower and change your clothes. While your battle armor may not be considered outlandish on Earth, most ordinary people would likely think you just escaped from a psychiatric hospital. Hela paused, lowering her gaze to scrutinize her attire. The armor, deprived of divine restoration, had become tattered upon her arrival, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. This is much better. As Hela emerged from the bedroom clad in athletic wear, Leon's eyes visibly brightened. Ah, a visual creature. Hela scoffed dismissively. The clothing from Midgard was indeed of inferior quality. Not only was it flimsy, but it also offered no protection. Just moments ago in the bedroom, she had already torn several of the so-called tailored outfits. Now, we can discuss matters. Hela spoke coldly. What promise did Odin make to you? I can offer you more, as long as you lead your army to assist me in returning to Asgard. Leon shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot do that. In fact, Odin may not be able to do so either. The Bifrost has been destroyed. Are you not aware? Is that so? Hela's gaze darkened, instantly recalling the dark magic Odin had wielded. Is he afraid? She murmured softly, her tone betraying a simmering fury. He would rather destroy the passage between the 9 realms than allow me to return to that desolate place? Furthermore, he even sent a mortal imbued with magic to monitor me. A cold laugh escaped her lips, her eyes burning with hatred. Odin, you coward. In the face of Hela's seething rage, Leon remained unfazed. After all, this was the center of the universe, Earth. Here, the dragon coiled, and the tiger lay in wait. Let alone a former goddess of death stripped of her powers. I have arranged for your identification to be processed, Leon said casually. What are your plans moving forward? I will see if I can offer you some assistance. Hela fell silent for a moment, her thoughts swirling. In the past, she would have undoubtedly conquered Earth with her divine powers, gathering the resources of the entire planet to forge an interstellar fleet to counterattack Asgard. Yet now, she was but a mortal, having lost even the most fundamental magic. It seemed unlikely that any interstellar force would ever set foot in this backward land before her demise, let alone facilitate an escape from it. Moreover, this man before her still possessed Asgardian magic and was likely bearing Odin's secret orders to imprison her here until death. Leon Noah. She slowly articulated his name, the first time she formally addressed him. What do you intend to do with me? She fixed her icy gaze on Leon, her voice devoid of warmth. Will you kill me? Or will you, like Odin, confine me until my last breath? Should he dare to do so, she vowed that even at the cost of her own life, she would ensure he would not emerge unscathed. No, no, no. How could that be? Lion chuckled softly, acknowledging her as the elder sister of Thor, the rightful heir to the throne of Asgard. Moreover, the notion of captivity play had long since fallen out of favor on Earth. Hela was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that a mortal would recognize her claim to the throne, a fact that Odin had desperately sought to erase from history. Seizing the opportunity, Lion expressed earnestly, I sincerely believe Odin was mistaken. If possible, I wish to slightly compensate you. He continued with genuine conviction. I vow that as long as you refrain from actions that threaten Earth, any request within my capability I shall fulfill, provided you agree to this condition. Hela gazed into his sincere eyes, remaining silent for a considerable time, before gradually loosening her tightly clenched fists. Ultimately, she decided that the bracelet was merely a supplementary artifact, devoid of magical essence, and thus of no value to her. Moreover, she had yet to discover the source of her own powers. Taking a deep breath, an inexplicable heaviness settled in her chest. For millennia, it was only a single mortal who stood up for her. In a fleeting moment, she seemed to see the warriors who had once fought valiantly on her behalf, with Lion's figure eerily overlapping with theirs, those who had perished in their devotion to her. They too had supported her in this manner, only to be slain by Odin, their bodies eternally enshrined in Odin's vault. Kneel, she suddenly commanded. Lion was momentarily taken aback. What? Hela instinctively raised her hand, intending to compel him to bow before her using divine power, but soon realized that such strength eluded her, suppressing her embarrassment and frustration. She lifted her chin defiantly, her tone brooking no opposition. I said, kneel before your queen. Lion's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze growing increasingly frosty. Hela, are you serious? He asked, slowly rising to his feet, his voice low. If this is your answer, then I can only say, I am sorry. Chapter 118. An old acquaintance of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Hela appeared remarkably self-assured, convinced that once she presented her terms, the man before her would undoubtedly bow to her will. Sworn in the name of the goddess of death, Hela slightly raised her chin, her eyes shimmering with determination. Should you submit to me and aid in my reclamation of the throne, you shall become the king consort of Asgard, with Midgard as your domain. What say you to this proposal? Suddenly, Leon raised his wrist, activating the recording function of his bracelet. Could you kindly repeat that? Hela, without suspicion, solemnly recited her oath verbatim, concluding with a knowing smile, there is no need for such caution. Of course, this all hinges on my ability to reclaim the throne. Should you unfortunately fall in battle? Her voice lowered ominously, laced with a hint of danger. I shall use the eternal flame to forge you into my most formidable undead warrior, battling alongside me. No, I merely wish to send this video to Queen Frigga. Leon said, lightly tapping the projection screen to bring up his communication interface with Frigga, allowing Odin a glimpse as well. Impudent. Hela's fury erupted instantly. In a bid to preserve her dignity, she lunged at Leon on the sofa. attempting to snatch the bracelet to delete the recording. In truth, Leon only saw it to tease Hela and had no intention of disclosing her so-called oath. He certainly did not wish to invoke Odin's eternal spear. Yet, he had not anticipated that this goddess would be so intolerant of jest. Despite having lost her divine powers, Hela's combat skills remained exceptional, and even with the bracelet's aid, Leon found it challenging to subdue her. With a sudden click, the hangar door swung open. Riley, the airport manager, who had come to report, witnessed this intimate scene and promptly shut the door in fright. Seizing the moment Leon was distracted, Hela swiftly broke free from his grasp, deftly deleted the video, then delivered a sharp slap to Leon's face before storming into the bedroom. Boss. Riley cautiously opened the door a crack, ensuring Hela was not present before daring to enter. Ouch, that woman packs quite a punch. Leon rubbed his stinging cheek before inquiring about Riley's purpose. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents have arrived, claiming to investigate a special incident. Should we let them in? Leon nodded. Have the team leader come to see me. By the way, has Hela's crown been securely hidden? It has been properly stored as per your instructions. Once the unmanned equipment arrives tomorrow, it will be transported to Arcadia Tower. Excellent. Once this matter is resolved, every staff member at the airport will receive a bonus of $10,000. Leon was well aware that money motivates effort. Inside the St. Laurent hangar, Coulson entered, guided by Riley. His attention was immediately drawn to the array of aircraft displayed on the tarmac. The various planes, adorned with vibrant anime-inspired paint jobs, prompted the seasoned agent to rub his temples in exasperation. Are we really going to execute missions with such whimsical aircraft? Won't that raise doubts about our capabilities among other organizations? Yet, his visit was not for sightseeing. According to the energy readings monitored by S-H-I-E-L-D, the detected energy unmistakably resembles the vibrational characteristics of the Bifrost during Thor's previous arrival. Coupled with satellite imagery, it has been confirmed that visitors from Asgard have indeed descended. As the proprietor of the airport, Leon naturally becomes the primary subject of investigation. Ah, Coulson, it is truly delightful to see you, Leon exclaimed warmly. Considering the late hour, he surmised that Gwen might have already retired, thus deciding to postpone the surprise of their reunion until the following morning. Just as he hurried off to freshen up, he was taken aback to find that S-H-I-E-L-D had sent none other than his old acquaintance, Coulson. The security here is remarkably stringent, Coulson remarked with a wry smile, raising his hands in exasperation. Even my atomic energy pistol has been confiscated, and the other team members are still waiting outside. After all, this is a private military base. Leon chuckled as he draped an arm over Coulson's shoulder, guiding him toward the studio. Is there anything I can assist you with? We are old friends, after all. Coulson retrieved 2 cans of E-Cola from a transparent cooler and handed one to Leon. After taking a few sips, he broached the subject at hand. We have detected 3 distinct energy fluctuations. Besides you and your guards, are there any other external visitors? The mention of visitors caused Coulson's tone to shift noticeably, a remnant of the psychological scars left by the last encounter with the destroyer armor still vivid in his memory. Well, Leon replied slowly, pulling the tab on his can and savoring a sip of the beverage, carefully choosing his words. In simple terms, this remote corner of the universe has likely become a practical training ground for Odin in educating his offspring. Chapter 119. Hela's inquiry. As Coulson pondered the profound implications of Leon's words, a series of crisp footsteps approached. Hela sauntered lazily to the studio door, her sneakers rhythmically echoing against the vastness of the hangar floor. Leon Noah, I am famished, she declared, striding directly to the refrigerator. After retrieving a can of beverage, she reclined against the leather chair. With a sharp hiss, she opened the can and tilted her head back, indulging in a hearty gulp that resonated with a satisfying swallow. It was palatable, though it paled in comparison to Asgard's mead. Nonchalantly, she crushed the empty can in her grasp, the metal yielding with a strained groan. Coulson instinctively swallowed hard. Who is this? He inquired quietly, taken aback by the unexpected presence of yet another deity from beyond realms. The goddess of death. Hela, Odin's firstborn and one of the claimants to the throne of Asgard, Leon reminded Coulson, signaling him not to underestimate her. Like Thor, she had temporarily lost her divine powers. With that, Leon rose and made his way to the kitchen, resigning himself to the necessity of attending to this formidable lady. In the vacant studio, Coulson found himself alone with the legendary goddess of death. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to keep his voice steady. Lady Hela, may I inquire why you, mortals? Hela interrupted abruptly, her long legs casually draped over the desk, her exposed ankles glinting coldly in the light. Shouldn't you first introduce yourself before prying into others' affairs? Coulson immediately bowed in deference. My apologies, I am Phil Coulson, a senior agent of S-H-I-E-L-D, and a colleague of Leon. He produced a business card from his suit pocket and extended it with both hands. Hella dismissively regarded the desk, gesturing for him to place the card there. After Coulson completed his bow and retreated, a flicker of dangerous intensity glimmered in her eyes. Now, tell me, what powers does Leon Noah wield on Earth? What is the scale of his forces? Coulson found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Please respond. Hella's voice turned icy, and the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Weighing his words carefully, Coulson realized that this information could not remain concealed from the goddess for long. Mr. Leon is a legendary figure. In just 8 months, he has transformed a fledgling startup into a multinational conglomerate spanning various sectors, including defense and civilian industries. Naturally, such rapid expansion has sparked considerable controversy, with concerns arising about whether he has engaged in unspeakable dealings with the United States military and his legion. Hella pressed impatiently, her interest solely in Leon's military might. Coulson's mind raced through the Meriwether files, those high-ranking officials closely tied to Leon, the enigmatic sources of cutting-edge equipment. Are you referring to Meriwether? Currently, there are approximately 6,000 active combat personnel, with logistical support bringing the total scale to over 20,000. The crimson lips of Hella curved dangerously, prompting the query, what level of power does this represent on your planet? This necessitates a multifaceted evaluation. Suddenly alert, Coulson pondered why this goddess exhibited such fervor for military prowess. Did she intend to? Lady Hella, it appears you have yet to address my inquiry, he ventured. Merely the insects of Midgard. Hella's eyes flashed with lethal intent as her slender fingers absently traced the armrest of her chair, as if a sword forged from the night sky should rest there. You need only respond. A chilling dread crept up Coulson's spine. At that moment, he truly grasped that the formidable figure before him was not the amiable Asgardian like Thor. Meriwether is an internationally recognized private military company, he cautiously articulated. Their scope encompasses security, military training, arms trading, and they have even participated in state-level operations. They possess heavy armor, fighter jet formations, and submarine fleets. According to our projections. He paused. In the absence of external interference, they are capable of incapacitating the economic and social order of a medium-sized nation within 72 hours. In the realm of private military endeavors, they are undoubtedly the leaders. What Coulson remained unaware of was that, at that very moment, an aircraft carrier was clandestinely undergoing modifications in a hidden dock, soon to become Meriwether's latest asset. Furthermore, the assessment he spoke of had merely skimmed the surface of the dark web of our star. This was precisely what kept S.H.I.E.L.D. awake at night. Chapter 120. The vast scale of our star. Currently, the number of online users of our star has surpassed a staggering 924 million, even when accounting for deceased users. This figure remains astonishing. Within the United States alone, there are over 100 bunkers and military facilities connected to the R-Star system, not including those still under construction. These installations are primarily concentrated in Texas, Montana, and South Dakota, forming a covert strategic network. An internal survey conducted by R-Star has revealed a remarkable phenomenon. Originally, more than 50 of Americans had minimal lifelong exposure to firearms, yet the company has managed to reduce this percentage by 0.5 points in just 6 months. Behind this seemingly minor statistic lies the emergence of 1.5 million new gun owners, creating a snowball effect that is growing uncontrollably. Nevertheless, the global arms sales market still faces bottlenecks. Given the existing defense systems and the inherent wariness towards American-made equipment, large nations typically confine their procurement to the realm of technological research, seldom exceeding 2 units. The true primary buyers are medium and small-sized countries. However, after negotiations facilitated by the U.S. military, most transactions ultimately involve soon-to-be-retired models. The U.S. military merely needs to transfer R-Star orders to laboratories, where adaptive cycle engines or ceramic matrix composite blades derived from the Pegasus program can be installed, allowing for a rebranding as upgraded models. The Middle East and Africa have absorbed 90 of R-Star's light weapons exports, including weapon parts reclaimed from users. Notably, R-Star's groundbreaking user-driven trading model permits holders to monetize their assets through alternative channels, fundamentally altering the traditional arms supply chain's dynamics. Though this may invite intriguing incidents of black-on-black conflict, all this explosive growth can be traced back to the sudden exit of the 2 major arms industry giants, Stark Industries and Hammer Industries. It was this strategic window that allowed Leon to swiftly seize the market gap. Similarly, the rampant growth of motorcycle gangs has drawn attention, with an average of 35 gangs occupying every town across the nation, and New York leading with a staggering 13 gangs. The criminal empires of Kim Bing, the Hand Association, the Triads, and the Serpent Gang have quietly shifted their main battleground to suburban areas. Presently, New York exhibits an eerie duality, aside from Hell's Kitchen in Brooklyn. Criminal activities that should occur within the city have surged in the surrounding counties. Gang leaders have discovered the distinct advantages of the suburbs. where they can ambush competitors' drug transporters and manage post-conflict scenarios. Although logistics efficiency may decline, the high coverage of law enforcement blind spots perfectly compensates for this disadvantage. Of course, FBI raids have never ceased. Ironically, Lester, an undercover operative planted by Kim Bing within the Bureau, has leveraged these actions to pave a path for his own advancement. However, such maneuvers have ultimately provoked fierce retaliation from rival gangs, with the recent raids by the New York Police Department on gang strongholds revealing the mutual harm among various factions. Amidst the seemingly transformative yet fundamentally cyclical undercurrent, the criminal empire of Kingpin continues to engage in a shadowy warfare against its adversaries. Peter Parker persists in weaving his community justice amidst the web, while Gwen's nocturnal patrols remain unceasing. Despite her entreaties to the Punisher being as futile as speaking to a stone, this city embodies the duality of light and darkness in our world, perpetually swaying on an ever-delicate balance. Chapter 121. Hella's proposition. Leon entered, holding a steaming bowl of instant noodles, only to be greeted by a peculiar atmosphere. Documents were strewn across the floor, papers lay in disarray as if swept by a tempest, covering the entire corner. Amidst this chaos, Phil Coulson, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., hunched his shoulders, clearly a victim of some form of bullying. "What's the matter?" Leon raised an eyebrow. Placing the fragrant noodles on the table, his gaze darting between Hella and Coulson. "Coulson, you aren't considering recruiting the goddess of death into S.H.I.E.L.D., are you?" Coulson chuckled awkwardly, his fingers instinctively adjusting his crooked tie. Before he could respond, Hella expressed her displeasure, her slender fingers gripping a plastic fork, lifting strands of noodles with disdain. "This is what Midgardians eat? No wonder it is the most backward realm of the nine." Leon rolled his eyes and forcefully seated Coulson on a chair by the door. "At this hour, where am I supposed to find a Asgardian barbecue for you? Having something to eat is better than nothing. If you're so picky, then don't eat. I happen to be starving." Hella narrowed her eyes, her fingertips tightening around the fork, which creaked under the pressure. Yet, she merely huffed coldly and began to eat, having been sealed by Odin for thousands of years. Her powers just restored and now diminished, the pangs of hunger momentarily compelling her to set aside her regal demeanor. "I say, Coulson," Leon nudged the agent beside him, lowering his voice in jest, "you've faced alien armor before. Why do you appear so timid now?" Coulson wiped away non-existent sweat, offering a rueful smile. "That is Hella, the goddess of death. Even without her powers, if she regains them and recalls my transgressions tonight." He mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. "The director would likely inscribe my name on the end the line of duty memorial." Leon couldn't suppress a chuckle, patting his shoulder. "Worry not. If she truly intends to eliminate you, I would intervene. Probably." Coulson shook his head in resignation, rising to adjust his suit. "I've gathered the mission report. I must return to deliver it." He paused, lowering his voice again. "But Leon, are you truly considering harboring her? She is a ticking time bomb. What else? Let her roam freely across the world?" Leon shrugged. "At least under my watch, she might demolish fewer buildings." After bidding farewell to Coulson, Leon returned to his studio, discovering Hella savoring the last sip of her soup. He leaned against the doorframe, intentionally elongating his tone. "Finished?" Hella slammed down the bowl, her gaze sharp. "Haven't you eyes? Can't you see for yourself?" "Now it's confirmed," Leon grinned, raising his hands in mock surrender. Hella inhaled deeply, suddenly rising to her feet. Despite her lost powers, the aura of intimidation still made Leon instinctively tense. "I ask once more." She advanced a step, her voice low. "Are you certain you will not assist me? When I reclaim my throne, you shall wield powers second only to mine." Lion raised his hands, his tone as sincere as one soothing a child. "Absolutely, undoubtedly, and certainly. Sister Hella, shall we negotiate different terms? As long as rebellion is not mentioned. Feel free to propose any other demands." Hella scrutinized him for a few moments before suddenly letting out a derisive laugh. "Coward." She turned towards the window, the moonlight accentuating her stunning silhouette. "I require you to exert your influence to gather forces that do not belong to this realm, such as that bracelet you possess." "No problem," Lion nodded. Additionally, she abruptly turned back, her fingertip tracing the air. "My crown must be ensured to be secure and infallible. This too." Before Lion could finish, Hella interjected. "Moreover, I demand a residence befitting my status, unrestricted access to resources, and—" Stop. Lion quickly interrupted. "In that case, your crown will be placed in my company's vault, guarded around the clock. You will hold a position as a special advisor, and for anything you desire, simply provide a list, and I shall cover the expenses. Deal?" Hella narrowed her eyes, a sudden smile gracing her lips. "Cunning mortal, very well, for now." As she approached the door, she added, "But remember, this is not a request, it is a queen's bestowal." Lion gazed at her retreating figure, murmuring softly, "Yes. I am grateful that Her Majesty has not destroyed my establishment." Chapter 122. Ownership of the office. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the skyline of New York, a luxurious swift helicopter hovered above the city. Inside the cabin, Leon rubbed his weary eyes, watching Hela indulging in glass after glass of chilled champagne, leaving him to ponder if all Asgardians were indeed inebriates. Is this truly the finest city in Midgard? It consists merely of mediocre architecture. Listening to Hela's mockery, Leon felt a sense of resignation. He understood that Asgard was indeed impressive enough already. The helicopter was about to land on the rooftop of the Arcadios building, the morning sun painting the entire glass facade in golden hues. Hela squinted, for the first time revealing a semblance of appreciation, as this perspective reminded her of Asgard's Golden Palace. Within the Arstar president's office, Natasha was diligently engrossed in paperwork, her drowsy demeanor leaving Leon apprehensive that she might soon succumb to slumber atop her desk. "Natasha?" Leon called cautiously from the doorway. Natasha, startled, patted her ears, wondering if she was imagining things, then returned to her documents. "It must be a figment of my imagination," she murmured, grasping another report, cursed quarterly financials. A mischievous thought suddenly sparked within Leon. He activated his wristband, emerald magical energy enveloping him like flowing water. When the brilliance faded, a bald man donned in a black eye mask stood behind Natasha, his rough hand resting upon her taut shoulder. "Director?" Natasha jolted as if shocked, her coffee cup tipping over onto the financial report. Blinking rapidly, she could scarcely believe that Nick Fury stood before her. "How did you?" Natasha. "You have suffered." Nick Fury's eyes brimmed with tears, as if he were on the verge of weeping. Natasha, choking back emotion, looked at Nick Fury, grasping his hand to express her grievances. "Director." In the next instant, she seized Nick Fury's hand and forcefully brought him down to the ground. "Ouch." "Natasha." "It's me, Leon." Leon's pained voice emanated from the floor, revealing that this was merely an illusion created by the wristband. However, any infliction of harm would dispel the illusion, far less formidable than Loki's conjurations. Natasha hastily released Leon, confirming his identity before pulling him up, then inquired, "How did you manage to transform?" "Asgardian magic. What do you think?" "Impressive, right?" Leon rubbed his arm, nearly dislocated by Natasha's earlier grip, then asked, "How did you discern that I was a fake?" "My disguise had no apparent flaws." Seated in her office chair, Natasha regarded Leon as though he were a fool. "If it were merely appearance, there would indeed be no issue. However, I quickly sensed something amiss. This is Arstar Industries, and the director would not enter without prior notification. Moreover, the words you spoke, do you truly believe you would say such things?" "That is a valid point," Leon conceded. Lion contemplated the unscrupulous nature of the black-hearted century egg, realizing it was unlikely for him to exhibit such concern for his subordinates. Just look at Natasha, who, after all this time, had yet to flee. Did this not sufficiently attest to the credibility of the situation? However, in the next moment, he was sharply taken aback as Natasha requested a vacation, expressing her need for proper rest. "Very well, considering your exemplary performance, I shall grant you a week of paid leave, along with overtime pay amounting to a neat sum of 500,000 to be dispersed alongside your salary next month." Only then was Natasha satisfied. Releasing Lion from her inquiry and curiously asking how he had returned from Asgard, Lion proceeded to recount the events of his return, leaving Natasha in a state of astonishment. "Creak. This is Ms. Hela, daughter of Odin, the new, assistant." The voice of the assistant dwindled in volume. "Special advisor?" The assistant escorted Hela, who had just completed her employee registration, to the president's office before departing. Natasha whispered, "Noah, is she truly the goddess of death from Asgard?" "Indeed." Lion readily admitted, subsequently introducing their identities to one another. "This will be my domain from now on. No one is permitted to enter without my consent," Hela declared, her eyes gleaming with desire for the president's office, which offered unparalleled light and views. "That is out of the question," Lion firmly countered. "We are here to work and earn money, which you shall also spend." Hela shot him an irate glare. "You may choose another place to work. I have my eyes set on this one." "No means no," Lion retorted, accustomed to the scenery here. Besides, with Natasha still present, should she return to the egg and mention her fear of Hela, it could lead to a coalition against him. Such an outcome was absolutely unacceptable. Hela deemed further discussion pointless and settled into the chair behind the desk, intent on claiming the space through action. "Very well, boss, I shall take my leave now," Natasha said as she rose to depart, wishing to steer clear of matters concerning such high-profile individuals. "I assure you, that is not feasible. This is my territory." Lion approached the desk, confronting Hela after Natasha had exited. Hela lightly tapped the surface of the desk, smiling as she remarked, "So, who was it that said everything except rebellion was permissible?" "You," Lion began. Enough of your pettiness, you man," Hela replied, rising to exit. "I have no desire to seize a coward's abode." Chapter 123. staying informed. Leon, with a sense of helplessness, observed Hella exiting the office before collapsing into his chair. Having startled Natasha moments earlier, a spill of coffee remained unattended on the documents. Could someone please tidy up the office? He muttered, setting aside his pager. Leon powered on his computer. After a brief authentication, he began to scrutinize the recent asset yields of various organizations. The login interface glowed crimson, emblazoned with an all-seeing eye, revealing the information of all our star users. Gene Bing, large warehouse 6 weapon parts are being shipped. Small warehouse 15 is full, seeking buyers for psychedelic substances. Frank, large warehouse 1 is receiving inventory. Murakami, large warehouse 3 is at capacity with vehicles. Small warehouse 5 is full, seeking buyers for jewelry. Impressive, indeed. The entire trading platform radiated a vibrant energy, a realm of flourishing competition. If only Leon were unaware of their clandestine dealings. Before long, Aunt May arrived at the president's office, equipped with an array of cleaning supplies. She was taken aback to find Leon present, as he often vanished for extended periods, leaving new employees to glean knowledge of him solely through reports. Aunt May, in the future, feel free to bring others. You may simply sit here with Uncle Ben and oversee the arrangements, Leon suggested. Shaking her head resolutely, Aunt May replied, that won't do. It may be acceptable elsewhere, but this is the president's office. What if spies from other companies attempt to steal secrets? Leon found himself at a loss for words in response to the elder's genuine concern. Surely, he could not claim that the most crucial aspect of the president's office was merely the computer, a device that only he and the mute boy could access. Perhaps it's a burden for you and Uncle Ben. Should I consider raising your salaries? Aunt May diligently cleaned the coffee stains from the desk, then picked up a mop, shaking her head. That wouldn't be appropriate. We shouldn't be earning such high wages, especially considering Peter's forthcoming marriage. Marriage? Leon's interest piqued. Did he have someone special in his life? While mopping, Aunt May shared, Peter mentioned to Uncle Ben that he likes a girl. One of the reasons he went to Empire State University was to find her. Leon rifled through his memories of high school classmates, Betty Brandt, Mary Jane, and Liz Allen, all of whom attended Empire State University. Never mind, he sighed, scratching his head. What is Peter up to now? It's been a while since I heard from him. Aunt May leaned on the mop, gazing out the window as she replied, Peter is interning at the Horn daily, reporting on the good deeds happening in New York. Speaking of which, her face brightened with a smile. Although the internship is arduous and he returns home late each day, he has finally begun to understand the importance of helping others. Lines of doubt etched across Leon's forehead as he inquired, are you certain? Is it not rather Peter Parker's burdensome role as a vigilante that has led to this? Nonetheless, Leon chose not to unveil this matter, for everyone harbors their own considerations. And Aunt May. Leon intended to apprise them of the situation concerning Hella. A woman named Hella has joined the company, unless she engages in exceedingly outrageous behavior. She need not be monitored. Why? Sighing deeply, Leon recalled the peculiar gaze Odin had bestowed upon him when presenting the Eye of Agamotto. The more he pondered, the more it felt amiss. In any case, the reasons are intricate. If you find yourself unable to tolerate her and wish to reprimand her, do enlist the cooperation of the security department. Aunt May gazed at Leon pensively, suddenly reminded of some melodramatic narratives she had recently encountered. Surely not. After all, Leon already had Natasha as his secretary. Yet, compelled by curiosity, she could not resist asking, what of Secretary Natasha? I saw her in the office this morning. Leon casually replied, oh, she is on leave. She has been utterly exhausted this month. Upon hearing Leon's response, Aunt May felt reassured in her suspicions. Indeed, she had stumbled upon the legendary melodrama. But why do such affairs always seem to befall the affluent? Ultimately, it all traced back to their dear Peter, who offered them a sense of security. Sigh. Aunt May sighed, imparting with earnestness, Leon, in life, it is better to remain devoted. Leon? Chapter 124. The scientific enigma of Marvel. After arranging for the mute to return in his stead, Leon finally felt at ease to depart from the company. Although he felt a twinge of guilt towards the mute, there was no more suitable candidate available at the moment. He silently apologized to the mute, promising that once he found an appropriate replacement, he would allow him to indulge in drinking, nightlife, and charming ladies. Passing through the familiar security booth and standing before the well-known door, Leon pressed the doorbell. When that voice he had longed for echoed from behind the door, his heart raced with anticipation after spending over a month in Asgard, eager to reunite with his beloved girlfriend. As the door swung open, Gwen's eyes widened in surprise. Her fingers lightly brushed against Leon's face, pinching it gently. Am I dreaming? She asked, her voice filled with disbelief. Leon smiled softly, presenting her with a bouquet of resplendent roses, then wrapped his arms around her slender waist and placed a tender kiss upon her lips. It seemed real. Seated beside Leon on the couch, Gwen blushed as a thought struck her. But didn't the Bifrost get destroyed? The Asgardian ships can't be used. How did you return? Dark magic, Leon replied candidly. The magic powered by dark energy can temporarily activate the Bifrost. He then recounted the familial drama of Asgard, leaving Gwen in a state of astonishment. Can you not deal with Hela? Gwen chuckled, playfully tapping his forehead. Now you know that there are no free lunches from the heavens, right? Let me see that artifact. It's at the St. Laurent airport. But Leon grinned mischievously as he leaned closer. I can show you another treasure first. With that, his hand wandered towards Gwen. Gwen quickly dodged, her cheeks flushed. At least. Not here. I still remember the awkward experience of being caught by my parents last time. Look, Leon suddenly performed a magical flourish, his fingertips shimmering with mysterious light. Runes. This is the result of over a month of study in the library. This Urus, bison, rune represents strength and health. Now, my magical power can enhance my strength to approximately 1.5 tons. Gwen stared in astonishment as Leon confidently exhibited various runes, secretly relieved that she hadn't made any missteps that might have led to misunderstandings. This is the power of runes. After the demonstration, Leon gently pinched Gwen's cheek, bringing her back from her shock. Incredible! Although she had witnessed Thor transform into the god of thunder, seeing rune magic in action once again shook her worldview, as it completely defied the principles of science. Leon laughed heartily and kissed her blushing cheek. There are plenty of things in this world that defy science. Do you remember Captain America's shield? How does the official description go? Gwen counted on her fingers. It never misses, can withstand any attack, and when thrown, it returns automatically. Do you think that is scientific? Leon raised an eyebrow, questioning her. Indeed, it is rather unscientific. Gwen, feeling disheartened, was taken aback by the unreasonable behavior of her childhood idol. Thus, Leon tenderly ruffled her hair, saying, what you perceive as scientific may not truly be so, while what you deem unscientific might, in fact, represent the most profound essence of science. Chapter 125. A cinematic date as evening descended. Leon and Gwen emerged from the house after dining with Sheriff George and Aunt Helen, oblivious to the heart-wrenching expression on the sheriff's face, encouraged by Helen's gaze. Sheriff George remarked, Gwen, do return home early tonight. Aunt Helen interjected, ahem. You two haven't seen each other in quite some time. We shall not intrude on your romantic escapade. Leon and Gwen exchanged silent glances as they watched the couple depart. Helen tugged on George's collar, drawing him into the bedroom, already suspecting that their daughter would not be returning home tonight. What is that expression? The young couple hasn't met in over a month. Must they not nurture their feelings? Come with me inside. If you can walk to work tomorrow without trembling, I shall consider you impressive. At 9 o'clock that night, in a private screening room at Soho House, the classic romance film Titanic was unspooling. Leon and Gwen nestled together, engrossed in the poignant love story of the affluent Rose and the impoverished Jack. Why couldn't they end up together? Oh, it's so tragic, Gwen lamented. Leon gently stroked Gwen's head, whispering comfort. All right, no more tears. Tomorrow, I shall acquire the rights from Disney, and we will craft our own ending. Humph. Gwen pinched Leon's thigh, clearly dissatisfied with his response. Is that truly what you meant? If Jack had not made his sacrifice, would this tale have resonated with the audience as Hearts and Tears? Ah, so it seems Jack must perish, Leon replied, somewhat disheartened, realizing this was not a feasible solution. Humph. Gwen pinched Leon's nose playfully and continued, I know you seek to brighten my spirits, but you ought to have chosen a horror film instead. Perhaps not, Leon responded bashfully. Aside from horror films from our homeland, which I hope will spare me, I fear the others might crawl through the internet to reach us. After all, we are in the Marvel Universe. Who knows which otherworldly beings may take notice here? Humph, coward, Gwen teased, yet she nestled closer into Leon's embrace. Having witnessed Thor in person, she too harbored a degree of trepidation towards the unknown. As the film concluded, Leon had no intention of prolonging the evening. He guided Gwen, who was still wiping her mouth, to the car, the recent happenings between them evident. You rascal, my throat is quite sore now, she complained. My apologies. I should have been so forceful, Leon replied sheepishly. First Lady, show some magnanimity and forgive me. Very well, it depends on your performance. Let us depart for the repair shop. This was the very place where Leon had first ventured into the Marvel Universe, Noah's repair shop. Although he had since sealed it away, everything still felt strikingly familiar. Look, that is the photo I took of you and Harry. He was laughing back then, saying he would officiate our wedding, Leon remarked, glancing at the photograph depicting two young boys wrestling atop a Porsche's hood, their bodies smeared with grease. Indeed, it seems his wish is on the brink of realization. Lion swiftly lowered the roller shutter, and before the other party could react, he embraced her tightly. Do you know what I desire most at this moment? Gwen could feel Lion's fervent breath against her neck, shattering her psychological defenses in an instant, leaving her with only the remnants of her awareness to respond. Be gentle. I fear the pain. I shall be. How does one remove this? Chapter 126. The struggles of Black Brother. The following day, at Noah's auto repair shop. With a sigh, Leon rubbed his lower back, utterly bewildered as to how. Despite the enhancement of rune magic, he could not subdue a mere spider spirit. Just then, Gwen appeared at the doorway, holding a face towel, evidently freshly washed. "Get up," Gwen said, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Leon, who was merely covered by a thin blanket. "Hurry, I'm famished." All right, I'll be up shortly." Leon swiftly donned his clothes, resolving all personal grooming issues within 3 minutes. Upon returning to the bedroom, he discovered that Gwen had tidied up the chaotic room from the previous night. "You're wonderful," Leon said as he embraced Gwen from behind, gently kissing her cheek. "Let us go eat. What would you like for breakfast?" "Black coffee paired with New York cheesecake," Gwen replied without hesitation, having contemplated this since the previous evening. "Okay. Is it that cash-only little shop?" Leon inquired as they headed to the car, setting the navigation system in motion. After breakfast, Leon held Gwen's small hand as they strolled leisurely toward the parking area, only to notice a few young men lingering by his beophyte wufu, each wielding a stick. Leon gestured for Gwen to stay put. With his magic and bracelet at his side, he felt no fear of the young men. "Hey, what are you doing here?" The young men, surprised by Leon's complexion and attire, hesitantly responded, "Sir, is this your car?" "Yes. Are you here to wash it?" Leon finally discerned the items in their hands were car washing poles. "Can we help you wash your car?" Another young man chimed in. "It's just tin, sir." "That's barely enough for a cup of coffee." "All right, show me," Leon shrugged and called Gwen over. "This is a first for me," he explained to Gwen. "Usually, my assistant handles my car." Gwen shot him an exasperated glance, bemused by his lack of street smarts, and before she could call him back, she had already approached the young men, seemingly ready for a confrontation. "Sir, your girlfriend is truly beautiful," one of the young men remarked. Leon nodded, neither affirming nor denying the statement. "How much do you earn in a day?" he curiously asked, observing the young men diligently washing the car. "On a good day, 300. On a bad day, 30. It mainly depends on the weather and the customer's moods," the young men chattered, almost breaking into a rap. "We just want to earn a living. Life is tough for us because of our skin color. Opportunities are scarce because we are black. One brother lives in the slums, his head near a filthy drain." Listening to their rap, Leon scratched his head in confusion, as the narratives he had encountered in his previous life were starkly different. Hadn't they claimed America was a paradise? "After work, I still have to go home to take care of the kids." Luin stroked his chin and pointed at a young man, who, surprisingly, appeared quite youthful and even had children. "I'm 19, of course I have," he replied. This situation had exceeded Luin's expectations, considering he and Gwen were only 18. "Why not join a gang? I've heard it can be quite lucrative." In response to Luin's inquiry, the young men shook their heads in unison, while Gwen fiercely pinched the soft flesh at his waist. "We work hard washing cars to avoid straying down the wrong path. We have family waiting for us." They visited the recording studio every month, yet no one seemed willing to invest in them. Intrigued by their talent, Luin expressed a desire to witness their freestyle performance. "Oh, son of A," he clapped in admiration, although he could not comprehend their words. He felt the undeniable rhythm and promptly took out money to support their musical aspirations, hoping to atone for his earlier misstep in front of Gwen. "Here's a check for $10,000 for you to chase your dreams. I hope my earlier comments do not affect you." The young men exchanged glances before accepting the check. "Thank you, sir. May I ask your name?" Luin and Gwen climbed into their car and, as he revved the engine, Luin leaned out and said, "Check the recent arms news, and you'll know." The young men watched as the sports car sped away, then picked up their phones to search for the latest news. Moments later, they found it. "Oh my God. He that Luin Noah. How did we not recognize him? We should have asked for an autograph. I wonder how much it's worth." In truth, it was not entirely their fault. Just as one might struggle to identify individuals of a different race, they too suffered from a form of facial blindness, making it difficult to discern without frequent interaction. Chapter 127. The plight of the underprivileged. As he paused at the traffic light, Leon couldn't help but reflect on the stark disparities in the world. In his previous life in the Eastern realms, diligent work ensured that one would not find themselves scrubbing cars on the streets all day, for sustenance was always attainable. Sensing Leon's contemplation, Gwen expressed her own sense of helplessness regarding this nation. "Leon, most impoverished black individuals either live like us or descend into gang life, ultimately leaving behind unclaimed corpses, while the legislators of America feign ignorance. We are all aware of this, yet what can we truly change? At least they strive to improve their lives and haven't abandoned their children, have they?" Leon made a dark jest, noting that black children are often born without fathers. Upon seeing the green light, Gwen scoffed. "Humph. Let us go." "Wait." Leon halted the car and reversed. Before them was a food distribution stall, where a scruffy man was filming the scene with his phone, narrating in Chinese. "What is going on?" Gwen followed Leon's gaze and spotted the eccentric figure. "The top jungler of North America, what a surprise to see you here," Leon mused. Taken aback that the lecturer had ventured across the globe seeking alms to repay Emperor Cishi's reparations, Gwen tilted her head in curiosity. Is there something wrong with him? Not at all. He is an electronic pet to many. I genuinely fear that one day he might perish on the streets, and there will be no one left to watch. After a moment's thought, Leon added, I'll go chat with him shortly. You stay in the car and play with your phone for a bit. Meanwhile, the lecturer, who had been waiting for over an hour, finally reached the food line and acquired the macaroni he had longed for. Time for a meal, brothers. While filming, he was halted by a familiar voice speaking in Chinese. Lecturer, how did you end up in such dire straits? The lecturer paused, looking towards Leon, who was leaning against a luxury vehicle, and pointed to himself. Confirming he was indeed the one being addressed, Leon nodded and gestured for him to come over. Brother, who are you? Who I am is irrelevant. Leon replied, producing $100 bill. Why not indulge in something better? The lecturer accepted the bill, stepping back with discernment, and began to recount his journey while adding, If I don't eat, I'd be disrespecting the Empress. She has already compensated me. Leon couldn't help but give him a thumbs up for having been lured to America, relinquishing a monthly salary of $20,000, all while proclaiming himself to be doing well, juggling street hustling and confronting unscrupulous employers, a veritable force of nature. What brought you to New York? Shouldn't you be in California? At the mention of this, the lecturer shuddered and began to explain the reasons behind his relocation. Yesterday, I nearly lost my kidney. There was a woman of African descent whom I initially thought had taken a liking to me. However, when she covered my face with a towel, I instantly lost consciousness. Upon regaining my senses, I found myself on an operating table, blood gushing all around. Had the police not arrived in time, the outcome could have been dire. It was indeed a harrowing experience. Leon reflected with a hint of melancholy as he addressed the lecturer. What a pity it is that we are in New York, a city with Iron Man, and... Yes, indeed, I shall resort to begging here in New York. It seems to be a safer option. Leon gazed at him in astonishment, uncertain whether he was genuinely naive or merely pretending. Do you not comprehend what the presence of Iron Man implies? It signifies the existence of formidable supervillains who stand in opposition to him. Were I to find myself without any extraordinary advantages, I would likely seize the opportunity during Iron Man's absence to amass a fortune and hastily return to my homeland, for no realm would dare confront an ancient Eastern civilization. Chapter 128. Returning her home once back in the car, Leon gazed at the instructor gradually vanishing into the alley, shaking his head to dismiss further thoughts. Who was he conversing with so earnestly? Noticing Gwen's serious demeanor during their chat piqued his curiosity, prompting him to inquire. No peeking. Gwen immediately turned off her phone screen. Pouting with an expression of displeasure, Leon playfully pinched her soft cheek, smiling indulgently. All right, I won't look. Let me take you home. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Aunt Helen, both Leon and Gwen sheepishly entered the room. Fortunately, Sheriff George was not home. Otherwise, Leon might not have lasted 2 minutes there. After lingering for nearly 10 minutes at Gwen's house, just as Leon intended to leave, Helen caught him by the arm. Hold on, come try my mashed potatoes. Leon and Gwen exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of resignation. Well, we just ate outside. Could we perhaps have a smaller portion? Helen nodded. No problem. There's just one serving. I'll grab a plate to share. Gwen remarked. So, you mean there wasn't originally one for me? Are you really my mother? During the meal, Helen frequently observed the exchanged glances between the two and the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them, quickly piecing together what had transpired. Leon, are you and Gwen staying in dorms at MIT? Leon set down his spoon and shook his head. No, both Gwen and I applied for exemptions. As for off-campus housing, I purchased a villa in West Cambridge, considering we will be attending university there. It provides us a space should we wish to further our studies later on. Helen, a hint of concern in her voice, asked, is funding an issue? After all, you run such a large company. Not at all, Leon replied. The purchase and renovation cost just over $60 million. It's a trivial amount. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a kick on his calf and glanced quizzically at Gwen across from him, recalling that Sheriff George's annual salary was merely $200,000. Under ideal circumstances, combining salary, pension, and benefits, along with continuous speaking engagements post-retirement, could amount to over $90 million. Subtracting expenses, his single home equaled nearly a lifetime's income for George. Ahem. And Helen, your mashed potatoes are truly delicious. I absolutely love them. Gwen, watching Leon's sports car disappear from view, felt a twinge of worry for her daughter. She was acutely aware that Gwen's heart was entirely invested in Leon. What if he were to change his affections? Would her daughter act unwisely? Gwen nodded, always presenting her best self to her caring family. Don't worry, Mom. Leon likes me the most. Entering her room, Gwen lay on her bed, reflecting on everything between her and Leon, and soon her thoughts drifted to the girl with a pitiable past. Indeed, does wealth corrupt men? No. He was wicked even in his impoverished state. Now he has merely descended further into depravity. Recalling the events of last night, Gwen's ears flushed crimson, as if they could bleed, utterly bewildered by the multitude of positions he had mastered. Meanwhile, Leon unexpectedly received a call from Wanda while in his car. It was unclear what prompted her to reach out at this moment. She likely remained unaware of his return to Earth, as most communications took place through the R-Star platform. Releasing a hint of magic, the rune array feature of his wristband was instantly activated. Leon had successfully transferred all functionalities of his phone to the wristband. Now, all that was needed was an artificial intelligence to flawlessly execute every command, rather than the current inconvenience of manually confirming the projection interface. Chapter 129, Quicksilver. Hello, Wanda. You truly have returned to Earth, Leon. So, I shouldn't have come back to Earth then. The voice on the other end suddenly became cheerful. Leon, my brother, Pietro and I are currently at your company's reception. We have something to show you. You two go to the president's office first, have some soda, and snack on something. I will be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, Leon had a clear objective and pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the Arcadios Tower. Before long, he arrived at the company. Upon learning from the reception that Wanda and Pietro had arrived over half an hour ago, Leon couldn't help but recall how Gwen had been chatting with someone in the car earlier. Could it be that she informed Wanda of my return? Surprise. Leon, my brother. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wanda excitedly sprang from the sofa and leaped into Leon's embrace. I and brother were so worried about you. Cough, cough. Leon patted Wanda's back to comfort her, adding, I originally planned to surprise you and Pietro tonight. I didn't expect you to find out on your own. It's just wonderful that you are back. This was Wanda's heartfelt sentiment. She certainly did not wish for any loved one to encounter misfortune. During the 3 days Leon had been in Asgard, she had been plagued by nightmares almost every night. By the way, didn't you and Pietro have something to show me? Where is he? Leon sat on the sofa, casually grabbing a handful of snacks that Wanda had opened. Speaking of which, Wanda slightly pursed her lips and then retrieved a bottle of soda from the refrigerator, tossing it to Leon. Just as Leon reached out to catch it, he found that the soda had seemingly teleported into his hand and had already been opened. Huh. Pietro's voice sounded from behind Leon. What do you think of my ability? Can you react quickly enough? Pietro, have you awakened your superpower? Leon turned to look, only to find nothing but emptiness behind him. Yes. It's been about a week. Pietro sat across from Leon, having unknowingly picked up a bag of recently opened snacks. Then can you react to bullets, little brother? Listening to Leon's words, Pietro's eating motion paused slightly, and he awkwardly nodded. I should be able to. Pietro was just being stubborn. Last time while frying steak, the splattering oil had burned several blisters on his hand. Wanda, seated beside Leon, unceremoniously exposed Pietro's lie. Leon gazed thoughtfully at Pietro, recalling the fate of Quicksilver, who had perished by a bullet. He remarked, then you must diligently hone your abilities. Pietro, with a hint of disdain, retorted, there is no need. As long as I can take down my opponents before they draw their weapons, that suffices. Leon scrutinized Pietro momentarily before shifting his attention to Wanda. Wanda, to keep an eye on him and ensure he does not slack off. With a dutiful nod, Wanda replied, I will. Since Pietro had showcased his skills, she felt compelled not to lag behind. Leon summoned his magical prowess and activated the illusion skill of his bracelet, enveloping himself in a shroud of green energy. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Both Pietro and Wanda were taken aback, pondering if superpowers had become commonplace in this world. This is magic, not mere superpower, Leon clarified as he reverted to his original form, subsequently revealing the bracelet on his wrist. Wanda, I have copied some Asgardian spellbooks. See if you can grasp any of their wisdom. In the holographic projection, dozens of spellbooks lined up in succession. Wanda nodded, secretly delighted. She finally had an excuse to spend more time with Leon and wouldn't have to pretend to be adept. What about me? Pietro interjected, pointing to himself. Eager to learn magic as well. That would be so cool. Of course, I shall draw a rune for you, if one day you manage to comprehend it. Feel free to seek me out, Leon replied, sketching a simple rune in the air. Algi's protection, a potent protective symbol capable of warding off negative energies. Let me learn it. Let me learn it. Pietro exclaimed earnestly, extending his hands toward the rune, as if such a gesture would unlock its secrets. Chapter 130. Ordinary Hela versus Awakened Quicksilver. What's going on? Hela entered the office, observing Pietro as he foolishly touched the runes, and couldn't help but scoff. Noah. From where did you acquire this simpleton? Magic requires innate talent, you Midgardians. At this point, she shook her head, choosing silence, her meaning abundantly clear. Pietro, displeased, inquired, who is she? I am Hela, the first progeny of Odin, the rightful heir to the throne of Asgard, known as the goddess of death. Pietro, bewildered, curiously questioned. Are you certain she is not insane? You ought to maintain a sufficient reverence for deities. You should be grateful that I have temporarily lost my divine powers, Hela replied. Her implication unmistakable. Wanda swallowed nervously, gripping Leon's sleeve. Having witnessed Thor vanquishing the destroyer armor firsthand, She doubted her ability to defeat such a formidable being. Is she truly the goddess of death? Indeed, without question, merely exiled. Much like Thor, Hela remarked. I have perused the weaponry in your research lab. Thus far, the only usable item is that rune-engraved electromagnetic cannon. While its power does not compare to my night sky sword, it is sufficient. Hela cast a fleeting smile at Leon. Continuing, you possess some utility after all. I am truly honored, even though it is not my creation. Hela frowned, stating, in Midgard. You are likely the only one capable of. It was crafted by a stonemason from Asgard. Yes, merely a stonemason. Leon emphasized Scourge's identity, keen to observe Hela's reaction. Is that so? I suspected as much. How could you Midgardians possibly forge such weaponry? You rely solely on the charity of our Asgardian kin for your existence. Her haughty demeanor was unmistakable, betraying her Asgardian lineage. She certainly appears arrogant. Can someone teach her a lesson? Pietro whispered to Leon, earning only Hela's scornful derision in response. Even stripped of my powers, I remain a formidable warrior, and you. Hela chuckled at her own words, fully aware that Midgard was renowned as the weakest of the 9 realms. I wish to fight her, Pietro declared loudly, seeking Leon's approval. Leon was about to speak when Hela interjected, very well, I accept your challenge. Arcadio's building, 26th floor gymnasium. I admire your courage. You have no idea whom you are facing. On the fighting stage, Hela regarded Pietro with disdain, unaware of the impending events. Pietro, impatient, retorted, enough with the chatter. Can we begin? Leon and Wanda sat on the chairs they had moved, exchanging glances that conveyed shared amusement. Prepare. 3, 2, 1, begin. Whoosh. In the gaze of the crowd, a silver flash darted by, and the once poised Hela was abruptly knocked to the ground, while Pietro now occupied her former position, stretching his limbs. Did you not see? Hela, gritting her teeth against the pain coursing through her body, rose to her feet, her eyes glimmering with fervor. Where did your abilities originate? Pietro pondered for a moment, shrugged, and replied, they awaken naturally, perhaps it is simply innate. Chapter 131, The Audacity to Strike at This Moment. You appear to be a remarkably talented mortal. Surrender to me, and I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory. Upon learning that Pietro's abilities were innate, Hela began to contemplate the prospect of subjugation. Since she could not seize them, it would be wiser to employ him for her own purposes. It sounded like mere bluster to Pietro, who glanced at the clock in the gym. In an instant, he changed his attire and declared, Lion, Wanda, I have a racing appointment with Harry this afternoon. I must take my leave. As Hela observed Pietro stepping into the elevator, she muttered under her breath, foolish. You have no idea what you are missing. Lion approached and inquired, do you need me to escort you to the infirmary? Get lost. Your presence irritates me. Hela retorted, wishing to kick this man who had caused her so much vexation, yet she found herself restrained by a surge of crimson energy. What? Hela looked quizzically at Wanda, who had remained silent, astonished to discover that she too possessed unique abilities. Lion waved his hand, signaling Wanda to refrain from any action. All right. Wanda, she means no harm, and at present, she poses little threat to me. Wanda obediently dispelled her chaotic magic and stood behind Lion. Hela, witnessing this, scoffed. You have quite the collection of oddities around you. Are there any others? Bring them forth so I may see. Furrowing his brow, Lion replied. Considering you have lingered in the underworld for millennia, your judgment may be somewhat impaired. I shall pretend I did not hear that. Should you utter such words again? Do not blame me for being unsparing. With that, Lion took Wanda's hand and departed, demonstrating through action the veracity of his words. Wanda glanced back at Hela, their eyes locking, and Hela's fierce gaze fixated on Lion's back, as if she wished to devour him whole. In the afternoon, after spending the entire day in the lounge teaching Wanda rune magic, Lion finally resigned himself to the realization that the Asgardian runes were ill-suited for her. It was possible that her chaotic magic had yet to mature. Having devoted the entire afternoon to studying runes with Wanda, he only noticed something amiss when preparing to step out for a meal. Observing the bruised and battered security personnel outside, there was no need to inquire about the culprit. After ensuring Wanda was settled in the dining hall, Lion promptly sought out Hela, this unpredictable bombshell. In the past, when she was in a foul mood, she would unleash her fury in the weapons lab or drown her sorrows in drink. It seemed she had grown increasingly brazen. Lion arrived at a specially constructed Asgardian-style booth for Hela, his tone laced with ire. I had thought the goddess of death would possess a more expansive heart. An expansive heart? Hela scoffed, slicing through her steak with a knife. You seem to be mistaken. Death is neither forgiving nor merciful, regardless of who you are. You are not the goddess of death now, Hela. Perhaps it is time you learn how to behave. Lion calmly articulated the truth. Amir Hela could not possibly compare to his own employees, for they were his capital for survival in this world. Hela furrowed her brows and inquired, are you intending to admonish me on behalf of those mortals? That is. Leon interjected, his gaze fixed intensely upon her, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. They serve me, and I bear the responsibility for their welfare. Hella's knuckles turned white, the knife in her hand bending slightly under the pressure. Are you challenging my patience? I am merely stating facts, Leon replied, his fingers gently tapping the table. The estate is dissatisfied and has replaced you, believing the servants to be a nuisance. I allow them to clean only in your absence. There are other trivial matters which I shall not bother to mention. At this juncture, Leon's curiosity piqued. He queried, could it be that the favorable treatment I accorded you from the onset has led you to entertain unwarranted illusions? Hella abruptly plunged the knife into her steak, the metallic clang against the porcelain plate resonating sharply. I sympathize with your plight. However, you must not lay a hand on them. Henceforth, I shall revoke all your privileges. You will join the production line tomorrow, working the grueling 996 schedule. Today, I shall administer a lesson. Rest assured, your wages will be dispersed as usual. But from now on, you shall dine in the cafeteria. The staff were the first line of defense before him. Even he hesitated to lay a hand on them. Now, how dare you, a powerless Hella, challenge this? Suddenly, Hella burst into laughter. Ha ha. Leon stared in bewilderment at the uncontrollably laughing Hella, perplexed by her sudden joy. I am addressing you very seriously. Do not assume this is a jest. You and I are quite alike. Leon, Hella waved her hand, wiping the tears of laughter from her eyes. I now believe you are a true leader of a legion. Leon? Hella approached the door of the private room and casually summoned a security guard, still bearing the remnants of bruises, and asked, inform your boss about what transpired this afternoon. Boss, this afternoon Miss Hella wished to instruct us in combat techniques. We all presumed she was jesting. It was we who provoked her first. Watching the security guard depart, Leon offered an awkward smile. Shall we pretend this incident never occurred? Chapter 132, Talk Therapy. Hella leaned against the doorframe, observing him with a bemused expression. You are quite an enigma. One moment, you are poised for confrontation, and the next, you greet me with a smile. Now I understand why Odin has tasked you with monitoring me. Leon raised an eyebrow, his fingertips gently tapping the table as he contemplated his response. He then elegantly drew back the high-backed chair, gesturing for her to take a seat. To be compared with the All-Father Odin is a tremendous honor, he replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Hella scoffed lightly, reclining lazily against the back of the chair, her long fingers delicately tracing the surface of the table. Now she said, tilting her chin slightly, a glimmer of mockery dancing in her eyes, do you still require guidance on how a mortal ought to serve their deity? Leon's lips twitched ever so slightly, yet he maintained his impeccable composure. Today's encounter was purely fortuitous. And so, Hella languidly swirled her wine glass, the crimson liquid tracing alluring patterns along the rim. Deep down, do you not see me as a monstrous being spiraling out of control? Leon gently shook his head. I do not share that sentiment, Hella. In fact, I hold you in high regard. You possess a formidable spirit and sense of self. Were I in your position, imprisoned by Odin for millennia, I would undoubtedly reduce Asgard to rubble. That sentiment is rather agreeable, Hella remarked, her interest piqued by his unexpected response. However, Hella, have you ever contemplated a particular question? What is it? Even if you were to reclaim your crown, would Asgard recognize you as its new sovereign? The air in the chamber thickened instantly, Hella's previously teasing demeanor shifting to one of palpable danger. Are you questioning the authority of the goddess of death? Leon gently shook his head. I am merely presenting you with the reality. The shared history between you and Odin has long been erased. Ah. But you may not be aware of this. I am aware, Hella replied through gritted teeth. I have visited the Golden Palace. Odin has concealed that chapter of history, and I do not require your reminders. Leon appeared taken aback, yet continued. So, whom do you think they would follow, an unfamiliar goddess of death or the All-Father Odin, who has guided them for a millennium? Hella stared intently at the seemingly refined mortal, suddenly realizing that each of his words was akin to a precise scalpel, exposing her most painful truths. History shall not be buried forever, she declared coldly. I will make them understand who truly made Asgard the sovereign of the 9 realms. And then what? You wish for them to accompany you in continuing the war across the 9 realms, engulfing the world in flames? Is that your desire? Hella's gaze sharpened dramatically, the wine glass in her grip cracking under the pressure. War? She scoffed, her voice laced with her unique arrogance. Mortal, your vision is far too narrow. I seek not merely the subjugation of the 9 realms, but the entire universe. Your ambition is indeed quite grand. Lion took from her a nearly shattered wine glass and replaced it with a new one. Even if you were to conquer the entire universe, I suspect that would not be what you truly desire. Reflect upon it. What is it that you truly seek? Hella's fingertips gently caressed the rim of the newly replaced glass, the crimson liquid reflecting her icy gaze. Do you believe you understand me well enough? No, Hella. I am merely an observer, incapable of truly grasping the depths of your heart. Lion spoke calmly. I am not in a position to critique your lofty aspirations. For me, my concern lies solely with my kin, to be more precise. I care only for my friends. As for you, I would like to extend the hand of friendship. Chapter 133, making friends. The words of Leon reminded Hela of Fenrir. Yet she soon scoffed softly and chuckled, declaring that the goddess of death requires no companions. But what of Hela, the one known as Hela Odinsdatter? Hela narrowed her eyes, her tone imbued with menace. Leon, you possess quite the audacity. In times past, someone like you would have never merited my attention. Leon smiled, unfazed by her words. When you conquer the 9 realms and reclaim your throne, who will genuinely cheer for you? Will it be those soldiers you forcibly sent to battle? Or the grieving kin mourning their loved ones who perished on the battlefield? Hela's fingertips lightly tapped the table, casting a meaningful glance at Leon. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Leon scrutinized the imperious goddess of death and softly remarked, I merely ponder. Should you one day truly conquer the cosmos and sit upon that solitary throne, how would it differ from your existence in Helheim? Intriguing. Is it the case that mortals possess such a peculiar perspective on matters? I am genuinely curious to pry open your mind and discern its structure. Hela slowly rose, her hand gently caressing his cheek, the chill of her touch sending a shiver through Leon. He grasped Hela's wrist, lowering her hand gently, contemplating further. If humanity wishes to survive in this realm, it is imperative to anticipate and refine all possible responses to forthcoming events. Huff. Hela sighed deeply, shaking off Leon's hand as she approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the kaleidoscopic view outside. She suddenly realized that she had grown accustomed to life here. Leon, if it were you, imprisoned by your father, fearing his power, and having your past erased, what would you do? Leon stared at Hela's silhouette under the moonlight, suddenly sensing her profound solitude. This is not your fault. Consider Thor, a mere brute, and Loki, a sorcerer, always dreaming of using a dagger as an assassin. The issue does not lie with you. Rather, it is Odin's flawed education that is at play. As a father, his failures are indisputable based on his current conduct. Hela's figure visibly stiffened, and she slowly turned, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Tell me, can I return to Asgard? Leon offered a sincere smile, stating, if you truly can alter the demeanor of the former goddess of death, I believe I would assist my friend Hela, even if her counterpart is an ancient tyrant who has ruled the 9 realms for millennia. Friends. She softly echoed the word, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. After thousands of years, you are the first to dare address me thus. The moonlight outlined Hela's delicate yet striking silhouette, leaving Leon, who had only recently tasted forbidden fruit, suddenly parched. Perhaps I should return Wanda soon, and then go find Gwen directly. But what gift should I bring? As Leon was lost in these thoughts, Hela had already approached him with measured steps. Observing Leon, who was completely oblivious and engrossed in his musings, Hela couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement at being persuaded by a mere mortal not yet 20 years of age. Suddenly, she lifted his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. You do have a point. I shall give it a try, friend. I must truly thank you, Miss Hela. With a sudden creak, the door to the private room swung open, and Wanda poked her head in, her expression puzzled. Leon, why have you been in here for so long? Cough, cough. Leon swatted Hela's hand away and boldly strode toward Wanda. Wanda, have you finished eating so quickly? Are you full? Hela leaned against the doorframe, watching the playful banter between the two as they departed, her once icy demeanor softening imperceptibly. Friends, is it? Chapter 134. Farewell. Tony. The following day, at Villa 10880 in Marbury Harbor, Leon gently landed the DeLorean in front of Stark's villa. He had refrained from visiting Gwen the previous night, having already been in contact with her while escorting Wanda home. It seemed Sheriff George was quite displeased with Leon for encroaching upon his family's affairs, opting instead to take a month-long vacation to take his family on a trip to England, pending approval from his superiors. Welcome, Mr. Noah, Jarvis greeted. What is Mr. Stark currently engaged in? Mr. Stark is in the basement modifying a sports car. He is about to participate in a race jointly organized by the Los Santos Car Club and NASCAR. Leon sighed, feeling a headache coming on. While Tony had Pepper to assist him with business matters, his own little mute was competent yet rather unruly. At 2 a.m, the mute had messaged him from the New York police station, claiming he had drunkenly commandeered a delivery truck from a bar. Had it not been for the frequent sight of the mute signing various documents on television, revealing his position as the executive president of R-Star Industries, the police might have assigned him to community service. As Leon walked toward the basement through the parking garage entrance, he could already hear the roar of the engine from a distance. Hey, Tony, this car looks impressive. Tony sat in the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator, surrounded by an array of display devices that showcased his dedication to the project. Of course, I bet Pepper that if I win this time, I can take a month off from work. Tony turned off the engine, then draped an arm around Leon's shoulder as they moved to the sofa. That egghead mentioned you visited the legendary Asgard. Are they truly gods? Leon shrugged as he settled onto the sofa, remaining noncommittal. Currently, I have a freeloading goddess of death in my company. What do you think? And you, have you joined us? Hield? Tony retrieved 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator, cracking one open and handing it to Leon. I'm a technical consultant for SHIELD, not a full-time employee. Similar to your situation, but with a bit more freedom. After sipping his beer, Tony curiously inquired, "What is the story with that goddess of death? Isn't that Thor?" Leon nodded, well aware of the myths. Especially since Nick Fury had shared the operational records of that desert town incident. Hela is Odin's eldest daughter. They conquered the 9 realms together thousands of years ago. But Hela, dissatisfied, sought to conquer the universe and was imprisoned by Odin for over a millennium. "Wow, that sounds quite cruel," Tony responded, clearly taken aback by this revelation. His concern then surfaced. "Could it be that Hela orchestrated your escape to Earth? Do you need assistance?" Leon chuckled and shook his head. Then recounted the tale of Thor losing his powers, rediscovering his purpose, and reclaiming Mjolnir, vividly describing the moment Thor realized he could not lift the hammer, making Tony feel as if he were witnessing the scene firsthand. "I understand now. It seems that Odin desires Hela to traverse the same path that Thor once did. However, why did he not implement this plan a millennium ago?" Tony pondered aloud, his brow furrowed in confusion. Leon smiled faintly, contemplating that had Hela's tone been slightly less assertive 1,000 years prior, and if Odin had exiled her to the eastern lands of Earth, what you might have encountered could very well have been the Galactic People's Liberation Army. But enough of that, Tony. Let us set aside this discourse for now. I have come here with the intention of customizing an artificial intelligence. Leon revealed the bracelet adorning his wrist. "I require your expertise to infuse this AI into the device." Chapter 135. Artificial Intelligence. Friday. As Stark meticulously examined the bracelet belonging to Leon, the latter inquired about the cost of the desired general-purpose artificial intelligence. "Leon, do you have any idea how much patent fees a company like Google earns annually in the realm of weak artificial intelligence?" Stark remarked with a sly grin, patting Leon on the shoulder. "At least $800 million. If I were to license the weak AI I create, it would undoubtedly multiply tenfold. Not to mention the pursuit of a general-purpose AI comparable to JARVIS. Come on, I did save your life. You could lower the price a bit. Otherwise, I might just license the anti-gravity hover technology to Stark Industries." Stark chuckled, shaking his head. He then asked, "Where did you acquire this bracelet? The materials seem unfamiliar." Leon, infusing the bracelet with energy, replied, "It's a magical product from Asgard, crafted entirely from URU alloy." "What is the matter? Didn't he that Egghead allow you to participate in the research of those fragments?" "Wow, that is truly astonishing," Tony exclaimed, gazing at the projected image of the Golden Palace of Asgard, visibly taken aback. "Is all of that gold?" "Of course, Asgard is abundant in gold." "Unbelievable." Tony composed himself and moved towards the workbench, gesturing for Leon to follow. "Your timing is impeccable. I have JARVIS, but this one has been gathering dust. FRIDAY. The name was inscribed on the storage card, indicating it was freshly developed. "Female replacement intelligent digital assistant youth," Tony elaborated. "Though it's a trimmed version of JARVIS, it possesses greater execution capability and a more streamlined design, more than sufficient for managing a company." Leon took the storage card, his fingertips gently caressing its metallic sheen, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Friday, how much do you intend to charge me?" "Forget it. If Pepper finds out I'm charging you, I'd be in for a scolding." Tony bit into a nearby donut, continuing with a muffled voice. "I recall your company hasn't yet subscribed to our clean energy services from Stark Industries. How about this? If you sign a 10-year contract in one go, I'll personally grant you a 10 discount. All right, let us invite the press. I'll personally sign the contract, promoting Stark Industries' new technology." Upon hearing Leon's suggestion, Tony promptly declined. "Absolutely not. If Pepper learns of this, she'll insist I make a public appearance, and business negotiations are a hassle. Let us discuss it again when it's time to switch power." Leon pondered, but ultimately concurred with Tony's viewpoint. While some media outlets are beneficial, the unscrupulous ones are quite bothersome, buzzing around like flies, incessantly hovering. "Please hand it over to me on Friday. I shall transfer terminal access to you. Treat it kindly. For it is, after all, my child." Leon extended the storage card, watching as Tony inserted it into a specialized device. "Good morning, boss," Tony remarked, his fingers flying over the keyboard. A series of codes flickered across the screen. FRIDAY, decrypting protocol clauses, while simultaneously transferring the highest privileges to Leon Noah. "Transfer of privileges to user Leon Noah. Please confirm." "Confirm transfer." "Transfer complete." Tony shrugged, indicating that the next steps were now in Leon's hands. Leon attempted to call out, "FRIDAY. Good morning, boss. How may I assist you?" "Detect the new device wristband." Leon gently tapped the wristband, as if a magical thread seeped into the computer device. As the computer displayed that a new device was connected, Friday's voice resonated immediately. New device wristband connected. Transfer your program to this device. Transferring. Wristband, migration complete. Device functionality testing in progress. A smile spread across Leon's face. It was done. Tony gazed at Leon's wristband, observing the surface shimmer as if it breathed, his tone imbued with a mix of admiration and competitive spirit. So, magic can function as a data cable? Leon shook his wrist, the runes on the wristband flickering in response, and Friday's voice emanated directly from it. Boss, device functionality testing complete. All functions are operating normally. That's considerably faster than your data cable. Tony smirked, slightly disgruntled. But just having a program isn't enough. You still need to equip the supercomputing unit. Would you like Uncle Tony to lend you a few? Really? Thank you, Mr. Stark. Tony raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression of as expected, then shrugged and said, You certainly know how to take advantage. Let us go. I'll treat you to lunch, and you can showcase your car modification skills. Chapter 136. The news of Hulk and Abomination at the dining table. Leon and Tony engaged in casual conversation about their experiences in Asgard. During their exchange, when Heimdall's unique ability to perceive all 9 realms was mentioned, Leon couldn't help but express his thoughts. You know, had Heimdall not alerted me about this matter, I would have returned to Earth only to be inundated with a plethora of legal notices. Tony, finishing the last bite of his tomato pasta, then shared a significant event that had transpired on Earth during Leon's absence in Asgard. While you were away, a momentous incident occurred. Over a month ago, 2 monstrous beings clashed in the streets of Harlem. All footage and photographs were promptly erased by the military, and now no one dares to discuss it. Leon, unfazed, remarked, That must have been a military experiment gone awry. They have been attempting to replicate the former super soldier serum, haven't they? An impeccable deduction. Tony applauded dramatically, the silver fork clinking against the porcelain plate. These were the creations of General Ross, one known as Hulk, the other as Abomination. What's even more ludicrous is that the World Security Council intends to portray that spiked monstrosity as a harbinger of justice, placing the blame squarely on the shoulders of the green behemoth, despite the fact that he is, in reality, Ross's future son-in-law. As Leon savored freshly washed strawberries, he listened intently to Tony divulging these secrets that were highly confidential to the average citizen. Within 24 hours of the incident, Nick Fury dispatched someone to consult me, requesting my assistance in negotiating for the individuals involved. Leon raised an eyebrow. So, you failed? Tony popped a strawberry into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Indeed. The negotiations fell through. Ross had the audacity to eject me from that bar. Consequently, I purchased it and blew it up. You certainly have a wealth of resources, Leon replied, rising to head towards the basement. The story is quite intriguing. I shall see what improvements your car may require. My cooking should not necessitate your cleaning, Tony remarked, glancing at Leon's retreating figure. He then looked down at the sauce-covered plate and fork, sighed, and tossed them into the sink. Lazily, he called out, J-A-R-V-I-S. Yes, sir, came the prompt response. You know what to do. Of course, sir. Satisfied, Tony departed, leaving the rest to J-A-R-V-I-S, who would ensure everything was tidied up. Perhaps I should indulge in a brief nap, he thought to himself, when suddenly, a thunderous roar of an engine resonated from the basement. It appeared Leon could hardly contain his eagerness to test the modified sports car. Sir, Mr. Noah is currently adjusting your engine. What? I just calibrated it last night. Stop him at once. Tony rushed into the basement, only to find Leon wielding a wrench, tapping on the engine. Leon raised his hands, his expression innocent. Don't be alarmed. Tony, I grew up in a modification shop. It's my old trade. Tony strode forward briskly, utilizing his instruments to assess the engine parameters, and discovered that Leon had indeed adjusted several settings, even recalibrating the turbocharging system. You are participating in a NASCAR event, and such modifications are more suited to the Daytona International Speedway in Florida. Tony cleared his throat awkwardly a couple of times before instructing Jarvis to begin calculating the car's performance on the track. Sir, the simulation results indicate an improvement of 1.3 seconds per lap. The atmosphere suddenly grew still as Tony quietly observed the wrench that Leon held. Ultimately, he retrieved a pair of gloves from the toolbox and handed them to Leon. If we are to make changes, let them be thorough. I have no desire to serve as a mere mascot for the company. Chapter 137. The Humanitarian Laboratory. The Humanitarian Laboratory, a facility that once barred countless mute individuals from entry, has now found its place within the Marvel Universe. The construction machinery responsible for erecting this establishment has withdrawn significantly, leaving only the outer high-voltage electric fence and the sewage processing pipelines under construction. Nevertheless, the air remains filled with the cacophony of machinery. Workers labor diligently, drenched in sweat, their efforts fervent and industrious. The promising compensation of 200 to 400 per day has compelled residents from nearby towns to endure a 10 to 30-minute drive to seek employment here. The security arrangements are under the purview of Mayweather. His security forces are divided into 3 tactical teams, each with distinct responsibilities. The Perimeter Patrol Team, 15 members tasked with patrolling the facility's boundaries, equipped with tactical gear and detection devices. The Monitoring Center, 5 members responsible for 24-hour surveillance of electronic defense systems, infrared, laser sensors, dynamic capture. The Rapid Response Unit, 20 members and Elite Combat Unit, fully armed, prepared to address any sudden incursions. Logistics and Technical Support, 20 members maintaining the defensive structures, blast walls, electromagnetic barriers, and providing vehicle assistance, armed helicopters, armored vehicles. The overt head of the laboratory, Maxim Rushkovsky, stands before his desk, briefing Leon on recent developments. Rushkovsky, boss. Most of the precision research equipment from those companies will take 3 months to be delivered to us. But we have already commenced collaboration with Osborne Industries on the chemical anesthetic formulations. They possess state-of-the-art biophysical simulation technology, capable of emulating most human trials. Leon lightly taps his fingers on the desk, inquiring, "Do we have data from the live monkey experiments?" Rushkovsky promptly hands over a set of experimental data, responding, "The effects are nearly instantaneous, but the duration of unconsciousness is too brief. In cases of sustained inhalation, some subjects exhibited near-death symptoms. However, with modifications, its stability should significantly improve." Leon then picks up the experimental report from the desk, reviews it briefly, and sets it down, weighing the sealed vial containing the colorless agent he had just retrieved from the cryogenic safe. "Do you think the medical department will approve this?" Rushkovsky shakes his head, stating, "Although its effects are promising, it still requires human trials. The risks associated with potential complications for those susceptible remain considerable. Give it a try, if funding is necessary. Submit a report. You can handle the institutional committee review. Aim to bring this product to market within 6 months," Leon replies, gently placing the sealed vial back into the cryogenic safe, the mechanical click echoing as he closes it. Rushkovsky extracts a slip of paper filled with contact information from his suit pocket and lays it on the desk. "In truth, we possess a rather dubious option. Hell's Kitchen is home to certain clandestine clinics that are not lacking in volunteers, particularly those gangsters with limited financial means." "Hell's Kitchen," Leon murmured, questioning whether they could guarantee the precision of the data from live experiments. Rushkovsky shrugged, his tone composed, suggesting that while the data might exhibit some discrepancies, it was certainly preferable to foregoing anesthesia. Moreover, should any unforeseen incidents arise, it was unlikely anyone would pursue the matter. Leon remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Very well, let us proceed with this trial, but should anyone take notice, we must abandon this option immediately. I have no desire to attract any trouble." "Understood," Rushkovsky replied. Tucking away the note, "I will arrange for trustworthy individuals to manage the coordination, ensuring that all procedures remain under control." By the way, Leon interjected suddenly, "What is the extent of Osborne Corporation's knowledge regarding our research progress?" "Limited to the basic collaborative aspects," Rushkovsky responded. "They provide simulated data, and we relay experimental results. The core formula and specific applications have not been disclosed." Leon waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned by these details. "It would not be inappropriate to divulge some information regarding the medical applications. When you visit next, inquire with the person in charge to see if they have any intentions of investing in us. We should strive to ensure they receive adequate returns while safeguarding our own interests, of course, provided they exhibit genuine interest and willingness to fund." Rushkovsky nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. I will gauge their intentions during our next meeting." "That is good. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, so I shall not be dining here at noon." Leon stood and made his way toward the top floor, with Rushkovsky following closely behind. On the helipad awaited a luxurious Swift helicopter. "Boss, rest assured, I will closely monitor the project," Rushkovsky affirmed. Leon nodded at him, then signaled to the pilot to prepare for takeoff. As the helicopter's rotor blades began to rotate slowly, a tremendous noise erupted, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. "Mr. Noah," the pilot reported through his headset, "the flight path has been approved, and we are expected to arrive at our destination in approximately 45 minutes. Chapter 138. The Wandering Path. After signing the contract with Stark Industries concerning clean energy, the mute Little was assigned by Leon to manage affairs at the brilliant Diamond Casino, providing him an opportunity to rest. Leon, having reclaimed his position as CEO, finally experienced the burdensome weight of responsibility, documents, and yet more documents. After enduring the monotony, he eagerly awaited dinner, a glass of red wine and a steak, yet another unremarkable meal. As the blade glided through the tender pink flesh of the steak, releasing its savory juices, Leon sighed, contemplating the necessity of establishing a Chinese cuisine section in the company cafeteria. The incessant Western fare had rendered his palate weary. "What's the matter? Not to your liking?" Natasha, who returned from vacation 3 days prior, sat across from Leon, her plate holding but a small sandwich and a glass of milk. Had it not been for the meal standards in place, Leon might have suspected the company was subjecting her to maltreatment. "Ah, I was merely pondering how delightful it would be if you could remain a CEO. Then I could frolic freely." Natasha chuckled at his musings, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "If I truly stayed and didn't return to S.H.I.E.L.D., what sort of compensation could you offer?" "Like Pepper Potts at Stark Industries, second only to one, above all others." Leon indulged in his meal. Wine and food in harmonious union, swiftly finishing his lunch. "Do you genuinely trust me so? Aren't you afraid I might one day lead you into a calamity?" "Not at all. I have immense faith in you. However, should a crisis arise, you shall bear the consequences," he replied with a smirk. "I appreciate your trust, yet S.H.I.E.L.D.'s evaluation of you concluded a week ago. I must take my leave just like that?" Leon raised an eyebrow, congratulating her on her reinstatement. "Remember to visit finance for your salary on your way out. You know the process better than I do." Natasha mused, "Though you've been exploiting me since day one. This work experience has surprisingly been quite pleasant." Leon slowly made his way to the office, aware that he had lost a capable assistant. He needed to check on the progress of the carrier's modifications with Melweather. The daily grind was truly exhausting. In the presidential office, Leon reached out to Donald Percival, currently stationed at the Mayport Naval Station. "What is the status of the carrier's alterations?" Donald flipped the camera within the carrier's island, directing it towards the flight deck below, where significant modifications were underway compared to the previous photographs he had sent. "Ensure there is ample redundancy for the missile defense system. One never knows when some rogue will launch a projectile at you, boss. Rest assured, I'm on it. We anticipate it will take another 2 months before it can truly achieve combat readiness and be deployed in real-world scenarios." "Good, keep up the good work." This world is no less tumultuous than Los Santos. After a thorough discussion regarding the future operational scope of Melweather, the two concluded their communication. Time, indeed, requires time for development. Lion pondered over the forthcoming events, dispatching intelligence agents to seek out grassroots villains akin to Killian, aspiring to support their dreams while simultaneously procuring some research findings. However, it seemed as if they had vanished into thin air. Upon reflection, it was quite understandable. If they could be located so effortlessly, it would indicate that Hydra had also taken notice of them. Glancing at the system, the only useful rewards were the Arcadios Tower and the Melweather base, with even the artificial intelligence being Tony's. Frustrated, he decided to leave it be. When the time comes, solutions will present themselves. "Hela, you ought to hasten and take on the role of the cosmic law enforcement chief after all these days of watching war films. Isn't it enough for you to awaken?" Lion, in a fit of agitation, scratched his head, yearning to place the crown upon Hela's head. "Odin, truly, you ought to have been more direct. After all, she is your daughter. Was it not possible to let her thrive on Earth a millennium ago instead of confining her, thus depriving the universe of a goddess of light?" As night fell, Lion collapsed onto his bed after concluding a video call with Gwen, who was currently residing at a hotel near Lake Windermere and was set to visit Stonehenge with her family the following day. Reflecting on his own arduous existence and the impending crises, he couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy, reminiscing about the tranquility he once found in the auto shop. Chapter 139. How's extraterrestrial technology Arcadios Tower today? The R-Star Group has drawn attention from various media outlets and television stations, marking an unprecedented buzz at its inauguration. After all, it is widely acknowledged that the company's president typically shuns the limelight, particularly in the presence of the press. "Parker, you're classmates with him. Why don't you raise your hand first?" "The success of this interview hinges on you," Jonah James said gravely, patting Peter Parker's shoulder, as if the future of the Daily Bugle rested upon this young man's shoulders. Peter forced a smile, replying, "Mr. James, I will do my best." Meanwhile, backstage, Leon was being attended to by a makeup artist, meticulously adjusting his attire. In a bid to swiftly enhance online revenue, he resolved to embark on a marketing campaign, gradually unveiling various snippets of content. "Boss, your heart rate has been detected to be slightly above the baseline. Would you like me to play some calming music?" "No, thank you." That is a normal reaction. At the same time, the front stage showcased an electronic screen controlled by Friday, displaying extraordinary driving skills exhibited by the mute driver. On the large screen, the mute driver's vigilante vehicle was seen drifting wildly along a desert highway, evading bullets that whizzed from behind with an uncanny maneuverability. Suddenly, the scene shifted as an armed helicopter swooped down, rockets screamed towards it, and the vigilante's jet engine erupted with power, narrowly escaping amidst the fiery explosion. The journalists in the audience gasped in awe, some instinctively recoiling. The imagery felt so vivid, as though the shockwave from an explosion could topple the entire venue at any moment. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the R-Star Group's Future Outlook Conference. A deep male voice resonated through the speakers, freezing the visuals on the screen, which then dissipated like grains of sand scattered by the wind. Replaced by a colossal R-Star logo, its iconic star slowly revolving against a colorful backdrop. Of course, I am aware that you are more eager to see me. The lights suddenly focused on the center of the stage as a platform gradually ascended, revealing Leon Noah, the president of the R-Star Group, finally making his public appearance once more. With a snap of his fingers, Leon switched the screen to showcase the Vigilante vehicle, spinning in a 360-degree display before the audience. I am certain you have numerous inquiries. Leon strolled across the stage, his gaze sweeping over the reporters below. For instance, why have we convened this press conference? And what is R-Star's next crossover project? He paused, his eyes lingering on Peter, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. And also, why do I almost never accept media invitations? Unlike Stark, who casually finds himself on the front pages. Laughter erupted from the audience, the tense atmosphere slightly alleviated. The answer is quite simple. I detest unnecessary socializing. Yet today is different. Leon gently activates the wristband, for shortly, you shall witness a miracle. The mechanical devices on either side of the stage slowly come to life, and before long, two vehicles emerge upon the platform. One is a vigilante, and the other, a succubus. The reporters murmur amongst themselves, uncertain of the intrigue Leon is orchestrating. Peter, it seems you have a question for me, Leon gestures, accommodating his role as a journalist. Peter stands up, momentarily dazed. Indeed, both the vigilante and the succubus have been tested by various racing clubs, and their performance is quite commendable. So, Peter, which do you believe is faster? Peter, catching the encouraging gaze of James, hastily responds, surely. It must be the vigilante with its rocket propulsion. Is that so? Leon replies with a mysterious smile. Who says one cannot triumph without rocket propulsion? Please enjoy. The next generation AHA succubus. As Friday receives the keyword, the screen immediately displays the race between the two. At the outset, the vigilante, with its unmatched thrust, gains an overwhelming lead, but gradually, the succubus begins to catch up, even surpassing it. Welcome to witness the next generation of AHA alien technology, Leon exclaims, arms wide open. As the grand screen erupts in dazzling special effects, the end of traditional modifications, the birth of a new rule. The audience falls into a hushed silence. Then the flashbulbs go wild. Chapter 140. The modification order from Tony. As Leon concluded his performance, he made his way backstage, casually shedding his suit and tossing it onto a chair. Boss, there are now over 10,000 posts and tweets related to AHA alien technology on Twitter. And the trend continues to escalate, reported his assistant. Leon nodded slightly at this news, then instructed his assistant to have the suit cleaned while preparing to tackle the forthcoming influx of modification orders. However, before that, he first needed to issue a tweet. R-Star Industries, due to limited capacity at the AHA Alien Technology Modification Workshop, we are currently only accepting modification requests for R-Star's original vehicles. A gentle reminder, please place your orders online for reservations. This announcement created a significant stir. It was the first tweet from the official R-Star account, and soon it was inundated with thousands of responses. However, Leon clearly had no interest in engaging with the online chatter and promptly closed his account for some peace. Boss, Tony Stark is calling, his assistant announced. Leon was somewhat surprised. Was Tony supposed to be racing right now? He answered the call. As soon as the connection was made, Tony eagerly spoke. Leon, save a modification slot for me. I have a Niobe from your production at my villa, which happens to be on the recommended modification list. Of course, that can be arranged, Leon replied, bringing up the live broadcast of the NASCAR event through Friday. Stark had just claimed victory in the time trial. At that moment, he was in his private team, enjoying a frosty beverage, with Happy by his side, holding a portable suit. Leon, intrigued, asked, if you find my company S soda delightful, how about I shoot an advertisement for you? With a sudden burst of laughter, Tony nearly spat out his soda, quickly scanning his surroundings before fixing his gaze on a camera directly in front of him. You had Friday spying on me. Just a jest, Leon chuckled, tears of laughter streaming down his face. He then teased, enjoy the race, after all. Not everyone has someone as thoughtful as Pepper to care for them. As the call was abruptly disconnected, Tony stared at the darkened screen of his phone, letting out an exasperated sigh before tossing the device to Happy. Notify Pepper. No, better not to trouble her. Reflecting on Leon's tone of envy and jealousy, Tony pondered for a rare moment. If he ever truly upset Pepper, it would be a significant loss. With a flick of his wrist, Tony sent an empty soda bottle soaring in a perfect arc, landing with a clatter in the trash bin. Happy, prepare to head back to New York early. Happy, puzzled, inquired, but the awards ceremony and the subsequent races haven't finished. That's inconsequential. Tony waved his hand dismissively, summoning the team manager. You'll take the stage to accept my award for me, right? The team manager promptly nodded in agreement. Of course, Mr. Stark. After the race, I shall personally deliver the trophy to Stark Industries. Tony spread his hands in a gesture of exasperation and remarked, Happy, you see, the issue is quite easily resolved. Happy's lips twitched. He should have anticipated such an outcome. Chapter 141. Pietro's modification in the president's office. Pietro burst in energetically, pulling Wanda along with him, his youthful azure eyes shimmering with excitement. The most basic modification for the Ford GTX would cost $700,000, while a vehicle of the caliber of the Tazlak would require at least $1.5 million. Lion, with his long fingers lightly tapping the surface of the desk, surveyed the impetuous youth before him with a bemused expression. So, how do you intend to cover this expense? Cough, cough. Pietro was taken aback by the staggering figure. Having initially estimated that the cost would not exceed $100,000, believing he could merely ask Wanda for a little help with this astronomical sum, it was certain that his sister would not foot the bill. Wanda seized the moment to add, Brother Lion, you should not have agreed to his modification. Ever since he acquired that sports car, he has been out late every night. Oh? Lion raised an eyebrow at Wanda, intrigued. Where does he usually drive off to? Pietro hastily interjected, his ears blushing crimson. Should Lion discover that he was taking cheerleaders for joyrides every day, it would surely lead to his social demise. It's just occasionally letting classmates experience the performance of the R-Star sports car. It's all for promotional purposes, truly. Lion smirked knowingly, contemplating that this lad had likely used the gifted sports car to impress girls, though he was curious about how far that had progressed. As for the modifications, it was not out of the question. Lion stood and approached Pietro from behind, placing his hands on the boy's taut shoulders. If you can guarantee that you will earn 4 A's on your next exam, I shall authorize your modification. If you fail to do so, I promise I will achieve it. Pietro exclaimed eagerly, fearing Lion might impose even harsher conditions. Very well, I admire this confidence in youth. Lion patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Friday, add Pietro's vehicle to the modification order. Order placed, boss. Pietro cheered as he snatched up the car keys and dashed out, leaving only Lion and Wanda in the office. What about you, Wanda? Lion inquired gently as he settled beside her. You secured 5 A's in your last exam. Do you not desire any rewards? Wanda lowered her gaze slightly, her fingers intertwining unconsciously, a hint of hesitation gracing her features. In truth, her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. What I seek is not of a material nature. Lion tilted his head slightly, encouraging her to continue. I wish. Wanda took a deep breath, finally summoning the courage to meet Lion's gaze. I wish to join the internship program at R-Star Industries, to learn and assist you with your work. Lion's fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the sofa, his gaze contemplative as he regarded the youthful girl before him. Although your age does not meet the formal internship criteria at R-Star Industries, he began slowly, noticing Wanda's shoulders subtly droop. Yet, as long as you can assure me that your academic performance remains strong, I would be more than willing to personally guide you. In an instant, a brilliant light sparkled in Wanda's eyes. She suddenly leaned forward and, taking advantage of Leon's momentary bewilderment, pressed a kiss upon his cheek. I accept this proposal. Leon recoiled as if struck by lightning, acutely aware of the thunderous beat of his heart resonating within his chest. Boss, your heart rate has been detected. Silence. Friday. Leon instinctively raised his voice, only to realize his indiscretion, and quickly added, Wanda, I know you are thrilled, but let us first clarify the current situation. Shortly, the assistant will present you with a contract, although the internship salary is modest. Chapter 142. The luncheon dispute in the luxurious private dining room of the R-Star restaurant. Pietro gazed intently at the 2 dishes before him. On the left lay a plate of creamy mushroom pasta, the rich white sauce enveloping al dente noodles adorned with a sprinkle of black truffle shavings. To the right sat a vibrant fruit salad, a medley of mango, blueberries, strawberries, and cantaloupe drizzled with a hint of honey lemon dressing, refreshing and appetizing. Pietro took a bite, his eyes widening in astonishment. Good heavens, he exclaimed. The fare here surpasses our school cafeteria by at least 10 levels. Lion, seated across from him, chuckled lightly at his reaction. This is a special treat for you. Our regular staff cafeteria is not nearly this exquisite. Just then, the door to the private room was gently pushed open, and a chef entered, carrying a steaming porcelain platter. Boss, your Chinese cuisine is ready. Please enjoy. On the plate, pan-seared Wagyu beef gleamed with an enticing caramelized hue, the aroma of its fat mingling with the piquant scent of black pepper wafting through the air. Accompanying it were vibrant green stir-fried asparagus, the tender tips slightly arching as if freshly plucked from the field. Seated beside Lion, Wanda, who had been sipping her tomato bisque, couldn't help but twitch her nose at the alluring scent of the beef. Curiously, she leaned over to inquire, what dish is this? It smells divine. Lion picked up his chopsticks and casually remarked, it's a mysterious Chinese dish. You might not be accustomed to it. Yet, Wanda's gaze was firmly fixed on the beef, her eyes wide with desire. With a sigh of resignation, Lion used his chopsticks to place a couple of pieces onto the empty space of her plate. All right, give it a try. Mm. The sound of chewing. Wanda savored the beef, its exterior crispy while the interior was tender, melting in her mouth. The subtle spiciness of the black pepper intertwining with the savory juices. Her eyes sparkled with delight. This is quite delicious. I want to eat Chinese cuisine during my internship. Lion raised an eyebrow. Then you'll need to inform the chef a day in advance about your meal preferences. The preparation of Chinese ingredients is quite labor-intensive. As he spoke, he lifted his wrist and sent a message to Gwen via his smartwatch, attaching a photo of their lunch. Looking at my lunch. Does it stir any cravings? Almost instantly, Gwen's reply appeared, accompanied by a photo of what could only be described as a culinary disaster. It was the infamous stargazing pie, with several fish staring blankly at the sky. Help! The English cuisine Dad ordered is trying to kill me. Cry. JPG Lion stifled a laugh, his fingers flying over the virtual keyboard. Be good, and when you return, I will make it up to you. Just then. Knock. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed unexpectedly, and Lion looked up in confusion. At this hour, it was unusual for anyone to seek him out. If the chef had brought more dishes to showcase, he would have simply entered. Come in. The door to the private room slowly opened, revealing Hella, who stood elegantly at the threshold, her dark green gown accentuating her graceful silhouette. Lion was somewhat taken aback by her presence. Lion, it seems I have interrupted you and your friends during your meal. Lion lifted a piece of beef to his lips, contemplating. I never anticipated you would learn to knock. What brings you here this time? Hella took a seat beside Lion, her demeanor calm, yet purposeful. Oh, nothing much. Merely inviting you, along with your friends, to witness the sacred moment when the goddess of death reclaims her crown. However, she continued, my primary concern at present is to appease my hunger. What are you eating? It appears quite appetizing. Chinese cuisine, Lion replied, taking a bite of asparagus to cleanse his palate. Curiosity sparked within him. Do you believe you are now worthy of wearing the crown? Certainly, Hella responded without hesitation. Though humanity has evolved over a mere few millennia, the scale and frequency of your internal conflicts are truly astonishing. Even the frost giants, a lesser race, pale in comparison to your tumult. Lion dabbed his mouth with a napkin, intrigued as he glanced at her. What is it you wish to convey? A slight smile grazed Hella's lips. You like a true ruler, and you, by nature, are meant to be governed. In ages long past, you revered us as deities, offering us sacrifices. Now, it is time for you to return to your rightful place. And what if someone resists? Lion inquired. The sword of the goddess of death is no mere ornament, Hella replied with a smile. Much like Odin, whose Gungnir has been stained with the blood of countless races. And what if it were I? Lion turned to Hella, locking his gaze with hers. What if I sought to thwart you? Hella paused, her expression shifting to one of concern as she met Lion's stare. Why would you wish to stop me? From Midgard, after I reassert my dominion over the 9 realms, I shall allow the kingdoms to rest and refrain from waging war. Midgard is your territory, have you forgotten? Lion shook his head. What you propose is a bloody reign. You are still unfit to wear the crown. Chapter 143, The Goddess of Death. Hella standing before the imposing military-grade blast door, Leon completed the final unlocking procedure. He cast a glance at the eager Pietro and Wanda behind him, before shifting his gaze to Hella beside him. With a hint of resignation, he inquired once more. Are you truly certain you wish to allow them to witness your inability to don the crown? Hella disdainfully scoffed. Enough of your prattle. Open the door. Very well. Leon replied with a shrug. Friday. Unlock the blast door. Understood, boss, came the prompt response. As the pressure released with a hiss, the heavy metal door gradually slid open, revealing the underground vault concealed deep within the company. Hella strode purposefully through the corridor, heading straight for the crown displayed in the deepest recesses of the vault. Utterly useless. She sneered as her gaze swept over the orb of Agamotto. The attack speed is far too slow. Her eyes flicked toward the runic-engraved electromagnetic cannon. Is this all you possess? Her scrutiny passed over the piled gold bricks. Ultimately, Hella halted before her crown, turning to the 3 who had followed her, a proud smile adorning her lips. You are about to witness the true power of the goddess of death. What are your thoughts? Leon performed an exaggerated bow. Please. Commence your performance, O Divine One. Hella, brimming with confidence, placed her hand upon the crown's protruding edges, her voice imbued with authority. That is, of course, suddenly. Her expression froze. Why is this crown stuck? Hella's voice grew tense, her teeth clenched. What trickery have you employed? This cannot be. Her fingers turned pale from the strain. Yet the crown remained immovable. The confident facade she wore began to fracture, fine beads of sweat forming upon her brow. Curious, Pietro teleported closer. Just as he was about to reach out, Hella's piercing gaze halted him in his tracks. There is nothing impossible in this world. Hella, Leon approached calmly, though his tone hinted at a deeper truth she needed to comprehend. Hella narrowed her eyes dangerously. Are you attempting to admonish me? No, merely a reminder between friends. Leon extended his hand toward the crown, pausing just before contact. May I have a try? Suit yourself. Hela turned her head away, dismissing him. Convinced these mortals could not lift it. It doesn't he seem so mystical? Pietro's voice echoed in the vast vault. Shall I try it on? Hela, as if ensnared by an enchantment, turned mechanically to see Leon effortlessly lifting the crown, a stark contrast to her own struggle. This is impossible. Hela's voice trembled for the first time. Did Odin truly regard her as inferior to a mere Midgardian? Only those with a heart of compassion can wield the crown as power. Leon recited the spell Odin had cast upon the crown. Though his ability to command it stemmed not from the incantation, but rather from the divine power of the system. Meanwhile, a strand of crimson energy quietly entwined itself around Hela's head in Shanghai. This was a mental trap orchestrated by Leon, previously arranged for Wanda. Fenrir, Hela, whose defenses had been shattered by Leon, instantaneously fell into a reverie of memories, witnessing her carefree childhood. In this illusion, young Hela clung to Fenrir's neck, laughing heartily. While Odin stood at a distance, his eyes, still possessing their sight, revealing a rare tenderness. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the world tree, casting dappled shadows upon the lawn. What do you desire now? Freedom. I crave unrestrained liberty. A surge of divine power erupted within Hela, shattering the illusion created by Wanda almost instantly. The crown in Leon's hand trembled slightly, seeking to escape his grasp. Now, you may give it a try. Hela hesitantly extended her hand. This time, the crown gracefully nestled into her palm, as though it had found its true master. As she donned it once more, the crown seemed to flow seamlessly into her hair. Thus, Leon instinctively took a step back, gazing at the death goddess before him, now adorned in her battle attire. What do you wish to do now? I have decided to grant peace a chance. A rare, gentle smile graced her lips. Perhaps I should emulate that old fellow Odin. You once remarked that during his millennium of rule, the Nine Realms never experienced a large-scale interstellar war, did you not? Indeed, Leon replied, clasping Hela's outstretched hand. But what of the universe? Hela let out a soft laugh, shaking her head. That would be far too merciless. I will not plunge the Nine Realms, or even the universe, into chaos for personal ambition. However, her gaze swept over Wanda and Pietro behind Leon. In cases like yours on Earth, such circumstances might be an unparalleled exception in the cosmos. Leon, releasing Hela's hand, inquired with curiosity, so, regarding Earth, where do you intend to begin? I have studied the alien films you produced, she replied with a hint of mockery. I must admit, your Midgardians possess quite a creative imagination regarding interstellar relations. I have thus resolved, Hela suddenly declared with determination, to refrain from intervening in your human conflicts for the time being, until you self-destruct. A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes. Perhaps, allowing you some time for self-adjustment would be more meaningful? Chapter 144. The Crisis of the Future. After bidding farewell to the death goddess Hela, who had regained her divine powers, Leon exhaled deeply as he watched her retreating figure. This former goddess of death had now assumed the role of the total head of the R-Star Public Welfare Foundation. Contemplating her imminent endeavor to learn how to interact with the intricate species known as humanity, Leon couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for the Foundation's staff. Seated before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows in his presidential office, Leon lightly tapped on the holographic interface of the R-Star platform, establishing a communication link with Queen Frigga, who was far away in Asgard. Hela's divine powers had been completely restored. Leon got straight to the point. The holographic projection of the Queen nodded slightly. Heimdall has reported to me. I appreciate your special care for her during this time. Raising an eyebrow, Leon inquired. So, what are your plans for this long-lost princess? Just as Odin once spoke when he exiled Thor, Frigga's gaze became distant. Her fate was now in her own hands. Therefore, Leon interlaced his fingers beneath his chin and asked whether her restored divine powers qualified her for the throne. The expression of the Queen in the projection darkened. The All-Father has fallen into eternal slumber, and no one knows when he will awaken. No wonder Thor mentioned to me earlier that he is in great distress. The thought of Thor, who was also burdened with duties, brought a wry smile to Leon's face. He then asked, does Thor know about his sister's situation? Frigga's image flickered momentarily as if affected by signal interference. I have yet to consider how to inform him. After all, he has always believed. The truth will inevitably surface, my queen. Leon used the formal Asgardian address, acknowledging that he would learn of it in due time. Silence enveloped the other end of the line for a prolonged moment. Frigga gently spoke. If Hela truly desires the throne, it is rightfully hers, a compensation for her 1,000-year exile. Leon nodded in agreement and waved his hand to close the projection. Turning his attention back to the mountainous pile of documents on his desk, he casually flipped through the top few files. Cooperation Agreement for Power Maintenance Personnel from Stark Industries. Quentin Beck's application for $5 million research funding for Holographic Projection Systems Main Division's third quarter profit report showing a 200 year-on-year increase. Just as a victorious smile began to form on Leon's lips, His expression froze at the sight of the titles of the documents below. Investigation report on the fatal motorcycle accident involving the Whitebird racing model resulting in 100 deaths economic program. R-Star's monopolistic practices leading to a wave of bankruptcies among small and medium enterprises exclusive from the New York Times. Atrocities of the Mayweather mercenary organization in the Middle East and speculations regarding the R-Star military-industrial complex with a headache. Leon tossed aside those negative reports and promptly pressed the communicator beside his desk. Assistant, please inform the Public Relations Department to devise a feasible response plan regarding the current negative reports the company is facing before they leave for the day. Understood, boss. I will relay the message to them. Lion rose from his seat and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the skyline of New York. The rapid ascent of R-Star Industries had brought with it an increasing number of troubles. Setting aside other concerns, had it not been for Heimdall's timely warning last time, the civilian vehicles of R-Star Industries would undoubtedly have been tarnished by the Hydra's malicious smear, an indelible stain at that. After a moment's contemplation, Lion returned to his office chair, his gaze fixated on the runes that had just been sketched in the air. Perhaps it is time for me to glimpse some potential threats of the future. With a mere flick of his hand, a spherical container emanating a blue glow materialized upon the desk. The orb of Agamotto, revealing a fragment of the future to me. As magical energy surged into it, the orb began to rotate slowly, pulling Lion's consciousness into a vision. He beheld his favorite swift luxury helicopter plummeting from the clear sky. Engulfed in flames. On the ground, a masked man was retrieving a sniper rifle. At the moment the figure turned, the vibrant star emblem on his metallic arm glinted fiercely in the sunlight. The Winter Soldier? Bucky? Lion's consciousness snapped back to reality, his brow furrowed tightly. Just how much does Hydra despise me to deploy their top male model against me? Chapter 145. Pierce's hunting plan in the dimly lit chamber of the Hydra conference room. The figures seated around the elongated table cast long shadows. Alexander Pierce stood before the projection screen, his fingertips gently tapping the surface of the table. The screen displayed an image of Leon Noah, a part-time consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D., the president of R-Star Industries, and the puppet master behind Merryweather. Esteemed colleagues, this is the predicament we currently face. Pierce's voice was low and steady, yet each word cut through the air like a finely honed blade. Leon Noah has anticipated our every move in the recent missions directed against him. This is no longer mere coincidence. At the opposite end of the table, the projection of Baron Strucker chuckled derisively, his fingers tracing the rim of his wine glass. Is that the crux of your concern? Pierce, you're becoming overly sensitive. Pierce's gaze locked onto Strucker with the precision of a hawk. The first instance was a coincidence, the second an accident, but the third is a certainty. He clicked the remote, and the screen transitioned to a summary of 3 mission reports. His ability to accurately predict our actions is not something an ordinary corporate president can accomplish. A hushed murmur arose within the conference room. Pierce noted Daniel Whitehall's furrowed brow, while Gideon Malik maintained his customary silence. What evidence do you possess to indicate he has disowned anything? Whitehall finally inquired. Based solely on the Zola algorithm, Leon Noah has surpassed the parameters of our predictive simulations. We are utterly incapable of foreseeing his next move. The room descended into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of the projector. Pierce summoned a stream of data, with red warning alerts flashing on the screen. In the past 3 months, our 27 behavioral predictions concerning Leon Noah have yielded a staggering error rate of 97, while the average error rate for ordinary targets is merely 0.7. Suddenly, Strucker's projection stood upright, the virtual image flickering in the dim light. Your algorithm requires an upgrade, Pierce. Perhaps the issue lies within your department, rather than with that child. Child? Pierce scoffed, bringing forth a new image. Leon stood at a military base, demonstrating the maneuverability of the Mark Rabbit. This child met and funded various political newcomers last week. This child's private militia ambushed and decimated 3 of our secret teams in Africa. The scene shifted to a satellite image, revealing a Hydra facility reduced to ruins, with each operation meticulously avoiding our blind spots, as if he were privy to all our arrangements. Whitehall interjected, his gaze sharpening. I propose we activate the Winter Soldier. Pierce replied calmly. Only he possesses the capability to execute a cleansing operation of this magnitude. Whitehall was the first to raise his hand. Agreed. Malik nodded slowly. Agreed. The other members followed suit. The meeting concluded. Pierce gathered his equipment, stating, operations will commence within 48 hours. Additionally, connect to the Washington Underground Cryogenic Chamber and awaken the Winter Soldier, preparing the mind control program. Ladies and gentlemen, during this interval, please conceal your tentacles. Concealed within a sealed chamber beneath Washington, Bucky Barnes found himself restrained by mechanical arms, while technicians calibrated a mind control device. As the brainwashing program concluded, Bucky slumped in his chair, his gaze returning to that hollow obedience. Pierce grasped a crimson booklet and began to recite the Russian trigger words. The Winter Soldier's body convulsed violently, his pupils dilating. Upon the completion of the final word, he stood erect, awaiting instructions. Listen, soldier. Pierce extended a smartphone towards him. Its screen displaying a photograph of Lion, instructing him to ensure the elimination of this individual, with weaponry of his choosing. Chapter 146. The Winter Soldier's misstep. Is it truly necessary to be so petty over a mere act of retaliation against Hydra, spurred by Heimdall's intelligence? At that moment, a communication request from S.H.I.E.L.D. flickered on the projection of his wristband. Advisor Leon, the assessment is complete. Please proceed to headquarters immediately to input your biometric information. A dedicated helicopter route has been arranged. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. A smirk crept upon his lips, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. They have even arranged my demise for me? How considerate. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Leon gazed down at the sprawling vista of New York. He had long anticipated Hydra's response, but did not expect them to act so hastily. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Hydra could scarcely imagine that the divine wristband bestowed upon him by Frigga would enable him to emerge unscathed from a meticulously orchestrated ambush. After a brief interval, the luxurious swift helicopter sliced through the clouds, heading toward S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The Winter Soldier adjusted the scope of his sniper rifle. The red star on his cold metal prosthetic a testament to its technological origin. In his earpiece, the report from a Hydra agent was calm and detached. The target has departed and is expected to arrive at your location in 5 minutes. He removed the earpiece, his gaze fixed upon the gilded helicopter. Over the years, Hydra had dealt with countless targets, politicians, tycoons, scientists, and today, yet another name would be added to their list. The Winter Soldier focused on the direction of New York, where his quarry would soon emerge. Bang! An explosive bullet struck the fuselage with precision, and the helicopter erupted into a fireball, spiraling downwards. The Winter Soldier deftly disassembled his sniper rifle, turning to make his exit. However, with a crack, a hand forcefully pushed open the twisted cabin door amidst the burning wreckage. Coughing, he remarked, "The hospitality of you assassins is quite remarkable." Leon emerged from the smoke, his casual attire untouched by soot, the runic wristband on his wrist glowing faintly, an overwhelming display of warmth. The Winter Soldier's pupils constricted in shock. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosive bullets struck Leon, yet they failed to even ruffle the edges of his clothing. A magical energy barrier effortlessly absorbed all the impacts. Though Leon's complexion paled slightly, the expenditure of magic was considerable. He smirked faintly, raising his wristband as runes swirled. Little mute. Whoosh. A miniature missile struck precisely beside the Winter Soldier, the shockwave hurling him several meters away. Above, Mark Rabbit hovered silently, the missile having already locked onto its target. The Winter Soldier quickly regained his footing, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained icy. He charged toward Leon, intent on eliminating the target before reinforcements arrived. However, boom, another missile grazed his scalp, detonating between the two, sending him tumbling once more. Had it not been for Leon's order to leave him alive, this strike would have obliterated him. You. The Winter Soldier gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Leon. Give up. You cannot escape, Leon said, approaching with a calm demeanor. At that moment, the roar of engines grew nearer. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rapid response team sped into view, armored vehicles positioned between the two adversaries. Mr. Leon, please step back. The team leader agent shouted loudly. As several soldiers swiftly moved forward, pinning the Winter Soldier to the ground and securing him with specially designed handcuffs. Leon squinted, questioning. Are you simply taking him away without even inquiring about the opinion of the assassination target? Before he could finish, the sound of a hovering vehicle echoed from above. Mellywiser's Drasso and Mark Rabbit circled down, their missiles extending menacingly towards the armed forces of the Snake Shield Bureau. The agents of the Shield Bureau instantly tensed, and the team leader swallowed hard, reluctantly handing the communicator to Leon. Director Fury wishes to speak with you. As the connection was established, Nick Fury's deep voice resonated. This matter will be handled by the Shield Bureau, and we will provide you with an explanation. Leon scoffed. You think I'm so easily intimidated after numerous tests of my limits? We are professionals when it comes to dealing with terrorists, Fury replied, his tone unwavering. This is neither the Middle East nor Africa. You lack the authority to enforce the law. The prisoner must be taken over by us. We can discuss intelligence sharing, but the individual must be taken away. Leon fixed his gaze on the Winter Soldier being escorted into the vehicle and suddenly chuckled. What if he escapes? What? Fury was taken aback. I mean, Leon enunciated deliberately. What if this assassin manages to flee from your grasp? Impossible, Fury replied firmly. If the Shield Bureau cannot even secure one prisoner, then you can go to hell. Leon decisively cut off the communication, tossing the device back to the agent, and turned to stride towards Mellywiser's support vehicle as the Shield Bureau's convoy sped away with the Winter Soldier. Chapter 147. The S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room. As anticipated, the Winter Soldier was intercepted en route to S.H.I.E.L.D. by a group of mysterious armed forces. When Nick Fury received the news, he was nearly overwhelmed with fury. Find out who they are. His singular eye fixated on the tactical screen, where the footage of the Winter Soldier's abduction played on repeat. The armed team executed their operation with precision and efficiency, clearly demonstrating professional training and an intimate knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s transport routes. Pierce sat below in the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room, observing Fury's exasperated demeanor with a disdainful smirk. With 80% of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s upper echelon being Hydra, he mused. What could Fury possibly use to challenge him? Fury, I have dispatched an elite team led by Rumlow to conduct a search. Rest assured. Upon hearing Pierce's words, Fury's seething anger began to subside slightly, and he regarded this seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D. soldier with a sense of reassurance, as if the days of their camaraderie had returned. After all, this incident involved the assassination attempt on Leon Noah, and even that scoundrel Tony Stark had just called to inquire how a specially trained agent could infiltrate the vicinity of New York City. At this juncture, Fury let out a heavy sigh. Our numerous plans rely heavily on Stark's technological support. Even the agent's equipment is gradually being replaced with weaponry and vehicles produced by Artec Industries. Such occurrences must not happen again. Pierce nodded and gestured for his subordinates to begin investigating the details of the assassination, including how Leon had managed to survive. He had yet to find the time to question the Winter Soldier. Hilbert received the directive and commenced his inquiries. Director, given that Leon Noah survived such a high-altitude explosion, could he have undergone some form of human experimentation? Should we look into this? Fury shook his head, although he was indeed curious. However, he was aware that Leon had not undergone any bizarre experiments. Otherwise, the military would have been the first to track him down. He must have acquired some defensive artifact from Asgard. According to Coulson's report, since returning from the realm of gods, Leon has been wearing a distinctly non-Earth-like bracelet. Fury's words cast a shadow across Pierce's expression. Asgard. He frowned slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the table as his mind raced. If Leon Noah had indeed brought back any advanced technology from the realm of gods, his threat level would far exceed initial expectations. Hilbert pressed further. Is it possible that the bracelet possesses some form of energy shield? Can our technical department reverse engineer it? Fury shook his head, for the time being, dismissed that idea. Leon is currently very close to Stark. Any reckless actions would only provoke unnecessary complications, especially since this individual is favored by the military. Can you find a defense contractor willing to provide such affordable and practical weaponry? Pierce secretly chuckled to himself at the notion of complications. For the Hydra, the mere existence of Leon Noah poses a considerable nuisance. However, given the current circumstances, it is unwise to provoke this individual once more. As the meeting concluded, Pierce entered the rear seat of the armored vehicle, whereupon the windows immediately transitioned to a privacy mode. He pressed the encrypted communicator on his wristwatch, and a grim visage of a skull materialized on the display. Commander, the Winter Soldier has been safely relocated to Base 3. The image of Rumlow flickered. Yet there was a pressing concern. His brainwashing protocol may have been compromised during the skirmish, and he is now beginning to experience fragmented recollections. Pierce's voice grew tense and resolute. Eliminate any traces immediately, and initiate the deep brainwashing protocol at once. Furthermore, suspend all assassination operations against Leon Noah. Understood, Commander. Chapter 148. The new assistant Wanda within the confines of the Arcadia Tower. Leon stared at the screen displaying the vehicle targeted by the orbital cannon, his finger hesitating to press the button. Inside that vehicle sat the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, the close companion of Captain America, Steve Rogers, and the nemesis of Iron Man, Tony Stark. Even after the target vanished and the cannon lost its lock, Leon remained lost in contemplation. Perhaps it was not yet the time to sever ties. Should he inform Tony of this, it might provoke a direct confrontation with S.H.I.E.L.D. The following day, in the president's office of Arcadia Tower, a light and playful voice accompanied the sliding sound of the automatic door. Wanda entered, cradling a stack of documents. Her golden hair swayed gently with her steps, and her face radiated a bright smile. This is the summary report from my in-depth survey of the staff. Could you please review it and let me know if there is anything that needs to be added? Accepting the materials from Wanda, Leon adopted a more serious demeanor. How many times must I remind you? When at work, address me by my title. Wanda smiled softly, lowering her head slightly as she sweetly replied, Yes, President Noah. Well, we have the happiness report, the productivity report, the work report, and a satisfaction report regarding the boss. As Leon perused the documents, he suddenly stumbled upon a blind spot. His curiosity piqued. Is the happiness level of our employees truly this high? I believe the reports from Hella's team paint a more accurate picture. Wanda chuckled at the thought of the Foundation members, all looking rather lackluster, and remarked, she, on the other hand, is brimming with energy, personally overseeing public welfare projects and disregarding the assistance offered on Fridays. Leon reflected on the benefits granted to the Foundation's members, then considered Hella's formidable abilities, letting out a long sigh. Let her be. After all, I haven't skimped on the overtime pay. Gently placing the survey report on the desk, Leon suddenly inquired, how has your training with Pietro been progressing? Have you made any advancements? Wanda straightened her posture immediately, her fingertips glowing with crimson energy. Pietro says I am improving rapidly. The coffee cup on the desk elegantly floated with her movement, the rich liquid separating from the cup like silk, swirling gracefully in the air. And Pietro? Did I not send him to the weapons training ground to practice with blank rounds? He's been diligently studying, Wanda replied, stifling a laugh. Afraid you'll reclaim his precious sports car. Now he knows fear? Leon found it amusing, pondering when Pietro, a perennial underachiever, had developed a passion for learning. Tell him that when he can save someone without injury amidst the full firepower of 10 Vulcan Gatling guns, I'll consider gifting him a luxurious galactic yacht. Perhaps not. He currently only has one car, and look at it now. Wanda recalled Pietro's boastful demeanor regarding his vehicle, feeling a slight headache at the memory. Lion, however, remained indifferent. The maintenance, care, and refueling of the yacht, along with the salaries of the staff, all required funding. Ultimately, Pietro would have to obediently comply, as he would have no choice but to follow whatever instructions he was given. Nevertheless, this presented him with a goal, for he was not as self-motivated as Wanda. A mere hint of encouragement would suffice to spur him on. Meanwhile, Pietro, who was in the villa grappling with his textbooks, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, completely unaware that his future had been meticulously mapped out for him. Lion, fiddling with the trinkets on the table, suddenly spoke up, by the way. I want TB coming in tomorrow. Gwen is returning, and I need to pick her up. Is that so? Wanda gently pressed her lips together, her fingers entwining in a conflicted manner. May I go too? It's been quite a while since I last saw Gwen. I miss her. Lion glanced at Wanda with a teasing look in his eyes and asked, what is this? Do you genuinely wish to see Gwen? Or are you merely looking to escape the tedium of work? Wanda immediately widened her eyes in protest. What is tedious about it? I am being serious. Lion couldn't help but chuckle at Wanda's flustered demeanor. All right, I was just teasing you. Of course, you can go. Chapter 149. The gaze of the father-in-law. The following afternoon, the terminal at Kennedy International Airport buzzed with activity. Leon, clad in a deep gray casual suit, stood before the electronic display in the arrivals hall, occasionally glancing up to monitor Gwen's flight status. Wanda, beside him, cradled a cup of Starbucks coffee, straining on her toes to peek toward the exit, as if that would hasten the passage of time. Flight BA-175 has been redirected to Terminal 4. Please be advised for pickup. At that moment, Wanda's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she discarded the remnants of her coffee into a nearby bin, tugging at Leon's sleeve with urgency. Leon smiled and shifted his gaze toward the exit. Before long, a familiar figure emerged, wheeling a suitcase behind her. Gwen, donned in a light beige trench coat, had her golden hair casually tied in a ponytail, though her face bore traces of fatigue from the long journey. Her eyes remained bright. Sheriff George and Aunt Helen followed closely behind. The seasoned sheriff maintained his upright military posture, while Aunt Helen busied herself with her handbag, her face adorned with a gentle smile. You all came? Gwen quickened her pace, the wheels of her suitcase gliding swiftly across the polished floor. Wanda flitted toward her like a joyful bird, exclaiming, Sister Gwen. She embraced Gwen tightly, burying her face in her shoulder. Leon and I think of you every day. Gwen chuckled, ruffling Wanda's hair. I missed you too, Wanda. Uncle George, Aunt Helen. Leon took the suitcase from her and led them toward the exit, casually inquiring. Was the journey smooth? Not too bad, just a bit cramped in economy class. Helen winked at him. But seeing someone to pick us up made it much better. Leon smiled back. Next time you travel, remember to consult me. That golden Vespa in the airport has been gathering dust. Sheriff George heartily patted Leon on the shoulder. Let us skip that. The two of us are fine in economy. The money saved can buy Gwen a few more outfits. And Helen nodded with a smile, adjusting Gwen's slightly askew collar after Wanda's affectionate embrace. In the parking lot, Leon's meticulously modified Dio King stood quietly. So, any thoughts on where to eat? He inquired as he started the engine. As the engine roared to life, his fingers subtly traced the curve of Gwen's thigh. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but it felt more delicate than before, prompting him to silently take note of British culinary culture. Sheriff George fastened his seatbelt. Let the ladies decide. We'll go with the flow. Wanda leaned her head from the back seat. I'll follow Sister Gwen's lead. Gwen discreetly pinched Leon's hand before turning to her parents. How about Gail's deli? Their smoked sandwiches with truffle sauce are quite special. All right, Friday it is. Let us navigate there. Understood, boss, The mechanical voice responded, as the car's LCD screen instantly displayed the optimal route. Gwen curiously examined the shimmering bracelet on Leon's right hand and inquired, "Is this Friday?" "Indeed, I acquired it from Stark. Its functions are rather impressive." The aroma of baked goods wafted through Gale's bistro as the waiter guided everyone to a booth by the window. Sheriff George glanced at Leon, who was sandwiched between two girls eagerly feeding him, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. Of all the girls, one just had to be his daughter, and it appeared that they both seemed quite fond of this insufferable lad. Chapter 150. The Sheriff's discourse. Sheriff George cleared his throat and set down his glass of water. "Leon, could you step outside with me for a moment? I wish to have a smoke." Leon hesitated for a moment before nodding in understanding. "Of course, Uncle George." The two men exited the dining area, finding themselves in the smoking section at the corner of the street. Sheriff George pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Leon. "No, thank you. I've quit." Leon declined, waving his hand. "Wise choice." Sheriff George lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, his gaze drifting into the distance. "You know what I'm about to say, don't you?" Leaning against the wall with his hands tucked into his pockets, Leon replied, "I can probably guess. My daughter has feelings for you," Sheriff George stated bluntly. "And that girl, Wanda, seems to feel the same way. How do you plan to address this?" Leon sighed. "Uncle George, it's not as straightforward as you think. Don't give me the formalities." Sheriff George interrupted. "After 30 years on the force, I've learned to read people well. Two lovely girls are orbiting around you, and you're relishing this attention, aren't you?" Leon remained silent for a moment before finally admitting, "I do care for both of them. Gwen is intelligent and brave, while Wanda is innocent and kind. I don't wish to hurt either." Exhaling a plume of smoke, Sheriff George's tone shifted to one of gravity. "Listen here, young man. Emotions are not to be trifled with. Your indecision will only lead to pain for all three involved. I understand your point." "No, you don't." Sheriff George extinguished his cigarette. "Gwen is my only daughter. The first thing she did upon returning from England was seek you out. The light in her eyes when she speaks of you. As a father, I cannot stand idly by." Leon lowered his gaze. "I truly apologize for causing you concern. Apologies are futile. Action is what matters." Sheriff George's tone softened slightly. "I'm not trying to force you into a decision, but you must consider this carefully. If your feelings for Gwen are sincere, then be devoted to her. If they are not," he paused, "then please maintain your distance and do not give her false hope." Leon raised his head, his expression resolute. "I assure you, I will clarify my thoughts promptly and provide Gwen with an answer." Sheriff George scrutinized him for a few seconds before finally nodding. "Very well, remember your words." He clapped Leon on the shoulder. "Now, return inside, otherwise they may start to worry." Upon re-entering the dining area, they found Gwen sharing a slice of chocolate cake with Wanda. Noticing the subtle shift in atmosphere as her father and Leon returned together, Gwen's keen instincts kicked in. "Is everything all right?" she inquired softly of Leon. He took her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Yes, all is well." This simple gesture raised Sheriff George's eyebrows, though he refrained from comment. Aunt Helen, acutely aware of her husband's changing expression, discreetly kicked him under the table. After dinner, Leon drove Gwen and her family home. Wanda, needing to prepare for her internship at R-Star the following day, had Pietro pick her up from the restaurant at the entrance to their neighborhood. Sheriff George excused himself to purchase some snacks, guiding his wife away temporarily to provide Leon and Gwen with some privacy. "What did my dad say to you?" Gwen asked directly. Lion hesitated momentarily. "He cares about our relationship." Gwen rolled her eyes. "He just loves to meddle. Don't pay him any mind." "No, he has a point." Lion took a deep breath. "Gwen, we need to talk." Gwen's expression turned serious. "Now, dear? At least, we can begin the conversation." Lion took her hand and said, "About us, about Wanda, about the future." Gwen remained silent for a moment. "You know how I feel about you. I also have a fair understanding of how Wanda feels about me." Lion forced a smile. "Therein lies the dilemma. So, what do you intend to do?" Gwen met his gaze directly. "Shall we duel like medieval knights? Or will you leave it to chance with a coin toss?" Lion shook his head. "I merely wish to confront my heart with honesty. Gwen, I love you, but I also care for Wanda. Until I truly sort this out, I do not wish to make any decisions." Gwen sighed. "You know, sometimes I really wish you could be as oblivious as Parker or as fickle as Stark. At least that would simplify matters considerably. Apologies, but this is a complicated mess for me." Lion chuckled self-deprecatingly. Suddenly, Gwen leaned in and gently kissed him on the lips. "Fool, it is precisely because of this that we are drawn to you." She stood up. "I will give you time to ponder, but do not keep me waiting too long, all right?" Lion, astonished, touched his lips and nodded. "I promise." At that moment, Sheriff George and Aunt Helen returned. The old sheriff, noticing the blush on his daughter's cheeks and the dazed expression on Lion's face, cleared his throat heavily. "It is getting late. After a long day of flying, it is time to rest." Chapter 151. "Of course, I want them all. I am truly a fool." Leon muttered to himself. Raising his wrist, he dialed a number. Beep, beep. Hello? Came the languid voice of Tony Stark on the other end. If you're asking to borrow a suit to impress women, the answer is no. Tony, I require your counsel. Leon took a deep breath regarding matters of the heart. There was a brief silence on the line, followed by an eruption of laughter. Huh. Finally. I win. Happy, pay up. I told you this kid would eventually succumb to a woman. Leon rolled his eyes. Can you be serious for a moment? All right, spill it. How many have you strayed with? 2, or perhaps more? Tony teased. Neither. Leon hesitated. That would be Wanda. The other end fell silent instantly. Are you serious? Tony's tone shifted to one of rare seriousness. I have never been more earnest. Leon gazed up at the sky. I do not wish to let either of them down. Tony was quiet for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Well, little buddy, you're braver than I am. But you do realize how difficult this is, right? I am aware. All right, here is my advice. Tony lowered his voice. First, do not let them feel as though you are choosing. Second, do not let them think you are dividing. Third, be prepared to run from Sheriff George's bullets. Tony chuckled gleefully. Good luck. The following day, Wanda was in the lounge practicing her chaos magic. Red energy swirling at her fingertips. Suddenly, the door slid open, and Leon stepped inside. Wanda, can we talk? Wanda tucked away her magic, tilting her head at him. What's up? Leon inhaled deeply. About us. Matters of the heart. Wanda's expression shifted slightly, yet she simply nodded gently. All right. Leon looked directly into her eyes. I do not wish to deceive you or myself. I care for you, as well as for Gwen. Wanda's fingers tightened slightly, the red energy flickering in her palm. So, are you going to choose her? No. Leon shook his head. I choose not to choose. Wanda was taken aback. What do you mean? It means. Leon stepped closer, taking her hand. I do not want to give up either of you. I know this sounds selfish, but I refuse to pretend I can choose one. Wanda's eyelashes fluttered delicately. Does Gwen know? I haven't told her yet. Leon replied with a wry smile. But I will. Wanda remained silent for a long moment before finally looking up. Do you know what I once considered doing to you? Leon felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead, unsure of how to respond. To tie you up and keep you by my side, along with Sister Gwen. What is going on? Gwen stood at the door, a smile on her face as she observed the two who were now so close. The room fell into an eerie silence. Finally, Gwen spoke slowly. Do you have any idea how absurd this is? Indeed. Are you aware that my father might kill you? Yes. Do you realize this could result in harm to all three of us? Yes. Gwen fixed her gaze upon him, suddenly breaking into laughter. You truly are a natural-born villain. Leon chuckled in response. So what? Gwen stepped closer, her finger poking his chest. So, you must prove your worth. Leon grasped her hand. How do I prove it? Gwen leaned in closer, whispering in his ear. First, deal with my father. Leon's smile faltered. Can we negotiate different terms? No. Gwen took a step back, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. Good luck, Leon. That night, at Sheriff George's residence. Bang. Sheriff George slammed his fist on the table. Repeat that. Leon remained unfazed. Children make choices. Adults, of course, desire all. Sheriff George's face turned beet red. You. Aunt Helen, standing nearby, facepalmed. I knew it. Gwen leaned against the doorframe, stifling her laughter. Dad, calm down. Calm down. Sheriff George roared. This kid wants to play both sides. Leon sighed. It's not playing both sides. It's that both sides are willing to let me. Sheriff George. Gwen finally burst into laughter. Dad, this is our decision, the three of us. Sheriff George's eyes widened. You agree? Gwen shrugged. Why not? If he dares to show favoritism, Wanda and I will beat him up together. Sheriff George opened his mouth, ultimately slumping into his chair, covering his face. I suppose I'm getting old, unable to keep up with the times. Aunt Helen patted his shoulder in consolation. Dear, take a deep breath. Leon cautiously inquired. So, you don't oppose it anymore? Sheriff George lifted his head, a dangerous glint in his eyes. No, I still want to kill you. Leon. Gwen laughed as she took his hand. Run, before he pulls out his gun. Chapter 152. The eve of school opening. Soft light cascaded over the long table adorned with a pristine white tablecloth. Leon sat at the center, flanked on his left by Wanda in a crimson dress and on his right by Gwen in a white knitted sweater. Opposite them, Sheriff George's gaze flickered between the three like a searchlight. Aunt Helen, elegantly slicing her steak beside Sheriff George, inquired, Wanda, have you completed your preparations for school? Indeed. Wanda nodded. I live just 10 minutes away from the school, and if I need to go to R-Star, I can take the DeLorean. Gwen sipped her lemonade, remarking, I recall someone mentioning he was quite exhausted from work. Is it inappropriate to disturb him? Plans have shifted. Wanda winked at Leon. After all, someone has already consented to my internship at the company. Sheriff George slammed his glass down with a thud. Leon instantly straightened, feigning intense interest in the exquisite plate before him. And what of Gwen? And Helen redirected the conversation. Has the new semester schedule been released? Just received it. Gwen replied, retrieving her phone. From Monday to Wednesday, I have morning classes. Suddenly, she kicked Leon under the table. Someone promised to attend classes with me. I hope he won't oversleep again. Wanda chuckled softly. Perhaps that's because his workload is indeed quite heavy, hence the need for a new assistant to aid him. The sound of Sheriff George's fork scraping against his plate was jarring. Speaking of which, Leon interjected hastily. Wanda, is your schedule packed? Not too bad, Wanda said, shaking her phone. I have no classes on Thursday and Friday afternoons. She cast a meaningful glance at Leon, suggesting that it was the perfect opportunity to assist him at the company. Leon felt both of his feet being simultaneously pressed under the table, to his left. Wanda leisurely twirled her spaghetti with her fork, while to his right, Gwen's knife left deep indentations in her steak. Across from him, Sheriff George's intense gaze seemed capable of burning holes into his face. Leon gently set down his knife, his gaze shifting softly between the two ladies. Gwen. He spoke in a steady voice. I have already organized my schedule for Friday. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 folded notes from his suit pocket, handing one to Gwen. This is my adjusted schedule for this semester, with all overlapping morning classes highlighted in red. As Gwen accepted the note, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his palm. Leon turned to Wanda, offering her the other note. This is your internship schedule for the upcoming year. The specific times will be sent to you separately on Friday. Wanda glanced at the schedule, a satisfied smile lighting up her face as she looked at the somewhat exasperated Leon. Sheriff George cleared his throat emphatically. Unperturbed, Leon sent over a document he had prepared in advance. Uncle George, we will need you next week at R-Star to oversee the security system evaluation. We will need to discuss the process in detail. The screen before George displayed an official invitation. Aunt Helen gracefully passed the dessert platter, and as Leon accepted it, he softly remarked, regarding the baking class you mentioned last time, I have arranged for most of the employees interested in it to reserve some spots. With fluid motions, he served blueberry pie to each person, adding an extra spoonful of cream to Wanda's portion while reducing the frosting on Gwen's. As the coffee cups were refilled, the atmosphere at the dining table had undeniably relaxed. The sheriff perused documents on his phone. Gwen sipped her coffee delicately, and Wanda's fork ceased to torment the unfortunate piece of cake. Leon discreetly loosened his tie and subtly moved his injured toe beneath the tablecloth. So, which esteemed predecessor claimed that a harem is easy to manage? Chapter 153. MIT Campus Villa. Since establishing a relationship with Gwen and Wanda, the remainder of Leon's time has been spent traversing between R-Star Industries and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Founded in 1861 and nestled in Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT boasts a long-standing history within the United States, with a faculty-to-student ratio of approximately 1:10, epitomizing elite education. One can easily envision the scholarly atmosphere here. Aside from the extraordinary superbeings, many graduates humorously remark that at this institution, one can only choose 2 out of 3, sleep, socializing, or academics. Hand in hand with Gwen, Leon strolls through the campus, content with the surrounding ambience. Yet, he cannot help but notice the attention they garner, some individuals even poised with cameras, ready to capture the moment. Your notoriety is quite pronounced, which is to be expected. Gwen, unfazed by this, has donned a cap for the day. I would rather not. As they converse, they arrive at Vice President Girl's office to collect their off-campus housing verification. As twilight descends, Leon pushes open the wrought iron gate, triggering the porch's motion sensor lights, casting a warm glow against the red brick walls. Gwen follows closely behind, her fingers grazing the ivy-covered columns, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It is quieter than I imagined, she remarks softly. I thought you might transform the entire house into an AI steward like Stargas. Leon chuckles, gently pressing his thumb on the door lock, which glides open soundlessly. Inside, there are no mechanical sounds or electronic beeps. Merely the faint creaking of the wooden floor and the gentle lapping of the Charles River outside. Occasionally, I crave a life devoid of electricity. Gwen removes her coat, casually hanging it on a nearby hook, unassisted by mechanical arms or intelligent systems to guide her to the closet. She relishes this simplicity. In the kitchen, an antique coffee maker sits quietly on the countertop, accompanied by a sealed bag of coffee beans. Leon ignites the gas stove, and a blue flame leaps up as butter begins to sizzle in the skillet. You actually cook? Gwen raises an eyebrow, leaning against the doorframe to observe him. Basic survival skills, Leon shrugs, adding the chopped mushrooms to the pan. I can't rely solely on Stark, that natural slacker, to have Jarvis and Pepper look after him all day. Gwen chuckles, moving behind him to rest her chin on his shoulder. Dinner is uncomplicated. Creamy mushroom pasta, roasted vegetables, and a bottle of red wine discreetly appropriated from Stark Tower. They sit on the wooden bench of the terrace, the distant lights reflecting upon the river's surface like scattered stars. So, Gwen swirls her wine glass, the red liquid leaving faint traces on the rim. Is this your ordinary life? Leon gazes at her, then reaches out, his fingertips gently brushing against her knuckles. This is better than I imagined. As night deepens, The terrace chandelier sways gently in the river breeze, casting moving shadows on Gwen's profile. Leon tucks a stray strand of her golden hair behind her ear, his fingertips brushing against her cool earlobe. What are you thinking? Gwen's gaze settled upon the lights across the river, and she found it to be quite marvelous. How extraordinary it was that we could enjoy dinner in such tranquility, devoid of alarms and superheroes, resembling an ordinary existence. Elon rose to clear the dishes, and the sound of water cascading over the porcelain plates in the kitchen resonated distinctly. Do not play with fire. Suddenly, Elon grasped the mischievous little hand behind him. Warning, tomorrow marks the first day of school. Do you wish to awaken late? Who exactly is it that struggles to rise? Chapter 154. Delving into the global modification market, Tony was genuinely taken aback when he encountered Leon again. For those heavy dark circles under his eyes could easily qualify him for a panda cosplay. It was said that someone was so eager to split himself in two, indicating that the situation was even worse than rumored. Leaning against the doorframe, Tony spoke with a teasing tone. Leon rubbed his temples and shook his head with a wry smile. Honestly, Tony, sometimes I truly wish I could dissect your brain to understand how this master of time management operates. That would be a rare gift, Tony replied, striking a Wing Chun stance with pride. But you might consider trying your Eastern martial arts. I believe it could be quite effective in alleviating stress. Leon nodded thoughtfully. It sounds worth a try. Tony boldly sank into the sofa, casually reaching for an apple from the fruit platter and taking a bite. So, what urgent matter has summoned me this time? Surely it's not just to admire your panda eyes? We have recently developed the Imani technology, Leon stated, gesturing for Friday to project a hologram. The vehicle equipped with this technology theoretically possessed the strongest defense capabilities known to humanity. In the projection, an Oslo-Med vehicle remained unscathed amidst a barrage of rockets. Tony, astonished, removed his sunglasses. Good grief. Since when have civilian vehicles become so durable? I'll send you two for testing, Leon indicated with a nod to his darkened eyes. As for the promotional aspect, I shall entrust that to you. To be honest, I am nearly out of strength to even speak. Leave it to me. Tony snapped his fingers, assuring him that his orders would soar like a rocket. The car keys are on the table. In the underground garage, Zone B, Leon wearily waved his hand. I want to see you out. Tony stood up, adjusting his suit. Do take care of yourself, poor fellow. When Leon finally collapsed onto the large bed in the lounge, he felt as if all his bones might disintegrate. He needed to negotiate with the school as soon as possible. This relentless back-and-forth lifestyle was utterly draining. In a state of drowsiness, he slipped into slumber. As he drifted between dreams and reality, Leon vaguely sensed a weight beside him. Confused, he opened his eyes to find himself being embraced. What in the world? In the instant their eyes met, both froze. Wanda? Brother Leon. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice barely above a whisper. She had come to deliver the weapon testing report, and, upon seeing Leon asleep, had unwittingly succumbed to temptation, never expecting to be caught in the act. The soft utterance of brother made Leon's heart race. In a swift motion, he turned to pin Wanda beneath him, gazing at her delicate face, which resembled a blooming peach blossom. His throat involuntarily tightened. Long fingers gently caressed the girl's cheek, trailing along the elegant curve of her neck before lingering momentarily at her exquisite collarbone, ultimately pausing just above the enticing rise of her bosom, hesitating to venture further. Wanda's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes shimmering with a mix of anticipation and shyness. I merely came to deliver the documents, Wanda whispered defensively. Yet her body instinctively pressed closer to him. Leon chuckled softly, his fingertips gently brushing aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead. Do you need to embrace me to deliver documents? Wanda's cheeks flushed deeper, biting her lip as she dared not meet his gaze. You are too weary. I merely wish for you to rest better. And what of the present moment? Leon's voice deepened, laced with a hint of danger, still merely wishing for me to rest better? Wanda offered no reply, instead slightly tilting her head back, closing her eyes, her breaths growing increasingly rapid. You truly are. Their breaths intertwined, the temperature rising steadily, just as Leon's hand slipped toward her waist. Boss, I have detected an abnormal increase in your heart rate. Would you like to initiate health monitoring? The voice of Friday suddenly resonated in the room. Wanda, like a startled doe, instantly broke free from Leon's embrace. The documents. Left there. I must return to my work now. Damn. Chapter 155. The failed man once again. It was the day of the week. And while Gwen was safely escorted home by Leon, he himself hurried to the company to review documents, budgets, research projects. Everything required his attention. Fortunately, Quentin Beck and his team were proving to be quite formidable, having developed an interactive projection device suitable for vehicles that had sparked considerable excitement. Not to mention they were adequately compensated for their efforts. Hey, Peter, long time no see. In the company lobby, Leon encountered Spider-Man, whom he hadn't seen for about a month. Judging by his appearance, Peter seemed to be visiting Uncle Ben and Aunt May, and it appeared he was about to leave. Leon, Peter scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. It had indeed been a while. Your company is advancing at such a rapid pace. I've been seeing evaluations of your products online constantly. Leon wrapped an arm around Peter as they made their way to the elevator. Come on, let us chat in my office. Inside the office, Peter accepted the chilled cola Leon handed him and took a satisfying sip, letting out a belch. This drink always disappears first at school. Sometimes I can only sneak a sip from Harry's. If you like it, just have Uncle Ben grab some from the staff warehouse, Leon replied, leaning back on the leather sofa with a smile. After all, it's a perk for employees, and neither of them really drinks it. How's school? Any girls you fancy? Upon hearing this question, Peter's expression immediately darkened. He fiddled with the cola can, hesitating for a moment before speaking. There is one. But she and I aren't really a match. Let me guess. Leon counted on his fingers. Betty Brant? Mary Jane? Or Liz Allen? It's Mary Jane. Peter reluctantly acknowledged the truth, observing the mischievous grin on Leon's face. Leon pondered for a moment, realizing that for Peter, Mary Jane was the embodiment of his ideal, radiant red hair, tall and athletic, exuding confidence and playfulness. For someone like Peter, who often grappled with self-doubt, she was the epitome of his dreams. So, have you confessed your feelings? No, Peter's voice dropped to almost a whisper. I'm afraid that if I do, we might not even remain friends. Leon looked at the young man before him, capable of swinging between skyscrapers yet troubled by matters of the heart. And couldn't he help but chuckle as he patted Peter's shoulder. Hey, this isn't the Spider-Man I know, the one who swings through the city with swagger and charm. Peter lifted his head and made a comical shrug. Swinging is far easier than pursuing a girl. At least I know where to shoot my web. Mentioning his other identity seemed to ease his demeanor. After all, Leon was aware that he was Spider-Man, and Gwen was Ghost Spider. In this office, he didn't need to wear a mask. Haha, Leon laughed, raising his cola can to toast with Peter. Seriously, are you just planning to keep this unrequited love going? Watching her ride off in someone else's sports car? What can I do? Peter sighed, lowering his head. I'm just a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Lion set down the can of cola, intertwining his fingers on the tabletop, revealing a meaningful smile. Listen, Peter, you are not merely the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. You are one of New York's finest superheroes. What we need to do now is to make Mary Jane see that. What do you mean? Peter asked, adjusting his glasses in confusion. Think about it. What kind of person does Mary Jane admire? Confident, witty, talented, right? Lion snapped his fingers. You possess all those qualities. They are just scattered between two identities. Our task is to imbue Peter Parker with the allure and confidence of Spider-Man. Peter shook his head, the lenses reflecting the office lights. How is that even possible? There is nothing impossible, Peter. Lion rose and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the shimmering cityscape of New York. You need to give it a try. Perhaps you could start by cultivating an air of mystery? Spark her interest in Spider-Man first, then gradually let the clues lead back to you. Suddenly, a light flickered in Peter's eyes. Of course. Mary Jane has recently taken charge of the school newspaper. I could capture some exclusive photographs of Spider-Man for her. Watching Peter hastily bid farewell, Lion gently shook the can of cola in his hand, murmuring softly, Good luck, Peter. Chapter 156, Outsourced Military Operations, March 21, 2011, Meliweather Overseas Mercenary Base. Donald Percival reclined under the sun at a military outpost provided by the U.S. Army, occasionally sipping a refreshing beverage blended with ice. His thoughts wandered to the aircraft carrier docked at the Manama Navy base, filling him with contentment. Commander, you have a significant mission at hand. Donald accepted the documents handed to him by a military intelligence officer, perusing them before sitting upright. Behind the terrorists stands a formidable power. 5 million is insufficient, at least 10 million. I assure you, I will eliminate them. Within a week, the enemy forces in Aleppo would be obliterated, ensuring the unhindered advance of subsequent troops. I believe we shall compensate you accordingly. Donald grinned, extending his hand for a handshake, an agreement sealed. On March 26th, the Meliweather Mercenary Organization deployed several Thunder Beast fighter jets at night, armed with long-range missiles to eliminate all air defense facilities in Aleppo. Subsequently, they unleashed the Titan Avenger to deploy RC tanks onto the battlefield, eradicating armed militants. The following day, 2 Rhino tanks cleared the path, accompanied by rebel pickup trucks and heavily armored mercenaries to eradicate the remaining insurgents. Donald Percival stood atop the ruins of a terrorist command post, flicking the ash from his cigar while squinting at the smoldering remnants of enemy tanks, destroyed by the Titan Avenger the night before. The Defense Department's contract funds have been credited to the account. Please verify, he instructed. Inform everyone that we are withdrawing. Our regular troops will arrive shortly. Donald set his phone down, wishing to avoid a formal encounter with the American military. Although the nature of the situation was clear to all, no one wished to escalate the conflict. Thus, Meliweather evolved into the military's most reliable covert operative through high-value assassination missions, reconnaissance, the execution of critical target destruction, short-term VIP protection, and occasional large-scale military confrontations. The profits accrued were astonishing, with the associated oil industry, mineral extraction, and arms smuggling alone yielding substantial wealth. Donald pushed open the heavy bulletproof door, his boots echoing steadily against the floor. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the blue glow of screens. Leon Noah, the clandestine mastermind behind Meliweather, awaited his report. Is the mission complete? Leon did not look up, engrossed in reviewing documents. Of course, Donald replied with a broad smile. Summarizing the mission's outcomes for Leon. The obstacles in Aleppo have been cleared, and the Defense Department's final payment has been received. Exceeding expectations by 15% inefficiency bonuses, Leon glanced at the data and nodded slightly. Casualties? 0. Donald lit a cigar, the smoke swirling in the blue light. The Thunder Beast fighter jets neutralized the air defenses, and the airdropped RC tanks nearly obliterated the terrorists. With Rhino tanks concluding the operation without even a scratch on the pickups. Very well, from now on, report your summaries monthly. I have faith in your capabilities. Leon stated before abruptly ending the communication, displaying no inclination for unnecessary prolongation. Donald puffed on his cigar as the report from the CFO resonated through his headphones. Last month's net profits, $40 million from the oil sector, $70 million from arms sales, and an additional $40 million from the asset recovery project in Libya.